61, Anthills. Chapter 061 Anthills. When Zorian woke up, he was back in Siren, being subjected to Curiel's usual morning antics. That was a relief. When the red light illuminated everything at the end of the previous restart, he had been afraid there would be lasting consequences. There was a primordial involved, after all, and he felt they were not something that should be taken lightly. There was a precedent about them being able to affect souls, considering the role of primordial essence in the creation of shifters. After chasing Curiel out of his room, he sat down and performed a quick checkup of his mind and soul for any non-obvious damage they might have received. Only once his self-diagnosis came up empty did he relax. He wondered what the red light signified. The cultists had obviously lost control over the ritual and it failed in a lethal manner, killing everyone in the area, but he wondered what the nature of that failure was and how extensive the damage had been. It might be that stopping the ritual midway was almost as dangerous for the city as letting it run its course. Well, no matter, they would just have to find a way to foil it before it even started. As a bonus, stopping the ritual early meant that Nachka and the other shifter children wouldn't get horrifically murdered to power up the ritual. Previously, Zorian had been running on adrenaline, and had more pressing concerns to worry about, such as hostile mages trying to kill him. As such, he had been able to push the emotional impact of those sights aside and not think too deeply about them. Now, however, there were no such distractions present, and Zorian had a very vivid memory, especially after going through all those Iranian memory magic training methods. Damn it! Those memories would bother him for months to come, he just knew it. Especially the part about Nachka. It wasn't like the suffering of the rest of the children left him cold or anything, but they were essentially strangers. He saw all kinds of awful things happen to strangers during the invasion, and was somewhat numb to it by now. But Nachka, he knew her. Even before he had gotten pulled into the time loop and she became his little sister's friend, he had known her, albeit only as that girl whose bicycle he pulled out of the river. It made it hard for him to just shove the memories aside in favor of focusing on something else. Thankfully, he didn't have to look far for a suitable distraction. Zack showed up at the door to his home again, just like he had in the previous restart, giving him someone to talk to. Soon, the two of them found themselves sitting alone in a train compartment, departing from Siren. No Curiel this time, huh? Zack said, humming thoughtfully. I guess this isn't going to be another vacation restart, then. Another? Zorian scoffed. Some vacation the previous restart turned out to be. Frankly, a lot of that is your own fault, Zack told him. If you really wanted to relax, you shouldn't have poked around serious matters so damn much. Hell, if you ask me, a proper vacation would involve leaving Scioria entirely. We can still do that now, if you want. I know this really gorgeous beach in Tetra, way down in the south of the continent. No, I don't think that's a good idea, Zorian said, waving him off. Don't get me wrong, I do need a small vacation, but I won't be able to relax with all this bothering me in the background. Let's take a couple of restarts to investigate all this new information and then we can relax. Oh. Zack perked up, leaning forward on his seat. So you found out something from that mage you memory probed? Lots of things, Zorian nodded happily. The attack on the whole had been a very risky maneuver, even for a pair of time travelers like them, but the payoff was just as great as Zorian hoped it would be. It seemed that even inside the time loop, the old adage about big gain only coming with big risks was true. Do you want everything or just the highlights? Give me the highlights for now, Zack said. We can go into details later. Alright, Zorian nodded. He expected as much. First of all, did you notice what those mages behind the shield were wearing? Red robes, Zack nodded. Kind of like the one the third time traveler was wearing. They're not like the one red robe was wearing, they're completely identical, Zorian said. I'm sure of it. And that is interesting, since those robes are not something you can buy on the open market. They are made specifically for the inner circle members of the esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon. No one except them should have one. Red Robe could have simply stolen it, Zack pointed out. Though admittedly, I don't have any idea why he would go out of his way to steal that robe specifically. Those robes are supposed to be a marvel of magical engineering, Zorian said. They are made from very rare and impressive materials, specifically, scarletite threads and crimson sea silk, and densely embedded with powerful defensive magics and privacy wards. If they are as impressive as the mage I memory probed thought they were, I'm not surprised that Red Robe would want one. I want one too, now. We're definitely stealing one in this restart so I can take it apart. Hell, if they're that good, we're stealing them all, Zack said. If they're made from crimson sea silk, we can sell them for huge amounts of money based on materials alone. It's a bit unfortunate, though, since now we can't know if Red Robe is just being practical by wearing those robes or if he really is a cultist. I think there is a good chance he might be a cultist, Zorian said. He showed up pretty early in the restart when he went after us, and he was wearing the robes when he did. That implies he has one within easy reach of himself. The time he tried to kill you when you were barely out of bed is especially telling. It sounds like he came rushing at you as fast as he could, with minimal preparations, yet he still had it on. That's a good point, Zack said, frowning. Well, if that's true, then he should be easy to find. Just how many members of the inner circle does the cult have, anyway? 15, Zorian said. You got them all from that mage? Zack asked in surprise. Not all, no, Zorian shook his head. I only managed to find the identities of 5 of them before the restart ended. But I know how many of them in total exist, and it shouldn't be hard to track down the rest with the information I do have. Especially since I know the identity of the person leading the cult. Man, I'm really starting to get jealous of your mind magic, Zack said. Whenever I tried to investigate the cult, I never really went anywhere with it. Forget about tracking down the leader, I couldn't even identify high-ranking members. Not even truth potions helped. Probably because all members of the inner circle, as well as anyone else in important positions, swore a hayas to keep the names and identities of their fellow inner circle members a secret, said Zorian. Mind magic does not care about any of that, of course. Yeah, rub it in, Zack grumbled for a second. Well, what are you waiting for? Are you going to tell me who the head crazy is, or what? Vadima Tincture, the head of the local branch of the Mage Guild, Zorian told him. There was a brief pause as Zack digested this. Well shit, Zack finally said. No wonder the invaders could set up bases beneath Scioria and operate there unchallenged for more than a month. The man is in perfect position to block and sabotage any kind of investigation around Scioria he doesn't like. Zorian nodded wordlessly. Although Eldamar had several institutions dedicated to countering criminal activity and investigating suspicious incidents, the Mage Guild was the first line of defense in that regard. With them subverted, nothing else would work correctly. Talk about the fox running the henhouse, Zack said. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, since it was obvious for years that someone pretty high up was helping the invasion, but this kind of thing still catches me off guard. What the hell does someone like that hope to gain by helping the invaders, anyway? Oh, that's an excellent question. Thanks for reminding me, Zorian said. You see, I found out more about what the inner circle of the cult is planning with their ritual, and I can tell you it's not what their regular members and their Abasan allies are thinking. They're not trying to let a primordial run amok through the city in an attempt to appease their world dragon god that hates all humanity. Zack asked curiously. No, Zorian shook his head. That's what the regular members of the cult think. The inner circle know that while the ritual involved releasing the primordial into the world, the goal is not to let it do whatever it wants. The goal is to enslave it and get their very own living superweapon and bound wish genie. The imprisoned primordial is supposed to be Panicseth, he of the flowing flesh, and the inner circle of the cult thinks he can grant them everlasting youth and remake their bodies into something better. Better? Zack asked, arching his eyebrow. Is this the kind of better where you end up faster and stronger but covered in eyeballs and tentacles? Well, in the case of that mage I memory probed, it mostly involves him being 21 and healthy again, Zorian said. And having a bigger penis. Zack snorted in amusement. Panic-Seth is supposed to be a fleshwarper, rather than a shapeshifter in the modern sense, Zorian continued. In theory, it should be possible for it to cure diseases, regress people's age and remake their bodies into some superior form. It's just a question of whether they can control it well enough. Can they? Zack asked curiously. Control it, I mean. No way to know, really, Zorian admitted. But I doubt it. The idea is to restrain Panic-Seth with a binding spell keyed into his essence and then subjugate his mind. Even the cultists admit that Panic-Seth's ever-changing nature means the binding spell won't stay effective for long. Meaning they have to enslave it within 15 minutes or less. You don't think they can work that fast, Zack surmised. I think it might be impossible even if they had all the time in the world to work their magic, Zorian said. Let me put it this way. When I invaded the mind of that mage at the end, I encountered powerful and sophisticated mental defenses on him. Better than I had ever seen before on a human mage. It took me mere minutes to dismantle them and start rooting through his memories. At the time, I thought the protections were there to compensate for the known weakness of the shield that protected the ritual ground. But that was just a secondary concern, their real purpose was to ward off any mental counterattack from the primordial while they tried to bend it to their will. Ah, I get it, Zack said. You're thinking that if you can get through the shields in a few minutes, the primordial could as well. Yeah, Zorian admitted. It's possible, I suppose, that I'm overselling Panic-Seth and that he has no way to strike back at the minds of cultists trying to enslave him. But primordials are supposed to be these ancient beings that gave even gods pause, and Panic-Seth's powers revolve around manipulating living flesh, including the nervous system. At the very least, I expect Panic-Seth to have incredible mental defenses at his disposal. I bet he could weather mental attacks from anything other than a master telepath with effortless ease. Zack and Zorian continued talking for another half an hour, discussing the various facts and secrets Zorian had discovered with his memory probe at the end of the previous restart. Eventually, though, the conversation started to wind down. Huh, said Zack thoughtfully. And here I thought the reason Quatakikl didn't follow us was because Alanik kept him too busy to do so. In a way, that's true, Zorian said. If Quatakikl had left the battle to follow after us, his soldiers would have surely perished without his support, and I have a feeling he cares far more about Abasan mages than he does for Cyaurian cultists. In that way, Alanik and the rest of the mages that came with us did keep him busy. Still, if Quatakikl thought there was a good chance the ritual would collapse without his support, he probably would have went after us anyway. Fortunately for us, the cooperation between him and the cult's leadership isn't exactly rosy. The leaders of the cult never told him they would be practically defenseless once the ritual starts, which gave him a skewed image of what kind of forces they had arrayed against us. He had no idea that the 7 most powerful mages on that platform had no way to contribute to its defense. They were afraid Quatakikl would take advantage of their weakness to off them, Zack surmised. Yes, exactly, Zorian nodded. Especially since they weren't completely sure whether or not Quatakikl was aware of what the true goal of the ritual is. He shouldn't have been, but old, powerful archmages like him are hard to fool and keep in the dark about things. And if he knew they were trying to take control of the primordial, it wouldn't be particularly strange for him to try and sabotage them once they release it from its prison. For about a minute, both of them were silent. Zorian because he no longer had anything notable to say, and Zack because he seemed to be considering something. You know, I've been thinking, Zack said, looking around their compartment. Why are we still on this train? You didn't bring Curiel along with you and we're well away from Siren at this point. Can't we just teleport directly to Cyoria already? Well, yes, Zorian said. I just figured the train compartment is as good a place to talk as any, you know. Although I'd like to make a detour before we go to Cyoria, if that's okay with you. Sure, Zack shrugged. Where are we going? Eldamar. The capital city. Zack asked. Zorian nodded. Why? To see if we can find another key there, Zorian answered. I've been thinking about the keys, and how they're apparently treasures of the first Icosian emperor, and I think there is a chance the royal treasury has one or more of them. I mean, the crown of Eldamar has been trying to acquire the legacy of Icosian emperors pretty aggressively. Even if the treasury doesn't contain a piece of the key, it would be a good idea to break into their archives. They might know where the keys could be, even if they don't actually have them. At the very least, their records and secret documents would be a good place to start in regards to our search for the keys. You want to break into the royal treasury? Zack asked. After a second of silence, he shook his head and laughed lightly. Actually, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. We should check out the treasuries of Solimnan and a couple of other large splinter nations too. Eldamar isn't the only country trying to collect imperial artifacts, you know. I know, but Eldamar is the closest, and I'm guessing they already know about similar initiatives of other nations and how successful they are, Zorian said. The only problem is that breaking into the royal treasury is no simple matter, Zack told him seriously. There is no way we can do it this morning, with no preparations whatsoever. And even with all our skills, I doubt we can do it without being discovered in the process. You wouldn't believe how upset the royals get when an intruder successfully gets into the palace. It's like kicking over an anthill. They would be after us for an entire month, and they're actually pretty capable. It might be best to delay that kind of excursion till the end of the restart. Fine, Zorian said. It wasn't like he expected he could just walk into the royal treasury and check things up at his leisure. But I still want to check out the defenses so I know what I'm dealing with. I assume from your words that you have already broken in there, so you can tell me the details from your perspective as we walk. I never actually managed to break into the treasury, Zack said. Admittedly, I didn't try very hard. I did it for a laugh, really, to see if I could do it. Well, it turned out to be harder than I thought. From the way the Abasins managed to assemble their secret invasion, you might think the royals and their forces are incompetent, but you'd be wrong. They guard their treasures very, very well. If only they valued their loyal subjects as much as they do their possessions. The last part was mumbled under his breath, but Zorian heard it anyway. I knew this could bring a lot of unwelcome attention to us, Zorian said. That's why I didn't bring Kiriel with me this time. One of the big reasons why I decided not to tangle with House Boranova too much in the previous restart is because that had the potential to get everyone around us in trouble. I guess in the grand scheme of things it doesn't really matter if Kiriel, Amaya and the others suffer due to our actions, since everything will be wiped clean at the end of the month anyway, but I just can't let myself think in such a way. No worries, Zack said, waving his hand dismissively. I actually appreciate that kind of attitude. I was kind of worried before that you'd try to make me do some awful stuff in the name of practicality, but you're an okay guy. Zorian found it a bit amusing how trying to rob Eldamar's royal family doesn't qualify as awful stuff in Zack's eyes. It wasn't unexpected, of course, considering how the royal family stood back and watched as House Novita was looted by Zack's caretaker. Anyway, we'll be annoying all sorts of powerful people in this restart, Zorian said. The royal family, House Boranova, and plenty more besides. I intend to go after the cult's inner circle members, and they're probably all very influential people. So we're just going to go around stirring up one hornet's nest after another, asked Zack rhetorically. Nice. I've done that in a couple of restarts. Fun times. Zorian gave Zack a blank look. Sometimes, he really envied his fellow time traveler for having had literal decades of restarts to fool around and experiment in. Break. In the end, their visit to Eldamar transpired without complications, albeit this was largely because Zorian had Zack telling him what ideas would never work and warning him when something had the potential to alert the palace guards that they were being spied upon. Some of the countermeasures Zack described to him would definitely have tripped him up if he had been performing the attempt alone. The palace wards were so extensive they could even detect when someone was staring at the building for too long. Zorian still had no idea how something like that could even work, but he decided to trust Zack that he wasn't playing a prank on him or something. Somewhat intimidated by the defenses arrayed in front of him, Zorian decided to limit himself to a simple visual inspection, using captured pigeons as his remote-controlled eyes. The palace wards could detect spy animals, but they only reached so high into the air and pigeons had excellent eyesight. As far as Zorian could tell, his actions were not detected. Even if they were, though, Zack and Zorian had already left the city before making the attempt, and Zorian was controlling the pigeons through a chain of telepathic relays. The next day they went to Svim and Alanik to try and convince them that time loop was real and that they needed help. There was a bit of an argument between Zack and Zorian about how to go about it. Zorian argued that they should take their time convincing them, while Zack insisted they should just dump everything in their lap right away and see what would happen. In the end, they decided to go along with Zack's plan. If it worked, it would save a lot of time. If it failed, they simply lost a restart worth of their help, which wasn't too debilitating. Predictably, neither Svim nor Alanik reacted well when faced with Zack and Zorian's collected claims, but they both accepted the notes they had entrusted to Zorian in the previous restart and agreed to at least consider their story. It was more than Zorian had hoped to get out of them, to be honest. Veyers still couldn't be found. Zack confirmed that this was also the case at the very start of the restart as well. He had sought the boy out before coming to meet with Zorian, and Veyers was nowhere in Scioria even then. As such, on the third day of the restart, Zack and Zorian decided to launch a more intense investigation into Veyers' whereabouts. Specifically, they decided to break into Boranova Mansion and interrogate Andril Boranova, the man who served as the boy's caretaker ever since his parents had died in the weeping. By necessity, their break-in couldn't be very subtle. Although they had fallen on hard times, the Boranova were still an old noble house, and their manor had very good wards protecting it. Neither Zack nor Zorian were in the mood for spending several restarts gradually mapping their warding scheme in order to subvert it peacefully. As such, they decided to just barge in, make sure Veyers was not hiding somewhere in the house under heavy wards, kidnap Andril and then teleport to a pre-arranged place so they could interrogate the man in peace. The initial attack on the manor occurred in the middle of the night, since the city authorities would be more sluggish at that time, what with most people being asleep and all, and consisted of Zorian casting a number of ward analysis divinations of the mansion's wards in order to locate the ward stone powering them. His probing of the building's wards was instantly detected, of course, but it took time for actual people inside the building to organize, understand what was happening, and muster a response. Before they could do anything, Zorian had already found the information he'd been looking for. "Over there," Zorian said, pointing his finger in the direction of the ward stone. "Got it," Zack said, quickly starting to perform a long chain of gestures. "I'll clear a way for us." Soon, a devastating piece of artillery magic hit the wall in front of them, opening a brand new entrance to the mansion in question. They rushed inside, disabling the dazed mansion defenders they encountered before making a beeline towards the ward stone. Zorian was shocked by how easy the operation turned out to be. No one could stop them. The mansion's inhabitants were caught completely off guard by the suddenness and ferocity of their attack, and most of them tried to fearfully get out of their way instead of organizing some kind of hasty defense against them. In little more than a minute, Zack and Zorian had reached the ward room. The door was made out of thick, alchemically strengthened steel, and was virtually indestructible in the short amount of time they had to do this, but unfortunately for House Boranova, the walls were not similarly durable, and Zack unceremoniously blew the door off its hinges and strolled inside. After that, shattering the golden sphere that served as the anchor for the mansion's wards proved trivially easy. When the mansion's ward stone fell, all of the wards defending the mansion followed. Sometimes, wealthy families like this one had backup systems in case treachery or accidents resulted in the failure of the primary ward stone, but apparently House Boranova didn't bother with such contingencies. With no divination wards to get in their way, they quickly scryed the entire mansion for Veyers, only to turn up empty. No matter, they expected as much. They immediately set off towards Andril, who was actually trying to organize some kind of defense after notifying the authorities about a break-in. The group he gathered around him actually provided the only worthwhile piece of resistance during the whole operation, but a lack of mental shields meant they suffered devastating losses before they realized what was happening and could counter Zorian's abilities. Andril Boranova was knocked out and captured, and the two of them quickly teleported away from the mansion along with their prisoner. They made several teleportation jumps in quick succession, all of them using different teleportation spells and directions of travel, before finally arriving to a small underground box with no physical exits that they had prepared in advance for the interrogation. Strangely enough, when they finally woke up Andril and started asking him about Veyers, the man laughed. It was a very bitter laugh, but a laugh nonetheless. Veyers, Veyers, Veyers. It's always that kid, isn't it? Andril sighed. Alright, what did he do now? It doesn't matter, Zorian said, his voice resonant and magically distorted. Both he and Zack were hidden behind several layers of clothing and privacy spells, and the man should be incapable of casting anything, thanks to a magic-disrupting poison Zorian had fed him while he was unconscious. Hopefully the measures they had taken would be enough to keep their identities safe from various investigators, since they intended to let the man go after they were done questioning him. Where is Veyers now? I don't know, the man grunted, sounding annoyed. Zorian could read his thoughts easily enough, and knew he was telling the truth. Aren't you his guardian? Zack asked. How can you not know? As if that boy ever listened to me. Andril snapped. They made me the boy's guardian, but never gave me the authority to discipline him. He comes and goes as he pleases. I haven't seen him for an entire week, ever since he got expelled from the academy. Why was he expelled from the academy? Zack asked. He lost his temper and erupted into a fireball centered around himself. No fatalities, but some of the people around him were burned, including a teacher that had tried to restrain him, Andril said. The academy said it was an attack. He says he just lost control over his magic, and that if the academy's education was worth a damn, he wouldn't have such shoddy control over his abilities. And what do you think? Zack asked. I think Veyers did simply lose control over his magic and that the academy knows it. They were just looking for a solid excuse to get rid of him, Andril said with a derisive snort. I don't blame them. I wouldn't want him if I was in their place either. Damn it, Veyers, why do you always do this sort of thing? You're being surprisingly cooperative, Zorian pointed out. I'm tired of taking the blame for everything that boy does, Andril said. I didn't see the boy for an entire week and the first news I heard of him comes in the form of being kidnapped by a couple of madmen looking for him. Madmen that are willing to launch a frontal assault on a noble house's headquarters situated inside a major city, and are powerful enough to succeed. I'm not dying for that kid. There was a brief pause as Zack and Zorian processed this. From reading the man's thoughts, Zorian could tell that the way they masked their identity put the man somewhat at ease. If they had openly showed him their faces, he would have assumed they intended to kill him at the end, and would have been much less cooperative. As it was, he felt there was a good chance they would let him go if he told them what they wanted to know. The fact that they were asking about Veyers rather than some other, more serious house secrets was also a factor. The following hour-long interrogation shed some light on the quarrelsome boy that they had once shared a class with, partially through honest question-and-answer sessions with Andril and partially through strategic use of thought reading, memory probes and short-term memory erasure. It turned out that House Boranova did have a bloodline, but most of their members never awakened it to its full potential. In its dormant state, the bloodline simply gave a person exceptional affinity to fire magic. Only the main line of the family knew how to ignite the bloodline into its active state, giving the user more impressive abilities. Although House Boranova hadn't gone extinct during the Splinter Wars and the Weeping, they'd lost most of the core members of the family. Of the main line of the family, only Veyers had survived the tribulations, and his father had died without igniting the boy's bloodline or passing on to him, or anyone else, really, the specifics of the process. The consequence of this was that some of the more influential members of House Boranova started to question Veyers' right of succession. He was too young, they said, and didn't even have his bloodline ignited. What kind of heir of House Boranova didn't have an ignited bloodline? What made him actually qualified to lead the house? Wouldn't it be better to put someone more proven in charge during these trying times? Someone like, one of them. The conflict threatened to tear the house apart, until the Veyers faction created a brand new ignition ritual by piecing together fragmented historical sources and a healthy amount of speculation. Pressed for time and reluctant to give someone else the legitimacy of an ignited bloodline, they decided to use the ritual on Veyers right away. At first, it seemed to work. Veyers developed non-structured fire magic, just like his ignited predecessors, and he could open magical locks that could only be opened by ignited members of the house and access the family's secret areas. The pretenders dropped their claims, and all was well for a while. Unfortunately, it soon became clear that either the new ignition ritual was faulty or that some kind of specialized training regimen was required to stabilize the ignited state, because Veyers started losing control over his emotions and magic. He became prone to rapid mood swings, laughing uproariously in 1 second, only to be reduced to near-suicidal depression in the next, and then erupting into murderous rage when confronted. His non-structured fire magic started manifesting itself based on his subconscious desires, frequently spinning out of his control entirely, almost as if it had a mind of its own. House Boranova hastily found various experts and magical exercises that allowed Veyers to regain some measure of control over himself. None of it was perfect, however, and the complaints about Veyers' leadership returned in full force. Enraged, Veyers tried to have his challengers executed, but House Boranova was in too dire a position to start killing its own members. Essentially, even trying to do so would likely result in internal war. Gradually, Veyers sank into a pit of anger and bitterness at the perceived betrayal of his own family members, and started to lash out at everyone around him. And when he started going to the academy, this anger was extended to the academy and everyone in it, since their attempts to help him control his unstable magical abilities didn't work fast enough for his liking. Just like his family, the academy had failed him. Unfortunately, since Veyers and Andrel didn't get along very well, the man had no idea if Veyers had any friends or associates outside the house they could talk to. It was unlikely that anyone else in his family would know more either. Veyers had burned his bridges with most of House Boranova, even the people who had supported him in the beginning, blaming them for the consequences of his failed ignition. At this point, he was pretty much an heir in name only. The only reason he hadn't been stripped of his position already was that there were multiple valid candidates to replace him, and the Council of Elders was afraid they would tear House Boranova apart if they selected a replacement immediately. They knocked Andrel unconscious and then left him lying in a field near Scioria, set to wake up after a few minutes. After another half an hour to mask their trail, they both returned to Novita Mansion. Zorian was technically living in his old dorm building again, but he and Zack agreed it would be better if he moved in with Zack for the duration of this restart. That way they would always be close enough to coordinate with each other to either flee or fight off attackers. They made a lot of people furious tonight, after all, and they were only going to anger more of them in the near future. If their hunters ended up tracking them down, it was best if they didn't let themselves be picked off one by one. Break. The furor created by their attack on Boranova Mansion was a sight to see. Zorian had originally intended to attack the cult's inner members immediately afterwards, but decided to postpone that when he saw the scale of the manhunt launched against them. Scioria's authorities really didn't like something like that happening right under their noses. Between the attack on House Boranova and the frequent monster attacks that had been taking place in the past couple of days, Scioria didn't exactly look like a safe, civilized city. Zack and Zorian ended up spending most of the next 3 days outside of Scioria, visiting various sites that Zack had found in the past in search of the elusive simulacrum spell. There was probably a more efficient way to find the spell itself, but Zorian was a bit sick of information gathering and this way had the benefit of putting Zorian's combat skills to a practical test against the various creatures and hostile mages that Zack knew about. Zack seemed to find this more fun as well. They fought through an entire tribe of invisible mountain yeti in order to raid the makeshift treasury they had made from the remains of unfortunate travelers that had fallen to their ambushes. They eradicated a massive jewel wasp infestation from an ancient temple so they could access the secret vault around which their main hive was built. They successfully caught a massive man-eater catfish that was terrorizing the villages of Wolga River and extracted a metal scroll case from its stomach. The spells it contained safely protected inside even after years of exposure to stomach acids of the giant catfish. They stormed the tower of a minor necromancer and raided a demon cult. They didn't find the simulacrum spell, but the restart was only beginning and Zorian didn't feel like they were wasting time. Not only was he gaining valuable combat experience, he was also finding all sorts of interesting magics among their spoils. Although Zack had already sifted through these in search of magic for his own use, he had a different focus from Zorian, and many things he didn't have any interest in were good enough to catch Zorian's attention. Zack had very little interest in spell formula, for instance, whereas Zorian zealously studied every magic item they found in their wanderings, trying to divine their secrets in hopes of deepening his expertise. Aside from searching for the simulacrum spell and sorting through loot, Zorian also delivered a number of interesting magical creatures to look at so the man could turn them into transformation potions. Initial results were interesting, though Zorian couldn't tell yet whether to pronounce the initiative a success or not. He also visited several of the experts that Svim had named in his notebook of targets he should aim for. He opted not to attack and memory probe them yet, and simply tried to talk to them to see what he could gain from them peacefully. Sadly, it was like Svim said, their best tricks they weren't willing to share for any price. On the bright side, even the stuff they were willing to share was useful to Zorian. The female mage that specialized in magic sensing techniques was especially useful, allowing him to identify several dead ends among his ideas and helping him narrow down which creatures had the most useful magical senses to try and obtain. Apparently an eye beast, the floating purple blob covered with eyes that had killed him in one of the restarts, was one of the best choices for this. Sadly, when Zack and Zorian tried to search the cave system beneath Nyazov Dveri for the creature, they could not find it. Even when they checked out the place where Zorian had ended up getting killed by it so many restarts ago. 5 days after they were informed of the time loop, Alanik and Svim finally summoned them for a discussion. Faced with their own words and secret codes contained in the notebook Zorian recreated, they tentatively accepted the truth of the time loop. Svim more so than Alanik, who still seemed to be having trouble accepting something as bizarre as time travel. On the other hand, Svim seemed to be very ill at ease about the invasion and the plot to release a primordial inside Scioria, whereas Alanik took that part in stride. Together, the four of them slowly went through that final battle, which obviously wasn't in the notes Zorian gave them, noting what tactics Quatakikla used, what spells were used and how they fared, as well as the various information Zorian had ripped out of the mind of that cultist mage at the end. Many ideas and suggestions were thrown around, and many more would no doubt be handed out after Alanik and Svim had the chance to pore over the information for a few days. Alanik seemed to be especially outraged when he found out about the specifics of the child sacrifice involved in the ritual to release the primordial, and wanted to know the names of the children so he could have someone guard them. Zorian had no complaints about that. It was actually rather relieving to hear, and took some weight off Zorian's conscience for not focusing on them too much. After that, Zack and Zorian started going after the cult's inner circle. These raids were far more subdued and sophisticated than their direct assault on Boranova Mansion, but they were hardly undetected. For one thing, the inner circle of the cult consisted of powerful mages, many of which had influential positions in various organizations. They were rarely alone, and their homes were well protected. For another, Zack and Zorian were after their possessions as well as their secrets. Whenever they gained access to their targets' homes, they took anything that looked valuable, interesting, or incriminating. Just as the furor over the attack on House Boranova started to die down and the attacks of the monsters crawling out of Scioria's underworld began to subside, a new round of scandals erupted in the city as several prominent mages were attacked in their homes and robbed of their possessions. The outrage got so bad that the Crown of Eldamar announced they intend to send a group of royal investigators to inspect the city and its institutions. It was a bad time to be a Scioria city official. Break. With a dull thud, the only door connecting the black room beneath Scioria to the time magic research facility closed shut. From the point of view of the outside world, it would open on the very next day. From the point of view of Zack and Zorian inside, They had just secured themselves an extra month of time in the restart. "We did it," Zack said happily. "I really thought we messed things up there for a second, but we did it." "We did mess things up," Zorian said, inspecting the silky red robe in his lap. It was the fabled red robe worn by the inner members of the cult, one of the 4 that Zack and Zorian had acquired in their raids against the cultists. "Our forgery of the royal seal was incomplete and the guy inspecting our documents saw through it. I had to edit his memories." "Ah," said Zack, deflating a little before his enthusiasm returned in full force. "Oh well, all is well that ends well. We didn't forget anything, did we?" Zorian glanced at the large pile of wooden crates they'd brought with them into the black room. There was a little bit of everything there: food, water, books to sift through, magical spells and exercises to test, piles upon piles of crystallized mana to make up for the lack of ambient mana in the black room, some interesting magic items for Zorian to study, board games to pass the time with and so on. He couldn't see through solid objects, obviously, but they didn't lose any of the crates in transit, so it should all be there. "I don't think we forgot anything, no," Zorian said, shaking his head. He put the red robe aside for the moment and gave Zack a tired look. "How come you are so excited about this, anyway? You realize you're going to spend the next month cooped up with me in this tiny space, sifting through written records and going through repetitive exercises?" "Don't be a killjoy, Zorian," Zack said. "This is the first time I've been in a time dilation chamber. This thing could do so much good for us. It's exciting." Zorian chuckled knowingly. He would see how long this mood would last. 62, Improperly Used. Chapter 062 Improperly Used. Inside the black room beneath Cyoria, Zorian sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed in concentration. Floating in front of him was a large sphere of water, its surface calm and smooth, without even the slightest ripple disturbing its surface. Around the sphere orbited numerous smaller spheres, each following a different orbit yet somehow managing not to crash into each other. Without warning, a chunk of crystallized mana sailed through the air and punched straight through one of the smaller spheres in order to slam into the central sphere. The entire system of watery spheres trembled and wobbled for a moment, threatening to fall apart. But it didn't. After a few seconds, Zorian succeeded in regaining control. Soon, the only evidence of the impact was the chunk of crystallized mana currently floating in the center of the watery sphere and the fact that 2 of the smaller spheres ended up crashing into one another, forcing Zorian to absorb them into the central mass. Zorian opened his eyes and glared at Zack. "It's so boring," Zack sighed, idly chucking another lump of crystallized mana at the sphere. Zorian temporarily shifted a portion of his concentration at the incoming crystal, seizing control of it telepathically and hurling it back at Zack. It did nothing, though, since Zack just lazily raised his hand and caught it in his palm. Zorian shook his head in a mixture of amusement and exasperation. They had only been inside the black room for 10 days at this point and Zack was already starting to get stir-crazy. For a moment he refocused on the water in front of him, causing all of the spheres to merge together into a thin stream and drain away into the miniature cistern which it had come from. 10 seconds later it was all gone, leaving behind only a wet chunk of crystallized mana. Zorian let it fall and caught it in his palm, before turning his attention to Zack again. Truthfully, even Zorian found the situation hard to bear. They were trapped inside the equivalent of a tiny apartment, they had virtually no privacy and the lack of a clear day and night cycle was messing with their sleeping habits. He felt he could understand that one group that ended up butchering each other a lot better now. Even so, this was something that had to be done, and they both knew it. The situation was hard to bear, but they were accomplishing things. Zack spent most of his time slowly honing his personal soul awareness and mental barriers, occasionally testing the latter against casual telepathic attacks by Zorian. When he was not doing that, he was either thinking up some way to distract himself or helping Zorian go through the numerous books and documents they brought with them to the Black Room. These gathered texts were either stolen from the stashes of high-ranking cultists, looted from the various sites they attacked in their, thus far futile, search for the simulacrum spell, picked up from the Iranian treasury beneath Cyoria or simply bought from the stores with their vast wealth. Zack wasn't much of a researcher, but Zorian appreciated his help all the same. As for Zorian himself, he spent most of his time going through the aforementioned books, practicing shaping exercises and working on his spell formula blueprints. He could not properly test the latter within the confines of the Black Room, both because of insufficient materials and because of the danger of his experiments backfiring in a small confined space, but a lot of spell formula work was theoretical in nature. "If you're so bored, why don't you finish reading through those scrolls I gave you earlier?" Zorian asked, slowly drawing out mana from the crystal in his palm to replenish his reserves. Since the Black Room was completely cut off from the outside world, all of the ambient mana had been used up by now, forcing them both to use their supply of crystallized mana instead. "Ugh. Did I ever tell you that I don't really like reading?" Zack asked. "Yes," Zorian deadpanned. "Many times." "Well, I'm saying it again," Zack huffed. "I don't like to read. I especially don't like to read long-winded cryptic rantings written by demon-worshipping cultists." "Primordials aren't demons," Zorian pointed out. "Whatever," Zack said, throwing his chunk of crystallized mana at Zorian again. Zorian tried to catch the incoming crystal with his remaining free palm, but was a lot less dexterous than Zack and would have likely failed to catch it, if he hadn't cheated by subtly altering the crystal's trajectory to hit his palm. He threw the other crystal at Zack, deliberately aiming it over his head rather than straight at him, but Zack still caught it without problems. Was Zack always so accurate, or was this simply a product of endless practice over more than 3 decades of restarts? I'm starting to question if those cultist texts are even worth anything. I don't remember us finding anything useful in them thus far. Well, if nothing else, they have the most comprehensive explanation of blood magic, including actual guidebooks and casting instructions, said Zorian, picking up a nondescript book bound in brown leather from the stack beside him. The book appeared completely blank at first sight, but if one channeled mana into it in a very specific pattern, words would reveal themselves. Who knows how long it would have taken us to gather this kind of illegal expertise otherwise? Zack gave him a silent stare. "What?" Zorian asked. "Mind magic, soul magic, and now blood magic," Zack said. "It's like you're trying to become as sinister as possible." "What makes you think I want to learn blood magic?" Zorian asked, raising his eyebrow at him. "I mean, you're kind of right, but what gave me away?" "The fact you've gone through those books 3 times already is kind of a dead giveaway," Zack said. "Since you're so interested in the idea, I'm guessing there is more to it than stabbing and bleeding people for power, right?" "Yes," Zorian nodded. "There are basically 3 distinct ways to use blood magic. The first one is to simply use it as a power boost to enhance your spells in a critical moment. Needless to say, this is not very healthy for the mage in question. Life force is critical to our health in a way that our mana reserves aren't. Even a slight expenditure of life force will leave you tired and weakened, and since life force recovers far slower than mana reserves, the effects may linger for days or weeks." "Huh," said Zack thoughtfully. "That sounds kind of like drawing upon raw ambient mana to get out of a bad situation, only better because you're only risking your health instead of both your health and sanity." "Pretty much, yes," Zorian nodded. "As far as I can see, drawing upon one's life force is superior in virtually every way to drawing upon raw ambient mana." "But not every way?" Zack asked. "Well, it is admittedly somewhat easier to kill yourself by overdrawing on your life force than it is by drawing upon raw ambient mana," Zorian admitted. "Still, the risks are quite manageable in my opinion. Especially for us, what with our ability to undo any lasting damage caused by training or abusing it." "Can we simply undo such lasting damage?" Zack frowned. "How are you so sure this won't be a problem?" "That special soul awareness training Alanik is putting me through is essentially inflicting a form of life force damage on me," said Zorian. "Most of the really big symptoms go away after a few hours of any particular session, but smaller ones linger for days afterwards. I tire more easily, lose most of my appetite, suffer from random cramps and pains and so on. Zack seemed taken aback at his admission. "You never mentioned that," he said. "I didn't want to whine," Zorian said, shaking his head. "It's a small price to pay for what I'm getting. Anyway, Alanik pushed me pretty hard in the previous restart, so these things never really had time to die down. Instead, they just kept getting gradually worse as the restart progressed. They were never crippling, but it was noticeable. When the restart ended, however, so did all the health issues I had accumulated in the previous restart." "And now?" Zack asked, frowning. "Are you getting sicker all the time in this restart too?" "No, I'm pacing myself better this time," Zorian said. "Good," Zack said. "Even if you can get your health back, it can't possibly be good for your mind to spend an entire restart increasingly tired and in pain." Zorian hummed thoughtfully. That was a good point. "So what are the other two ways of using blood magic?" Zack asked after a while, breaking Zorian out of his thoughts. "Right. The other two methods," Zorian said. "Well, the second one is probably the most famous one. Or should I say infamous? It's basically ritually killing people to extract their life force, which is then used to cast spells. Usually demon summoning." "What?" Zack asked, giving him a strange look. "Why demon summoning?" "Casting spells with someone else's personal mana is hard," said Zorian. "It's not toxic like raw ambient mana, but other people's mana is extremely hard to shape and control. This is especially true when that mana was taken forcibly from the target. Using other people's life force has the same problem, only worse, since life force is so much more potent than regular mana. If you want to do anything fancy with your stolen life force, you need to set up long and demanding rituals. It's much easier to just summon demons with your own mana and use stolen life force as payment for their cooperation." "I thought demons asked for souls as payment," Zack said. "They accept both, and more besides," Zorian shrugged. "It depends on the demon, really." "Well, whatever," Zack said, clearly not terribly interested in the discussion about demons. "Since the first method is kind of neat, but situational, and the second method sounds exactly as awful as I feared, I'm guessing it was the third method that got you so interested in this stuff." "Right. The third method of using blood magic is related to enhancement rituals," Zorian said, a bit of excitement suddenly shining in his eyes. Zorian launched into a quick explanation of the matter. Enhancement rituals were complex magical rituals that granted permanent magical enhancements to the target. Superhuman strength, fast healing, flight, fire breathing, inherent ability to see mana, these were just some of the many possibilities that a caster could acquire by investing in the field. There was a price, of course, or else they would already be in widespread use. First of all, there was no such thing as a safe and easy enhancement ritual, they were all very dangerous and difficult, with the slightest mistake having the potential to kill, cripple or render insane. Secondly, enhancement rituals effectively turned the target into a magical creature, and magical creatures needed mana to live. Every magical creature needed a certain amount of ambient mana just to stay alive and fuel their magical abilities. The more powerful they were, the higher the ambient mana levels had to be to support them. Stepping into an area too thin in ambient mana to support them wouldn't immediately kill them, but they would find themselves quickly weakening and wasting away. This was the main reason why powerful monsters from the deeper levels of the dungeon didn't overrun everything, they would effectively starve to death outside their home areas. A human, regardless of the manner in which they acquired their magical abilities, also had to pay the price to maintain their existence. A portion of their mana reserves was effectively lost, permanently tied down in the maintenance of the magical enhancement. Their mana reserves maximum would be permanently lowered. It was a heavy price to pay, especially for a mage already suffering from below-average mana reserves, such as Zorian. Mages interested in magical enhancements had to think very carefully about whether a particular enhancement was worth the price they would pay for it. That said, while the price had to be paid, the size of the price was not set in stone. Depending on the sophistication of the enhancement ritual, the quality of the materials used in the procedure and the skill of the mage conducting it, the enhancement could either cost you half of your maximum mana reserves or a mere tenth of it. Blood magic, by virtue of interacting with a person's very life force, could allow one to integrate a magical ability extremely well into the target. So well, in fact, that the ability could become inheritable, a true bloodline. In fact, quite a few bloodlines began in this very manner. Employing blood magic to integrate an enhancement ritual made an already dangerous undertaking even more risky, but the price for an enhancement so well integrated into the target was greatly reduced. There was still a price. Even with blood magic use, Zorian would still have to give up some of his precious mana reserves to acquire permanent magical enhancements. However, the price was reduced enough that Zorian was no longer willing to ignore the possibility outright. It's not a priority, of course, Zorian finished. But I definitely intend to experiment with the field in the future. Zack clacked his tongue in dissatisfaction. I have to say I'm not too fond of the idea, he said. Every time I think of blood magic, the image of those shifter children from the previous restart pops into my mind. Zorian flinched a little at the reminder. But I trust you not to descend to that level of depravity, Zack hurriedly added. Just, stay away from the whole sacrifice people to summon demons part of the field, yeah? Yeah, Zorian nodded, a little more subdued. He had originally wanted to point out that Zack could benefit from enhancement rituals even more than Zorian would, but decided this wasn't the best time to raise that issue. Break. Zorian leafed through one of the books on more exotic shaping exercises, searching for something that seemed challenging, but not frustratingly so. Most of the exercises in it were pretty crazy stuff, though, even by his standards. He tried to remember where they had found the book while he leafed through its pages. After a few seconds, he remembered. It was one of the books they had taken from the Iranian treasury. They had also tried to break into that secret room on the ceiling where the Sciorian web presumably kept their real treasures, but failed. Despite Zorian's growing skill at disarming magical security systems, all they had succeeded in doing was triggering the safeguards and ruining everything. No matter. He would figure out how to get inside eventually. The setup was quite good, but it was no longer as arcane to him as it once was. He was pretty sure he could figure out how to dismantle the security spells in another 5 or 6 attempts. Why do you keep bothering with shaping exercises? Zack asked him, not bothering to actually look at him. He was too busy juggling a dizzying number of crystallized mana chunks to devote too much attention to Zorian. Show off. Because I still haven't reached the limit of my shaping ability, Zorian said, sounding as if that was the most obvious thing in the world. Zorian, you're already starting to get better than me in terms of shaping skills, Zack sighed. And my shaping skills are good enough to cast just about every type of magic out there. Including really demanding ones like medical magic. What the hell do you even intend to do with crazy shaping skills like that? You can never have too much shaping skills, Zorian told him. You spent too much time around Svim, Zack said. The guy's brainwashed you. Every improvement of my shaping skills, no matter how minor, means I spend less mana on my spells, Zorian said. For a low mana guy like me, every drop of mana is precious. We can't all be inexhaustible mana monsters like you, Zack. Hell yeah. I'm the only one awesome like that. Zack said, puffing his chest in an exaggerated fashion. Unfortunately for him, the action caused him to lose control over the chunks of crystallized mana he was juggling. They clattered to the floor, some of them breaking up into smaller pieces upon hitting the ground. Oops. Zorian snorted in amusement. Did you ever find any clues about your mana reserves? Zorian asked curiously. There has to be a reason why you deviate so much from everyone else when it comes to your mana reserves. Sadly, no, Zack said, stepping over the fallen crystals in order to sit down next to Zorian. No one I consulted about it has any idea how that is possible. Most people think it's some kind of undocumented bloodline of the Novita. Although if so, it's one that shows up rarely and irregularly, Otherwise the enemies of our house would have noticed it and noted it in the past. I suppose there is no chance of you just being very, very lucky? Zorian asked. It's rather unlikely, Zack said. I'm sure you've noticed by now that my shaping skills aren't that much worse than yours, despite the massive disparity between us in terms of mana reserves. Of course, Zorian nodded. I assume that's just decades of practice adding up. Ha. Well, it's not just that, Zack said. The fact I was able to keep up with the academy curriculum at all, even before the time loop, pretty much shuts down the theory I'm just lucky. I'm magnitude 50 in terms of mana reserves, but I can shape my mana as if I was magnitude 25 at most. That's too convenient to be natural. Yeah, Zorian said thoughtfully. Still, magnitude 25 isn't small at all. I'm surprised you managed to get your shaping skills as high as you did with that as your starting point. I did have a lot of time to get it right, Zack pointed out. Considering you managed to catch up to me in a measly 5 years or so, I don't think it's really that impressive. Especially since my shaping skills are as high as they will ever be while yours just keep growing better and better. I'm sure Svim would be able to find you something to work on if you asked him for help with your shaping, Zorian teased. Zack scowled at him, but then suddenly gained a thoughtful look on his face. He kept staring at Zorian for a few seconds, making him increasingly uncomfortable. What? Zorian asked impatiently. You know, if you're really so determined about pushing your shaping skills to the best they could be, you should invest some time in learning medical magic. Or at least, the diagnostic half of it. Many of those diagnostic spells analyze the state of your magic, not just your body. You can use them to map the flow of energies inside of you and get a better picture of your own limits. That did make sense, sort of. Zorian already had a decent feel for his own mana, thanks to Svim's training, but this still sounded like an improvement in that regard. Maybe some other time, Zorian said, shaking his head. It sounds interesting, especially if I intend to seriously mess around with blood magic, but it does not fit into my current plan. We have a plan? Zack asked with mock surprise. Okay, so it's a very loose plan, Zorian admitted. But it does exist. What, do you want us to make a step-by-step schedule or something? They decided to take a few hours to just relax and unwind. They played cards and board games, exchanged stories and even had a drawing competition. Sadly, they couldn't agree if it was Zack's portrait of Zorian or Zorian's portrait of Zack that was better, so the contest was reluctantly pronounced a draw. They still had 10 days to go. Zorian didn't regret coming here in the slightest, but damn would he be glad to be out of this place. Break. Finally. Zack said, spinning around with his arms stretched out to take in the forest around them. Finally, after years of imprisonment dash. Only 30 days, actually, Zorian corrected. It felt like years, Zack continued stubbornly. Damn, I'd never imagined seeing a bunch of trees would make me so happy. Look, Zorian, trees. Trees. Zorian smiled, saying nothing. He too was glad to be out, but he wouldn't dignify Zack's overdramatic antics with a verbal response. As if seeking to spite him, Zack walked up to one of the trees and hugged it. Zorian stopped walking and stared at the spectacle in amusement, wondering how long Zack would keep this up. Especially since Zorian could see a large amount of ants traveling up and down the tree in question, and they didn't seem happy at Zack for disturbing them. Suddenly, Zack flinched away from the tree with a muttered curse and started shaking the furiously attacking ants off of him. Zorian couldn't help it, he laughed loudly at Zack's misfortune, and then dodged backwards when Zack tried to shake off the ants in Zorian's direction. Jerk, Zack sniffed disdainfully. Come on, Zorian said, motioning Zack to follow him. We're not far from Alanix's place. Once we give him the report we prepared for him in the Black Room, we can go and do a glad we're out celebration or something. During their month in the Black Room, Zack and Zorian had taken the time to compile all the important information they had gleaned from the looted cultist texts. Zorian intended to follow up on that information himself, of course, but it wouldn't hurt to give that information to Alanik as well. Maybe coming at the problem from two different directions would result in something. That does sound nice, Zack said, trailing after him. But I'm the one picking the place. No offense, Zorian, but you have no idea how to have fun. I have a feeling I'm going to regret this, but fine, said Zorian. It's not true fun unless you regret it immediately afterwards, Zack said sagely. Alanik was surprised to see them on his doorstep, but his surprise quickly turned pleasant when he realized what they'd brought to him. Thank you for this, he said. I must say, I was a bit disturbed at how lightly you were taking this invasion, time loop or no time loop. It's comforting to realize you really are putting some work into dealing with it. It's hard to stay outraged at something for years and years, especially when things get reset once a month, Zack said. But we aren't ignoring it. Just remember to compile a similar report with your findings by the end of the restart, Zorian added. Of course, Alanik said. What do you intend to do now? For the rest of the day? Get drunk, said Zack. Ugh, was that what he was planning? Afterwards, well. I guess me and Zorian will continue our search for the simulacrum spell. I'm sure I encountered it somewhere in the past, but I just can't seem to find it. Why is a spell like that so rare anyway? Zack probably didn't actually expect Alanik to answer that, but the warrior priest gave him an answer all the same. It's because the simulacrum is one of the major stepping stones towards becoming a lich, Alanik said. If you can cast that, you're halfway there already. Not to mention the spell itself being a complete nightmare for criminal investigators. So anyone who is known to have it is watched more intently by the Mage Guild, unless they are very closely aligned with them. So, don't tell anyone we can cast simulacrum, is what you're saying? Zack asked, largely rhetorically. Alanik gave him a blank stare. Yeah, I figured. But wait, doesn't that mean I should be looking for the spell primarily among groups of necromancers and liches? Yes. Alanik said, then frowned. Hold on. You know the locations of necromancer groups and lich sanctums. Just, how many of these locations are we talking about? 15 minutes later, it had been determined that Alanik would join them on their simulacrum search. And also that Zack would sit down and write down a list of all necromancers, liches, demon worshippers, slaver compounds and other criminal sites he knew of, or at least the ones that he still remembered the exact location of, since he had forgotten quite a few of them by now. Unlike Zorian, he had never acquired some method of guaranteed perfect memory, and had never been all that good at remembering details anyway. Zorian had a feeling that Alanik's notes at the end of this restart would no longer be as small and sparse as they'd been at the end of the previous one. Break. This is bullshit, Zack complained, his voice slurring slightly. He downed another glass of hard liquor and narrowed his eyes at Zorian. There is no way you're so good at holding your liquor. You're cheating somehow. You cheater. Well, he was certainly right about that. As a point of fact, Zorian was using the trick taught to him by Hazlush, so long ago, and stealthily transmuting his alcohol into sugar. But why would he ever admit that? He just downed his glass of sugar water and gave Zack a bright, self-satisfied grin. Break. In the Ishikatara Sea, the southern sea enclosed by the two prongs of the Altasian continent, there was a pirate ship. Well, there were quite a few of them actually, but this one was important because its crew was mostly composed out of skeletons. The only living crew were a trio of brothers, each of whom was a necromancer of some skill. The skeleton pirates, as they were commonly called by their victims, had been living a pretty good life until now. The trade companies in charge of most merchant ships were notoriously cheap, staffing their cargo ships with the smallest crew they could get away with. Meanwhile, skeletons required no food or pay, and could be packed like sardines into the pirate ship's cargo hold without ever complaining about inhuman conditions or getting sick. As such, when a metaphorical skeleton crew of a merchant ship met the literal skeleton crew of the pirate ship, the result was rarely in doubt. The living sailors were severely outnumbered, and probably reliant on guns for defense, which didn't work very well against skeletons. The only issue was closing in on their victims before they could get away, but the pirate ship the three brothers used was special. Most of their victims wouldn't even know they were coming until it was too late, and quite a few surrendered their cargo immediately when they realized what they were up against. After that, the skeleton pirates looted everything, throwing some of the skeletons overboard to make space for their new loot. The skeletons were easily replaceable, after all, and went off to sell their ill-gotten gains. Sadly for them, their comfortable existence had come to an end. The ship's sails were burning, there were several gaping holes blown in the hull, and the sounds of magical combat emanated from its interior. This time, it was the skeleton pirates who were getting boarded. Inside the ship in question, Zorian was fighting a horde of skeletons. "This is so stupid," he complained, creating a shining beam of severing force to cut the approaching horde at the knees. He learned the hard way that destroying their heads did very little and that he needed to cut off their limbs if he wanted to take them out of the fight. "Why am I the one fighting mindless skeletons instead of going after living mages vulnerable to mind magic? Zack and Alanik better have a good explanation for dash." The ship shook from another explosion, but Zorian telekinetically glued his legs to the floor beneath him and thus managed to stay on his feet. The skeletons were not so lucky, and most ended up falling to the ground, providing an excellent opportunity to Zorian for finishing some of them off and maneuvering himself into a better position. He had to hand it to the three pirate brothers running this ship. They put some pretty good wards on the vessel, or else it would have long since turned into a pile of sawdust from the intensity of the fight currently taking place. Though now that he thought of it, the pirates were probably powering such strong wards with the souls of their fallen enemies, so maybe it wasn't as impressive as it first looked. Or maybe the skeletons doubled as mana generators for the wards in addition to being the disposable crew of the ship. There was a certain amount of beauty in making skeletons pull double duty like that. Before the skeleton horde could fully recover and swarm him again, Zorian conjured an animated mass of ectoplasmic threads beside him and started herding all of the skeletons into it. Soon, the entire group was restrained and compacted together into a giant skeletal ball. Zorian then dragged said ball to the nearest hole in the hull and threw it out of the ship. He then repeated the move with the other skeleton group in the ship. Now, if he was right about his theory, the whole warding setup should. Oh, there we go, the wards were already failing. Wow, they didn't put even the slightest amount of mana storage somewhere as a precaution against a ploy like this. Or at least set things up so they would gradually fade away instead of suddenly crashing down like this. He retracted his earlier praise, this was very amateurish ward making. He set off towards the heart of the ship, where Zack and Alanik were fighting the actual masters of the skeleton pirates, but when he finally got there the fighting was already over. For a group you claimed were such easy targets, it sure took you a long time to finally bring them down, Zorian commented while walking over to them. I assume you're behind the ship's wards failing? Alanik asked, tapping a nearby chest with his battle staff in order to trigger an electrical trap placed on it. Zorian nodded. Thank you for that. They were very annoying. It has been a while since I fought in an area that suppresses fire magic so firmly. I'm sorry, it's been a long time since I fought them and I totally forgot they had these fancy wards covering their ship, said Zack, knocking on his head with a nervous laugh. After a while, I just sank their entire ship instead of trying to fight the crew, so my perspective on how easy they were to fight was a little skewed. Hearing that, Zorian didn't have much hope that the ship's treasure stash held the simulacrum spell. Still, in the interest of being thorough, he joined Zack and Alanik in disarming all the traps defending the treasure stash and searching through the contents. Even if simulacrum wasn't here, there could be something else of note inside. But eventually. Found it. Zack shouted, triumphantly holding a pitch-black scroll case above his head. What, the pirates actually had the simulacrum spell in their stash? Zorian asked, surprised. Yup, this is it. I remember it very well because the scroll case kept destroying the contents whenever I tried to open it, and it was so infuriating. Then I finally managed to get to the scroll inside and it turned out it was just a simulacrum spell. Man, I was so angry about that. Zorian stared at the black scroll case for a moment before motioning for Zack to open it. To his surprise, Zack didn't bother unraveling the defensive trap on the scroll case or using a proper unlocking method. Instead he sent some kind of magical pulse into the scroll case, causing it to fall apart into hundreds of jagged little pieces, as if it was suddenly sliced apart by hundreds of invisible blades. Well, he supposed that was one way to defeat the trap. May I? Alanik asked, extending his hand towards the piece of rolled-up leather that had been in the destroyed scroll case. Zack shared a look with Zorian, who shrugged non-committally. The scroll was promptly handed to Alanik, who unfurled it and scanned the contents. It's legitimate, Alanik eventually announced. Some of the simulacrum versions are incomplete or even malicious versions meant as traps for the unwary, but this seems like the real deal to me. Ha! Zorian had to admit he hadn't even considered that possibility. He knew that some of the spells out there were fake or traps, but it was rarely a problem, especially if one was careful about their spell sources. He supposed that for illegal or highly restricted spells like this, the percentage of fake spells was much higher than average. Especially if they came on a mysterious scroll like this instead of a published book or something. Alanik handed the leather scroll to Zorian, who slowly read through it. Simulacrum, as Zorian already knew, created an ectoplasmic copy of the caster. The copy was fully autonomous, could think and act on its own judgment, and even cast its own spells. However, it had no soul and no mana reserves of its own. Instead, both of these were shared with the caster who made it. That meant that aside from the initial cost of creation for the simulacrum, as well as the running cost of maintaining its existence, the caster also had to pay for every single spell the simulacrum decided to cast. He explained as much to Zack, who had read the description of the spell once but had since forgotten most of the details about it. It's still useful, Zorian noted. Having another copy of me to help me with purely mental tasks would be infinitely useful. But it's not quite as convenient as I thought it would be. Yeah, it's kind of disappointing, Zack said. It's good as bait and an additional worker to boss around, but I don't think you'll be using it too much in battle. I wouldn't be too sure about that, Zorian said. Sure, I won't be spamming double fireballs with my simulacrum or anything, but my telepathic abilities are quite cheap in terms of mana costs. And they are more useful as a devastating opener than as a long-term tool in battle, so it would be pretty useful if I could make twice as many telepathic attacks whenever I make my move. Double the Zorian, double the mind magic. As if your mind magic wasn't terrifying enough as it is, Zack grumbled good-naturedly. There are two things you should keep in mind, Alanik said suddenly. One is that no simulacrum is an entirely flawless copy of yourself. Especially in the beginning, the copies are bound to be greatly degraded version of you, lacking the full extent of your abilities. As your proficiency with the spell grows, you will be able to get increasingly better replicas, but in the end, the simulacrum is just a reflection of you, rather than a flawless copy. This is especially obvious if you keep the spell going for long periods of time. I strongly recommend that you don't keep your simulacrum active for more than a day, or else they will start developing their own personalities and goals that may run counter to your own. People have been killed by their own simulacrums in the past. Considering your simulacrum will be a mastermind mage like you yourself apparently are. Yeah, I get the picture, said Zorian, wincing slightly. Don't leave the simulacrum running for too long, or it may decide to overwrite my mind with its own or something similar. Yes, Alanik nodded. The second thing you should keep in mind is that, while a simulacrum isn't identical to you in every way, it is a replica of you in most ways. For instance, some people react really badly to the knowledge that they are a copy of a person, which causes their simulacrums to break down or go berserk immediately after being created. I don't think you and Zack will have that kind of problem, considering the supposed nature of the time loop, but it's something to keep in mind if you ever decide to share the spell with someone else. Similarly, if you don't like doing something, your simulacrum won't like doing it either, so it's a bad idea to foist things you hate upon your simulacrums. This also means that if you can't bring yourself to sacrifice your life for another, chances are your simulacrum won't want to sacrifice itself for your sake either. In other words, the simulacrum wasn't his personal slave and would only obey orders that he himself would be willing to obey. Fair enough. After a few more warnings and clarification from Alanik, the three of them left the burning ship and returned to Eldamar. The skeleton pirates would trouble people no longer. Break. Zack and Zorian spent the rest of the restart attacking the Sciorian cultists and occasionally going off on further raids on locations Zack remembered from his past. Since they had already found the simulacrum spell, these excursions were technically unnecessary, but they both decided to keep on doing them anyway. Zorian because he wanted the combat experience and had interest in some of the loot that Zack had never cared about, and Zack because he found fighting fun. Alanik joined them often as well, though as the restart gradually approached its end, he became more and more busy with his investigation into the invaders. Svim was also offered a spot in these raids, but declined to go, saying he was too old for that now. For days after Zack and Zorian had left the time research facility beneath Scioria, the place went into an uproar. It took them 4 days, but eventually they did realize that something was wrong with the way Zack and Zorian had used the Black Room. Of course, by this time Zack and Zorian were long gone and there was nothing they could do about it, but still. Zorian investigated the issue to see what they had done wrong, and was amused to find that what had really outed them in the end was the fact that they had never submitted a follow-up report to the proper government department. Apparently each group that used the Black Room had to submit a report, in triplicate, explaining in detail how they had used the Black Room and what their gains were. Since Zack and Zorian had never bothered to do so, the administrative assistant in charge of preserving the reports complained to the research staff, eventually triggering the investigation. If they had just sent the stupid piece of paper to the government office, chances were that no one would have said a thing. Zorian doubted anyone even read those things. 3 days before the end of the restart, Zack and Zorian finally executed a plan that had been in the works since the very beginning of the restart. They broke into the royal palace of Eldamar, quietly infiltrating the place at first, and then just blasting their way inside when they were discovered halfway through. They only got about 2/3 of the way in before the palace defenses began to overwhelm them and they were forced to flee, but even this failed foray into the place told them 2 very important things. First of all, the royal treasury actually did hold one piece of the key within its depths. The dagger, if Zorian was interpreting what his marker was telling him correctly. They would have to figure out a way to break into the royal treasury if they wanted to assemble all 5 pieces. Secondly, trying to break into the Eldamar royal palace caused an unbelievable amount of outrage. The palace guards had followed them for hours after their failed intrusion, only giving up when Zack and Zorian had descended into the deep reaches of the dungeon to lose them. And even then, that had just given them a few hours of peace, during which Eldamar's royals had apparently been organizing a statewide manhunt for them. It had been 3 days since, and the manhunt had never ended. All the newspapers and town gossips were talking about the failed break-in at the royal palace, and there was apparently a huge bounty placed on their heads. The bounty was a bit of a joke, since the crown clearly didn't know much about them, as evidenced by the lack of pictures or any clear descriptions in the bounty posters plastered everywhere. Thank the gods that both of them were experts in anti-divination spells and that they had the fancy red robes they'd stolen from the cultists. Still, while the Eldamar forces didn't know their identities, they clearly had some method of tracking down those 2 people who tried to break into the palace, because they unerringly kept coming after them every once in a while. The 2 of them were constantly on the run, with the longest period of time they had to sit down and relax being about 6 hours. It was frustrating, especially since neither Zack nor Zorian could figure out how their pursuers kept tracking them down. See, I was totally right in saying we should wait for the end of the restart before trying this. Zack said as they ran towards the small forest nearby, the red robe he was wearing distorting his voice in unnerving ways. So what? I never disputed that. Zorian responded, his voice similarly distorted. Before they could say anything else, an ear-piercing screech sounded above them, quickly followed by another. Zorian didn't even have to look at the source of the screeches to know it was those two giant crowned eagles coming after them, each with a pair of battle mages riding them. That thrice-damned group was incredibly annoying, always responding first to their every move, cutting off their retreat routes and disrupting their spells until the rest of the pursuers could catch up to them. Unfortunately, the eagles were fast and agile flyers, and the battle mages riding them were incredibly good, so getting rid of them before their allies showed up was virtually impossible. By now, Zack and Zorian no longer tried to engage them, that just wasted time that could be used for running away. "I don't think we can keep this up for long," Zack told him as he deflected some kind of multicolored lightning bolt into a nearby bush, which immediately exploded from the force of the spell. "How long?" Zorian glanced at the city of Scioria looming nearby. Though it might appear to their pursuers that they were just randomly fleeing around, the two of them had actually been deliberately luring them here. The end of the restart was fast approaching, and the invasion was about to begin. "I think it will start right dash." Before Zorian could finish the statement, numerous artillery magic flares rose into the air from the hills surrounding Scioria. The invasion of the city had officially begun. Zorian grumbled discontentedly. Damn, reality always ruined his dramatic timing. "Never mind, it's starting," he said out loud. "Yeah, thanks a lot. I would have never known if you hadn't told me," Zack said sarcastically. Zorian said nothing, simply stepping closer to his fellow time traveler. Immediately after, Zack finished his spell and they were both enveloped into a semi-transparent white sphere, which then shot into the air with dizzying speed. Giant crowned eagles were apparently fast and agile enough to follow after the sphere, which surprised Zorian more than it probably should have. Still, the two of them had an entire army of surprised invaders to serve as their unwilling meat walls. The sphere unerringly homed in on the largest flock of iron beaks they could find and flew straight through it, splattering numerous birds to death and pissing the entire flock off. Sadly for the pursuing eagles and their riders, furious iron beaks aren't very discriminating about their choice of targets. Especially when one target was clearly more vulnerable than the other and was clearly trailing after it, suggesting that they were working together. The two of them didn't stick around after that. Zack directed the sphere into a nearby building, where it smashed into the wall and crashed inside. This largely got them outside of the iron beak line of fire, since the inside of a building didn't let them concentrate their forces much and they had a much more attractive target outside anyway. Thus, once they had killed the handful of brave birds coming after them, they just left the area by teleporting to different sections of the city. Truthfully, Zorian expected him and Zack to spend the entire night leading their pursuers into a series of conflicts with the invaders. Not because they hoped to get something by doing that, but rather because they felt their pursuers were just that stubborn. However, it would seem they had been uncharitable to their opponents, because after the third time Zack and Zorian led the entire pursuit group into an Abasan army group, they seemed to realize the scale of what was happening and gave up on going after them in favor of helping the beleaguered Sciorian defenders. Encountering Quadakikl during that third confrontation and losing both of their giant eagles in the process may have had something to do with that. Currently, Zack and Zorian were sitting on the roof of the Academy's highest building and observing the fighting. "Wow," Zack said. "You know, those mage hunters are kind of impressive when they're fighting someone else." "Yeah," Zorian agreed. "So what are we going to do now?" Zack asked. "Just sit down and watch the world burn for a few hours until the loop resets." "No," Zorian answered, shaking his head. "I have a better idea. Let's rob the Academy library." Zack looked at him funny, raising an eyebrow at him. "I'm serious," Zorian said. "I know there is probably nothing really that important in there, but I have always wondered what kind of spells are kept behind those higher level sections that I was never allowed to go to." "That is a good point," Zack said. "I can't believe I never tried that myself. If nothing else, just so I can say I did it." And thus, for the next few hours, Zack and Zorian rampaged across the Academy library. While the invaders and the city defenders fought bitter battles across Scioria, the two of them were peacefully searching through restricted texts, unbothered by the librarians and other security, who had long since fled the building in light of the invasion. When the restart finally ended and everything went black, Zorian's only thought was that he hadn't finished the book he was holding. And that they were definitely going to do this again. 63, The March of Days. Chapter 063 The March of Days. To the north of Nyazov Dveri, deep inside the northern wilderness, there was a small, inconspicuous gully with an equally unremarkable cave carved into one of its walls. It was unlikely that anyone who stumbled upon the area would think much of it, though if they were very perceptive or experienced in the ways of the forest, they might have noted that the place felt surprisingly peaceful. Yet, it was anything but. The inhabitant of the cave was vicious and powerful, and many creatures had paid with their lives for trespassing into its area. The peaceful atmosphere was simply the result of the beast killing anything edible or threatening in its immediate domain, which caused the larger and more intelligent creatures to avoid the area. Despite knowing all of this, someone was about to barge into the place and provoke the Grey Hunter Mother lurking inside the cave. Floating high in the air above the area was a wooden platform densely covered in crystalline glyphs, and standing upon it was a teenager that looked like Zorian but arguably wasn't. He was Zorian's simulacrum, and he had been sent here to die. From his safe location high in the sky, the simulacrum stared at the pitch-black entrance to the Grey Hunter's lair, nervously fiddling with the watch-like device in his pocket that controlled the platform he was standing on. It would be lying to say he wasn't apprehensive about what he was expected to do. True, this had been his own idea, back when he and the original were still one and the same, but, well, it was one thing to decide to create a copy of yourself to serve as bait for a giant man-eating spider and quite another to come into existence and realize you are to be that bait. He was made in his creator's image, and Zorian. He had a very strong survival instinct. He couldn't remember ever being suicidal, and even after being trapped inside a time loop he shied away from risking his life without a good reason. He was scared. There, he said it. He was not just apprehensive, he was flat out scared. How could he not be? He was going to be torn apart by a giant spider and he was supposed to just stand there and let it happen. It was. He shook his head, doing his best to calm his thoughts. He chose this. He remembered making this plan, remembered all the arguments for why it had to be this way, and it was all just as valid now as it was then. It was only his own cowardice that was making him hesitate now. And while Zorian had never been, nor was likely to ever be some kind of paragon of bravery, he was better than this. Still. Less than an hour ago, he had been willing to sacrifice his copy for this. He distinctly remembered this. It felt like his own decision, even though he technically didn't even exist back then. What did it say about him that he had been so cavalier about the decision back then, but now that he was to be said sacrifice, he found himself having doubts. One of the rings hanging around his neck suddenly vibrated for a moment. The original was trying to contact him. He sent a telepathic probe into the ring in question, which was actually a miniature telepathic relay, and formed a connection with the mind of true Zorian. He briefly wondered if it was possible to use their soul as a telepathic conduit in lieu of their artificial relays, since they shared one and all. However, he knew too little about soul magic to judge how difficult such an idea would be, so he put the thought aside. "Ready?" the original Zorian asked. The simulacrum hesitated, just for a moment. The original seemed confident. The fear and anxiety that plagued the simulacrum were entirely absent from his progenitor's thoughts. Instead, the original seemed expectant, even excited. What vast differences in thinking, and they had diverged so recently from one another. Well, no matter. Strangely enough, he didn't blame the original for his attitude. What sense would that make? In the past several restarts since Zorian had acquired the simulacrum spell, he had relentlessly practiced it. By now, any copy he produced was a pretty good rendition of the original. The simulacrum was confident that he was cut from the same cloth as the original Zorian, so chances are that he would have behaved the same if their positions were reversed somehow. If he cursed Zorian, he cursed himself. "I'm ready," the simulacrum sent back. After a moment's hesitation, he also enclosed his thoughts on using their soul as a telepathic conduit inside a memory packet and sent them over the link to the original. Just in case the original Zorian didn't have the same idea for some reason. There was a short pause as the original seemed to consider things. When he finally responded a few seconds later, it was with but a single word. Go. The simulacrum didn't argue or stall for time, he immediately pressed a button on the watch-like device in his pocket, causing the wooden platform to plunge downward with dizzying speed. Somehow, now that the moment of truth had finally come, he was able to discard all his worry and hesitation and act decisively. He was still scared, but there was also determination there, or maybe it was just resignation. Either way, as he watched the ground rapidly get closer and closer, he knew that he could do it. He could play the role he was meant to play. Though he was currently standing on a piece of wood hurtling towards the cold, unforgiving ground, the simulacrum wasn't worried about crashing into the ground and dying. The platform wasn't actually falling in the classical sense, as evidenced by the fact it stayed aligned horizontally with the ground instead of flipping around randomly through the air. It was a magical travel device executing a controlled descent, and the simulacrum had full faith in its construction. He remembered making it, after all. No, all of his worry and attention was being directed at the unassuming cave entrance in the gully. He had come to terms with being torn apart by a giant murder spider in the near future, well, mostly, but whether or not his death would achieve anything was still an open question. The plan wasn't complicated, he just had to lure the Grey Hunter mother into stepping onto the very wooden platform beneath his feet, which would cause the multitude of traps and restrictive wards anchored to it to activate, sealing the spider's fate. The problem was that the Grey Hunter was quite canny about recognizing traps. Thus his current method of entry. In theory, suddenly dropping out of the sky right into the middle of the Grey Hunter's territory should catch the spider off guard and enrage it enough for it to rush out and attack him without making sure it wasn't blundering into a trap. In theory. In practice, the Grey Hunter was annoyingly unpredictable. This wasn't the first time Zack and Zorian were fighting the thing, and their previous clashes with it were, well, they managed to eke out a win in the end. For a certain definition of win. The Grey Hunter was dead in the end, yes, but in one restart Zack ended up being bitten and couldn't cast anything for the rest of the restart, and in the other Zorian had both of his legs shattered so thoroughly it took him an entire week to heal, even with the best medical care money can buy. Gods, that was painful. Thankfully, he was just a copy mind inhabiting an ectoplasmic shell, so he wouldn't be suffering through a repeat of that experience. He had no bones to break, after all. Hopefully the trap would work. It would be nice to get the spider's egg sac intact, something they hadn't managed to accomplish up until now, if only so he could rub the achievement into Silverlake's face. But barring that, Zorian would settle for a proper victory instead of a Pyrrhic win that left them in recovery for the rest of the restart. The simulacrum frowned. You know what? He wasn't taking chances with this. If he had to die, he at least wanted his death to be meaningful and achieve something. Thus, just before he hit the ground, he dipped into the mana reserves he shared with the original and cast a hasting spell on himself. He immediately felt the world slow down around him, the spell accelerating his personal time flow by about 2.5 times. This was not part of the plan. In fact, the original was probably cursing him right now to hell and back for wasting a good chunk of his precious mana reserves, but the haste effect might let him react fast enough to the Grey Hunter's moves to actually achieve his mission, so the original would just have to deal with it. The platform hit the ground with surprising gentleness, the powerful wards emanating from it blunting the force of the impact until it could barely be felt. But the simulacrum still felt it and stumbled in place for a second. He recovered almost immediately, but by then the Grey Hunter was already making its move. What a fast response! It would seem they had underestimated the murder spider once again, because less than a second since the platform touched the ground, the Grey Hunter was already jumping out of the cave entrance. It must have detected the intrusion while the simulacrum was still in the air and was already on the move by the time the wooden platform hit the ground. With his accelerated perceptions, the simulacrum could see the furry, many-legged body of the Grey Hunter sailing through the air in all of its terrible detail. The huge glossy fangs, the soulless black eyes, the quill-like fur covering its entire body. The simulacrum was not ashamed to admit he froze in place for a moment. He regained his wits quickly though, just in time to see the grey hunter slam into the ground next to the gully, kicking up dust and gravel as it immediately launched itself back into the air again. He watched the beast intently, trying to think of the best way to keep it contained on the platform long enough for the traps to fully activate. But something was wrong, the grey hunter was going too high and too fast. At that speed and at that angle of ascent, the spider was. Damn it, it was going to overshoot his location entirely. It wasn't taking the bait. Maybe it could understand that the platform was a trap, or maybe it knew that the simulacrum was just an ectoplasmic construct and thus didn't find him threatening enough. Whatever it was, the grey hunter decided to completely ignore Zorian's simulacrum and the platform he was standing on. At that moment, the simulacrum was torn between feeling amused and being annoyed. On one hand, having the murder spider ignore him entirely after all that inner turmoil he went through was kind of funny, but the fact that the spider was clearly going after the original instead was bad and objectively the worst way this mission could have ended. A simulacrum like him was a lot more expendable than the original was. He thought about trying to telekinetically snare the grey hunter and draw it into the trap, or get its attention by using mind magic, but his memories told him that could never work. The grey hunter had insanely high magic resistance, and trying to affect it with magic directly was like trying to hold a live eel, an exercise in frustration. Instead, he tried something else. As the grey hunter was passing overhead, the simulacrum created a thick rope of magical force and tried to use it to entangle the grey hunter and reel it in onto the platform. Unfortunately, the spider twisted its body in mid-air, avoiding the rope by a centimeter or so. It then managed to right itself fast enough to land solidly on its feet, landing a good distance behind the platform. Frustrated at the way he was failing his mission, the simulacrum tried to get the grey hunter's attention by firing a ball of entangling ectoplasmic threads at its back. He knew from experience that the grey hunter was strong enough to break through the spell, but, humiliatingly enough, the spell didn't even hit it properly. The spider reacted instantly, rolling to the side to avoid the bulk of the spell. A few threads did manage to snag it, wrapping themselves tightly around its legs, but the grey hunter just accelerated forward, gouging out clumps of grass from the forest floor as its legs sought greater traction, and the threads that tried to restrain it snapped like they were made of straw. It then sped off into the distance, zigzagging a few times to avoid the handful of overpowered magic missiles the simulacrum had sent after it as a parting gift. Despite being overpowered and cast in haste, the missiles were only faintly visible. Existing only as a slight discoloration in the air, a testament to Zorian's mastery of the spell. Despite this, not only could the grey hunter evidently perceive them without even turning around, it moved with sufficient speed and agility to defeat their homing function and dodge them anyway. That shouldn't even be possible, damn it. The simulacrum stared at the dust trail left behind by the grey hunter, taking a deep breath to calm himself, even though he was just an ectoplasmic construct and didn't really need to breathe. The damn spider didn't even have the decency to turn around and pay attention to him upon being attacked, never mind being tempted to step on the platform. It treated the simulacrum like it was just a particularly aggressive rock or something, instead of an actual threat. Well. His mission was certainly a failure, but maybe he could help the original in some other way. He started running after the monster and sent a message to the original through the relay hanging around his neck, asking for directions. The original had been observing the event through his senses, so he didn't have to explain much. He was immediately told to observe only and stop wasting mana for now. Wow, what a jerk. He supposed he had been a little wasteful with their shared mana reserves, but come on. He was just trying to salvage the situation somehow. When he finally caught up to the grey hunter, he came upon the site of a battlefield. Zack and Zorian were both engaging the grey hunter, along with a group of golems, 2 big and slow ones for defense and 10 smaller and faster ones to act as distractions. The grey hunter hurled itself at Zorian, the original one, only to crash into a thick multicolored plate of force and bounce off. Zack tried to take advantage of this and impale it, sending a trio of black javelins at it, but the spider reoriented itself in an instant, dancing around the projectiles like a leaf in the wind and hurled itself back towards Zorian again the moment its legs touched the ground. It zigzagged across the ground, kicking up dust and gravel and unerringly dodging every trap that had been hidden in the area beforehand, including some purely non-magical ones like hidden pits and iron bear traps. Zack did his best to hit it with a multitude of projectile spells. And Zorian directed his golems to block it and try to push it into one of said projectiles or the traps it was avoiding. It was all for naught. The Grey Hunter's agility and speed was unreal, and the few times it ended up boxed in by the attacks and the traps, it unfailingly identified which attack it could tank without getting hurt. Zack launched a dense sphere of rock at the back of the boxed-in spider, only for it to kick back with its rear legs like a horse and shatter the sphere of magically hardened rock like it was just loosely packed earth. Zorian managed to hit it with a powerful incinerating ray, but all that did was burn off some of the dents for covering its body and didn't seem to do any lasting damage. Zack trapped it in a cage of dense, layered force, but the Grey Hunter mother shattered each one like it was made of paper and burst free before Zack and Zorian could strengthen the prison enough to hold her. One of the smaller golems managed to latch onto the Grey Hunter's back. Without hesitation, the spider rammed itself backwards into a tree, causing the golem to let go. The simulacrum watched all this, observing the battle and waiting for the right moment to act. He knew that, despite Zack and Zorian's apparent lack of success at damaging the Grey Hunter, the situation was under control at the moment. The two of them had fought the beast twice already, and though they suffered a heavy price each time, they also learned how to keep it at bay and put pressure at it. The only reason why the Grey Hunter hadn't fallen yet was that neither Zack nor Zorian were trying their hardest to kill it yet. They were still hoping to get its eggs relatively intact, so they couldn't use area of effect spells as indiscriminately as they should against an opponent like this. Sure enough, while the battle failed to kill the Grey Hunter, it was steadily getting pushed back towards the wooden platform as the minutes ticked by. The spider seemed to realize it was getting herded into a trap, however, and stubbornly refused to get pushed onto it. Finally, after both Zack and Zorian were starting to run out of mana and get physically exhausted, and all but two of the smaller golems had been reduced to scrap, the two finally managed to trick the Grey Hunter into a trap. Zorian deliberately left himself somewhat open, casting his defensive plane of force relatively high, and the Grey Hunter took the bait and tried to slide under it to get to Zorian. Perhaps it was getting tired itself and decided to take the chance. Regardless, Zorian had been ready for it and promptly materialized a dimensional gate in front of himself, a gate whose exit point led straight onto the wooden platform. The spider tried to twist itself in mid-air to dodge it, but Zack used a powerful gust of wind to push it in anyway. And then, just as it was going to slam into the wooden platform and get snared, the Grey Hunter revealed its final trump card. It shot a strand of silk out of its back end and used it as a lifeline to reel itself to the side of the platform, avoiding it entirely. "Okay, that does it," Zack growled. "We're taking it down, damn the eggs." "Fine," Zorian agreed unhappily. The simulacrum could understand the original's frustration. They were so close to total victory. One of the remaining golems tried to push the Grey Hunter onto the platform again, only for the spider to do a backflip, there is no other way to describe it, and land right on top of the golem. It then pushed itself off, using the golem's head as leverage to propel itself away from the risk zone, and shoved the golem straight into the platform in the process. And yet so far away. A giant firestorm suddenly consumed the entire area, courtesy of Zack, and for the first time in the battle, the Grey Hunter screamed. It was fast and tough, but it couldn't dodge a spell that affected such a wide area, and a fire so intense was beyond it to fully shrug off. It was not dead, but large patches of its fur were gone and two of its eyes had burst from the heat. Its egg sac was reduced to ash in its entirety. The Grey Hunter mother let loose an ear-splitting screech of rage for her destroyed eggs and went completely berserk. No longer caring to avoid damage, the spider rushed at Zack, who it correctly identified as the source of the firestorm, at even greater speeds than before. It charged straight through the hail of projectiles launched at it by both Zack and Zorian, losing a leg and another eye in the process, and kept going. It almost succeeded at sinking its fangs into Zack's chest, but Zorian managed to recall the boy away before the strike could connect. A berserk grey hunter was dangerous. They became less cautious and more willing to tank damage in order to inflict some of their own in turn. In their previous clashes with the grey hunter mother, they had been caught off guard by the change in tactics, which was how Zorian had gotten both of his legs broken. This time, though, they were ready for it, and for someone who knew what was coming, a berserk grey hunter was actually easier to fight than a calm one. An area-wide freezing spell from Zack, a ball of shredding force from Zorian, and a collective sacrifice from the remaining golems dogpiling it and self-destructing themselves, and the grey hunter was finally dead. Its mangled corpse looked like a living warzone, but as far as the simulacrum was concerned, the fact it still remained in one piece after everything it went through is already amazing. "It's a shame," the original said, approaching the corpse to inspect it. "I really thought we had a chance of getting its eggs this time." "I'm just glad I didn't get bitten again," Zack said, rubbing his chest as if trying to ward off phantom pain. "Thanks for the save back there. Anyway, you shouldn't be too greedy. This thing is a pain to fight, even when we're going all out, never mind trying to capture it. We still have its corpse in reasonably good condition, which means we can make those awesome magic perception potions again. That's reward enough if you ask me." The simulacrum smiled, remembering how shocked Lukav had been when they had brought a grey hunter corpse to him in one of the restarts and asked him to turn it into an enhancement potion. Unfortunately, grey hunters were so rare and dangerous to hunt that there was no publicly available potion recipes involving them, never mind a specific one that granted the imbiber its senses. Lukav couldn't do it. It was beyond his pay grade, he said. All he could do was give them a list of better alchemists that could be able to help them, though he warned them that even they would probably have to invent a new potion from scratch in order to fulfill their request. Zack and Zorian had to spend 2 weeks visiting various potion makers recommended by Lukav till they found one that was capable of working with the corpse in their hands, and even then it took the woman more than a single restart to create the potion. They had to give her the research notes she had made herself in the previous restart and make something up to explain how they had them. In the end they did get a recipe of turning dead grey hunters into powerful potions of mana perception, but the issues involved had finally convinced Zorian to start learning how to make transformation potions himself. He was still a rank beginner in the field, but even the little he knew was useful. Eagle-eye potions were surprisingly easy to make, and the visual acuity they gave was amazing. "Yes, exactly," the simulacrum said, approaching the group and startling Zack. "You're still here?" Zack asked. "Oh, right, Zorian did say the spider ignored you entirely." "Yeah, the grey hunter had absolutely no interest in me whatsoever. I guess it could tell I'm a simulacrum. Its senses are really something." "It's something all right," Zack said. "Zorian, are you sure that thing isn't intelligent?" "Yes," Zorian said. "I can't affect its mind, but my mind sense works on it just fine and I can judge its sapience. It's dumber than a troll. But it's still about as smart as a crow or a boar," the simulacrum protested against his creator. "It's got animal cunning. Do you remember how Zack dragged us into that bar in Nyazov Dveri and then started a drunken conversation with that group of hunters?" "Ugh, how could I forget?" Zorian said. "You know, Zorian, watching you talk to yourself like that is pretty damn surreal," Zack pointed out. Neither the simulacrum nor the original acknowledged him in any way. "Anyway," continued the simulacrum. "At one point the hunters spoke about being hired to stop wild boars from destroying the crops around the city and complained about how quickly the wild boars learned to recognize and avoid traps. They said the boars even learned how to spot magical setups, despite not having any magic perception as far as anyone knew." "Yes, but those are learned skills," Zorian said, frowning. "The boars have to be constantly exposed to traps to learn how to deal with them. The grey hunter didn't have any chance to learn like that." "How do you know that?" the simulacrum countered. "It's Silver Lake who sent us to this place, remember? Logically, this means she tried to retrieve the eggs herself and failed. I rather doubt she tried to fight the grey hunter head-on, so." She used traps, Zorian said, finally reaching the same conclusion the simulacrum had. She used all sorts of traps, and all she did was teach it how to recognize and avoid them. Zorian looked absolutely outraged at the fact Silver Lake had basically trained the Grey Hunter on how to respond to human attackers and never even bothered to tell them about it, but Zack just laughed lightly. "Deceptive mission givers, how nostalgic," he said. "I remember the first time I got screwed over by one, I was even more incensed than Zorian here. That aside, Zorian, I'm amused that your simulacrum figured it out before you yourself did. How does that work?" "Differing perspectives," the simulacrum said with a light shrug. "We diverged a few measly hours ago," Zorian said dismissively. "Just how different could our perspectives be?" The simulacrum frowned, a little annoyed at the response. He didn't answer with words. Instead he forced a connection to Zorian's mind and blasted him with a few choice memories. The nerve-wracking wait before the platform's descent. The terrifying sight of the Grey Hunter jumping out of the cave and seemingly towards him. The feeling of frustration and powerlessness as he watched the battle without being able to meaningfully contribute anything. Zorian gasped and took a step back, caught off guard by this sudden pseudo-attack, and gave him a shocked look. "Very different," the simulacrum said, and then deliberately collapsed his own ectoplasmic body and dissolved into smoke. His job was done, anyway. Break. It was a beautiful sunny day, and Zorian was standing on an abandoned field, far from anything dangerous or important. He wasn't alone. Standing around him was a group of familiar people: Zack, Taven, Amaya, Kiriel, Kana and Kale. They were all gathered around a stone table that Zorian had created out of the nearby ground, watching the potion bottles lined up in the center of it. Each had a slightly different reaction. Zack looked mildly interested but otherwise calm and collected. Taven had a distant, thoughtful expression, seemingly consumed in her own thoughts and barely even conscious of her surroundings. Amaya seemed torn between quiet excitement and apprehension, occasionally glancing at Kiriel and Kana with a small frown. She probably thought they were too young to be here. Considering the unhappy, sour look that Kale was giving Zorian, he probably agreed with that conclusion. Zorian was unrepentant, though. If Kale didn't want Kana here, he could have just refused to bring her along. It wasn't Zorian's fault that Kale was too weak-willed to resist his daughter's whining and relented to her requests in the end. As for Kiriel, well, she was practically vibrating on her feet from excitement, staring at the potion bottle like she wanted to swallow it with her eyes. A bit comical, but Zorian could understand. It wasn't every day that you got a chance to turn into a bird and fly. "Alright," Zorian finally said. "I'm giving you all one last chance to back out." Besides Kiriel's loud "no," he received no response. He assumed that meant none of them were stepping out at the last moment, but just to be sure he gave Kale a curious look, since he seemed to be the one most against this. Kana, whom Kale was currently holding in one hand, noticed the look and gave her father a quiet whine, as if warning him to not even think about sending her away. Kale responded with an amused snort and a casual tap against her forehead. "I'm going to go through with it, against my better judgment," Kale said, looking Zorian straight in the eye. "I guess I should congratulate you, it's been a while since Kana so obviously wanted something. Now hurry up and explain things before I change my mind." "Fine," Zorian shrugged. "I'll keep it brief. There are 6 transformation potions here, all identical. Drink it and you will be transformed into a peregrine falcon." "And then we can fly?" Kiriel asked excitedly. "Of course," Zorian said. "What would be the point of transforming into a bird if you can't fly? Though it might take a while before you can control your new body correctly, so don't be surprised if your initial attempts turn poorly." "What if someone falls from the sky for some reason?" Amaya asked. "Or if something tries to eat us?" "That's why there are 6 potions instead of 7, Zack noted. "I'll remain untransformed and step in if someone messes up. As for something trying to eat you, well, it shouldn't happen. But if it does, Zorian will be flying beside you and give them hell." There is nothing in the area that can survive against him. Mostly because of his psychic powers. For normal mages, transforming into a non-humanoid form was quite risky, as they would lose access to all structured spells. Zorian's mental powers were just as usable as a falcon as they were when he was human, so he was not nearly as defenseless. Okay. It's comforting to know you've put some thought into this and that it isn't something you're doing on a whim, Amaya said. But isn't this horribly expensive? Don't get me wrong, I'd like to try being a falcon as much as the others, but it just seems so wasteful to spend all these potions for what is essentially playing around. Ah, yes, Amaya was the only adult here that hadn't been informed about the time loop. One of these days he was going to tell her the truth just to see how she reacted. He spent a few seconds trying to put together a convincing response in his head, but before he could vocalize it Taven already butted in to explain instead. Don't worry about that, Taven sighed. It's secret so I can't tell you the details, but the cost of these potions is so small for these two as to be functionally irrelevant. A few more clarifications later and the potions were distributed to everyone present except Zack. Originally Zorian intended to drink his potion first to reassure the others that it worked correctly, but apparently Kiriel didn't need convincing and immediately drank hers when Zorian handed a bottle to her. She transformed without any issues and the rest of them were treated to a sight of a brand new female falcon flailing around on the grass for a good minute or so. She had attempted to take flight immediately and found that it was not nearly as easy as one might think. After that the rest of them drank the potion and transformed as well. The next several hours were kind of a mixed bag. On one hand, nobody ended up getting hurt. On the other hand, it turned out that Zorian had vastly underestimated how difficult it was to control a completely alien body for most people. He had thought that his initial attempts at being a bird were bad, but he was like a born genius compared to what his current pupils displayed. After some thoughts, he came to the conclusion that this was probably another thing that benefited from him being open, as Urania would call it. The entire point of his psychic ability was that it gave him greater awareness of his own mind and allowed him to process mental information from completely foreign sources. That was why he was able to contact and read other people's minds so easily, why divinations that dumped information straight into the mind of the caster worked better for him, and probably why he could handle being transformed into a completely foreign body far better than, say, Amaya or Kale. He suddenly understood a lot better why transformation magic was so relatively niche, and why shifters were still envied by those who wished to take on the forms of other creatures. Learning how to control a different body than the one you are used to was hard for Zorian, and it was apparently even harder for other people. Anyone who wanted to benefit from transformation magic couldn't do it on a whim, they had to practice with their new form a lot before they could use it in any serious manner. Still, by the time the potion wore off, everyone had managed to take flight at least once. This was mostly because Zorian was present, though. He used his telepathy to directly show people how a falcon is supposed to move, sometimes even puppeteering their movements for a few seconds to demonstrate what they were doing wrong. If they had been trying this alone, chances are they would have required at least 3 or 4 sessions to get it right. And it was entirely possible they would have ended up hurting themselves in the process. The common consensus at the end was that being a falcon and flying through the air under their own power was amazing and that maybe they should do it again sometime. Kiriel also excitedly floated the idea of turning into a dragon next time. He probably spooked Amaya and Kale something fierce when he didn't immediately veto the idea. Break. What are you doing? Zorian stopped drawing the bowl of fruit in front of him to give Kiriel a strange look. Isn't it obvious? Zorian asked. I'm drawing things. Zorian didn't really know why he was doing it, to be honest. He didn't think himself an artist, but he felt like trying a new hobby since his old one of reading fiction was starting to get a little stale. There were only so many good stories out there and he had read just about everything that interested him at least twice by now. He would probably get bored of drawing eventually, but he had only been doing this for the past 3 restarts and for now he found it kind of relaxing. Since when do you draw? She asked, nosily sticking her head over him to study his work. Is this related to that mysterious artist of yours? For a moment, He was confused what she was talking about before he remembered that was how he had explained those old drawings of hers he had given her at the beginning of the restart. He had been steadily compiling her work over the past several restarts, giving her the updated collection in every restart. Since she disliked drawing things that already existed among the drawings given to her by Zorian, this forced her to continually pick new things to draw every time. Much like his decision to start drawing, this effort was motivated purely on the ground that he found the result kind of amusing. It was a bit wasteful in terms of mental space, but that was no longer the issue it once was. Ever since he opened the matriarch's memory packet, he had plenty of space for things like this. In addition, he had recently developed a better, more efficient method of storing notebooks than his original improvised setup. He no longer recorded the entire structure of a notebook, opting to just memorize the text and the diagrams inscribed within. A seemingly simple idea, but one that had taken him months of tinkering to get right. "Yeah, I guess it is," said Zorian. After all, it was unlikely it would occur to him to start drawing if it were not for Kyrielle. "Is she a girl?" Kyrielle asked conspiratorially. Zorian's mouth twitched in amusement. "Yes," he said with a bashful cough. "As a matter of fact, she is." Kyrielle grinned impishly, looking very pleased with herself for figuring it out. "I knew it," she crowed. "What's her name? Do I know her? When can I meet her? Oh, and what about?" It took Zorian at least a half an hour to get her to leave him alone, and somehow he had managed not to laugh at her face throughout the whole thing. Sometimes he really surprised himself. "Break." Zorian turned the solid iron sphere in his hands, staring at it thoughtfully. He would undoubtedly look weird and maybe kind of crazy to any passerby that might be looking at him, since the sphere was totally invisible to the naked eye. Fortunately for him, the only other person inside the room was the very person who had given him that sphere so he could focus on the object of his study without being distracted by the mutterings of random strangers. The sphere in his hands was a complex, multi-layered thing surrounded by a dense cloud of different wards stacked upon each other. The jigsaw-like arrangement of metal plates that made up its physical structure was liberally peppered with both mechanical triggers and glyph clusters that would destroy the fragile core buried in the heart of the sphere if he tried to open it incorrectly. He was supposed to retrieve said core whole and intact, so that was obviously an unacceptable outcome. He had to navigate the virtual maze of stacked wards and then carefully dismantle the sphere to retrieve the core hidden within, and he had to do it without being able to see what he was working with, since the invisibility field was tied to the very core he was supposed to retrieve and couldn't be deactivated until he got access to it. Oh well, time to get to work. The sphere's invisibility was a pain, but it didn't leave Zorian stumped. His magic perception had been steadily advancing ever since Svim had introduced him to the skill, and recently he had undergone several giant leaps forwards in that regard. Partially this was due to the augmentation potions made from the Grey Hunter's corpse, and partially it was because he and Zack had been throwing obscene amounts of money at various experts so they would teach them their skills. He focused his senses on the sphere, trying to make sense of it. After about 10 minutes of passive observation he was confident enough to move on to more active methods. He carefully analyzed the contraption with a multitude of divinations, some general and some incredibly focused and specific. Slowly he bypassed or neutralized the outer ward so he could start dismantling the physical structure of the sphere. It took him more than 2 hours of challenging work, but he was successful in the end. He held a bright red crystal in his hand and handed it to the middle-aged bearded man that had been watching him as he worked. "Excellent. Excellent," the man said happily. "That was truly impressive. You're even better than your brother was at your age." Zorian smiled at the compliment, not saying anything. His outrage at being constantly compared to Daimen had cooled down considerably over the years, but he didn't trust himself not to sound bitter if he tried to respond with words. He would just nod and quietly take advantage of the fact that this man had taught his brother and looked at him favorably because of it. "I couldn't help but notice that you didn't use a divination compass while you worked," the man said, leaning back in his chair. "Do you not need it?" "No," Zorian said honestly. "I just dump all the information the spells give me directly into my head. I'm innately talented at interpreting that, so there is no need to bother with a divination compass. Besides, I find that most physical tools discard a lot of important information given by the divination, simply because they have no way of displaying it. Ha! Of course they do, that's why ward breakers like us pay huge sums for ever more sophisticated divination compasses. In my estimation, you are already at the level where generic, store-bought crap can't satisfy your needs. You'd have to contact a mana forge and buy a custom-built one. Of course, if you're really capable of comprehending the spells in your mind, maybe that's just pointless cost for you, I don't know. Zorian hummed thoughtfully. He was honest about not needing a divination compass, but he supposed it wouldn't hurt to check out the fancier, custom-built ones. Who knows, maybe there was something he was missing with his current methods. It cost him nothing to buy a box of them and then dismantle them to see how they worked. A few hours later he left, carrying a list of divination compass makers and a letter of recommendation without which those high-level experts wouldn't even deign to speak with him. He soon arrived at the local park where Zack was already waiting for him, sitting on the bench and feeding the pigeons with bread like some old pensioner. Already done? Zorian asked, mildly surprised. Zack was supposed to check out the combat magic instructors in the city, which should have taken him a lot longer than this. None of them are worth our time, Zack said, shaking his head and throwing another chunk of bread at the small throng of pigeons in front of him. Larsa is Falkrinia's biggest and most important city. You'd think they'd have a respectable selection of combat instructors, but they're nothing special. I guess it's true what they say about Falkrinia being the weakest of the big three in terms of military might. Zorian nodded, accepting his judgment. Zack had spent decades in the time loop pursuing combat magic excellence, so he knew what he was talking about. Even though Zorian required a completely different selection of spells to be an effective combat mage than Zack did, he had faith that Zack was keeping that fact in mind when checking these people out. He plopped down on the bench next to Zack, marveling at the way the pigeons failed to react to his sudden movement. If these pigeons ever landed in Siren, they would be all caught before nightfall and barbecued. Say what you want about Falkrinia's lack of military might, they really were a prosperous nation. What do you think about your newest instructor? Zack asked. Is he any good? He's good, Zorian nodded slowly. But? Zack asked, sensing there was more to it. He's not teaching me everything he's got, Zorian sighed. And I don't think there is a way to convince him to do so. He's very impressed with me, but he'll only teach his best secrets to a formal apprentice, and even then you'd have to stay with him for a year or more before he would consider it, guessed Zack. Something like that, Zorian nodded. That's pretty much what Svim said would happen, Zack noted. You never did go around mind-probing people on that list, did you? No, I had been contacting them and trying to get them to teach me their skills the proper way. I had been hoping it won't be necessary, Zorian said, frowning. And in a way it really hadn't been, if only because up until now I had plenty of worthwhile things to learn even without resorting to that. But now? I don't know. If we want to get at the dagger in the royal treasury, we're going to need to become a lot better at ward breaking and the like. And these are not skills that people are willing to trust a stranger with, especially not one they've met less than a month ago. These are highly restricted, sometimes outright illegal skills. Most of the experts I've been talking to won't even admit they have them, much less agree to teach them to us. He hadn't been met with total failure. 2 of the experts on Svim's list actually proved willing to teach him to the best of their ability, one because he happened to be in debt and was desperate for large sums of money, and one because he was a mind mage who found Zorian's innate mental abilities endlessly fascinating. It was kind of interesting to compare structured mind magic to his own abilities and see how they fare against each other, and though he was unlikely to ever use structured mind magic himself, it did inspire him to take his mental abilities in new directions. However, just 2 experts out of the large list Svim had given him was, well, frustrating. Especially since it wasn't just a moral issue, it was so much more useful to learn from people when they were honestly trying to teach you something. Because of the need to know which are the right questions to ask and a lack of back and forth between the teacher and the student, mind magic interrogations were far inferior to having a willing teacher. If Zorian had to memory probe Svim every time he wanted something from him, for instance, the benefits would be but a fraction of what he got out of the man through his current methods. Well, unless Svim was secretly hiding something of crucial importance from him, but Zorian kind of doubted that. What about targeting criminals? Zack asked. You've established links with Sayoria's criminal underground through the contact lists the Urania left behind, haven't you? Yes, he certainly had. Interestingly, most of these were not cloaked, shady men in dark alleys but rather otherwise respected merchants and, somewhat less respected, mercenaries. He had used his mind magic on these people a lot more freely than he had when interacting with legitimate experts and instructors, but truthfully, there was a reason why most of these people used their abilities for crime instead of opening a legitimate business. They just weren't good enough. Most of them had a neat trick or two, and Zorian copied those from them when he could, but in general they had nothing that couldn't be acquired easier elsewhere. Probably the most useful thing he obtained from these people was a channel for acquiring illegal materials and the knowledge of how to hire unscrupulous mercenaries without getting ripped off or ending up in jail. Useful things to be sure, but that wasn't what Zack was asking about. It wouldn't work, Zorian said simply, shaking his head. They don't have what we need. Alright, Zack said, not pressing the issue. To be perfectly honest, I think we're doing just fine as it is. You shouldn't feel pressured to do this if you don't want to. We'll manage somehow. Zorian said nothing to that, not really sure himself what the correct answer was. There was a part of him that said he was being stupid by refusing to employ his mental abilities to their maximum extent, but he suspected that once he started to casually assault people for no reason other than them having things he wanted, it would be hard to take a step back. You are what you do. If he started going down that path, it would change him, and not for the better. Sure, having those skills would greatly increase the chances of him successfully escaping the time loop, but was there any point to that if what came out at the end was a monster? Zorian rose from his spot and walked away. Zack followed him, throwing the entire remains of his bread to the pigeon throng as he left the bench. They left the park and its dangerously fearless pigeons and continued their conversation on foot. Underwhelming results aside, this is a nice city, Zack said. Was there anything else you wanted to do here? Yes, actually, Zorian said. There is a famous golem maker here and a couple of spell formula crafters for hire. You really are determined to spend all of our money, aren't you? Zack asked rhetorically. Of course. It's completely useless to leave it sitting there without use. It's not like we can transfer it between restarts, Zorian said. He actually wasn't going to seek instructions from these people, he was going to hire them to do work for him. He had been doing that for several restarts now, paying various spell formula experts to design or improve blueprints for him. Then he took the finished designs and gave them to the same people in the next restart in order to further refine them. Sometimes he also gave them to different people, just to see what different takes they have on the problem. He did the same with warding experts, golem makers and alchemists. All of those fields took a lot of thinking and testing, but the finished designs were fairly compact and could be used by anyone, making them really convenient to advance in this fashion. At some point he was probably going to hit a point of diminishing returns with this, but that point was a long way off at the moment. Besides, when that happened, he might be able to take the collected knowledge he gained this way and trade it to people for their professional secrets. Magical knowledge and techniques could tempt some people in a way that money never could. The snide part of Zorian informed him that he was robbing these people just as surely as a memory probe would have, only using more roundabout methods. Zorian told it to shut up and that it just wasn't the same. Break. Simulacrum number 2 was bored and the cause was easy to understand, he was attending academy classes like a normal student. Zorian hadn't been regularly attending classes for quite a while now, even when trying to stay on the teacher's good side, since doing that was a huge time sink and provided him with no benefits at this point. Unfortunately, he didn't have a choice in the matter. The original had gotten it into his head that he should check how obvious a simulacrum's disguise was by having them interact with a bunch of people on a regular basis, which somehow meant being sent back to school. Okay, so he actually knew what the logic behind that was. He had all of the original's memories, after all. The idea was that the academy was full of mages of all sorts, and his classmates were at least passingly familiar with him, so if anyone could notice there was something wrong with him, it would be them. They didn't notice anything wrong, of course. The simulacrum actually broke off from the script entirely. He was supposed to stay inconspicuous, but he decided to show off his future knowledge as much as possible instead, and nobody raised a fuss. Unlike Zack, he was known to be a good, diligent student. They probably thought he had studied ahead or something. In any case, the mission was less one of nerve-wracking infiltration and more of an exercise in resisting soul-crushing boredom. The only good thing about the situation was that he would only have to tolerate this for one day. The original had been very zealous about dismissing his simulacrums at the end of each day, so he wouldn't have to be here tomorrow too. Why couldn't he have been like the simulacrum number 1, who was mapping the local underworld, or simulacrum number 3, who was arranging a trade deal with one of the Iranian webs near Nyazov Tveri? Well, the current class had finally ended during his internal whining, so he could. Wow, Zorian, you got every question on that unannounced test correctly. How did you do that? I checked and some of those questions aren't even in our textbook. Zorian turned around in his seat, looking at the girl speaking with him. It was Nialu. When he had arrived to the academy, he had quickly realized that she considered him to be something of a friend, even though he had no memory of ever really interacting with her before the time loop. How was that possible? Well, he wasn't the first simulacrum that was sent on this mission. And apparently one of the previous simulacrums was similarly bored out of his skull here and decided to go off the script and befriend her. And then never bothered to inform the original about it. Simulacrum number 2 didn't intend to inform the original either. The whole thing was harmless, and imagining the original's reaction when he finally found out was kind of amusing. He leaned forward a little in a conspiratorial manner and motioned for Nialu to come closer. She did, and from the corner of his eyes he also saw Koja leaned in a little so she could eavesdrop on them better. I have a time machine, he whispered to her solemnly. And I'm using it to cheat at school. He heard Koja snort softly in the background. Nialu, though, gave him a weird, considering look. Really? She asked suspiciously, like he had just told her something unlikely but still entirely possible. That was not the response the simulacrum had expected. He stared at her face for a second, at a loss about how to answer that. Now that he thought about it, Nialu was a bit cute. She had a pretty face and her naivete could be kind of endearing, in small doses. He had looked down on her in the past, thinking she was kind of dim and flighty, so he had never really thought about it much. But seeing how he was going to live less than a day now, he found himself a lot more forgiving than he would usually be. No, I was just joking with you. I don't really have a time machine, Zorian explained patiently. Pity. Having a time machine would be grand, Nialu said, smiling. Sometimes I really wish I could go back in time and fix things before I mess up. Don't we all? Zorian shrugged. Too bad the time loop didn't work like that. After a bit of thought he tore off a sheet of paper from his notebook and wrote down the questions for tomorrow's spell formula test and handed it to Nialu. The moment she realized what she was looking at, her eyes widened comically. Is this, she began, only for Zorian to cut her off. Hush. I never handed you anything, okay? See you tomorrow, I guess. Koja gave him a very disapproving look afterwards. Apparently she figured out the general nature of what he did from the clues in front of her and she didn't like it. Her disapproval died down considerably when he handed her a copy of the questions as well, though she did mumble something about cheating being wrong. The simulacrum rolled his eyes at the statement and went back to Amaya's place to report to the original. Somehow, he didn't think that would actually stop her from making use of the information tomorrow. Break. 8 restarts had passed since the time Zack and Zorian had first tried to break into Eldamar's royal treasury. Their priorities during this time consisted of investigating the invasion forces, looking for possible signs of Red Robe, trying to track down the rest of the missing key pieces and figuring out some way to leave the time loop. Of course, since actually retrieving even the known pieces of the key was impossible with their current skills, and they had no idea what kind of abilities they would need to retrieve the rest, a large portion of their efforts was dedicated to elevating their magical expertise in various ways. Zack did his best to focus on strengthening his personal soul awareness and mental defenses, but both of those skills were very tedious to improve and Zack was pretty impatient by nature. He often spent a lot of time trying to figure out some way to improve his combat magic, even though he was already very good at that and any improvements tended to be very marginal. As for Zorian, he did a little bit of everything, from pursuing more mind magic lessons from the Urania, though he had picked all low-hanging fruit in that regard and was starting to hit the point of diminishing returns, to working on his golems and magic skill. However, the bulk of his effort centered around mastering dimensionalism and time magic as much as possible, in the hopes that doing so would give him some clue as to how they could escape the time loop. Thus far, he didn't have any solid leads in regards to such an escape route, but he did learn how to open dimensional gates and haste himself, so at least he accomplished something. Currently, Zack and Zorian were inside a black room, but not the same black room as the one in Scioria. This was the result of a considerable effort to find other black rooms across Altazia, since making use of the one in Scioria twice remained as impractical as ever. So far they had managed to find 2 more, one in Solimnan and the other in Quenjir, a small splinter state on the border of Eldamar. Unfortunately, these were a lot less impressive than the one Eldamar had built. The Solamnese one could only be activated for 12 days, while the Quenjari one could only last for 5. But still, 17 days was 17 days, and Zack and Zorian had been dutifully making use of them anyway. It might actually be a good thing that these black rooms were less effective than the Sciorian one, since suffering through 3 months of isolation in every restart would probably be really unhealthy for their psyche. Especially considering Zack was already going crazy, even though they were currently in the Quenjari black room and there was only 1 day left before they could leave. Damn it! Zack swore, the complicated geometric shape above his hand winking out as he lost control of it. Lately he had been trying out some very exotic shaping exercises in another bid for improving his combat magic, but evidently it wasn't going as well as he hoped. Okay, I've had enough of this. Done. I'm done. He shouted this overdramatically to the sky, well, to the ceiling, since they were indoors, while keeping his hands raised in the air. Somehow, Zorian was getting the idea that there was more to this than his momentary failure to figure out a random shaping exercise. You're still angry about what happened with Alanik and his soul awareness training, aren't you? He surmised. Zack responded by swearing up a storm, which Zorian took as confirmation that he was correct. It happened in the previous restart. Alanik had finally judged Zack to have reached a point in his soul awareness where he could move on to the more dangerous version of soul training that Zorian had undergone. Zack was very excited and confident, but the moment Alanik touched Zack and tried to separate his soul from his body, Zorian's marker activated and the restart immediately ended. The marker woven through their souls was a curious thing. It was hard to figure out for the same reason that memory probes were hard. You had to pretty much already know what you were looking for before you could find it. You couldn't just browse through it for interesting information like you would a book and the like. You had to know which was the right question to ask. Now armed with the knowledge of what was possible, courtesy of what he had seen his own marker do in that terminated restart, Zorian had no problems leveraging his hard-won soul awareness into figuring out what happened. The marker, as it turned out, had a contingency that terminated the current restart if significant tampering of the controller's mind or soul is detected. It was unclear what exactly would qualify as significant tampering, but apparently even wrenching a soul out of the controller's body was enough to trigger it. In Zorian's marker, this function was non-functional, which was why he could go through Alanik's soul training without any issues. Zack's marker, however, was not defective in this manner. It detected Alanik's training as an attack upon the controller and reacted accordingly. This information helped answer a few questions that Zorian had been wondering about for quite some time. Such as why Red Robe had done such relatively minor damage to Zack's memories. He probably couldn't have done more than he did. In fact, the real surprise was that he had managed to do as much as he had without triggering the restart. If Zorian was reading his own defective marker correctly, the contingency in question was quite trigger-happy. Whoever made it was a big believer in the better safe than sorry school of philosophy when it came to the safety of the controller. Red Robe must have spent multiple restarts figuring out a way to get past it to the extent that he did. This would also explain why Zack had been so relatively unconcerned in the past about having his soul or mind targeted. He had probably been hit by spells like that plenty of times, but that just ended his current restart prematurely. With that in mind, his attitude might not have been as foolish as Zorian had thought it was. Of course, no defense was unbeatable in the end. Liches, for instance, commonly possessed a very similar contingency that wrenched their soul back to their phylactery when exposed to things like hostile soul magic. Which was how Quadraquecle, as someone who had probably fought quite a few rival liches, instantly knew how to bypass it when Zack foolishly told him he would survive bodily destruction. As for how Red Robe bypassed its protection to mess with Zack's mind, Zorian wasn't quite sure. But he had a suspicion it was related to Red Robe's use of non-structured mind magic. He distinctly remembered that Red Robe had been using non-structured mind magic on both him and Zack, despite being fairly bad at it. Which was kind of foolish of him at the face of it, since structured mind magic would have probably served a non-psychic like him a lot better in most regards. However, if the marker's contingency was aimed primarily at countering structured magic, and non-structured magic bypassed it to some extent, his choice of attack mode made perfect sense. At first, the idea that the marker's maker didn't take non-structured magic fully into account when designing the contingencies sounded like an unbelievable oversight to Zorian. However, the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Non-structured magic was a lot rarer in the past, both due to the more primitive shaping instruction at that time and because magical bloodlines used to be smaller and less sophisticated. The marker, and even the time loop itself, may have been built with a set of assumptions that were simply not valid today as they once had been. And whoever had activated the Sovereign Gate either couldn't or wouldn't update it to take modern circumstances into account. All that time I wasted on those exercises. Zack shouted, his rant finally dying down as his anger ran out of steam. It's not that bad, Zorian assured him. Yes, you lost out a fair bit by not being able to go through the same training I did, but you still managed to achieve some elementary soul awareness, and that's not nothing. It will allow you to cast defensive spells on your soul, at the very least. Which is a must if we ever want to fight Quadraquecle and take his crown. So you didn't waste anything. The only real loss is that we lost an entire restart to that. Zack winced. Yeah, in retrospect, we really shouldn't have tried that at the very beginning of the restart. Hindsight is always perfect, Zorian shrugged. It's just one restart and we learned very valuable information from it. We'll manage. Zack sighed and plopped down on the floor again with a heavy grunt. He was quiet for a moment. It just seems like we haven't accomplished all that much in these past 7 months or so, you know, he finally said. I mean, we investigated all the high-ranking members of the cult and none of them are obviously Red Robe. We also can't locate Veyers at all, it's like he just vanished into thin air. We have yet to successfully extract the damn dagger from the royal treasury and we can't even find the rest of the key pieces. Okay, that last one isn't really true, Zorian said, interrupting him. We may not know their exact location, but we do know where to look for them. Their search for the missing pieces of the key had been long and expensive. Such a project would have been impossible to finish in any reasonable amount of time by just 2 of them working alone. So they didn't even try. They outsourced their work to numerous information brokers, both legal and criminal, paying huge sums to have them and their agents check up on rumors and stories of Icosian inheritance floating around. They hired museums and historians to comb through historical records in search of any scrap of information related to the objects. As for themselves, they made themselves useful by breaking into government records of Eldamar, Solimnon, Falkrinia and other splinter states. The buildings that held those records were not nearly as well defended as the royal treasury, and the splinter states had made their own attempts to locate these important historical objects. Thankfully, those efforts were not without results. Knowing that one of the pieces is in the deepest part of the Zlotic desert, that another had been lost gods know where in the jungles of Koth and that the last one was stolen by some asshole who took it with him to Blantyr is not very helpful, Zack grouched. All it tells us is that searching for the rest of the key on Altazia is probably pointless. And how are we supposed to get to these places to search for the missing pieces, anyway? Just getting to Koth would take us almost an entire restart, never mind actually searching for it. If that information is true, we're kind of screwed, Zorian. Maybe, Zorian agreed. But you see, I have a plan. 64, Distance. Chapter 064 Distance. Eldamar and Koth were very far from one another. The exact distance was hard to pin down, since the name, Koth, covered a pretty big area on the southern continent, but Zorian estimated it to be around 7,000 kilometers minimum. Worse, this was a straight-line distance, so the actual journey would be even longer. It was not impossible to make that journey in the span of a month, but just reaching the place was not enough for Zack and Zorian. They needed to reach it with plenty of time to spare, or else they would have no time to search for the piece of the key that was supposedly lost there. Additionally, if they spent most of their time in transit to Koth, they could not make use of the black rooms scattered across Altazia. Thus, by committing themselves to such a journey, they effectively lost more than a single month of time. There were two main methods of traveling from Eldamar to Koth. The simplest, as well as the cheapest method was to board a ship at the city of Luja and make your way to Koth by sea. Even the cheaper ships would get you there within a month, and the pricier vessel may make the journey in as little as 20 days. Well, assuming the ship didn't get sunk by a tiger-striped nautilus or something along the way. But he heard those were pretty much exterminated along major shipping routes, along with sea hydras, razor sharks and flying barracudas, so probably not. In any case, this was the method Zorian's parents were using to get to Koth, as they were not in that much of a hurry and didn't want to spend more money than they needed to. The second main method was utilizing the existing network of teleport platforms that connected most major settlements on Altazia and Myasina. It was pricier than ship travel, but that was not an issue for Zack and Zorian. A bigger problem was that while this method was faster than ship travel, it actually wasn't that much faster. Using publicly available information, Zorian calculated that it would take them 15 days to reach Koth by using the teleport platform network, and that was under ideal conditions. The issue was that the teleport platform network worked on a strict schedule that couldn't be sped up. The network spanned over numerous different countries, after all, and none of them were willing to let mass teleport traffic go in and out of the country with no control or supervision. Each platform had security checks and border control that travelers had to go through, and that took time. A lot of time, according to Zack. He had already tried to use the platforms as a method of reaching Koth once, purely on a whim, and it actually took him most of the month to reach his destination. Would Zorian be able to do better? Doubtful. Even if Zorian offered to pay extra, the teleport operators would refuse to make an off-schedule platform activation just for his sake, who would cause an international incident just for some extra cash. And even if Zorian went wild with his mind magic and convinced them to make an exception for him and Zack, the destination platform security would not be inclined to play along. Depending on the destination, they might even shoot him on sight. There have been cases where teleport platforms were used for raids and surprise attacks, and some places were very trigger-happy about unannounced teleports. All in all, Zorian didn't think he could optimize the teleport platform to any significant extent. They were a very fast and convenient method if one was traveling to a destination that was a couple of jumps away, but they just weren't designed to get people over vast distances as fast as they were willing to pay. If anything, the speed of transit was deliberately throttled to more manageable levels, so that the local authorities could exercise some measure of control over it. Unfortunately, there were no other routine methods for crossing such large distances. Not many absurdly rich people needed to get from Eldamar to Koth as fast as humanly possible in any given year, so no widespread service provided it. That left unconventional methods. Zorian had considered some wild ones, such as stealing one of the few existing airships to make the journey or transforming into a migratory bird and flying there, but ultimately dismissed them as too fanciful to really work. Besides, methods like that didn't solve the problem of losing access to Altasia's black rooms, and would require them to dedicate at least several restarts in pursuit of exotic skills that were unlikely to be useful for anything else. Being able to pilot an airship was good for bragging rights and not much else, unless you were actually an airship pilot by trade. Eventually, his thoughts turned to the gate spell and his recent practice of making heavy use of simulacrums. Probably because that was what he had been working on recently. By themselves, neither of the two spells was the solution to his problem, but combined together, they could be. The simulacrum had no range limit as far as Zorian was aware. It had to be created next to the caster, but it could then roam as far away from the original as it wanted. The gate spell, on the other hand, was largely limited by its rather miserable range, unless there were people on both ends of the gate working in tandem to stabilize it. If there were people casting the spell on both ends of the gate, then it also didn't have a known range limit. In practice, the gate spell was rarely utilized in this way, both because people capable of casting the gate spell were as rare as hen's teeth and because actually coordinating two such people to synchronize their casting over large distances was hard. It was often quicker and more practical to simply chain teleports from place to place than to go through such a hassle. With the simulacrum spell, Zorian didn't have to worry about finding another person capable of casting the spell. He could effectively be two or more people at the same time. And while coordinating the spell over continental distances was a bit of an issue, it was not insurmountable. In the worst case, he could simply instruct his simulacrum to leave a trail of telepathic relays along its path and maintain contact that way. One nice thing about the idea was that while his simulacrum was traveling to Koth, he would be able to stay in Eldamar and wouldn't lose access to the black rooms in that particular restart. One not-so-nice thing was that this would permanently tie down one of his simulacrums, leaving one less for him to boss around. He could only maintain 3 simulacrums at most without his mana regeneration going negative, so that was not an entirely irrelevant cost. Additionally, that would require him to discard his previous rule about only allowing simulacrums to exist for 24 hours. However, he didn't really foresee much problems with that. His simulacrums had been really well behaved, all things considered. His current simulacrums could be kind of cranky and weird sometimes, but they were clearly him and had his best interests at heart. Still, maybe he should start considering some kind of countermeasure in case one of his simulacrums went rogue and tried to take over. But any countermeasure he designed his simulacrum would know about. Arg. In any case, that still left the question of how the simulacrum was going to reach Koth in a reasonable amount of time. It was nice that Zorian wasn't going to have to dedicate half a restart to such a journey and lose access to the black rooms, but the fact remained they would only have 15 or so days in each restart left to conduct a search for the key. He needed something better than that. That was why he decided to talk to the Silent Doorway adepts. It could turn out to be a massive waste of time, but if they really knew something about the operation of Bakura gates, that could be precisely the solution he needed. After all, why bother setting up a brand new gate network if one already existed, and was largely unsupervised to boot? Thus, Zack and Zorian were currently standing in front of the Silent Doorway adept representative, Refuge in Void. She was a skittish little thing, twitching and shuffling in place all the time, acting way too nervous for a professional negotiator. Then again, how many humans interacted with Arania so heavily they learned how to read their body cues? Maybe it was Zorian who was weird. Surrounding them were 8 other Arania, serving as guards. There were originally 4 of them, but the Silent Doorway adepts brought in another 4 once they realized what Zack and Zorian were after. The negotiations weren't going too well. "I am sorry, honored guests, but we really cannot help you with this," the Silent Doorway adept representative said, using a vocalization spell to speak out loud instead of resorting to their usual telepathy. She was either not very proficient in the spell or was trying to unnerve them with amateurish psychological warfare, because her voice was weirdly resonant and distorted. The Bakura Gate in our possession is simply a treasured historical artifact. It has great sentimental value to us, but we know of no method to actually make it work. Her middle legs twitched slightly, an obvious nervous tic that plagued her since the very beginning of these talks. But please, she added, trying her best to sound sincere, if you find anything regarding the activation of Bakura Gates, contact us immediately. We are as interested in this matter as you are. I'm sure you are, said Zorian, clacking his tongue unhappily. They had tried just about everything they could think of to secure the web's cooperation on this. They had offered confidential information on surrounding polities, offered rare materials and money, offered knowledge of secret Iranian techniques they had gotten from the other webs in various restarts, and they had offered an utterly ridiculous amount of crystallized mana for it. It was all for naught. The silent doorway adepts remained obstinate in feigning ignorance on the matter. He exchanged a long look with Zack, who just shrugged in response. This meeting was largely Zorian's idea. Zack came to the meeting while under the effects of the mind-blank spell and mostly remained silent, a fact that surely wasn't helping the silent doorway adepts relax around them. Still, that was the whole point. Zorian deliberately instructed Zack to do that, as an unspoken intimidation attempt. He knew from his past dealings with the silent doorway adepts that merely being polite and generous wasn't going to accomplish anything, so he brought Zack along to show them he wasn't someone they could dismiss out of hand. In a way, it worked. Zorian was sure the web would have chased him off by now if he had come alone, but since there was a mind-blanked mage standing next to him, looking all grim and imposing, they remained polite and treated him far nicer than they did in the past. It was true, what they say, negotiations tended to go better if you brought both gifts and an armed entourage, as opposed to just gifts. Unfortunately, their hosts seemed to be running out of patience, as Zorian spotted some of the guards shifting their positions, as if preparing themselves for a surprise attack. Please don't do that, he said with a sigh. You have no chance against us in an actual fight. I'm sure you've noticed that my friend here is under a mind blank, and I assure you he's as good as you'd think. I am not that bad at fighting myself, if you'll permit me to be a little immodest, so don't discount me as a threat either. You would only be walking into your death if you attack us. Don't do this to yourself. If you are so confident in your combat prowess, why not just attack us and take what you want by force? Refuge in Void said. Perhaps it was just Zorian, but she sounded a little bitter to him. Why negotiate with us at all? Because it's the right thing to do, Zorian told her matter-of-factly. We're not brigands. I see. So your friend here, she asked, leaning slightly towards Zack, who raised his eyebrow at her curiously. It's just a precaution, Zorian said. Unless you attack me, this meeting will not degenerate into violence. Also, he was not at all sure he could figure out their secrets from reading their minds. The sort of knowledge about the gate he wanted was likely held by a small selection of their experts and maybe leaders, and they were liable to have protected it well. In the past, when Zack and Zorian raided Iranian webs, their elders had the annoying tendency to erase their own memories in regards to important secrets, rather than let them fall into their hands. Since the two of them hadn't been after their closest secrets back then, this had been a minor matter back then. Now, though, it would be a giant showstopper. In that case, I will be frank with you, we are not willing to divulge our secrets to you, Refuge in Void said. You're just wasting both of our time here. At any price? Zorian frowned. I'm afraid so. I honestly can't think of anything you could offer us that would make us reveal our closest mysteries to you. Well. This was, not unexpected. It was time to bring out his secret weapon, then. Let's test this with one last offer, then, Zorian said. Sure, Refuge in Void said, projecting a mixture of relief and disinterest, as if she was just pleased this was about to end. Me and Zack here are time travelers, Zorian said. And we can help you send messages from your current selves to the silent doorway adepts in the past. There was a short pause as the Iranian representative froze for a second and then shook her forward legs in a strange gesture. "Well," she said. "I have to say, this is the first time anyone has tried that argument. I find myself curious, do you have any kind of proof for that statement?" 3 days from now, you are going to send a team of 3 Urania to an old contact in Tozan to pick up another shipment of crystallized mana," said Zorian, causing the representative to freeze again. "However, it will be a trap and 2 of them will never return." "That doesn't dash," Refuge in Void started saying. 2 days after that, continued Zorian in a louder voice, cutting her off, "you will finally track down the red scrolls of Tmilisin, but your previous buyer will say he is no longer interested in them. He will instead point you to Padina's magical museum as a possible buyer. At the same time, you will come into possession of a box of Emberheart crystals." After Zorian made another 10 or so predictions, Refuge in Void finally broke down and went to speak with her elders. An hour later, he was handed over to someone higher in the chain of command, specifically, Glittering River of Stars, who was some kind of vice-elder as far as he could figure out. She was a lot less obstructive than Refuge in Void had been, but still not willing to talk to him about Bakura Gates. "We will need some time to confirm these predictions of yours. I'm sure you understand," Glittering River said apologetically. She really sounded apologetic, too. She was a much better actor than Refuge in Void had been. "I understand," Zorian said, nodding slowly. "It's fine. We didn't really expect to get your cooperation after one attempt, anyway. But that's okay," Zack said with a sunny smile. "We have as many attempts to get this right as we want to." To her credit, Glittering River did not shift or twitch uncomfortably, as Refuge in Void had been prone to, but Zorian could tell she was uncomfortable anyway. They had explained to her the general nature of the time loop they were in, but neglected to mention some important details, such as that they were on a time limit or just how crucial Bakura Gate information might be to them. Zorian wasn't sure how much the Silent Doorway adepts really believed about their story, but they were clearly spooked enough by the implications to humor him for a bit. "Incidentally, if there is a way for me to prove my claims easier to your web in future restarts, I'd love to hear it," Zorian said. "We will have to discuss things before I get back to you on that," Glittering River said diplomatically. After that, they were basically ejected out of the colony and told to come back in a week. Considering that Zorian had been afraid they would laugh them straight out of the room the moment they mentioned time travel, he considered this already a victory. So long as they didn't reject the idea out of hand, he was sure they could prove to them that the time loop was real. They may not have literally infinite retries like they had implied to Glittering River, but what they did have should be more than enough. "We seem to have frightened them pretty badly there," Zack commented on the way back to Scioria. "Especially when you started mentioning the deals you've made with other webs and how you intend to repay them after you get out of the time loop. You'd think they'd be happy about their fellow webs being rewarded, but apparently not. The last time one of the Iranian webs got massively superior to others, they swept over the entire continent, conquering or supplanting every rival colony in the way," Zorian pointed out. "They've got every right to be worried." "Huh, I hadn't thought of it that way," Zack said thoughtfully. "I mean, you've already told me that, but I just hadn't considered how that would affect their attitudes. It's good I left the negotiations mostly to you, then. You really understand Iranian psychology way better than I do." There was a short silence before Zack spoke again. "So, do you really intend to just hand down knowledge to other webs like that?" he asked curiously. "Of course," Zorian nodded. "Not to every single web I interacted with, admittedly, but every web that has been especially helpful to me is bound to get something for their trouble." "What about help of the human variety?" Zack asked. "Do they get any repayment?" "That's a bit more dangerous, since they are far more likely to track me down through my gifts than the Urania. I want to pay people back for their help, but I don't want to suffer just because I have a sense of honor," said Zorian. "Yeah, some people are really shameless," Zack agreed. "Give them a finger and they'll try to bite off the whole arm. And some might just be too curious for their own good." Yeah, Zorian nodded. I intend to try and repay people anyway, but I'll have to be a lot more careful and selective about it. Makes me feel a little guilty, Zack admitted. I don't think I've ever seriously considered paying people back for things I got from them over the restarts. Invite me when you start finalizing those plans, okay? I think I have a few people I should really reward somehow for all the good they've done to me. Sure, Zorian nodded. So, Zack continued. The Silent Doorway Adepts. Do you think their leadership will believe us in the end? Maybe. But even if they do, it's no guarantee that they'll agree to a trade, Zorian said, shaking his head sadly. If they're paranoid enough, any deal with us might seem like shooting themselves in the foot. They have no way to make sure we're actually going to keep our end of the bargain once we're outside the time loop. Who's to say we won't just pump them for every secret they have and then unceremoniously discard them? You know, like the ghost serpent thought we would do to it. Zack made a sour face. He didn't like to be reminded of the snake spirit. He had been severely insulted by its accusations, taking them much more personally than Zorian himself did. In any case, Zorian continued, even if these negotiations fail, it's not the end of the world. There is at least one other group that seems to have insight into how Bakura gates work. There is a fully functional gate mechanism beneath Scioria, courtesy of the invaders, and it's supposed to be heavily inspired by Bakura gates. None of the Abasins know how that thing works, pointed out Zack. I bet only Quadakikl really does. So that doesn't really help us much. Yeah, probably, Zorian agreed. He had delved into the minds of enough high-ranking invaders to realize that the gates probably weren't made by any of them. Either Quadakikl was the only one who knew the secrets of their construction or the other builders weren't allowed to be part of the invasion force. It would make sense if it were so. The gates were one huge advantage for the Abasins, and they definitely didn't want that secret to fall into the hands of Eldamar's mages. But I wasn't thinking of finding someone to memory probe for the information. I was thinking of simply taking over the gate site and analyzing the gate scaffolding itself. Zack raised an eyebrow at him. I thought you said that would take months, he asked curiously. Maybe years. What changed? I realized I was being kind of an idiot, Zorian said. Sure, it would take a long time if I tried to figure it out all alone, but why do that? Why not bring a small army of experts down there and have us all tackle it together? Zack hummed thoughtfully. It would have to be done very, very carefully, unless we want Quadakikl to come crashing to the party, he said. But then again, that's true for anything involving the invasion, isn't it? Yeah, it's worth a try. Let's do it. We'll wait for the day of the invasion, Zorian said hurriedly. He could see Zack was getting fired up and he would rather not go get himself killed in the middle of the restart due to his impatience. The security of the gate is laughable if you time things right. Oh, right, you did mention that, Zack said, deflating a little. Man, I feel so angry at myself for never figuring that out before you told me. I never did manage to step through the gate myself, you know. Even when I was fast enough in carving my way through the defenders to avoid Quadakikl showing up to get rid of me, the defenders always collapsed the gate before I reached it. I still can't believe you just made a direct, frontal assault on the Abasin base instead of trying to infiltrate it, Zorian said. Why the hell did you think that would work? I'm not good at infiltration, Zack said with an unrepentant shrug. Besides, it almost did work. It's not stupid if it works, right? They spent the rest of the journey home arguing about whether or not there is any difference between almost worked and ultimately failed. Break. What do you mean, I have a date with a Koja? Zorian asked his simulacrum incredulously. Just what I said, the simulacrum said, unconcerned with his agitation. She asked me to meet her in that little tea house 2 blocks from the academy and I accepted. Zorian felt the urge to throw a lightning bolt at his damn simulacrum, but he knew that wouldn't actually help him feel any better. If anything, it would just complicate things further by denying him much-needed answers as to how could this happen. You can't just decide things like this on your own. Zorian hissed to his simulacrum in frustration. The simulacrum arched his eyebrow at him. Well, it's true, Zorian insisted. I know you're my simulacrum and I told you to do whatever, but you should have contacted me for opinion before agreeing to something like this. Are you saying that if you had been in my place, you would have blown her off when she asked to meet? His simulacrum asked with a knowing smile. Zorian frowned. If this were before the time loop. Yeah, definitely. Now. No, not a chance. He wasn't interested in dating Akoja, he didn't think their personalities meshed well, but he'd give her a chance at least. He hated that goddamn smirk that was on his simulacrum's face right now, but he was right that Zorian would have likely made the same decision in his place. This is just dash, Zorian started, before stopping himself with a sigh. When? 2 days from now, the simulacrum said. How the hell did this happen? Zorian asked. I knew Akoja was kind of crushing on me, but she never tried anything until now. What changed? What did you do? Actually, she did set up a meeting with you once, remember, his simulacrum said. Only she chickened out at the end and nothing came of it. But I doubt it's going to be like that this time, since she set up an actual date for it and all. Anyway, I didn't do anything, it's your previous simulacrums that did. What do you mean? Zorian frowned. He'd been doing a lot of frowning ever since this conversation started. Apparently they've been pretty active among our classmates without telling you. They're hanging out with all sorts of people and then leaving out that detail when making their final reports. In particular, they've been interacting with Akoja heavily enough that she apparently felt confident enough to ask me out. Before dismissing a simulacrum, Zorian always made sure to ask it for a memory packet of everything important that had occurred to it during its short life. This was usually accompanied by a verbal report, since Zorian found it useful to chat with his simulacrums from time to see how they're faring. This did mean he had to rely on the simulacrums being able to effectively summarize their existence for him, but there was no real alternative. If he asked the simulacrums for memories of their entire existence, he would never be able to digest the memory packets in any reasonable amount of time. Interpreting 24 hours of memories, no matter how mundane, would take him at least a couple of hours, and he usually had more than one simulacrum active at the time. He could only rely on his simulacrums to pick what they felt was important and pass it on. Why would they do that? Zorian asked. No idea. But if I were to guess, because it's kind of funny to imagine your reaction when you finally find out, his simulacrum said, grinning. I'm certainly amused at your predicament. My predicament, huh? Zorian said slowly, giving the simulacrum a nasty look. Actually, I have a better idea. You are going to do it. But I'm going to go away at the end of the day, the simulacrum said, confused. Not anymore, Zorian said. I've been thinking of relaxing the 24-hour rule, and you're going to be the first test subject. Congratulations, you're going to remain active for more than a day, just so you can take responsibility for what you've done. Hey, the simulacrum protested. Wait just a minute here. Don't you think it's kind of an asshole move to send a simulacrum on a date instead of you? Why? Zorian asked with a malicious smile. You're the one she spoke to, so it's only fair that you be the one to do it. Yes, well. I'm still just made of ectoplasm and we're meeting in a tea house, the simulacrum said. I'll probably be expected to drink something, and I kind of can't. I'm totally solid and homogeneous from the neck down. He didn't know that. He knew that simulacrums had to sleep just as well as he did, because he tried to leave one to work overnight once and found it snoring on the floor in the morning. As for things like food and water, he'd never really thought about it. The spell description on the scroll said a simulacrum didn't need any sustenance besides magic, so he didn't think there was anything there to worry about. You know what? Zorian sighed. You're right. I should be the one going, if only for Akoja's sake. Right. I'm glad you can see reason, the simulacrum said, clearly relieved. However, Zorian added with louder voice. That doesn't mean you're completely off the hook. You remember what I said earlier? No, the simulacrum said slowly. I said I was thinking of relaxing the 24-hour rule, Zorian patiently reminded him. That still applies, and you're still going to be a test rat for that. He quickly gathered all the maps, brochures and partially filled out information tables and unceremoniously thrusted them at the simulacrum. Congratulations, Zorian said blandly. You just earned yourself a one-way ticket to Koth. Your job, which you have no option but to accept, is to find a way to cross more than 7,000 kilometers in less than a week. Good luck. Oh, come on, the simulacrum protested. That's impossible and you know it. Hey, come back here. But Zorian wasn't listening. He had less than 2 days to figure out what kind of nonsense his previous simulacrums had set up for him. Beside the current situation with Akoja, that is. Break. The small, out-of-the-way tea house Zorian and Akoja were currently in had a bit of a reputation among students. Not all of them, before the time loop, Zorian had no idea it even existed, but among the more relationship-focused students of the academy, this place was famous as a good place for a romantic meetup. As such, there was no doubt in Zorian's mind what Akoja was trying to say when she asked him if he wanted to meet with her here. The fact she picked this place in particular made it pretty clear she was expressing romantic interest in him. The date had gone well in Zorian's opinion. Neither Zorian nor Akoja were very talkative people, so most of the time passed in awkward silence. Still, they did chat a little and he didn't make Akoja run off in tears or storm off angrily out of the tea house. Considering how his previous evening with Akoja had gone, this was a massive success. He gulped down the last dregs of his tea, which had gone thoroughly cold by now, and took a good look at Akoja. She looked away shyly, projecting a mixture of discomfort and excitement in response to his attention. She was a thin girl, with short brown hair and expensive-looking glasses. The clothes she wore were fancier than she usually had on her, but still very conservative and modest, all muted colors and not a bit of extra skin visible anywhere. She wasn't a classical beauty, but he'd still describe her as kind of attractive. Especially when she was blushing and being shy, like she was right now. She was so hard to figure out. Yes, she was kind of crushing on him, but he was pretty sure there was more to it than that. Out of concern for her privacy, he had refrained from peeking at her surface thoughts and limited himself to what his passive empathy was telling him. The more the date progressed, the more certain he became that she wanted to bring some topic up to his attention, but somehow she always backed down before she went through it. What was that about? He thought about calling her on it, but was reluctant to do so. Things were going pretty well thus far, so why risk ruining things? Besides, if this thing was actually important to her, she would surely summon the courage to bring it up eventually. Thank you for agreeing to see me, Akoja suddenly said, straightening herself a little. Can I ask you something? Yes, go ahead, Zorian nodded. I know that you don't get along all that well with your family, she said, before stopping to study his reaction. Oh boy. No wonder she was so reluctant to bring this up, whatever it was. If she were to start a conversation like that with the pre-time loop Zorian, it would be treading on very dangerous waters. Now though, well, Zorian liked to believe he had progressed a little since those days, so he just motioned her to continue. Anyway, she continued hurriedly, you kind of indicated that you want to become independent because of that. Find a high-paying job somewhere, get yourself a home and such. Zorian gave her a curious look. I was wondering if you could give me advice in that regard, she finally asked. How to achieve your own independence? Zorian asked. Yes, she confirmed quickly. Why? He asked curiously. I thought you got along great with your family. I do, she said. We're pretty close to each other and I have no problems with them. I'm fortunate that way. It's just. I don't really have a good relationship with anyone else. Zorian was about to say something before she cut him off. Except for the teachers, I know, she added, giving him a warning look. But they don't really care about the students half as much as they pretend to. Especially not students of average talents like mine, who come from a non-magical background and only have their work ethics to lean on. Zorian hummed thoughtfully, not really understanding what she was getting at. As for Akoja herself, she remained silent and thoughtful for a few seconds, and Zorian got the impression she was thinking of how to explain things further. Thus, he simply waited and refrained from interrupting her. "Did you ever get the impression that the academy was just milking us for cash?" she finally asked. Zorian reeled back a little, caught off guard by the question. Did he think that? Well, there were plenty of things he felt they were doing wrong, but... No, not really, he admitted. Sorry. Why do you think so? Well, until the splinter wars and weeping thinned out the number of noble houses and other respectable sources of students, the Scioria's Royal Academy of Magical Arts didn't even think of allowing people like us, with no prominent ancestry, into its halls. I'm pretty sure we're only here because the academy was faced with a choice of either cutting costs or accepting riffraff in for money. And picked money in the end, of course. Ah, Zorian said. Yes, you're probably right there. But I wouldn't describe that as milking us for money, personally. Maybe I'm just getting paranoid, Akoja sighed. I'm getting a bit disappointed in academy staff these days. Anyway, the point is that I'm not sure how useful the academy diploma is going to be for me. My family paid a lot of money for me to be here, and they expect great things from me in the future. When I had just come here, I thought that if I just tried my best in class and excelled, that it would all work out. Now I'm not so sure. And I don't want to go back to my family and beg for help. They'd help me, I know, but I don't want to disappoint them. I don't want to be a burden. So you're hoping I can give you some advice in how to find a well-paying job, affordable housing, and so on, Zorian finished. Before the time loop, it was unlikely that Zorian would have been able to advise her much. At the end of the day, his idea was quite similar to her own: excel in your studies and everything would hopefully work itself out in the end. They just had a slightly different definition of what constitutes excelling. Now, though, he actually could recommend a few places to her. He had checked out the employment opportunities a couple of times, though by that point he had been severely overqualified for most of them and had abandoned the project in disappointment. Still, he felt that it was actually smarter of her to forget about that for now and focus on excelling in her magic studies, though perhaps in a slightly more focused manner. Just pick one field of magic and focus the bulk of your effort there, he said. I'd normally suggest spell formula, since being good at those is very well paid, but I noticed you don't like math much, so maybe not. How do you feel about alteration? It's fine, I guess, she shrugged. Try focusing on that, then, he suggested. It's one of the better paying fields. Plus, Ilsa is a master of that type of magic and she seems to like you, so you might be able to get some help out of her with that as your focus. I see, she said, looking thoughtful. Also, I'm pretty good at alteration, he noted. I might be able to give you a bit of help if you get stuck with it. Actually, he would be able to help her with just about any field of magic. But it would sound stupidly boastful to say that, so best to be a little modest about his self-praise. There is a long pause as Akoja digested all this and fiddled nervously with her teacup. So, Zorian said, ending the silence. Was this all? She mumbled, broken out of her reverie. She looked panicked for a moment. Oh. Well, yes. I guess. I see, Zorian said. That's a bit of a shame. When you asked us to meet here, I thought you were actually asking me out on a date. It's not, it was part of the whole, she stammered. Relax, I'm just joking with you, he said with a light laugh. Jerk, she huffed. But, I kind of do like you. I have to be honest here, I'm not really interested in relationships right now, he told her bluntly. So long as he was stuck in the time loop, he had no intention of pursuing a relationship with anyone. I know this sounds a little heartless, but... I understand, she sighed, sagging a little. A surprisingly level-headed reaction to a rejection. Since you're being so honest, tell me straight, do I have any chance at all with you? I don't know, Zorian admitted. We're so different from each other. How so? She asked, sounding more curious than insulted. We seem quite similar from where I'm standing. Well, you're far more concerned about rules and reputation than I am, for one thing, Zorian said. She gave him an exasperated look. I'd have to be blind to not notice that you don't care about propriety to the same extent I do, she said. Yet I still like you. Surely that means I'm willing to work with you on it, right? Work with me or work on trying to change me? Zorian wanted to ask. He could be wrong, but he got the impression that Akoja saw him less as his own person and more as raw material to turn into something more to her liking. But no, that would be too confrontational and the date would only go downward from there. So he just glossed over her question and moved on. Despite him refusing to become an item with her, the date ended pretty amiably from there. Perhaps because he didn't categorically refuse her and she still thought she might have a chance with him. Whatever the case, they agreed to meet again next week in a more neutral location, ostensibly so Zorian could give her the material he gathered about potential places of employment, costs of living in different cities and so on. He didn't know what to think of the whole thing in the end. When he heard his simulacrums had set him up on a date with Akoja, he thought this could only end badly. In his opinion, he and Akoja were very incompatible with one another. After today's meeting, though, he could almost see it working out in the end. He so didn't need this right now. Well. Could be worse, he supposed, his simulacrums could have set him up with Nialu instead. He had found out that she was also someone they had befriended over the course of the current restart, for whatever reason, and a sneak peek at her thoughts told him she wasn't exactly opposed to getting involved with him. If he had ended up on a date with her, everyone in the academy would have known about it by the end of the day. At least Akoja had some sense of discretion. Thankfully, Nialu was kind of traditional in mindset, and would never ask someone out the way Akoja did. She would expect a guy to make the first move. He was going to have to supervise simulacrums he sent on boring tasks like going to class a lot closer in the future. Break. You have got to be kidding me, simulacrum number 2 said incredulously. 500 silver coins just for a teleport to Zixia? Do you think I grow money on trees or something? The man he was talking to, a bald, heavily tattooed man in his 40s, simply scowled at him in response. No like, can get lost, he told Zorian in broken Icosian. The simulacrum sighed in frustration and walked away. The original might be swimming in cash right now, but he wasn't. There was only so much money he could take with him when he left Eldamar, so he couldn't afford to be too profligate with his funds. This was especially true because every country had its own currency, so he couldn't just bring stacks of paper money to pay people with. Eldamar's paper bills weren't worth much outside Altazia. Hell, they weren't worth much in some places in Altazia either. One of the tiny statelets he visited hated Eldamar so much he had nearly gotten attacked when he tried to pay a mage with their money. No, if he wanted to complete his journey, he needed to carry things that had more universal value, gold, silver, and gems. And since those things were both heavy and fairly bulky, he could only bring so much with him. Simulacrum number 2 grumbled to himself discontentedly. When he had started his journey, he was so sure he had thought of a genius solution. If the teleport platform network was too slow and inconvenient, he thought, why not just find teleport-capable mages and pay them to teleport him personally? Combined with an occasional teleport of his own when he couldn't find anyone willing to provide this service, and he felt the idea of getting to Koth in less than a week might not be so crazy after all. Well, it was a little harder than that. First of all, he had a somewhat skewed image of how common teleport-capable mages were. Especially mages that could teleport over large distances and could bring other people with them. These kind of people were very rare, and could only be reliably found in large cities and other places where mages naturally congregate. In addition, not every such mage was a heavy traveler, and often had an extremely limited selection of places they could teleport to. Finally, on top of all that, accepting Zorian's deal was technically illegal dodging of border checks. Some mages wouldn't do it at all because of it, or charged very steep prices for their services. But still, despite all these issues, the plan had been working fairly well so long as he was still traveling through Altazia. Once he entered the Shirvan archipelago and the Zlotic states, though, another problem with the idea made itself known. He didn't speak the local language. Zorian knew 3 languages, the common Icosian that was spoken throughout Altazia in various dialects, the local Kusky tongue that peasantry around Siren used in their daily lives, and the High Icosian that was used in scholarly works and international trade. Even among mages, fluency in High Icosian was not common. Thus, if Zorian wanted to question people for information and negotiate, he often had to resort to common Icosian. The worked out pretty well in Altazia, but quickly became a big headache outside of it. It was true that both the Shirvan archipelago and the Zlotic states were once part of the Icosian Empire, but while these places spoke common Icosian, this was such an alien dialect of Icosian, at least to Zorian's ears, that he could barely understand them. Additionally, many of these places were like Zorian's own home region, in that many of the regular inhabitants spoke mainly in their own native tongue and only knew the smattering of common Icosian for use in trade and such. The Icosian Empire may have conquered these places and forced the Icosian language to be used by the administration, but local languages were still there beneath it all. This was especially true in Shirvan archipelago, where every damn island seemed to have its own local language and dialect. He thought that was bad, but as he traveled ever southward along the coast of Mycena, he realized this problem was only going to get worse. Koth had never been successfully conquered by Icosia, due to being separated from northern Mycena by a giant desert, much smaller in those times, but still present, and an imposing mountain range that cut the continent nearly in half. As a consequence, they spoke completely alien tongues that Zorian couldn't understand in the slightest. On top of that, the further south he went, the darker the people's skin tone became, and the more exotic their facial features got in comparison to his own. People recognized him as a weird stranger on sight, and were intensely suspicious of him the moment he approached them. The area he was currently in was especially bad, because it was very sparsely populated and the settlement he was in was the only congregation of mages for several hundred kilometers around, and the people inside it knew it. Which was why they were trying to bleed him dry whenever he tried to purchase their services. Oh well. It could be worse. He could still be attending classes at the academy, for one. Now that would have been a real nightmare. He did wonder how the original's date with Akojo went, though. He would have to pester the original for details again when he contacted him for his daily report. 65, Dangerous Ground. Chapter 065 Dangerous Ground. Far to the north of Scioria, square in the middle of a heavily forested mountain range, there was a secluded valley devoid of any vegetation. Instead, it was covered in sharp, broken rocks of all shapes and sizes. There was no obvious reason for the place to be so lifeless and desolate, especially considering how verdant the surrounding mountains were. As he stood on a cliff overlooking the valley, Zorian wondered about that. Was the valley so rocky and desolate because of what made its home here, or was it the other way around and the valley's inhabitants had picked it precisely because it was so suitable for themselves? Probably the former, but one could never quite know. There could be some subtle geomantic magic surrounding the place. Zorian, Zack said, interrupting his thoughts. The view is nice, I guess. If you like rocks or something. But why the hell are we here, exactly? You have no appreciation for nature's wonders, Zorian sighed. Assuming this was actually a natural wonder, that is, and not something the earth elementals had done to make their home more comfy for themselves, anyway. You were with me when we talked to that hunter community a few hours ago, weren't you? Yes, Zack nodded. You told them we're searching for elementals and they sent us here. Which is fine and all, but why are we searching for elementals all of a sudden? You should know by now that I really hate the whole mysterious act. If you don't start explaining things right now, I'm starting a wrestling match with you right here on the edge of this cliff. Zorian gave him an incredulous look, before pointing at the sharp, spike-like rocks at the bottom of the cliff. Don't think for a second I won't, Zack warned. One restart cut short is a small price to pay if it will teach you not to do this crap anymore. It wasn't anything sinister, Zorian sighed. It's just that it's a pretty crazy idea and I didn't want to bother you with it. I did say you could sit this one out, didn't I? You forget who you're talking to, Zack smiled widely. I'm the guy who fought the most infamous dragon of our time just to see if I could do it, descended as deep into the dungeon as I could before dying and took on the entire Abasan invasion force all by myself. I'm no stranger to crazy ideas. True, Zorian said. Besides, Zack said, sounding more serious this time. We're in this together. Stop trying to do things alone, it's getting seriously annoying. Fine, I get it, said Zorian, raising his hands up in defeat. Look, the point of all this is to try and find where the other primordials are imprisoned. What? Zack asked incredulously. We're having so many problems with this Panicseth thing, and you want to find more? Yes, Zorian nodded. Well, maybe. As I said, it's a pretty crazy idea. It's just. I was thinking I might need to set loose a primordial into the world, and I realized that doing that with Panicseth wouldn't be a good idea. Panicseth's prison is in the middle of Scioria, and too much attention is already on it. So I thought, why don't I find my own primordial, then? One that is in some isolated place where nobody is going to disturb us while we work. Zack looked at him like he just declared he was secretly a shape-shifted dragon and started sprouting horns. You did this on purpose, didn't you? He asked. What? Described the idea in the most disturbing possible way. Zorian asked back with a smirk. Yeah. He shook his head. It's true, though, that's essentially what I was thinking about. Why, though? Zack asked. Is this about finding a way for you to leave the time loop? Zorian looked at his fellow time traveler in surprise. Don't be so surprised, Zack scoffed. You already told me how space itself seemed to collapse when Panicseth tried to leave his prison. It's natural to wonder if that kind of spatial hole could be used to fashion some kind of passage out of this place. I've thought of it too. Admittedly, I have no idea how you could actually go about doing that. Neither do I, Zorian admitted. But it's the only thing I could think of. Zack hummed thoughtfully. I thought you said the restart immediately collapsed when Panicseth got out of his prison, though, he said. Last I spoke to you, you thought Panicseth getting out of his box was one of the conditions for terminating the time loop. Did you change your mind about that or do you have a way around that? It's obvious the time loop can be fooled in many ways, Zorian said. As such, I thought that maybe if we enclose the area in a pocket dimension and then release the primordial, the time loop might not detect that as a breach. Why do you, oh? Zack said, eyes widening as he realized what Zorian was getting at. Because the primordial is still technically imprisoned. It would have to breach the pocket dimension we created before the time loop would consider it free. That's the idea, Zorian said with a nod. Would the primordial have any trouble doing that, though? Zack asked with a frown. I doubt we could make a prison anywhere near as strong as these divinely crafted prisons that are currently holding them. We could always layer multiple pocket dimensions around ourselves, said Zorian. At least I hope. I don't know how pocket dimensions work, but they can obviously be stacked on top of each other to some extent. Otherwise, the time loop wouldn't be able to recreate the various pocket dimensions scattered around the world. You know, this raises an important question, Zack said. Where are we going to find someone to teach us how to make pocket dimensions? I mean, that's one of the rarest magical disciplines out there. I don't think I've ever encountered a mage that can create one. I admit I haven't been looking for those secrets very hard, but still. What's worse, you're talking about pocket dimension creation of incredible scale and sophistication. We need someone who is incredibly good at this obscure magical skill, not someone who can barely do it. finding such a person. I think this could be even harder than gathering all of the pieces of the key. Zorian patiently listened to Zack's concerns, nodding slightly from time to time. It was all so very true. And yet, I'm pretty sure I already know a mage that is very good at creating and manipulating pocket dimensions, Zorian said. What? Who? Zack demanded. Silver Lake, Zorian said, sighing heavily. He really didn't want to admit he needed her, but... The crazy witch lady that sent you to kill the Grey Hunter? Zack asked incredulously. The same, Zorian confirmed. Think about it. Why else can't we locate her damn hut? I refuse to believe her wards are good enough to resist a systematic sweep of the whole area from both of us. It's just not possible. And she isn't editing our memories, either, unless she is a godlike mind mage that makes even Arania elders look like children in comparison. I would at least be able to tell my mind had been tampered with after the fact. You think she hides her hut inside a pocket dimension? Zack asked. I don't see what else it could be, Zorian said. Huh. Well, I guess we better find a way to get those stupid eggs soon, then, Zack said with a careless shrug. As if that would be the end of it. Zorian had a suspicion that even if they brought Silver Lake the eggs, this would just be the start of their headaches with her. Regardless, this was the end of that topic for a while. After a short discussion of the best route to take through the rocky labyrinth, they used a flight spell to float down the cliff and onto one of the bigger rocky outcroppings jutting from the valley. From there, they decided to conserve mana by trying to advance on foot. Also, the hunters claimed that the earth elementals did not appreciate people flying over their home and would hurl rocks at people who offended them in such a way. An hour later, they realized they had taken the place too lightly. The landscape held no predators trying to ambush them, but it was exceptionally hard and dangerous to traverse on foot. The ground was rough and uneven, with a labyrinthine arrangement of ridges and rocky outcroppings, and it was often far less solid than it appeared to be at first glance. A careless step could easily result in it crumbling away beneath one's foot, with disastrous consequences. The stones of the valley were very angular and sharp and sometimes even shaped like knives and caltrops, so any falls or imbalanced flailing easily led to serious injury. Neither Zorian nor Zack ended up injured, but it did make their progress terribly slow and miserable. Ugh, Zack said, casually firing a weak disintegration wave at the nearby rock in order to smooth it out a bit. Once all the edges and spikes were gone, he sat down on the stone and gave Zorian a long look. I must say, those hunters we talked to have quite a penchant for understatements. When they said the elementals were a bit tricky to reach, I expected something easier than this. Well, they've been living in these mountains for months, Zorian said. Maybe for them, this is just tricky rather than a hard slog. But yeah, this is getting a little ridiculous. At this rate, it will take us a whole day to reach the center. So, do we just fly there or what? Zack offered. The hunters said the elementals fire on people flying over their home, Zorian said, shaking his head. I know we could probably survive their barrage, but we're here to ask for their advice. We don't want to piss them off before the talks even begin. Let me try something. Having said that, Zorian quickly fished out a brilliant red potion out of his backpack and downed it. Grey hunters had amazing senses. The most prominent of these, of course, was their ability to sense magic, but that was actually just the tip of the iceberg in regards to a Grey hunter's ability to perceive the environment. By now, Zack and Zorian had figured out that Grey hunters also had an incredibly acute ability to sense air currents and the vibrations in the ground. Together with their amazing magic perception and other, more mundane senses, it gave Grey hunters an almost omniscient awareness of everything in their immediate vicinity. The potions of Grey hunter perception that Zack and Zorian had been creating in recent restarts mostly ignored all of these in favor of focusing on the Grey hunter's magic perception. This was both because they were treading new ground and had to prioritize, but also because even if they could condense the totality of Grey hunter's perception inside a single potion, it was doubtful that either of them could process the information without blacking out. Recently, though, Zorian had decided to experiment a little with the tremor sense part of the Grey Hunter's perception and commissioned a potion that would grant this ability from the alchemist they were working with. That was the potion he had just drunk, and this was going to be its first real field test. About 10 seconds after he drank the potion, Zorian felt his skin tingle before his awareness expanded. It was muted at first, but that changed quickly the moment Zorian took a step forward. He felt his foot hit the ground in a way he never had before, and the alien sensation almost brought him to the ground right then and there. A strong, vivid pulse emanated from his foot, spreading itself through the rocky labyrinth around him before being reflected back at him. In less than a second, he had a three-dimensional map of his surroundings impressed into his mind. "Give me a few minutes to get used to this," he told Zack. After 15 minutes of pacing back and forth and jumping in place, Zorian was reasonably sure he could crudely interpret what his new sense was telling him. However, even this, which was probably just a shadow of what the real Grey Hunter was capable of, should allow him to effortlessly navigate through the valley. He motioned for Zack to follow him and they restarted their journey towards the elemental's home. Travel was very fast this time. Every step that Zack and Zorian took sent vivid pulses through the ground around them, mapping their surroundings in Zorian's mind and allowing him to identify which ground was too unstable to support their weight. Zorian felt this was probably how the Grey Hunter always managed to detect buried traps that Zorian had tried to snare it with, even if they were totally non-magical. Every time it performed one of its damn jumps, the shockwaves generated by its landing would pulse through the ground around it, informing it of not just the layout of the ground around it, but also of its contents. But that was a thought for another time, because it wasn't long before they had finally reached the place they had been looking for. They knew they had reached it because the rocks around them crumbled to pieces and 6 earth elementals stepped out of them to block their path. They were a diverse bunch. One was a huge boulder with 4 stubby legs and a pair of massive rocky arms that could probably crush both of them to paste with a single hand swipe. The other was a 6-legged cat lizard, something carved out of shiny stone, its knife-like scales bristling at their intrusion. The third was a giant elongated human head, soundlessly bobbing up and down through the ground, which rippled and flowed like water in its presence. The fourth was an incredibly lifelike obsidian centipede, looking more like an actual monster than an elemental spirit. The fifth and sixth earth elementals, though, were clearly the leaders of the bunch. Both of them were around 3.5 meters tall, fairly humanoid in appearance and armed with actual metal weaponry that looked human-made rather than formed out of stone and the like. One of them had a muscular-looking figure and 4 faces arranged around its head, and carried in its hands a massive sword. The other looked like an old man, with a beard made out of knife-like stones and a long, whip-like tail trailing behind him. This one carried a huge mace in his hands, waving it in the air menacingly. After a few tense seconds, the 4-faced elemental stepped forward towards them. "Forbidden," he told them simply. Zorian kind of expected the elemental's voice to be all booming and gravely, considering its size and composition, but it was actually very crisp and spoken at normal volume. "We bring gifts," Zorian countered, bringing out a box out of his jacket pocket and showing the contents to the giant elemental in front of him. Zack proceeded to do the same. The boxes held a pair of fist-sized red stones, glowing with inner light. The so-called Dragonheart stones were highly coveted by some magical creatures, including earth elementals. These stones were hard to acquire, as they could only be found deep within the dungeon as a rule, and humans had no real use for them aside from making expensive jewelry and trading them to creatures that coveted them. Thankfully, Zack had encountered an entire cave full of them at one point, so it was simple enough to acquire some. The moment the earth elementals saw the stones, they quickly changed their tune. The lesser elementals around them tried to scuttle over to have a closer look, but the 2 leaders quickly caused them to stay back with a few menacing movements. After that, the 4-faced elemental spoke again limiting himself to a single word. "Come," he said simply. The 4 lesser elementals stayed behind, while the 2 humanoid giants led them to one of the large rock formations that turned out to be hollow. Inside, they found an interior that wouldn't look terribly out of place in a human dwelling, there were tables, chairs, shelves, cabinets and even some potted plants. Items of obviously human making were scattered throughout the area, some of them hopelessly broken. Zorian assumed they were battle trophies to warn and awe human visitors against treachery, but it was hard to be sure. Spirits were notorious for having very alien sense of aesthetics, so maybe the elementals just found the arrangement pleasing to the eye somehow. In the back of the chamber, opposite of the entrance, stood the elemental they came here to see. Stone Child, the elder elemental. Zorian didn't know what he had expected to see. A massive stone monolith with a giant face carved in it. A miniature mountain. A larger version of the humanoid elementals that escorted them to this place. What he definitely didn't expect was to find himself facing what appeared to be a 10-year-old boy. And not one that was crudely carved out of stone either. Stone Child's form was incredibly lifelike and realistic, and he looked like nothing more than a real human child, if one whose skin was a bit browner than was common this far to the north. There was only one thing hinting at Stone Child's elemental nature: his eyes were solid black, devoid of any internal structure a real human eye should have. It was as if someone set out to make a flawless human replica but then ran out of patience in the end and decided to just socket a pair of polished black gems into the eye sockets and call it a day. "Welcome," Stone Child said, his voice steady and very natural sounding. He smiled reassuringly at them. "We don't get many visitors here, so my manners are a little rusty and I have little to offer you with. I apologize in advance for my poor hospitality. Would you like a glass of water?" Zack and Zorian glanced at each other uncertainly. This was not quite how they had imagined the great elder elemental would behave towards them. "I could go for a glass of water, yeah," Zack said with a shrug. Stone Child nodded to himself in satisfaction and walked over to a nearby shelf, which held several ceramic jugs and a collection of glass containers of various sorts. Stone Child picked up what was clearly a pickle jar at first, but then hesitated for a moment before putting it back on the shelf. He then picked up a proper drinking glass instead. Zorian watched as the elder elemental went about pouring Zack a glass of water, shifting in place nervously. Strange as it may sound, Stone Child worried him a lot more than the two hulking elemental guards that stood vigilantly by the entrance of this place. He didn't look as imposing as them, but his appearance was a dangerous sign all on its own. It was well known that when it came to spirits, the more human-like they were, the more wary one had to be around them. Not necessarily because that made them more powerful, but because it meant they understood humans well enough to pretend to be one. This understanding, in turn, meant they could counter, fight and manipulate humans in a way their more ignorant fellows could not. Stone Child's understanding of human mentality and culture made him a lot more dangerous than he would be if he was just a bit more powerful than your average Earth elemental. It was interesting to see this kind of an elemental here in total wilderness, though. Elementals were some of the most ancient spirits known to man, but also one of the most alien and incomprehensible. The vast majority of them couldn't even speak in a human comprehensible manner, never mind understand human logic and attitudes. This inability of human and elementals to understand one another, coupled with the fact that elementals often occupied land that humans coveted and that elementals typically reacted to provocations by attacking any human within reach, most elementals had trouble telling human individuals apart from one another, led to many bitter conflicts between the two groups in the past. Elementals that understood humanity to the level that Stone Child did were vanishingly rare and usually involved the elemental in question allying itself to a human community for several generations. Most of them served as protector spirits of various houses or brokered some kind of trade deal with the local authorities in exchange for being left alone. For Stone Child to live in this kind of isolated location, away from any significant human community, yet still know so much about them, it was weird. Zorian suspected he might have originally lived somewhere in the south, but was driven away from his previous home by something. "I hear you bring gifts for me," Stone Child eventually said. "We sure do," Zack grinned. The two of them handed their Dragonheart stones to the elemental, who accepted them without any apparent excitement or comment. He rotated the stones in his palms for a few moments before setting them aside on the nearby table. "It is a good gift," Stone Child said. "But is it really a gift? I would never claim to be an expert on humanity, but in my experience your kind is rarely this generous for no reason. It's a gift, Zack said. We do want something from you, but we're willing to pay for it. Those stones are yours no matter what you do. Even if I throw you two out right now? Stonechild asked curiously. Even then, Zorian confirmed. I think I like you too, Stonechild said. So what is it that you want from me? I warn you in advance that I dislike fighting. Me and my kind will not be your mercenaries, no matter how much you offer to pay. We're only after knowledge, Zorian said. Only knowledge? Stonechild repeated, his black eyes narrowing slightly. And yet you're willing to pay such a heavy price, just for a chance to petition me for it. It is surely not just knowledge, then. What kind of forbidden secrets are you after? We want to know where the primordials were imprisoned, Zack said. Thus far, Stonechild had been very serene and self-assured in his mannerisms. It was somewhat at odds with his childlike appearance, to be honest. However, when Zack mentioned what they were after, Stonechild actually flinched a little. Why would you seek the ancient blood? Stonechild asked, leaning forward towards them. No matter what your reasons are, you're only inviting disaster upon yourself. There is no gain to be had there. You say that, but I heard there are people who gained great powers by binding the blood of primordials to themselves, Zorian said. It wasn't something he intended to do, but he still wanted to hear what Stonechild had to say about it. Artifacts of forgotten wars at the beginning of time, Stonechild said, waving his hand dismissively in the air. Should you find one of these out there in the vast world, unclaimed by anyone, that is obviously a great boon for you. But to tamper with the cages that hold back those of the ancient blood is utter foolishness. Since the time of their imprisonment, no one has ever received gift from their kind. Are you saying they're actively malicious? Zack asked curiously. Do you hate the bugs eating your crops? Do you torture mosquitoes for drinking your blood? Stonechild asked. We are all nothing to them, elemental and human both. Right, we're not people to them so they can do whatever they want to us, Zack said. It's fine, though, we don't really want anything from the primordials themselves. What we're really interested is those fancy pocket dimensions that hold them. Pocket what? Stonechild asked, cocking his head to the side in confusion. Apparently he never encountered that particular term and couldn't figure out the meaning from the context provided. They're cages, Zack clarified. The thing that holds them outside our reality. Ah, Stonechild nodded. That is, less disturbing. But I caution you to forget the idea anyway. Cracking the prisons is probably beyond you, thankfully, but you might end up accidentally contacting the prisoner or attract unwanted attention. Few such prisons are truly unguarded. We'd really want to take a look at one, anyway. Do you think we could come to some kind of agreement, said Zorian, motioning towards the Dragonheart stones with his head. There are more stones like that where those came from. And we might have more gifts for you besides. Even if I was willing to help you with this, I honestly do not know where the ancient blood was buried, Stonechild said. I cannot help you. The elder elemental disguised as a child glanced towards the stones for a second before shifting his attention back to them. However, he said. I might know a couple of other elementals that would be able to help you. Ah, that's fine too, I guess, Zorian said. I suppose you'd be willing to give this information to us. Stonechild smiled widely. For a price, he said. Break. Yes, Glittering River of Stars said, sagging a little. We will agree to let you observe us use the Bakura Gate in exchange for. I can't believe I'm saying this, time travel related favors. Finally. It was about freaking time, Zack muttered under his breath. It turned out he hadn't been quiet enough, because River of Stars bristled slightly at his words and immediately turned to him. What would you know? This was a difficult decision for us. Even if you're telling the truth about time travel, we have no way of enforcing this deal. You can renege on it easily enough, and we won't even know an agreement existed in the first place. Yeah, and that's why your elders refused to accept a mere promise alone, Zack shot back. We paid you an absurd amount of crystallized mana and other valuables for this favor. Plus we destroyed that nest of serpent-bearded toads for you as a sign of good faith. And if you're telling the truth about the time loop, none of that will matter in the long run, will it? River of Stars asked rhetorically. Zorian thought about getting involved, but ultimately decided that any words would just be throwing oil into the fire. Truthfully, he understood the doubts and hesitation of the Silent Doorway adepts all too well. He would feel the same in their position. He actually hadn't expected this negotiation to succeed at all in this restart. He expected it would take at least 2 or 3 times before he learned how to approach them correctly. However, saying that out loud would be the equivalent of shooting himself in the foot. The Urania probably wouldn't appreciate it much, and Zack would feel betrayed. His fellow time traveler had been getting steadily more annoyed with the colony as they dragged their many feet and the end of the restart inexorably approached, so he probably wouldn't appreciate Zorian taking their side, even as a diplomatic tactic. Thankfully, after staring at each other really hard, Zack and River of Stars decided to mutually back down. Whatever, River of Stars said. The elders have reached their decision, so there is no point in arguing this. Is there anything else? Yes, Zorian spoke up. Do you have something that would help us convince your web we're telling the truth in future restarts? Yes, River of Stars said. There was some discussion about that. We have something. We have no idea how useful it will be to you, since we've never actually made any contingencies in case of time travel being real, but you of all people can afford to do some trial and error on this. Hold on. She was still and silent for about 10 seconds, probably engaging in telepathic communication with the rest of her web. Prepare for a memory packet transfer, she told him, before sending a telepathic probe at his mental shields. Zorian allowed her to establish contact, and she immediately shoved a small memory packet at him. He quickly perused the contents, noticing it mostly held meaningless strings of numbers, well, meaningless to him at least, as well as some kind of detailed map of the region surrounding their web. He unraveled the memory packet and repackaged the information into a memory packet of his own, that way he wouldn't have to worry about it decaying on him the way the matriarch's memory packet did, and then gently pushed at the connection with River of Stars, signaling to her to end the connection. She did as he asked, but she couldn't help but take a quick peek at his memories as she withdrew. Zorian didn't even try to stop her. Instead, he simply pushed a memory of him being stabbed to death in one of the earliest restarts at her memory probe, causing her to flinch a little and hastily break contact. It's rare to see a human so well versed in telepathic conflict, she said, a little awkwardly. Thank you, Zorian said. Can we see the gate now? Yes, she confirmed, a little more respectfully. Apparently his little show of telepathic sophistication had humbled her a bit. He made a mental note to challenge one of their elders to a telepathic duel in future restarts, just to establish his telepathic credentials. Maybe they'd look down on them less if he did that. I'll lead the way. River of Stars led them down the twisting tunnels of the Iranian settlement, far deeper into the colony than they'd ever been allowed to go before. There, in a large underground chamber, stood a circular stone platform that held a familiar black icosahedron that was the Bakura Gate. Well, it was familiar to Zorian at least. You've never seen a Bakura Gate before? Zorian asked Zack, who was currently slowly circling the construct and inspecting it curiously. In all those countless restarts, it never crossed your mind to seek one out. No, why would it? Zack asked, poking the black bars experimentally with his finger. They don't work and nobody knows how to activate them. I'm no researcher. If countless scholars couldn't get anything out of them, what could I do? It's really similar to the Abasin one, though. You can clearly tell they were inspired by one of these things when they made theirs. The fact that there is another gate using group operating around is disturbing, a nearby Urania commented. You should have mentioned that information earlier when you spoke with us. Sorry, Zorian shrugged. I didn't think it was important. So how will this work exactly? Considering you gathered no less than 15 Aranias here, I'm guessing the activation requires some kind of group ritual. It is a ritual, yes, the Arania confirmed. Her name was Marvelous Geode, if you remembered correctly. Well, her name was quite a bit longer than that actually, but that was what it shortened to anyway. It's not the correct way to activate the gate, but it's the only way we know. What does the ritual involve, exactly? Well, she hesitated. First of all, we need to establish contact with the spirit of the gate. Wait, the gate has a spirit? Zorian asked incredulously. He focused his mind sense on the gate for the moment. I don't sense a mind within it. Of course you can't, she said. The spirit is completely disconnected from the great web. Its mind is permanently dark, much like your friend's mind is under that spell he keeps constantly active around us. Yet, the spirit is very much real. Marvelous Geode stood a little straighter, giving him a challenging look, as if daring him to contradict her. He didn't. While the idea of the Bakura gate having a spirit was a bit weird, he would trust the silent doorway adepts on this. They did get the gate to work, after all, unlike everybody else. So how did you find out about this spirit, then? Do you have someone with soul perception or something? The spirit cannot be detected through the soul either. Its soul is shrouded somehow, and does not show up on casual inspection, even if one is a necromancer. One has to contact the spirit in a very specific way before it will deign to reveal itself, Marvelous Geode explained. That, well, it certainly explained why this gate spirit had remained an unknown thus far. However, how did you even find out about this, then? Zorian asked curiously. Did you just tinker with the gate and end up contacting the spirit by accident or? Well, there was admittedly a whole lot of tinkering involved. The founder of our web was obsessed with the gate and invested a lot of her time and energies on it. That said, we were rather certain that there was a spirit in there, so our tinkering was directed at establishing contact with the spirit right from the start, Marvelous Geode said. After all, Bakura gates were said to be able to open up dimensional passages to each other, entirely on their own. That goes against everything we know about magic items. I'm told you're quite an artificer, so you no doubt know that magic items never really cast anything. They can only ever maintain a spell that is anchored to them, and anything else is an illusion achieved by shifting the spell in question into different modes. For the Bakura gates to be able to open and close dimensional passages to any gate in the network, they had to be some kind of spellcaster. And spellcasting requires a soul. Zorian hummed thoughtfully. Pretty solid logic there, he had to admit. By now, Zack had long gotten bored of staring at the gate and walked over to stand beside him. As for the rest of the Arania that weren't explaining things to Zorian, they were busy carting large quantities of crystallized mana to the vicinity of the gate. The local area has insufficient quantity of ambient mana to power the opening of the gate, Marvelous Geode explained. Once the spirit is contacted and starts opening the dimensional passage, we have to evaporate a large amount of crystallized mana and funnel it into the gate, or the process will fail. Why not just move the gate deeper into the dungeon? Zack asked. They can't, Zorian said. It's well known that Bakura gates cannot be moved from their spots or they literally fall apart. Most experts are guessing that the icosahedron bars are only the tip of the iceberg and that part of the gate is embedded into the surrounding rocks and the like. Yes, Marvelous Geode said. We have heard about that, which was why it was never attempted. There was some talk about drilling a hole to the deeper layers near the gate in order to create an artificial mana well, but nobody really knows just how much damage to their surroundings Bakura gates can take before they break down, so that idea never went anywhere. The gate is too precious to risk like that, even if it would save us a lot of money. With all preparations done, Marvelous Geode excused herself and joined the rest of her fellows in setting up the ritual to contact the gate spirit. After some frantic running and pushing, the Aranias entered into a circular formation around the icosahedron, forming 3 concentric lines around the object. Then they all started casting. 20 minutes later, they were still going at it with no visible change. Eventually Zack couldn't take it anymore and leaned in towards him. "Zorian, do you understand anything that is going on here?" Zack whispered to him. "I'm not an expert on Iranian magic, but they seem to be just repeating the same movements over and over again." "Yeah," Zorian agreed, studying the ritual with a frown. It was strange. He could vaguely recognize the spell they were casting as some kind of soul magic ritual, similar to the protection rituals that Alanik had taught him. Things that even a person like him with no soul perception could use. These kind of rituals were lengthy and crude, the magical equivalent of groping in the dark, but sometimes it was enough. Lukav had used something similar when he had analyzed his soul in the past for damage and the like. However, the ritual's silent doorway adepts were performing didn't look like any ritual spell he knew of. Not that Zorian had witnessed all that many group rituals, but this was still. He suddenly realized what was bothering him: the movements of the Arania weren't nearly as synchronized as they should be. "It's not really a group ritual," Zorian whispered back to Zack. "They are all performing the same ritual spell independently of one another. And then, when they're done, they just start over and do it again and again." Zack stared at the 15 Arania surrounding the gate for a few seconds, before leaning toward Zorian again. "Are you saying," Zack asked him incredulously, "that they're basically annoying the gate's spirit into revealing itself?" No. "That's not what I was getting at," Zorian replied. "I think the ritual they use is flawed, and only works when everything aligns just right, but since they don't really know how the gate functions internally, they can't aim for those circumstances specifically. They can just repeat it over and over and hope that it eventually works." "Why have 15 of them doing it at once, though?" Zack asked. "If the circumstances aren't right for one of them, why would it work for the other 14? If you look at them closely, you will see they're not casting the ritual in unison. That's what tipped me off as to what they're doing, actually. They've staggered their casting so that they all finish the spell one after another. I think that, in practice, getting the ritual to work is just a matter of very specific timing. By constantly bombarding the gate with contact requests, they make it more likely that one will actually connect." "Ah, I see, so the ritual could conceivably be done by one person alone, but they would likely miss many windows of opportunity and take way longer than a group like this," Zack said. "Well, this will be very annoying if we want to use this ourselves." "Yeah," Zorian agreed unhappily. Not only was the ritual an Iranian creation, meaning Zorian would have to convert it to human-style spellcasting before he could make use of it, but it was also a very inelegant solution that would be a pain to set up for someone other than silent doorway adepts. Even if he hired enough mages for this kind of setup to work, he would still have to teach them the spell itself and then train them to stagger their casting correctly. Even then, they would never be as good at it as the Arania, since they didn't have years of practice with the setup like they did. And the Arania were already at it for half an hour and still going, so he shuddered to think how long it would take under less than ideal circumstances. Just how long would this? A flash of bright light in the center of the icosahedron marked the opening of a dimensional gate instead. The Arania immediately stopped their repetition and scrambled throughout the chamber in a sort of organized chaos, evaporating the chunks of crystallized mana and feeding it to the gate mechanism. The spatial doorway steadily grew, eventually stabilizing into a circular hole in the air that led elsewhere. Zorian glanced at his pocket watch. It took the Arania about 40 minutes to open the gate, most of which was spent on contacting the gate spirit. Marvelous Geode scuttled over to them, looking very pleased with herself. "The passage is open," she said. "Does it always take this long to open?" Zack asked. "Oh no, this was quite fast by past standards. Sometimes it takes as much as 2 hours before the gate spirit will deign to respond. This is an auspicious omen for this cooperation." Zack and Zorian looked at each other unhappily. 2 hours. "You can try going through it if you wish," Marvelous Geode said. "Where does it lead, anyway?" Zorian asked. "Solimnon, not far from the port city of Hytemtep," she said. Eldamar and Solimnon have been engaged in a trade war for a while now, so trading there is quite profitable. You'd probably get a better return by going to more distant lands, though, Zorian noted. Are there distance limitations on Bakura Gate use? In theory, no. In practice, getting to very distant lands is impossible for us. In order to connect with another Bakura Gate, we need to first travel to said gate through some other means and contact its own gate spirit. Only after we receive a sort of mental key from the gate spirit, can we use our own gate to reach it. So each gate has its own secret password and you need to get it before you can travel there. Zack summarized. It's not very secret, the gate spirit will freely give you its key if you can contact it. But yes, that is essentially correct, the Urania confirmed. Sounds like you could use someone that can freely travel over human territory and access distant Bakura gates, Zorian noted. Well, yes. That is the primary thing that our elders hope to gain from this deal, Marvelous Geode said carefully. If you could help us acquire keys to distant gates, this could easily catapult our webs to unbelievable prosperity. Especially if you can secure us a connection to Mycena. There are no Urania there, as far as we can tell, so it's pretty much virgin ground for us to settle, an entire continent worth of it. In the end, the two of them did step through the gate and explored the other side a bit. The silent doorway adepts were, as it turned out, a territorially discontinuous web, with semi-autonomous colonies established around each of the gates they traveled to on a regular basis. The colony back in Eldamar was clearly the main one, though, and that probably wouldn't change any time soon since the sub-colonies were denied the knowledge of the gate activation ritual. They didn't venture forth from the Uranian colony too much. Two people with an obvious Eldamarian accent were unlikely to be viewed favorably by Sulamese inhabitants, the two countries hated each other, after all. The moment Zorian returned to Scioria, he sat down at his work desk, called up a memory of the ritual, vividly preserved in his mind, and set about understanding it and taking it apart. He respected the Uranian achievement and dedication, but there just had to be a better way of doing this. Break. I see, mumbled Zorian to himself, turning the telepathic relay in his hand. The innocuous-looking metal plate was connected to the long chain of telepathic relays that his simulacrum left behind him, like breadcrumbs, as it traveled ever further south. He occasionally received reports and memory packets from the simulacrum, detailing the issues his copy had encountered on the journey. Something good? Zack asked. My simulacrum has finally reached Koth, Zorian said. Or at least the port town of Jasuka, which is generally considered to be the entry port to the region. Man, finally, Zack said. The restart is going to end in less than 2 days. I was starting to wonder what was taking him so long. It's not that simple, Zorian protested, feeling compelled to defend his copy. It was a hard and frustrating journey and Zorian was honestly grateful to his simulacrum for actually attempting his task seriously instead of doing a half-assed job or giving up halfway through. I know, Zack said, waving his hands in a placating gesture. There is no need to get all protective of your precious copy. I'm certainly not going to complain about not having to do anything but wait while your simulacrums do all the work. And the traveling speed is bound to improve as your simulacrums figure out better traveling routes in the future. But you have to admit this is kind of disappointing. Yes, Zorian admitted. Especially since all of my simulacrums get dismissed when we enter black rooms and get cut off from the outside world. We really need to figure out how the Abasins stabilize their gates, or else I'll need to send a simulacrum to Koth at least twice per restart. We could always find a Bakura gate in Koth, send your simulacrum there to open our own gate and then bring a bunch of silent doorway adepts through it to ask the gate spirit for the password, mused Zack. Then we can just go and use the Uranian gate in future restarts. It's a nice idea, but who knows how long it would take to set up? Zorian asked rhetorically. I don't know if you noticed, but the silent doorway adepts are a rather suspicious bunch. I don't know how quickly we can convince them to cooperate in the future, but... Yeah, now that you mention it, I don't really like the idea, Zack agreed. How is your analysis of their contact ritual going? Zorian's face twisted into a grimace. That bad, huh? Zack asked with a grin. I'll say this, there is a reason why they're still using that stupid method instead of switching to something better. I don't think I'll figure out something better anytime soon, Zorian explained unhappily. You might want to work with them instead of away from them in the future, Zack noted. They're annoying jerks, but I'm sure they're as interested in making the contact ritual better as we are, and they have way more experience with it than you do. I guess you're right, Zorian agreed. I think dash. He stopped talking when he noticed his simulacrum was trying to contact him again. Huh. That was fast. Wonder what that was about. Zack? He eventually asked. Yeah. Zack asked curiously. Do you have anything you should be doing in the near future? I'm bored out of my skull and you know it, he said. Why? The simulacrum says he's in the jungle to the west of Jasuka and that he's found a perfect spot for the gate. He's asking if we want to try opening one right now, explained Zorian. Zack thought about it for a few seconds. Or maybe just pretended to think about it. Zack had a flair for dramatics like that. Why not, he finally said, jumping to his feet. Let's go see Koth. Break. Gate was an amazing spell in Zorian's opinion. Teleport was arguably a more useful piece of magic, despite the range limitations that forced mages to chain teleports if they wanted to cross any appreciable distance, but it just didn't have the same emotional impact that a dimensional gate did. There was just something emotionally satisfying about crossing continental distances in a single step. For example, Zorian had just followed Zack through the dimensional passage he and his simulacrum had opened, and suddenly went from a hastily secured underground room in Eldamar to a steaming, verdant jungle in Koth. It was louder than he thought it would be. The sheer cacophony of different sounds was impressive, but he imagined that would get tiresome very fast. You have no idea, his simulacrum grumbled, having read his thoughts. I especially hate that one bird that keeps making sounds reminiscent of a dying man's scream. I really wish that it would shut up already. I even thought of tracking it down so I could kill it, but I can't seem to find it in all the foliage. You'd think something that loud would be trivial to track down, but... Anything special we should keep in mind here? Zorian said, cutting the simulacrum off before he could get going. He knew himself, once he started complaining, there would be no end of it. Yeah, the wildlife is absolutely terrifying, the simulacrum said. At one point I saw ants the size of my thumb dismembering some kind of jungle cat, and some of the snakes can fly. No wings or anything, they just kind of silently float through the air like they were swimming through water. And that was in the first hour or so. Yeah, I heard the southern jungles make the great northern wilderness look like a playground, Zack said, picking up a dried branch off the jungle floor and taking a few experimental swings with it. Not sure how much of that is true and how much of it is just southerners trying to make themselves look tough, but there is probably some truth to it. If nothing else, these jungles should be more unpredictable than our forests, since the wildlife is more diverse here. I was also told by the natives that foreigners often get sick not long after coming here, the simulacrum said. It's not a single disease either, there is a whole bunch of things you could contract here. Most of them aren't lethal, but they can leave you bedridden for weeks. Not a problem for a simulacrum like me, but you're going to have to stock up on cures before you start wandering around the region. Great, Zorian clacked his tongue unhappily. Another thing to worry about. Hey, Zack said suddenly. Don't get mad at me, but, didn't you say your eldest brother is active around here? Yes. Zorian said, drawing the word out unnecessarily. What's that got to do with anything? Well, Zack began carefully, I know you don't like him, but we're kind of total strangers here. We don't know the language, we don't know the culture, and we don't know how to navigate the local authorities. Your brother, on the other hand, probably does. And he probably has existing contacts all over the place that he could refer us to. Zorian made a really sour face at that. Yeah, he could see the logic in that. Especially since they were on a treasure hunt and his brother was, well, a treasure hunter. He probably could help. And, as much as Zorian hated to admit it, probably would be willing to help. But he didn't want to ask Daimen for help. We don't have time for that right now, Zorian said curtly. The restart is ending soon. Zack chuckled in amusement. But you agree that we should see him? Zack asked, face full of mirth. I didn't think it would be that easy. It's a matter of survival, Zorian Simulacrum grumbled. We can't let our personal grudges get in the way of that. In the grand scheme of things, this is nothing. Well put, Simulacrum number 2. Well put. That's good, Zack said. You know, I'm really looking forward to meeting the guy. Maybe punch him in the face if he's as bad as you obviously think he is. Zorian and his simulacrum shared an exasperated look between themselves. Still, he couldn't deny that a part of him was interested in seeing how a meeting between Zack and Daimen would go. He hoped that Daimen still had that competitive streak and challenged Zack to a sparring match or something. Watching Zack wipe the floor with him would be pretty damn satisfying. Not as satisfying as Zorian doing so himself, of course, but pretty close. Plus, he would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in what exactly his brother had been doing down here in the south that occupied him so. And why were his parents coming here to meet with him, anyway? Perhaps, before he sought out Daimen here in Koth, he should have a chat with Mother at the start of the next restart. If nothing else, that way he wouldn't have to search for him all over Koth. Break. The people guarding the Abasin gate beneath Cyoria were a cranky and unhappy bunch. In theory, their task was one of great importance. They were guarding the Abasin route of retreat, making sure no Eldamarian battle force could close the gate, or even pass to the other side to wreak havoc on the base of Sudamir, their ally. In practice, this was seen as punishment duty. Having been stationed here, they were denied a piece of the action happening above, and thus the glory and looting opportunities that came with it. Besides, what were the chances that the beleaguered Cyorean defenders could not only afford to send some of their battle mages down here, but that they also knew exactly where to go in order to find the Abasin gate site? No, the idea was absolutely Hook goblins, someone shouted. We have hook goblins incoming. No one was worried at first. Hook goblins were ferocious and very deadly if one allowed them to get close, but they weren't particularly tough and went down easily before concentrated spell fire. Indeed, the first wave was nothing special, lulling the Abasin defenders into a false sense of safety. But as they killed one wave of hook goblins, then two, and then another, they realized this swarm of them was a bit larger than they were used to. Then a couple of mages got a strange headache at the most inconvenient of times and failed their spells, and some of the hook goblins managed to close into melee range. The defenders dissolved into chaos. The troops manning the defenses may have thought the attitude unfair, but there was a reason why the Abasin leadership considered most of them to be the dregs of their invasion force. The commanders of the force delayed asking for help as long as possible, afraid of what their superiors would say if they proved unable to contain even a simple hook goblin incursion. What a humiliation that would be! That changed when an entire regiment of steel golems came running into the gate chamber, following behind the last hook goblins. Each of them carried a rifle and a belt full of spell bombs, and they were far more resilient than mere hook goblins. More importantly, they signified a clear Eldamarian attack on the gate chamber. This was no longer just an unlucky incursion of dungeon denizens but an organized assault. In fact, most of the Abasins suddenly realized that the hook goblins were probably just a setup to soften them up before the real assault force arrived. At this point the Abasin defenders abandoned their pride and tried to contact the small elite Quatakikl had left by the dimensional gate itself. If this was an Eldamarian attack, then there was no shame in summoning Quatakikl to save them. Unfortunately, Zack had already taken care of the gate battle group by then, freezing the war trolls into icy statues and disabling the mages. No one would be coming to save them. The final nail in the coffin was when Zack and Zorian stopped hiding and joined the golems and hook goblins in finishing off the Abasins. The force arrayed before the Abasan defenders was so overwhelming that many of them surrendered rather than keep fighting till the bitter end. This was a bit of an unforeseen problem, as neither Zack nor Zorian had the heart to just massacre people who surrendered in cold blood, but they also didn't trust them not to start something while they were distracted. After some heated discussion, they ended up solving that by using sleeping gas bombs on them until they were all knocked unconscious. They were just finished with that when a small metal plate hanging off Zorian's hip suddenly shook and Alanik's voice emanated from it, faint but crisp and perfectly audible. "This is Alanik, code Thero 874. You should be done by now. Is the chamber clear?" "This is Zorian, code Raha 118, said Zorian back into the plate. He personally thought it was kind of unnecessary, but Alanik insisted that these codes were used every time they made contact with one another through the communication plate. "Everything is clear on my end. You can bring everyone into the gate chamber." 5 minutes later, a seemingly endless stream of people poured into the former Abasan base, led by Svim and Alanik. Some of them were soldiers and battle mages, here to ensure the safety of the gathered people from the dungeon denizens, but most of them were various artificers, scholars, dimensionalism experts, spell crafters, and so forth. They were all led into the center of the chamber and presented with the Abasan gate. They all gathered around the gate, scrutinizing it intently, some with obvious enthusiasm and some with professional stoicism. "All right everyone," Svim told them. "We have only a few hours to figure this thing out as much as possible, so do your best. Mr. Kaczynski and Mr. Novita here are the leaders of this project, so please report all your findings to them. Don't be fooled by their young age, they very much have the confidence of the authorities in this matter." And thus, almost 100 respected experts gathered from all over Eldamar set about studying the Abasan Gate and how it could be recreated. 66. Marred Perfection. Chapter 066 Marred Perfection. For nearly 6 years now, Zorian had been living in this endlessly repeating month. It felt longer, to be honest. So many things had happened, and his worldview had undergone such radical changes, that he felt it would only be right if the whole thing had taken place over a decade or more. It made him wonder how the original Zack would compare to the boy he had come to know. They seemed vaguely similar at first glance, but those were no doubt just surface similarities. There was no way that Zack had stayed the same over several decades. Zorian just hadn't known the boy all that well before the time loop and thus couldn't spot the differences. Nevertheless, Zorian had spent a bit over half a decade in the time loop, and in all that time he had never really sat down with his mother to have a chat about things. Some people would have been very ashamed about this, but not Zorian. Indeed, he felt that one of the really nice things about the time loop was that he could virtually eliminate his interaction with his parents. Now, for the first time in years, he was going to strike up a conversation with Mother, and it would be about Daimen. He hadn't thought he'd ever want his parents to talk more about his older brother, but life was funny like that sometimes. "Actually, this reminds me of something," Mother said. "Your father and I are going to Koth to visit Daimen." Oh good. He'd been waiting for her to mention their trip to Koth. Thankfully, this wasn't something he had to steer the conversation to. Despite her choice of words, the topic was clearly at the forefront of her mind. She found a way to bring it up in every single restart. "Well, that's a little sudden," Zorian commented lightly. "What brought this up?" If his mother was surprised by him showing actual interest in family matters, she didn't show it. "It's only proper for us to visit Daimen from time to time," she said in a lecturing tone. "It has been nearly a year since we've last seen each other. Family ties are important." "Aha," Zorian said in a patronizing tone. "Wouldn't it make more sense for Daimen to visit you instead? Seems that would be way easier than you traveling all the way to Koth." "Well," she said, pausing a little. "You're probably right about that. But you know how driven Daimen is. He's been really fired up about whatever he's been looking for. There is no way he'd take a break right now, not even to visit his family." "I see," said Zorian. The old, bitter part of him knew that they would never have been so understanding if he had tried to do the same. No, had he ignored his family for nearly a year, missing all the family dinners and such, he would have never heard the end of it. But that wasn't helpful right now, so he pushed such thoughts away and focused on something else. Since he won't come to you, you'll come to him. Fair enough. Although, if this is a family meeting, how come you aren't making the rest of us take the trip with you? It's not much of a family reunion if more than half of it isn't even there. How do you know we aren't making you come with us? She asked curiously. Zorian paused for a moment. Crap, she hadn't actually mentioned that part yet, did she? Oh well, this was pretty easy to salvage. What, you're going to stop me from going to the academy at the very last moment? Zorian asked her with a raised eyebrow. Or Fortov? Or drag Kiriel around a completely alien country where she is liable to pick up 10 different exotic diseases in a matter of days? Actually, it's good that you've reminded me about Kiriel dash, she began, only for him to cut her off almost immediately. I'll do it, he said. She blinked in surprise, momentarily stunned into silence. I beg your pardon, she asked. You wanted to ask me if I would take Kiriel with me to Syoria, right? Zorian guessed. I imagine this was why you even brought this topic up in the first place. I'll do it. I'll take her with me to Syoria. Yes. Kiriel yelled, cunningly hidden just out of sight so she could eavesdrop on their conversation. Zorian rolled his eyes at her outburst, and even Mother felt the need to direct an exasperated look in Kiriel's direction. Not that the little imp saw it, she was still hiding and pretending she wasn't spying on them. That was surprisingly easy, Mother commented, shifting her attention back to him. I know Kiriel has been a little difficult lately. I'm glad you can see beyond that. Yes, well, now that we've gotten that out of the way, we can go back to discussing your actual reasons for rushing to Koth so suddenly, Zorian said. Mother gave him an appraising look. Why do you care about this so much? She asked. Not that I'm complaining about you taking interest in family matters. In fact, I think it's a positive thing. However, you can't deny that this is somewhat unlike you. And you can't deny this trip is somewhat unusual, Zorian immediately shot back. You're leaving Kiriel in my hands for at least 2 months and probably more, which you probably don't like at all. I'm sure you'll do fine, she interjected. And you're leaving your company without proper leadership in the middle of the summer, which I'm sure is driving Father more than a little crazy, finished Zorian, ignoring her comment. It wasn't that their business couldn't survive without them for a few months. The company his parents had built was long past the phase where they needed to get personally involved in every little detail or business deal. So long as no crisis popped up, they could easily leave the whole thing to their subordinates for a couple of months. But what if there was a crisis? There was no way his parents were not thinking about this and worrying. Especially Father, who seemed to think most of his workers were either lazy or incompetent. That is, if Zorian had interpreted his father's random grumbling correctly over the years. Your father has indeed been a little hesitant to leave the company to its own devices for so long, Mother admitted. But it's... She hesitated, visibly considering whether to tell him the truth or not. Not for the first time, Zorian wondered if he should just use his mental powers and read her thoughts. He really didn't want to. Even though they didn't get along very well, there was just something very immoral about intruding on his mother's thoughts like that. It's what? He asked slowly. You're very pushy today, she remarked, an unhappy frown on her face. You keep criticizing me for not thinking about the family and our reputation, Zorian said, not able to keep a flash of annoyance out of his voice. Yet now that you clearly have some kind of family emergency on your hands, you are keeping me in the dark about it. I think I have the right to be a little rude. It's not a family emergency, she said, rubbing her forehead in frustration. Not like you're thinking, anyway. It's just... She sighed, deeply and heavily, like she was carrying some kind of great weight on her shoulders. Can you cast some of those privacy wards that prevent sound from leaving the area? This is not something that I want Kiriel to hear. Zorian nodded and promptly erected a 2-layer barrier, one to block out sound from leaving the room and the other to prevent anyone from stepping foot in it without exerting a considerable amount of physical force. Just in case Curiel decided to be a bit bolder than usual. "It's done," Zorian told Mother. "Now what's this about?" "Daimen is getting married," she finally admitted. Zorian stared at her for a second, trying to process that. What? That was the big secret? Okay, so he could understand why his parents would consider this to be big news. However, he expected them to be, well, happier about it. The way Mother behaved, he would have thought that somebody had died, not that a wedding had been announced. "I don't understand," Zorian admitted after a few seconds. "Why is this such a bad thing? If I remember correctly, you even made some pointed noises to him that he wasn't that young anymore and that he should think about settling down. Is there something wrong with the fiancé?" "The girl is fine," Mother sighed. "She's from a powerful family of mages that are movers and shakers in their state. She's basically local nobility." "So he's marrying into nobility, then?" Zorian asked. "Funny, I would have expected you to be ecstatic about that." Mother gave him a rather unamused look. "No. You don't like the fact that he's marrying into nobility?" Zorian asked, baffled. He honestly didn't understand why Mother disapproved of this so much. This sounded like something she'd be thrilled about. "It isn't a good thing that she's local nobility. That only makes things worse," Mother explained. "Bad enough that he wants to marry some distant foreigner when there are so many perfectly good local girls he could go for. Daughters of influential families that would be happy to forge ties with us in exchange for getting a genius mage of his caliber into their fold. But never mind that. I could stomach this if this was just random girl he picked up in Koth and brought home. But this girl, she's practically a princess. There is absolutely no way she would agree to move here to Altazia with Daimen. Instead, it will be him staying in Koth with her." "Ah," Zorian said, finally understanding what the issue was. If Daimen married this girl and remained permanently in Koth, his parents would gain nothing from this. Even though he would be marrying into nobility, it would be very distant, foreign nobility. That would only give his parents some mild bragging rights, but none of the practical benefits that marrying some influential family in Eldamar, or at least in a country on the same continent, would. Plus, if Daimen remained in Koth, his parents would only ever see their favorite son, and his new family, once in a blue moon. The distance between Koth and Eldamar was not something casually crossed. "So," Zorian said. "I'm guessing you've already tried to talk him out of this through your letters." "Yes," Mother said. "We wrote to him at length as to why this is a poor idea. No matter how amazing he thinks this girl is, he could do so much better here in Eldamar." "But Daimen didn't listen to you?" Zorian surmised, not without some schadenfreude at their predicament. "He said he loves her," she said, shaking her head sadly. "He won't budge an inch on the matter. He won't even delay the marriage, much less cancel it. Keeps insisting she's perfect and that he can't let the opportunity slip away. It's too sudden. Why won't he listen to me?" Zorian clacked his tongue. He didn't know why she was so surprised. Love always made people unreasonable, and Daimen had had his parents doting on him for as long as Zorian could remember. Why would he give up what was apparently the love of his life just because his parents didn't approve? That said, and Zorian couldn't believe he was thinking this, he actually agreed with Daimen here. What right did their parents have to get in between him and his new fiancée? It was ultimately his decision to make. Though admittedly, it was also his parents' right to drop everything and go all the way to Koth to try and convince him otherwise in person. "I suppose you think that going there and trying to convince him face to face will be more effective than letters," Zorian surmised. "You can never be as convincing in a letter as you can when being physically there in front of someone," Mother said. "But I don't know whether that will be enough, that's all. We still have to try. I know he's young and in love, but he's making a big mistake and he needs to know that." Zorian hummed. "All right. I'm not going to get involved with this, and I'm sure you don't expect me to. Thank you for explaining things, at least. Don't spread this around, she warned. I'm telling you this because I know you can keep a secret. There is still a chance we can set this right. All right, agreed Zorian easily. Quick question, then. Do you know what Daiman has been working on in Koth and where he is right now? No, he was always very secretive about that. He was worried someone would intercept his letters and beat him to his prize. The world of treasure hunters is very competitive, from what I hear. We agreed he would come and pick us up in Jasuka once we arrived there. Zorian nodded. About what he expected, really. It made sense for his parents to arrive in Jasuka, since the city was the main entrance port for ships entering the Koth region from the north, and it made sense for Daimen to go and meet them there. Sadly, this meeting was too late for Zorian's purposes, so he needed some clue with which he could track his eldest brother down. Like, say, the identity of this fiancée of his. Do you know the name of this girl he wants to marry? Zorian asked. Or maybe the name of this noble family of theirs and which country it is from. I'm curious. Her name is Orissa Siki Teramachula, of the Teramachula family, Mother said. They are from the state of Harameo, wherever that is. Supposedly they're very distinctive, because their family magic is based around these magical bees that they cultivate. Bees? Zorian asked curiously. Yes. They breed several species of magical bees and use their secret family magic to control and direct them. They're supposedly very versatile, Mother explained. They produce some sort of extremely valuable honey, they can be deadly in battle, and they're very good at tracking things down. It's this last thing that led Daimen to contact them. He hired their best trackers for his mission, and the daughter of the family head came along with the group. One thing led to another and, well, now we have this situation on our hands. Hopefully her family is as unenthusiastic about this as we are and we can get their help with this. Ha! It would seem that Daimen was finally going to learn how unpleasant their parents could really be when they disapproved of their children's choices. In any case, this was probably already enough information to track down Daimen. This Teramachula family sounded like they would be trivially easy to locate, and they probably knew where Daimen was. Still, it might not hurt to see if he could get anything else out of Mother. Maybe Daimen let something important slip through in his letters. He opened his mouth to ask another question, only to get interrupted by a knock at the door. Oh right. Ilsa was here to talk to him. Mother motioned for him to go open the door, and Zorian obliged her. Continuing the conversation would have to wait until he dealt with the academy representative. Break. Svim's home was currently host to a very unusual group. Zorian, Zack, Svim, Alanik, Kale and Taven were all gathered in Svim's living room, poring over the various documents Zack and Zorian had collected over the restarts. Everyone who was aware of the time loop was there. Zorian would have normally left Kale and Taven out of this meeting, Kale because he had told him to keep secrets from him in subsequent restarts, and Taven because she never fully believed in the time loop anyway, but Svim and Alanik insisted that they should be involved with things this time. This wasn't something Svim and Alanik usually did, but Zorian had come to expect these kinds of sudden requests from them lately. Ever since they had started leaving messages and research notes to their future selves via Zorian, their actions tended to vary a lot from restart to restart. Zorian saw no reason to refuse the request, so Kale and Taven got to join them this time. Unlike everyone else, Zorian didn't bother reading any of the documents. There was no need to. He was, after all, the one who had taken all the various notes and records and turned them into the relatively concise reports they were currently reading. Well, he and his simulacrums, anyway, he tended to delegate this kind of work to his copies these days. He just had to remember to read through their finished work at least once, or else they would try to sneak things in as a form of silent protest against being given boring chores to do. But really, what did he have them for if not so he could delegate the boring, time-consuming stuff to them? Well, that is good news, about the Abasin Gate, Zack said, leafing through the information they gathered on the structure in the previous restart. I was all but sure that Quatakikl had stuck a human soul somewhere in there to make the gate. I mean, even the Bakura gates require some sort of spirit to function like they do. Bakura gates open portals all on their own, though, Zorian said. The Abasin gates don't. They just keep a portal someone else created open indefinitely. Yes, it's hard to see what a soul in there would do, except maybe provide a power source, Alanik spoke up. It's not like sticking any random soul in there would allow it to open dimensional passages on its own. I guess if you added a soul of a willing mage in there, like Sudamir did with his wife Dash. Kale made a very sour face at the reminder about that. He didn't have a very high opinion of Sudamir's act of love and flat out said so earlier. It didn't help that Sudamir had pretty much hunted down all of Kale's friends and would have likely done the same to the boy if he hadn't been scouted out by the academy by then. Then maybe you could improve the efficiency of the structure or something, Alanik finished. Otherwise, there would be little point to it. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining, Zack said. I mean, if the Abasin gate is just a spell stabilization frame made out of exotic materials and spell formula, that means we can copy their design easily enough, right? Zorian? I'm not sure something this intricate and advanced deserves to be called just anything, Zorian remarked. As for recreating it, well, if it were just you and me working on this, I'd say it would take us years to figure out how to reproduce it. But since we'll be using the whole army of experts approach we used in the previous restart, it will still take at least a year, but probably not more than one. Still a year. Zack whined, visibly disappointed. Why? The short time during which we have access to the gate is really hampering us, Zorian explained, clacking his tongue unhappily. We may have an army of experts, but they only have a couple of hours before the end of the restart to examine the gate. There is only so much they can do in such a short time. Why not just attack the base before the end of the restart? Taven asked. Is this Quatakikl really that unbeatable? Yes, Zack and Zorian answered in unison. Okay, no need to pile up on me, she grumbled. And is there no time during which he's absent from Cyoria or something? Zorian was just about to explain why that wouldn't work when he remembered something. He reached for a nearby stack of papers and started quickly leafing through a timeline of the invasion he and Zack had painstakingly made. A definitive timeline was, of course, completely impossible. Things changed often, depending on what Zack and Zorian did in any particular restart. However, certain things seemed very resistant to change, and virtually always happened on schedule if they didn't specifically try to disrupt them. He was sure he remembered something about, Here, Zorian said triumphantly, pointing at one of the paragraphs. At the beginning of the third week of the restart, Quatakikl has a tendency to return to Oquin Abasa and stay there for 3 whole days. So long as we don't disrupt the invasion too badly until then, he's likely to do just that in this restart too. Then, if we manage to seize the Abasan base at the very start of this period, we will have 3 whole days to study the gate without interruption. That's a big if, Zack pointed out. You're talking about attacking the base while it's fully staffed and defended. Trust me, that's very different than taking out those bunch of incompetents that loiter around the base during the invasion itself. And you're talking about doing it without giving them enough time to raise the alarm and summon Quatakikl back. Or get reinforcements from Sudamir's mansion, for that matter. Yeah, said Zorian thoughtfully. Alanik soldiers alone aren't going to cut it this time. We're going to need to hire Iranian mercenaries if this is ever going to work. I'm pretty sure I can find a web that would be interested if we offer enough payment. And Sudamir? Alanik asked. Oh, that one is easy, Zorian said. He's still a mayor of Nyazov Dveri. We just create a big enough disturbance in the town and wait for him to show up, as he surely must. Then we kill his bodyguards and kidnap him in broad daylight. There was a brief silence as everyone gave him strange looks. What? Zorian said defensively. You've got a better idea? You've become a scary person, Zorian, Taven remarked. Why kidnap? Alanik asked. Why not just assassinate him? He cryptically hinted that he was very hard to kill when I spoke to him, Zorian said. I don't know what magic he used for that, but it's possible that just killing him wouldn't work. So I figured it was safer to just put him to sleep and keep him that way for as long as necessary. Well, I at least approve of this course of action, Alanik said. If nothing else, this will give me a chance to interrogate Sudamir once he has been captured. I note we've never really done that properly in any of the past restarts. Yeah, it was never really a priority, and the man's plans were all pretty crazy anyway, Zorian shrugged. Crazy or not, he clearly had plenty of talent in magic, Kale said. You shouldn't just limit yourself to questioning him about his crimes and links to Ulquin Abesa. You should interrogate him for everything he knows about necromancy and other magic as well. Unsurprisingly, this made him the new target of everyone's strange looks, much like Zorian had been earlier. Look, Kale said, trying to sound calm. I probably hate this monster more than anyone in this room. Chances are that a portion of his knowledge comes from the very people I knew. People he killed and, in all probability, whose souls he interrogated for secrets. Magical and otherwise. But that's precisely why you should do the same to him. He struggled for a moment to find the right word. Just, Alanik offered quietly. Appropriate, Kale corrected. It's appropriate for him to suffer a similar fate. Fitting. It took another 2 hours for them to create a basic outline for a plan of attack on the Abasan base. The biggest surprise to Zorian was that Taven wanted to participate in the fighting. Specifically, she wanted to join the soldiers and battle mages that Alanik would be mustering for the operation. Alanik provisionally agreed to this, though he told her he would throw her out of the battle group immediately if she proved incapable of following the chain of command. The tiny flinch she did after hearing that told Zorian that she'd likely had problems with that in the past, but she agreed with his condition anyway. In the end, the meeting was dismissed and everyone went their own way, except for Zorian, who stayed behind to talk to Svim about something. So, Svim began. We're alone, Mr. Kaczynski. What is it that you wanted to talk to me about that you didn't want the others to overhear? First, Zorian said, taking out a notebook out of his jacket pocket, take a look at this. The notebook was, of course, the very list of people to interrogate for secrets that Svim had given him in one of the previous restarts. The one that had caused him so much self-doubt and worrying. Svim carefully started leafing through it, his frown deepening ever further as time went by. Zorian patiently waited for him to finish, not saying a word. I suppose I'm the one who gave you this, Svim said, giving Zorian a questioning look. Zorian nodded. I see. Then, should I assume you're here because you've already gone through the entire list and now need more names? No, Zorian said, a little more forcefully than he intended. No, I've done no such thing. I managed to get a couple of people there to willingly teach me what they knew, despite your assurances that they wouldn't do that under any circumstances. I tried to convince the others to do the same, but when they refused, I just moved on to other things. I haven't invaded the mind of anyone on that list. Well, aside from an occasional surface scan. Svim stared first at Zorian, and then at the notebook in his hands, staying silent for a while. Finally, he wordlessly handed the notebook back to Zorian. That, Svim decided, is relieving to hear. Zorian blinked in surprise at the statement. I don't know whether my past self would agree with me. Probably not, if he gave you that list, Svim continued. And I can definitely see the logic in giving you that list, even though I don't like it. All that said, I don't understand what the purpose of this talk is. If you don't need more names, why did you show me that book? I have decided I won't be going after these people, Zorian said. And what a load off his chest that was, too. Not the way your past iteration had urged me to do. I'm not sure whether to praise you for your ethics or berate you for being too soft to do what has to be done, Svim grumbled, shaking his head slightly. Then again, the way you phrase that makes me think you still have some sort of designs for the list. I'm guessing that's where I come in, yes? See, the idea is this: I want you to talk to these people and try to get their secrets yourself, Zorian told him bluntly. He paused for a moment. And then share these secrets with me, of course. Svim looked at him like he was stupid for a moment, then let out a brief chuckle of amusement. Mr. Kaczynski, Svim told him, if I could get these people to share their secrets with me like that, don't you think I would have already done so? Not for all of them, Zorian pointed out. Some of them are clearly on the list because you thought I might be interested in what they had to offer, but you probably don't care for their specialties. I doubt you even tried to trade for what they have to offer. That much is true, Svim admitted. As for the rest, how much did you really offer them for their life's work? Zorian asked. I'm always fair in my dealings, Mr. Kaczynski, Svim said with a frown. Yes, but what if you gave them an outrageous offer? Zorian smiled. The collected secrets of dozens of mages. More money than they'd ever seen in their life. Rare materials that cannot be obtained on the open market. A chance to hire a group of archmages for a task. That sort of thing. Svim raised an eyebrow at him. If you can offer all that, why do you need me? See? Zorian said, pointing straight at his face. That reaction there. Disbelief and amusement. You know I'm a time traveler, and you still can't take me seriously when I say what I offer. How do you think other people would react? Those kind of claims, when they come from me or Zack, really are outrageous to people. And not in a good way. We're just teenagers with no known accomplishments. We only have borrowed fame from our families to fall back on, and that can only take you so far. You, on the other hand, are a highly respected archmage. They know you. You're friends and acquaintances with some of them. It won't be so ridiculous if you offer these things. It will still sound rather ridiculous, Svim pointed out. People will think I've gone mad. Well, more than they already do, anyway. Don't worry, your reputation will be restored at the end of every restart, Zorian told him. How very comforting, Svim deadpanned. They were both silent for a while as Svim considered the idea. There is some merit to it, Svim eventually admitted. Some of these people. I don't think there is anything I could offer them to share their findings with me. Most, though, probably have their price, if one were willing to go high enough, and the offer looked credible. And on that note, are you sure you can really deliver what you offer? Take money, for example. I'm not sure you understand what kind of sums are exchanged between high-level mages on deals like these. What sounds like an outrageous sum to you might look like pocket change to them. Zorian didn't try to explain. He simply reached into his pocket and handed Svim a bank check he had made for the occasion. Svim glanced at it and immediately raised his eyebrows at the sum written on the piece of paper. That's a lot of zeros, Svim said after a short pause. No, Mr. Chow, Zorian said with a toothy smile. That is just pocket change. Break. The coming week was a relatively busy one, with many things happening. An invasion of the Abasin base beneath Cyoria was being organized, the Silent Doorway adepts were being convinced that time travel was real and that they should give them access to their Bakura Gate and associated experts again. Some changes were being planned for their tour of Altasia's various black rooms, and the plot to convince various experts to part with their closely guarded secrets was slowly going forward. Thankfully, it was no longer just Zorian working alone on all these things, as it once was, so this kind of workload was easy enough to maintain. That said, all of this was mostly irrelevant to Simulacrum No. 2, whose job was simply to go to school and then disappear at the end of the day. Strangely enough, No. 2 didn't mind his task. He knew that his predecessors had been rather unenthusiastic about their task, but he personally found it just to his liking. Maybe it was because the original had created him right after he had finished another negotiation session with the Silent Doorway adepts, but he felt this sort of relaxing task was just what he needed. Still, actually paying attention to classes was out of the question, so he picked up a couple of advanced books to read during lectures and breaks. It was during one of the breaks that he found Nielu watching over his shoulder curiously. "What?" he asked. He was rather surprised. Really, this wasn't like in the previous restart, where the earlier simulacrums ended up secretly befriending her during their short lives. He was sure of it. So why exactly was she taking interest in him and his reading choices? "Why are you reading dictionaries of Slavic languages?" she asked curiously. "Oh. Right. Of course she would be interested in that. She was from Slavic herself, after all." He had found out a fair amount about Nielu in the previous restart, partially because Nielu herself felt the need to tell him about herself and partially because he had needed to reconstruct what his simulacrums had done by subtly questioning people and reading their thoughts. Nielu Mamanu Iljader, Nielu for short, was a daughter of a regular, but very wealthy house from Kantamar, one of the bigger Icosian successor states on the Slavic coast. The darker, bronze-colored skin of hers hinted at it, but that kind of complexion was also common in southern Altazia and the Shirvan archipelago, and thus not a dead giveaway. The blue, tattoo-like markings on her cheeks and forehead were the signature trait of her house, and nobody knew if they were merely cosmetic or held some kind of secret Iljader family magic. For Nielu to travel all the way from Zlatic to Eldamar in order to study magic was rather unusual, to say the least. It wasn't like Zlatic didn't have plenty of prestigious academies of its own. It was once the heartland of the Icosian Empire after all, and though the cataclysm hurt the region badly, that still counted for something. Nonetheless, Nielu's father decided to send her all the way to Eldamar for her magical education. Officially it was because Sioria's academy was the world's most renowned magical academy and he wanted nothing but the very best for his daughter, but rumor had it she had been involved in some kind of scandal back home and he wanted her out of people's sight for a while. Sending her to a distant but prestigious magical academy was probably a good solution in his book. That was just a rumor, though, and even if Nielu was here in unofficial exile, one certainly couldn't tell that by her behavior. She seemed quite happy to be in Sioria, and never gave the slightest amount of indication that she was bitter about her family or home. It was possible that the rumors were just rubbish in this case and that she had just really wanted to go to a foreign country for her education and her father couldn't bear to refuse her request. Well, no matter. Not his business anyway. As for him reading Zlatic dictionaries, well, he was actually trying to make himself somewhat useful by helping Simulacrum No. 1, who was steadily making his way to Koth right now. He had been in mental contact with his fellow Simulacrum for a while now, and while the dictionaries he was reading were kind of outdated, it was better than nothing. Of course, he couldn't really tell that to Nielu. "I was thinking of visiting Zlatic once I graduate from the academy," he told her instead. "Really?" she gasped. "Oh, that's wonderful. Trust me, it's a beautiful place. You should visit my place when you do. I can give you a tour of the city and tell you where to go if you want to see something interesting." Now that was an interesting idea. Didn't Zack say that it was easy to convince Nielu that time travel was real? Maybe they should recruit her as a guide when they went looking for the piece of the key that was supposedly lost in Zlatic. She probably wouldn't be able to help them too much, but she could at least make sure they didn't make any major social blunders and act as a translator for them while they gathered their bearings. And maybe put in a good word for them to her house, so they could hopefully tap into their contacts throughout the region. "I'll keep that in mind," Zorian said. "Say, do you think you could help me translate a few things? I have this list of phrases that I got from my friend who has been to Zlatic, but I can't seem to find them in the books." Break. Once Zorian's simulacrum had finally reached Koth again, actually tracking down Daimen proved to be quite easy. Admittedly, this was only because he had managed to get the identity of his fiancée out of Mother. Turns out, Daimen was not quite as driven as Mother imagined him to be. Instead of ceaselessly pursuing whatever goal he came to Koth for, he was taking a bit of a break to spend time with his girl at the Terramachula family estate. Well, considering he had been doing that for several weeks now, a bit was probably an understatement. Anyway, all Zorian had to do was talk to a high-ranking member of the house, ask him where Daiman was, lift the information straight from his mind when he claimed he didn't know anything regarding the matter, and then make his way to the place with Zack in tow. Thus it was that the two of them found themselves waiting in front of the entrance to the Terramachula estate, stubbornly insisting that they wanted to talk to Daiman and ignoring the guards who were equally stubborn in claiming they'd never seen the man in their life. In all honesty, Zorian was kind of amazed they hadn't tried to violently get rid of them yet. He knew that houses back in Eldamar tended to be a bit trigger-happy when faced with visitors who couldn't take the hint. Though if they did, Zack and Zorian were entirely capable and willing to take them down and then keep doing the same to any reinforcements the house sent their way. Maybe they could sense that somehow. Eventually, a rather severe-looking middle-aged woman in white and orange clothing arrived to see what the disturbance was. She said her name was Alana, but she made no mention of what her position in the house was and what sort of authority she was wielding. "You say you are Damon's younger brother?" she asked with an arched eyebrow. Alana actually spoke grammatically perfect Icosian, unlike most people they found in Koth, though her accent was pretty thick. "Yes, Zorian Kaczynski." "You can show him this as proof," said Zorian, handing her a rolled-up painting that he had shamelessly stolen from Damon's room back in Siren. The painting depicted 3 female students from Damon's year at the academy, scantily dressed and posing suggestively. He had supposedly gotten that painting as a gift from the girls in question, and always kept it displayed prominently in his room, ignoring Mother's objection that it was obscene. The woman slowly and dramatically unfurled the painting, stoically scrutinized the contents with a raised eyebrow, and then gave him a mildly amused look. "I see," she said. "If nothing else, you seem to have a similar sense of humor as he does. I'll be sure to show this to him. I'm sure there is an interesting story behind it." "Oh, absolutely," Zorian said with a sunny grin. "I'm sure he'd love to tell you all about it." About 15 minutes later, Alana returned with Daiman in tow. It had been a while since Zorian had last seen his brother, but he hadn't changed much in the meantime. He was still the same tall, handsome guy with a muscular, athletic build and a confident swagger. Zorian would recognize him just about anywhere. Zorian had changed a lot since their last meeting, however. He had become good enough at magic to notice that Daiman had discreetly cast a divination spell at him to confirm he really was Zorian and not a disguised impostor. He had gotten good enough at his mental powers to immediately tell when he was in the presence of another psychic individual. He closed his eyes momentarily. Daiman was psychic. Of course. The one thing that Zorian was somewhat special at, and Daiman had to have it too. To tell the truth, though, he had somewhat been expecting it. It would certainly explain where that incredible social sense and persuasiveness of his had come from. Even as a child, Daiman could wade through social situations that even adult men would struggle at. How good was Daiman at controlling his gift, though? Zorian felt an urge to send a telepathic probe at him to check, but restrained himself. Maybe later. The situation was still a little tense right now, no sense in making himself even more suspicious. Also, if Daiman was open and had some measure of control over it, then he should have very much noticed that Zorian was like him. Why hadn't he said anything to him or his parents? Yeah, he definitely needed to confront him about this at some point. "Zorian?" Daiman said. "Is that really you?" "Who else could I be?" Zorian shot back. "I know we haven't seen each other in a while, but have you really forgotten what your little brother looked like already?" Daiman laughed awkwardly. "No, of course not. It's just that this is very unexpected. Shouldn't you be in school or something?" "I should," Zorian admitted. "But I decided to take a trip to Koth instead. Then I remembered you're already here and thought it would only be polite to drop by and say hi." "Ah-ha," Daiman said. He gave him a measuring look. "Tell me honestly, are you here on our parents' behalf?" "No," Zorian said, shaking his head. "So you're not going to try and get in between me and Orissa?" he asked. "No, why would I?" said Zorian. "I'm happy for you. You're on your own when it comes to dealing with mother and father, though." "You little brat," Daiman growled. Then why the hell did you pick that of all things as your proof of identity, hmm? It was a lovely painting, Alana commented stoically beside him. You must have been very popular in your school days, Mr. Kaczynski. Diamond ignored her comment in favor of focusing on Zorian. It sure seems like you're trying to get me in trouble here, is what I'm saying, he told Zorian. All I know about how to properly treat a brother I learned from you, brother dearest, Zorian said with a sickly smile. Oh? Alana asked. It sounds like you have some fascinating stories. Yeah, there are some nice ones, Zorian said. My personal favorite is when he thought it would be funny to constantly lock his little brother out of the house for hours on end. Actually, I just wanted the house all for myself, and you didn't want to go out and play outside like a normal kid, Diamond pointed out. Besides, I actually paid a price for that one. Yes, that's why I said it was my personal favorite, Zorian said. What exactly happened? Zack asked, causing Diamond and Alana to truly focus on him for the first time since the conversation started. He had been uncharacteristically quiet up until this moment, just observing the interaction from the sidelines and not saying anything. Zorian learned how to pick locks just so he could enter the house again, that's what, Diamond explained with annoyance. I mean, what kind of kid does that? And then some stupid police officer that had no idea he was trying to break into his own house sees him and arrests him for burglary. Man, was Mother pissed about that when she found out. At both of us, really, but especially me since I was older and was supposed to be watching him instead of chasing him out of the house to do my own thing. Perfectly understandable, Alana commented. Yeah, I was a bit of a brat as a kid, Diamond said dismissively. Who wasn't? Anyway, come inside, you two. I must say, it's pretty impressive that you were able to travel all the way here from Eldamar. Pretty irresponsible too, Alana added from beside him. Well yeah, but I'm the last person who can lecture people about that, Diamond said. Man, compared to some of the stuff I did when I was their age, this is nothing. Alana raised an eyebrow at him. Fumbled Diamond, before rounding back at Zack and Zorian. And what the hell are you two waiting for? A written invitation? Get inside already before I dig myself an even deeper hole. I swear, this just isn't my day. With that, Diamond turned towards the actual building of the estate and marched towards it, trusting them to follow after him. With a careless shrug and a smile at a job well done, Zorian followed after him. 67. Convergence. Chapter 067 Convergence. Zorian had to admit he was somewhat surprised at the way the Taramantula family treated him and Zack. They clearly knew about Damon's family not approving of his relationship with Orissa, and the two of them made a spectacle of themselves upon arrival too. Zorian fully expected them to be wary of them, even unfriendly. Instead, the moment Diamond had confirmed Zorian was really who he said he was, they treated them both like honored guests. They summoned what must have been half of the whole extended family to greet them, introduced them to many of these people personally, gave them a brief tour of the place and offered to get Zorian something to drink at least 3 times before they accepted that he wasn't thirsty. That kind of reception made Zorian more than a little uncomfortable. He knew they were just being polite, and that all these smiles and pleasantries weren't very genuine, but he simply wasn't used to that kind of treatment. It didn't help that very few of the Taramantula spoke Icosian, which made it hard for Zorian to make himself understood. He only knew a few words in the local language, most of which were colorful local curses that his simulacrum had felt the need to include in his report for some reason, but people around him insisted on trying to talk to him anyway. Normally, this would be Zorian's clue to start peering into people's surface thoughts in order to decipher what they wanted from him. This wouldn't totally solve the problem of differing languages, since people's thoughts were in no way completely divorced from the language they spoke, but it would help. However, being too liberal with mind magic in a gathering of mages was a recipe for disaster. The risk of discovery was too high. This was especially true because the Taramantula were controllers, which probably meant they specialized in some form of mind magic to begin with. Someone in the Taramantula family didn't feel the same way about him, though, because he just felt a telepathic probe smashing against his defenses. Zorian, who was just in the middle of answering one of Alana's questions, immediately stopped talking and turned towards the source of the probe. The mind magic had been crude and unsubtle, allowing Zorian to zero in on the person responsible almost immediately. It was a young teenage girl, who was currently doing her best to look innocent and doing a terrible job of it. Is something wrong? Alana asked with a frown, following Zorian's gaze and scrutinizing the girl with interest. No, nothing, said Zorian, shaking his head and turning back towards her. I must have imagined things. He didn't want to raise a fuss over this. It would be his word against hers, and it would probably be seen as petty and oversensitive to make a big deal over the whole thing, even if they believed him. Besides, the probe had been more amusing than threatening. The girl was terrible. He could fight off that level of attack in his sleep. He did kind of wonder if this was something the Terramachula leadership instructed the girl to do, or if it was something she decided on her own initiative. On one hand, Zorian found it hard to believe that the Terramachula would entrust a task like this to someone this unqualified. On the other hand, this way they could escape consequences if they were caught much more easily. They could always claim it's just a kid being stupid and ask for leniency in light of that fact. After a moment of consideration, he casually sent a telepathic probe of his own at the girl, wormed his way past her flimsy mental defenses and hit her with a weak mental shock as a friendly warning not to try that stuff again in the future. It was just a tiny little jolt, probably didn't even hurt, but she reeled back as if slapped and quickly found a way to excuse herself from the meeting. Zorian sniffed disdainfully. What a baby. Alana frowned at the scene but didn't say anything. He was pretty sure that she, at the very least, was ignorant of what the girl had tried to pull on him. Eventually they were introduced to Orissa as well, the woman that Daimen was apparently so in love with. She was a tall, shapely woman, confident in her posture and movement. Very dark-skinned, as was typical of all people of Koth. Beautiful, but so were all women that Daimen went for. She was one of the more reserved Terramachula they were introduced to, though Zorian couldn't tell if that was because she was usually like this or if she was simply leery about them in particular. Overall, Zorian couldn't really see anything special about her. Nothing that would explain, at first glance, how she managed to capture Damon's heart so firmly. Skill, maybe. According to Alana, who was, as it turned out, Orissa's aunt, Orissa was one of the more capable Terramachula members. Your brother has good taste, Zack whispered to him, tracing a vague hourglass figure in the air. You know nothing about her except that she's good-looking and that she can behave herself in public, Zorian pointed out. How is that, good taste? With those looks, what more do you want? Zack asked him, grinning. I can't believe I'm defending Daimen here, but I'm sure it's not that shallow, Zorian said. Daimen had plenty of beautiful girls throwing themselves at him in the past and he never thought to marry them. I'm sure there is more to her than just looks. I'm sure the looks helped, Zack said. Oh, definitely, Zorian agreed to that. I don't think I've ever seen Daimen go for a girl that wasn't beautiful. It's just that I don't think she could have won him over by beauty alone. As if sensing that the two of them were talking about him, Daimen soon extricated himself from the main mass of people and sought them out. What are you two doing, whispering to each other on the sidelines, he asked, approaching them. Don't you know that's rude, especially when you're the guests of honor for the occasion? We don't even speak their language, Zorian pointed out. Kind of makes it hard to mingle. Well, you certainly won't learn if you don't interact with people, Daimen said. Zorian frowned, a flash of annoyance rippling through him. Did you come here just to lecture me? Zorian asked him, an edge of warning in his voice. Still so prickly, Daimen sighed. Look, since you're not really interacting with anyone, why don't we go somewhere private and have a nice friendly chat? He looked at Zack with a speculative look. In response, Zack smiled broadly at him and gave him a stupid little wave, like this was the first time they saw each other. Right, Daimen said, looking mildly amused. I guess you want your friend to join us, then. That's right, Zorian said. He followed me all the way to Koth. It would be a jerk move of me to simply sideline him now that I'm here. Sure, I guess, Daimen said with a shrug, motioning for them to follow him. He's not your boyfriend, is he? Zorian scowled, resisting an urge to fire a lightning bolt at him. Zack, on the other hand, was a little less restrained and launched a kick in Damon's direction. A kick which Daimen easily dodged, Zorian was sad to note. Oh, don't be so touchy, you two, it was just a little joke, Daimen said, waving his hands placatingly in front of him. You two should know all about little jokes, what with the stupid prank you pulled on me when you arrived. Right? Zorian clacked his tongue unhappily. Okay, so he kind of got them there. Daimen led them across the estate towards the little guest house near the northern edge of the complex, taking care to make a big arc around the building where Tarantula beehives were housed. You don't want to go near there, Daimen warned. The Tarantula keep multiple types of bees, and the combat ones tend to be pretty aggressive around strangers. Your scent is new, so you getting too close would probably send them into a frenzy. The keepers would calm them down, but still. Very scary, seeing a huge cloud of magical killer bees descending towards you. Speaking from experience, I take it? Zack asked. Yeah, they didn't like me either, at first, Daimen confirmed. I have no idea why the Tarantula didn't tell me to watch out for that when I first moved in, but I suspect it was some sort of hazing thing. They wanted to see how I would react to being put in that situation, I guess. Are you sure they weren't just bitter their daughter chose to marry some foreign commoner and wanted to scare you off? Zorian asked curiously. Nah, I'm pretty sure they're pleased with her choice, Daimen said, sounding completely unconcerned. The local politics still makes my head spin every time I try to understand it, but the Tarantula have thoroughly solidified their position in the local scene. What they want most right now is powerful mages on their side, and, well, I don't want to brag too much, but I'm kind of amazing. The only amazing thing about you is your ego, Zorian muttered under his breath. Daimen either didn't hear him or chose to ignore the comment. Well, I'll be honest with you and admit they would have preferred if I married one of their, less prominent family members, Daimen said. Someone who wasn't so close to the main branch of the family. But I made it clear to them right away that this wasn't going to happen. I wasn't after Orissa's hand because I coveted their status and influence, I was after her because I loved her. It was either Orissa or nothing. Zorian considered asking Daimen what exactly was so amazing about Orissa, but decided he didn't actually care about the answer that much and stayed silent. Eventually, they reached their destination, a humble little building that looked like somewhat disrespectful accommodations for a person who was soon to marry into the Tarantula family. However, Zorian knew from talking to Alana that this wasn't the actual housing the Tarantula assigned to Daimen. He had a spacious room in the central building, one much more fitting for someone like him, it was just that he mostly chose not to use it. He spent most of his time here, in this out-of-the-way guest building, which had been assigned to him as his own private workshop after he complained that his assigned room wasn't secure enough to do his work in. Daimen ushered them inside the building, which was overflowing with maps, strange devices, and what appeared to be old artifacts recovered from gods know where. Don't touch anything, Daimen warned them. I'll kill you if you break something. Zorian knew it was just a stupid expression, but he couldn't help but imagine Daimen actually trying to kill the two of them and eventually realizing what he had gotten himself into. It put a sunny smile on his face. Oh, how glorious that would be. I don't like that smile, Daimen noted. Seriously Zorian, don't touch anything. This is work-related. I'm just messing with you, Zorian said, shaking his head. We'll leave your things alone, no need to worry. How is your expedition faring, anyway? Daimen collapsed on his chair with a long-suffering sigh, snatching a clay figurine of a bearded man off the table and staring at it for a few seconds. It's going, he said, eventually. Very informative. I'm close to finding it, I know I am, but I just can't seem to zero in on the actual location. I don't understand. We combed through the whole region, and I know it's the correct region, but everything is just. He shook his head and returned the figurine back to the table. Anyway, I'm taking a bit of a break right now, Diamond said. I figured it might clear my head a bit. Let me see things with a fresh perspective and all. But enough about me, let's talk about you. I've been wondering, how did the two of you get here so fast? I don't know about you, Zach, but Zorian couldn't have possibly just disappeared from home until after our parents went on their own journey to Koth. That leaves, not a lot of time to actually get here. Zach and Zorian shared a look between each other. The two of them had debated what to tell Diamond about their goals and situation for a while, and the general conclusion was that they had no real option besides flat out telling him the truth. Zorian didn't have a very high opinion of his brother, but Diamond was anything but stupid, and he knew Zorian personally. Not very well, but still. There was little doubt in Zorian's mind that Diamond would immediately see through any stupid story they might concoct about their visit. And in Zorian's experience, Diamond wasn't the type to quietly accept that sort of thing. They needed his full support, and the only way to impress the gravity of the situation upon him was to tell him about the time loop and their need for the key. Hopefully Diamond would be less aggravating to convince than, say, silent doorway adepts. We opened a gate and stepped through it, Zorian eventually said. Diamond gave him a weird look. A gate? As in, a dimensional passage, he asked. Yes, Zorian confirmed. We created a portal straight from Eldamar to here in Koth. You're saying nonsense, but you look completely serious, Diamond noted. Either your acting has really gotten good or you're taking me for an idiot. Zorian, if you're going to lie to me, at least check things beforehand to make things at least slightly plausible. Do you have any idea how hard it is to cast the gate spell? Oh yes, Zorian nodded seriously. Took me a while to get the hang of it. I'm sure, Diamond rolled his eyes. I mean, you mastered the spell so well you can apparently open the doorway all the way from Altazia to southern Mycena. How does that even work, by the way? Well, first I made a simulacrum and sent it to Koth, Zorian began. Oh, so you can make simulacrums too? Way to go, brother, you sure are a prodigy, Diamond praised mockingly. Then, when my copy arrived here, we coordinated with each other to open the passage between our two locations, Zorian continued, ignoring his jab. With two casters working on the spell at both ends of the passage, distance was not an issue. That's, started Diamond, and then stopped and hummed thoughtfully to himself for a few seconds. Okay, I think that could actually work. Congratulations, I guess. At least one part of your story holds water. It's still silly though, because you cannot possibly cast either of those two spells. Hell, I can't cast either of them, so how could you? Zorian was just about to respond, but Zach was faster. What if we prove it to you, he asked. Prove it to me? Diamond asked incredulously. And how do you propose to do that? Opening another gate to Eldamar? Of course, Zorian nodded. Seeing is believing. Nothing we could say would be as convincing as just showing you the truth. Fortunately, I left another simulacrum back home, so we can open a portal there whenever I want. Zorian, there is taking a joke too far, you know, Diamond sighed. It costs you nothing to humor us for a bit, Zach pointed out. At worst you get to watch Zorian make a fool out of himself for a bit. Diamond considered this for a second and then chuckled for a moment. Yeah, you have a point there, Diamond said, grinning. Jerks, the both of them. So should I open a portal right here, then? Zorian asked innocently. Since I obviously can't do it, it shouldn't be a problem, right? No way, Diamond told him. I'm not risking my workshop just so you could prove your point. Zorian grinned at him. Annoying brat, Diamond grumbled. Alright, whatever. I have no idea of what you two are up to, but I'll play along for now. In return, though, I want your promise that you'll tell me why you're here afterwards. Why you're really here, that is, not another bullshit story. Deal, Zorian said, agreeing to the request with ease. He was going to do that anyway, so it cost him nothing to promise such. When do you have the time? I'm not doing anything right now, Daimen said, shaking his head and rising to his feet. Let's go. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner I can get back to my work in Orissa. Zorian almost felt bad for his older brother. The demonstration Zorian planned to give was just a beginning. There would be no peaceful routine for Daimen in this restart, at least if Zorian was successful in convincing him he was telling the truth. Almost. But not quite. I thought you said you were taking a break from work, Zorian pointed out. Shut up, Daimen responded. You know what I mean. He's working with his fiancée, said Zack with a lecherous smile on his face. I'm sure it's hard, physical labor. Daimen muttered something about teenagers but otherwise didn't comment on Zack's assertion. Do we need to leave the Taramachala estate for this? Daimen asked. If you end up causing another scene by triggering the defensive wards or something, I'll be pretty cross with you. Zorian hummed thoughtfully. Most wards were not made with detecting gate creation in mind, but one could never know for sure what an unknown warding scheme would react to. Not without launching into an extensive analysis of the wards themselves, which could itself trigger something and raise the alarm. Without knowing how the local wards were laid out and what their sensitivity thresholds were, Zorian could only advocate caution. As such, the group left the estate, leaving a message with the guards that they'd be back in a bit. Unsurprisingly, that would turn out to be a huge understatement. It was probably fine, though. Zorian had seen the look the Taramachala guards gave Daimen when he said he'd be back, before they know it, and he had a feeling this wasn't the first time Daimen pulled this sort of thing. Maybe asking himself what Daimen saw in Orissa was the wrong thing to ask. A better question was, what the hell did she see in him? Break. Zorian sat on one of the hills overlooking Syoria, observing the city. Or at least pretending to do so. In reality, most of his attention was on Daimen, who was standing beside him and staring at the city in utter silence. Zack was lying on the grass next to them, whistling some annoyingly catchy tune and tracing outlines in the clouds with his finger, not even pretending that the city interested him. The whole situation was a strange sight to Zorian's eyes, and not really how he had expected the situation to develop once they brought Daimen back to Eldamar. When the group had been back in Koth, and Zorian proceeded to cast the gate spell successfully, he had expected Daimen to, well, do something. Be shocked, or at least surprised. Maybe even become aggressive towards them, demanding an explanation or doubting their identity again. At the very least, he expected his brother to be visibly incredulous at the feat and have trouble deciding how to respond. Instead, Daimen just got very quiet and serious, not saying much and observing everything around him with uncommon intensity. He cast a number of spells that looked fairly exotic to Zorian's eyes, but which he suspected were meant to tell him whether or not he was stuck in an illusion, detect if his mind was being tampered with, and reveal any hidden presences lurking around them. That done, he cast the mind blank spell on himself, followed by 3 different privacy wards, and then threw some kind of metal sphere through the dimensional passage. Some kind of remote magical sensor, obviously. Only once the sphere told him there was no obvious trap around the Eldamar side of the gate did he agree to cross over. Seeing Zorian's simulacrum upon arrival made him frown, but he did not comment upon it. In fact, he did not comment much on anything that happened since then, opting to just silently scrutinize everything. Zack and Zorian teleported him around Eldamar for a bit, just to drive home the point that yes, they really did open a passage straight back home, and then brought Daimen here to this hill when they realized the man was just passively following after them and not reacting to things. Frankly, Zorian was getting a little concerned there. They had been on this hill for half an hour now, and Daimen was just standing there like a statue, staring at the city with this weird glassy expression. Did they break Daimen or something? Talk to us, Zorian finally said, not able to restrain himself any longer. Zack stopped whistling for a moment and inclined his head towards them, waiting to see whether Daimen would react. He did. As if woken from a dream by Zorian's statement, he took a deep breath and slowly turned in place until he faced Zorian. "Who are you really?" Daimen asked curiously. His voice was calm and unhurried, but Zorian could detect an undercurrent of frustration and anger lurking there. He may have mind-blanked himself, but Zorian had years of experience of reading people's emotions and matching them to their facial expressions and mannerisms. "I'm Zorian, of course," he told Daimen, equally calm and unhurried. He had expected this might happen. If a person you know suddenly got impossibly good at something or developed mastery in brand new fields out of the blue, it was reasonable to decide they could be possessed or an impersonator. "No, you're not," Daimen said lightly, shaking his head. "Zorian is too young to be capable of all this. My brother works hard and is almost as smart as me, but he just didn't have enough time to get this good. So you can't be him. Who are you and why did you go to the trouble of setting this up?" Zorian had half a mind to dispute this assertion that he was almost as smart as Daimen, but he had to be honest and admit that Daimen was, if anything, being overly generous there. Things never came to Zorian as naturally as they did to Daimen. "Why are you so calm if you think I'm someone other than your brother?" Zorian asked curiously. "If I thought Kiriel was replaced with an imposter while I wasn't looking, I sure as hell wouldn't be calm about it." Daimen frowned at his mention of Kiriel. Maybe he didn't know that Zorian was supposed to watch over her while their parents went to Koth. It was rather unexpected of him to agree to that, so maybe mother never notified him of that little fact. "I'm calm because raging at you would solve nothing," Daimen said. "I need answers, and I doubt I could force them out of either of you two. You are a mage capable of creating simulacrums, teleporting across the country at whim and opening gates to another continent. Your friend here has been more low-key, but his relaxed manner makes me think he's actually the more dangerous of the two of you." "Indeed," Zorian commented. "I don't know, Zorian, I think a lot of people would be way more terrified of you than they would be me," said Zack, still lying around on the grass, completely ignoring the tense situation developing beside him. "So I can do little except try and see what you want and hope that Zorian is still alive," Daimen concluded, ignoring the comment. "I see," Zorian sighed. "I suppose it's not too surprising for you to reach this conclusion from where you're standing. However, you are wrong. I am Zorian. Your logic makes sense, but only if you make certain assumptions about the passage of time involved." "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Daimen said, frowning. "Stop trying to sound mysterious and explain yourself." "Very well," Zorian said. "The truth is that it has been a while since we last saw each other, brother. It might seem like I'm implausibly capable, but it took me almost 6 years, instruction from experts that most people don't have access to, and enough money to finance a small country for a year to get this good. I'm 6 years older than I should be, but I'm still Zorian." "That's ridiculous," Daimen said. But there was a sliver of doubt in his voice. Or was it hope? He probably didn't want to believe Zorian had been replaced by someone. "So was our claim that we made a dimensional doorway across continental distances," pointed out Zack. "And yet we're here, aren't we?" "That's different," Daimen protested. "At least that's theoretically possible. I can't think of a way this could work. You can't just add an extra 6 years of life to a person without anyone noticing anything. Not even the best time dilation chambers could give him that. Besides, he implied he was interacting with the world at large while he lived out those 6 years, so time dilation couldn't be what he's talking about. Where does that leave us?" "It leaves us with a world in which time repeats itself," Zorian told him. "On the eve of the summer festival, everything is reverted to the start of the month. All that you did in the previous month is undone, and you forget. Everyone forgets. You lived through this exact same month so many times, making the same motions, same decisions, oblivious to this time loop that the world is bound in." Well, at least Zorian assumed so. Any changes in a given restart could be somehow traced to actions of either him or Zack, and surely none of their actions thus far were big enough to propagate all the way to Koth, right? We remember, though, Zorian continued. We can advance our skills across restarts and learn from our mistakes. Which is how I got as good as I did in such a seemingly short amount of time. You're telling me I've been essentially doing nothing for the past 6 years? Daimen asked him incredulously. Try several decades, Zack said. 6 years ago is when Zorian ended up gaining the ability to retain skills and memories across restarts. The time loop has been going on for decades before that, though. Daimen looked like he was going to say something but then started pacing around the grassy hill instead, mumbling something unintelligible to himself. Seeing how they were back to waiting for Daimen to snap out of it again, Zack just shrugged and went back to tracing the shapes in the clouds again. After about 5 minutes, Daimen suddenly stopped and approached Zorian again. I'm not saying I believe you, he began hesitantly. Because I don't. It's crazy. But I'm willing to hear you out in more detail. Fair enough, Zorian nodded solemnly. He cupped his hands in front of him and created an illusionary image of a slowly spinning planet in front of him. Above the planet was a simple drawing of an upturned triangle connected to a single horizontal tine through its tip. In the beginning, there was just the world we all lived on and an ancient artifact called the Sovereign Gate. Break. The pretty illusions and the detailed story did not convince Daimen that their story was true. Not fully, anyway. He was forced to admit that Zorian probably was who he said he was, if only because he knew too many random details about their childhood days, but he found the time loop to be quite a crazy idea. There were not a whole lot of other answers that would explain things, though, so Zorian was hoping it wouldn't be long before he fully accepted things. It helped that he had introduced Daimen to Svim and Alanik, who were somehow more convincing to Daimen than his own brother. If Zorian was interpreting things correctly, Daimen found him pretty unnerving now, which was both kind of annoying and kind of flattering. But no matter, while Daimen was busy coming to terms with the truth of the world, other preparations and operations continued unimpeded. The Silent Doorway adepts were finally convinced to give them a chance in this restart too, and Zorian threw himself into the task of helping the Arania understand their Bakura Gate better. There was also the vague plan of transporting some of their mages to distant Bakura gates in order to obtain their gate keys for future restarts, but that was still in the beginning stages. The time to take advantage of the black room beneath Cyoria also came and went, and this time Zack and Zorian were no longer the only people inside. Kale and Svim also joined them. Kale couldn't exactly practice his alchemy inside the black room, but he wanted time to rewrite and reorganize his research notes a little, since their size and the haphazard manner in which they were written were making the whole thing gradually unmanageable. He claimed it took him most of the restart thus far just to figure out what he did in the past and how to build up upon it. As for Svim, he was switching his time between prodding Zack and Zorian whenever he felt they were slacking off and experimenting with various shaping regimens. Like Kale, he also had a mountain of notes, but he claimed there was no need for him to rewrite and organize anything. Perhaps it was because he was older and more experienced with note-taking, or maybe he just read fast and had an absurdly good memory. But he had no problem with quickly absorbing the notes that Zorian gave him at the start of each restart. Alanik and Taven declined to participate. Alanik claimed there was no point in him being there, while Taven said she didn't want to be stuck in a tiny little room with 4 men for a month. Which was, fair enough. He really should have thought of that before he even brought the idea up for her consideration. Zack commented, with a suggestive grin, that he wouldn't mind giving up his spot in one of the future restarts so Zorian and Taven could have the black room all to themselves, to experiment. Thankfully, Taven took it in good humor and just rolled her eyes at him. It was not long after they returned from the black room that Zorian finally succeeded at something that had been bothering him for quite a while now. I did it, he exclaimed, barging into Zack's room one day. I finally succeeded. He was greeted with the sight of Zack sitting on the floor in front of one of the Arania that the Silent Doorway adepts had sent to Cyoria to act as their representative. Zorian had placed telepathic relays between Cyoria and their main colony, making such an arrangement less problematic than it would otherwise be. Normally, finding Zack talking to one of the Urania without Zorian being present would be quite an unusual sight. The Urania didn't have much respect for a non-psychic like Zack, and Zack didn't tolerate their condescension well. However, Zorian could identify the Urania in question at a glance, thanks to one of her main eyes being covered with a milky white membrane, having been ruined in some magical accident in her youth. Frozen thought spanning across bottomless chasms was somewhat deviant by Iranian standards, and held a deep fascination for non-psychic beings and how they perceive the world. Zorian suspected it had something to do with her sight being crippled at a relatively young age, and the wider Iranian philosophy of considering non-psychic beings as fundamentally crippled. Regardless, Frozen Thoughts was one of the rare Urania Zorian met over the restarts who actively preferred interacting with Zack over him, and it wasn't unusual to see her seek him out, even when she had no official business to bring up. Zorian wasn't entirely sure why Zack was so willing to indulge Frozen Thought's curiosity, when he clearly didn't think much of Urania in general. Perhaps he just found the situation novel enough to be interesting, or maybe he was just too polite to tell her off, but he treated Frozen Thoughts with a surprising amount of understanding and patience. "Well," Zack said. "Congratulations, I guess. What exactly did you succeed at?" "I found a way to open the secret research facility hidden in the ceiling of the Sciorian web," Zorian said. "Without destroying any of the contents, I mean." "Oh," Zack said, sitting up a little straighter. "Anything interesting?" "I'm still going through it all, but at first glance most of it seems to revolve around their efforts to translate human magics into forms more compatible with the Urania," Zorian said. "Makes sense," Frozen Thought said. "Isn't that the whole point of living beneath Scioria? At least for us Urania." "Right," Zorian said. "Well, that means that little of it will be useful to me directly, but I may have struck gold here regardless. I think the other Uranian webs are going to be very interested in this. With the kind of knowledge in my arsenal, I might be able to arrange for heavier concessions from the Uranian webs we meet. Maybe I can even talk them into teaching me some of their really good stuff, and then use that to get more really good stuff out of other webs and so on. I'm amused that you feel comfortable discussing a plot like that right in front of me," Frozen Thought said. "But I can't really blame you. My web would have probably been even more ruthless about taking advantage of that kind of opportunity if they were in your situation." "That's interesting to hear," Zack said speculatively. "Perhaps we might delegate some of our skill gathering to your web, then. Zorian is understandably a little skittish of going full raider on your people, but if we were to supply you with a bunch of secret Iranian techniques and equipment and left it up to you how you use them to acquire more, well, I'm sure that Zorian wouldn't inquire too deeply about the methods you used in your dealings." "I'm right here, Zack," Zorian complained. "So was Frozen Thoughts when you explained your master plan, but that didn't stop you," Zack grinned. "Besides, I feel most of the Uranias we met think a little too highly of themselves and could do with a little humbling." "I'm going to put this topic off for now," Zorian said. "Anyway, I did find one thing in the research facility that could be interesting." The web actually had a whole project dedicated to trying to adapt some of their mental techniques to human psychics. The idea, as far as I can tell, was to create a limited skill set for a sort of human vassal. They didn't call them that, of course, but that's kind of what it amounts to. The psychic would get instruction from them, the sort they cannot really get anywhere else, and in return they would serve as the Iranian spokesperson and, in their own words, a problem solver. There would be no coercion or mind-bending involved here. The documents were quite clear on that, as the web leadership wanted everything to be completely aboveboard if one of the psychics was subjected to mental examination and other scrutiny. The psychics would be kept in line through a simple thread of withdrawing support and teaching assistance to anyone who doesn't cooperate. And possibly legal persecution, since they intended to implement this only after they worked out some kind of formal deal with the Sciorian administration. So almost exactly like those mages and families that swear fealty to established houses, Zack noted. "Yes, that is probably where they got the idea," Zorian confirmed. "That's why I called them vassals. Anyway, most of these skills are too rudimentary for someone like me. I'm already too good at telepathy, mind reading, mental combat and the like to benefit from the bulk of the program. However, the web was also experimenting with providing the most loyal of these vassals mental techniques like those used by Iranian elders to enhance their thinking. I'm still poring over the information, but the research notes seem pretty complete. The Sciorian web seems to have documented a lot of the obvious dangers and pitfalls involved in adapting these kinds of inner techniques to human minds. With access to this, I might actually be able to start tinkering in this field without doing something irreversible to myself. They must have left quite a trail of insanity behind them with such experimentation, Frozen Thought speculated. Tinkering with that kind of thing produces a lot of complications even in our own communities. Trying to adapt these techniques to human minds probably involved a lot of dramatic failures. The documents never say what happened to the humans involved with the experimentation, but I suspect you are right, Zorian nodded. If you want my advice, I suggest you start dabbling in this field by going to the Perfect Phantasm Crafters, Frozen Thoughts told him. Them? Zorian asked, surprised. I didn't know they were experts on these kind of techniques. They aren't, Frozen Thoughts said. But pretty much all Iranian webs have some measure of expertise in these, and the Perfect Phantasm Crafters are one of the webs with better understanding of the differences between human and Iranian minds. Additionally, their brand of inner techniques is relatively safe and inoffensive. They focus on the so-called self-illusions. Techniques that leave most of your thoughts untouched, merely altering how you perceive the world, highlighting some things in your vision, blocking out sounds, and so on. On the face of it, the idea of deliberately deceiving yourself may seem kind of dubious, but it can be very useful and it's easily undone. If you want to get started on this without risking insanity, the Perfect Phantasm Crafters are probably your best bet. After some more questions about the matter, Zorian left Zack and Frozen Thoughts to whatever discussion they had been having before he had barged in and left. He had too many things to worry about in the current restart to start an extensive new project like this, but it was something to think about in the future. Break. So what do you think of the Terramachula? Daimen asked. Zorian glanced at his brother, trying to decipher why he had suddenly asked him that question. Like usual, Daimen always had a mind blank on when he knew Zorian was around. In the beginning he had dropped that thing once he had realized he was really his brother and not some imposter, but when he later found out that Zorian was a mastermind mage he started zealously applying it on himself whenever they met. Since Daimen was clearly so paranoid about mind magic, Zorian had held off on confronting him about his own psychic nature and how much he really knew about it. Besides, Daimen was still reeling from the realization that he was just a copy in an endlessly repeating pocket universe, so he felt it would be a little bit mean to dump too many things on him at once. He had time. That particular question wasn't very time-critical. Currently the two of them were taking a slow walk across the outer boundaries of the Terramachula estate, ostensibly to just enjoy the view but actually so they could have a conversation without fearing someone would eavesdrop on them. Zack was not present at the moment, since Daimen requested this to be a private meeting between the two of them. Instead, he stayed behind in the central building of the estate, exchanging stories with the tutor that the Terramachula had provided to both of them free of charge. After the relatively embarrassing showing he and Zack had during their initial reception, the Terramachula decided they really needed a lesson in the local language and customs. Especially since it soon became obvious that the two of them would be visiting their place quite often in the near future, due to their frequent meetings with Daimen. The estate itself was quite large, with a massive central building ringed by a multitude of smaller ones. At least a quarter of the smaller buildings housed bees instead of people. All of the structures were sparkling white, not because they were painted such and kept clean, but because they were built using some kind of pearly white stone that didn't seem to get dirty. The central building had more color, though, being obviously intended as more ostentatious and eye-catching. Colorful, complicated braids and geometric shapes framed all of the doors and windows, and zigzagged across open walls. They weren't painted on either, and instead seemed to be made out of semi-precious stones and magical crystals embedded straight into the structure of the walls. Zorian wasn't sure, but they may have doubled as reinforcement for the building's warding scheme, so there was a possibility they weren't just ornamental. Terramachula were also very fond of statues, most of them depicting stern-looking people that were presumably prominent ancestors of the family, but there were also a fair number of ones depicting various magical creatures. And giant bees, of course. What would a bee-focused family of mages do without statues of giant bees? All of the statues were carved and painted to be as lifelike as possible. The people of Koth were very fond of realism in art, and Terramachula were no exception. "They're surprisingly hospitable and friendly," said Zorian. "I expected them to be more arrogant and conceited, considering their status." "This is actually pretty typical of how most minor nobles behave," Daimen told him. "I interacted with a lot of them over the years, and they're rarely overtly unpleasant. Even if they think you're beneath them, they will rarely let that show unless you go out of the way to annoy them in some fashion." "I concede to your expertise in the matter, then," Zorian shrugged. "Anyway, I kind of like them." "I'm glad," Daimen said. "I guess you'd have no issue with taking my side when mother and father come, then?" Zorian gave him an incredulous look. "What?" Daimen asked defensively. "You think my opinion actually matters to them?" Zorian asked, raising his eyebrow at him. For that matter, he was surprised that Daimen cared about his opinion either. "But sure, throw my support of you right into their face if they ask. Not like their opinion of me could get much lower." "Zorian, that's a little too harsh towards your parents, don't you think?" Daimen tried. "Nope," Zorian answered unrepentantly. "I never mattered to them. Not until you made it clear you have no intention of settling down and taking over their family business and Fortov showed them what a failure he really is. Then they expected me to drop all of my dreams and plans and remake myself into what they needed me to be." Daimen was quiet for a while. "I see," he eventually said. "You were so reasonable and calm during our meetings that I almost forgot what a perpetual ball of anger and resentment you tend to be." "Screw you too, Daimen," Zorian told him simply. "What exactly did you bring me here for, anyway?" "Well, first of all I wanted to say I'm very impressed with what you've achieved so far," Daimen began. Zorian gave him a strange look. Daimen was praising him. What the hell was going on here? "Don't look at me like that," Daimen protested. "I really am. 6 years is not that long in the grand scheme of things. You're still effectively a year younger than me, yet you've accomplished so much. I think that most people, even if they were handed the same opportunity as you, wouldn't have gotten as far in such a short period of time." Zorian stayed silent for a few seconds, unsure how to respond to that. "Thanks, I guess," he finally said. "Does that mean you accept the time loop as real now, then?" "Yes," Daimen nodded. "I guess I do." "In that case, I'm going to be frank with you," said Zorian. "We originally sought you out because we need your help with something." "Of course you do," Daimen said matter-of-factly. "A treasure hunt of some sort, I'm guessing." "Yes," Zorian confirmed. "Remember what I told you about the third time traveler and how he stranded us all here? Well, there is potentially a way for us to unlock the exit. However, to do that we need to gather 5 pieces of the key that holds dominion over the Sovereign Gate. And one of these pieces is supposed to be lost here in Koth." Daimen listened to his explanation very calmly at first, nodding slightly here and there to indicate agreement and that he was paying attention, but then he suddenly flinched and straightened his back, as if struck by some realization. "Wait, the Sovereign Gate is an ancient imperial artifact," Daimen exclaimed. Zorian looked at him like he had gone mad. "Well, yes," he said slowly. "Which means these keys you're looking for are probably also ancient imperial artifacts," Daimen concluded. "Yes," Zorian confirmed, still not understanding why Daimen seemed so animated about this. "The ring, the crown, the dagger, the orb and the staff of the first emperor of Icosia. Supposedly, the orb has been lost here in Koth. One of the emperors personally led an invasion force into the region to conquer it, but the army was scattered and driven deep into the jungles, where most of them perished. including the emperor, whose body and possessions were never found. And he was reportedly carrying the orb with him at the time, so. Zorian stopped talking because Daimen began to laugh, first quietly and then progressing into a full-blown maniacal cackling. Seriously, what was wrong with him? Daimen? He asked uncertainly. Of course. Of course. Daimen said. As if that explained anything. It all comes back to this in the end, doesn't it? I don't suppose you're going to tell me why this is so funny to you. Zorian asked him, voice laced with annoyance. Because, my dear little brother, Daimen told him, that orb is what I'm after, too. 68, Green Hell. Chapter 068 Green Hell. Historically, Koth had been a frequent target for Icosian expansionism. The jungles that covered the region were dangerous to traverse and hard to clear, but they held valuable resources that couldn't be found anywhere else. This made Kothic societies developed and wealthy enough that nobody would scoff at conquering them, yet left the region as a whole politically disunited and fragmented. Thus, Icosian rulers often tried to bring the region under their thumb, reasoning that a bunch of bickering city-states and small kingdoms could not possibly unite together in time to repulse them. But such initiatives were never successful. Koth was very far from Icosian heartland, over rather inhospitable terrain, and fielding significant armies there was very hard. Additionally, the states of Koth proved quite willing to temporarily set aside their differences in order to resist Icosian incursions into the region. One of these unsuccessful campaigns, one that failed particularly dramatically, was the one launched by Awontemdi Kumbastir. He was one of the more successful Icosian emperors, but his success was built upon many small successes and the gradual prosperity of the empire under his reign. He had no grand feats to his name, and he feared his rule would be forgotten as soon as his corpse cooled. Thus, he set his sights on the one thing he felt would immortalize his rule for all time. By conquering Koth, something that his predecessors had repeatedly failed at, he would acquire the glory he craved and prove himself an emperor worth remembering. It helped that Koth was being increasingly united by the rapidly growing League of Sawosi at the time, fueling fears that Koth might coalesce into a real competitor to the empire if allowed to develop unchecked. The campaign was a failure. Sure, the Icosian armies had their successes in the beginning, and most historians agree that the war was a close one until the very end. But what does that matter when the last battle had been such a spectacular loss for the Icosians? Frustrated by the slow progress of the campaign and by the very real possibility he would be returning home in failure, Awontemdi assumed personal command of the army and led it straight into a trap the League of Sawosi had set up for him. The resulting battle was a total rout for the Icosian army, which was then forced to retreat deep into the dangerous jungles that made up the interior of the continent. Most of the force perished there, picked off by diseases, wildlife or environmental hazards. This included Awontemdi himself, who would vanish without a trace somewhere in the trackless jungles. His corpse and belongings were never found. And the uncertainty of whether he was really dead or just missing would cripple attempts of his successor to assume the throne for quite a few years, leading to a period of great instability and turmoil for the empire. In a strange way, Awontemdi had actually achieved the fame he had sought when he went to Koth. The campaign of conquest would become a popular cautionary tale against arrogance and glory-seeking, his name never to be forgotten. As for the League of Sawosi, they only had a short while to celebrate their victory. In order to fuel their war machine, they had taxed and arm-twisted their vassals and member states to such a massive extent that they revolted against the League the moment the Icosians had left. Its armies devastated by the war and its treasury empty, the League was unable to respond to this challenge against its authority and quickly fell apart. No other power would ever come as close to unifying Koth as the League of Sawosi had come before the war. Zorian was getting a little off track in his musings, though. The important thing was that Awontemdi had been carrying quite a few imperial treasures on him when he disappeared, and this possibly included the imperial orb. This was not actually stated anywhere in official Icosian history, which was very quiet about the fate of the orb, but several historians had noted that imperial chroniclers mysteriously stopped mentioning the orb in the aftermath of the campaign. It was likely that Awantemdi's successors had been unwilling to admit that one of the artifacts of the first emperor had been lost in that campaign and had done their best to quietly sweep the issue under the rug by ignoring the orb's existence from that moment onward. In any case, attempts to locate Awantemdi's final resting place were not exactly a rare occurrence. The orb aside, the rest of the treasures he had been carrying were a tempting prize on their own. None of these attempts were successful, but Zorian was armed with something none of the previous treasure hunters had had in their possession, an infallible way to detect the presence of the orb when at a considerable distance from himself, regardless of any wards or other obstacles that may be foiling mundane divination. "You have an inbuilt artifact detector," Daimen summarized, giving him a jealous glare. "Only in regards to a certain type of artifact, but yes," confirmed Zorian smugly. "I still need someone to point me in the right direction, of course. I was originally going to ask you for help in that regard. I mean, you're supposed to be this famous treasure hunter and all." "I am a famous treasure hunter," Daimen pointed out. "Right," Zorian nodded. "So I figured that you might be able to help me narrow down the search region faster. Give me a few tips, connect me to the right people, maybe even get personally involved. If you're already searching for the orb yourself, though, then everything just got a lot easier." Zorian was also reassured that someone had independently come to the same conclusion he and Zack had regarding the orb's location. It meant they probably weren't pursuing a fake lead. Daimen gave him an indecipherable look, staring at him in silence for a moment. Finally, he slowly shook his head and spoke. "I don't know whether I love you or hate you right now," he told Zorian. "On one hand, I have been stuck with this thing for months now, and it's driving me crazy. My own team had begun to lose faith in me and had started complaining about wasting time on this. You swooping in with a solution in hand is exciting, but a part of me is incensed that somebody else is going to hand me a solution to this search. It feels like you've just stolen some of my thunder, you know." Oh, Zorian knew that feeling very, very well. But no matter, the really interesting thing was that Damon's own team was starting to mutiny. That explained a lot about what was happening, honestly. Such as why Daimen was currently inside the Terramachula estate instead of out there in the field, trying to find the orb as soon as he could. "Is that why you decided to take a break from everything for a while?" Zorian asked. "To give your team a chance to calm down a little?" "Ugh," Daimen said, grimacing. "Sometimes you're too perceptive for your own good, Zorian. Yeah, I wanted to keep going but they were being a big bunch of babies and complaining about sleeping in the jungle for several weeks and whatnot. Eventually we got into a bit of an argument and things got too heated for my liking, so I decided to give everyone some rest until I could rethink my approach." From what Daimen had told him and Zack earlier, Daimen had had his team focus on one specific area of the jungle for a while now, since he was sure he'd had the right spot identified. Meaning that he was probably telling them to comb through the exact same area over and over again with no results. Zorian wasn't surprised that they'd eventually lost their patience. "Anyway," continued Daimen, "give me a few days to gear up and organize everyone again, and we can go see if that detector of yours is as good as you say." "Wait, you're taking your entire team with you?" Zorian said, frowning. "Why? Can't we just pop over there quickly and check things out?" "No, because it's a huge area covered in dense, monster-infested jungle," Daimen told him. "I can only teleport us to a few places there in a safe and reliable manner. The rest of the way we'll have to walk, and I don't feel safe doing that with only 3 people. I'm good, and I'm guessing you and Zack are too, but that's not enough. Even the best mage is vulnerable to surprise attacks, and there is plenty of opportunity for that here." "I thought you said you had it narrowed down to one spot," Zorian pointed out curiously. "Well, relative to the huge swathes of jungle that cover the entire region?" "Yeah, I did," Daimen said, a little defensively. "It's still a lot of ground to cover, though. Why do you think I've been stuck on this for this long?" Zorian was about to try and argue that everything would still be so much faster if it was just the 3 of them, but Daimen cut him off with a warning stare. "Look," Daimen said, "I know you're on a time limit here, but be reasonable. It's a dangerous land full of chameleon drakes, devourer mantises, howlers, thorn-swallow flocks and gods know what else. Stumbling about in haste will see us all killed in a matter of hours. Besides, Orissa is going to kill me if I try to do this without her, and my team will be waiting for their turn right behind her. They were a part of this from the start. I would end up looking like a petty glory hound if I cut them out of the endeavor just before we claim the prize. I'm not wrecking my reputation like that. I'm sure you can spare a day or two on this. And that was how Zack and Zorian found themselves searching for the orb of the first emperor with Daimen, Orissa and 15 other people. Break. When Zorian had conceded to Damon's request to organize a full-fledged expedition for the orb, he'd known the whole endeavor was bound to turn into something of a spectacle. He had been absolutely right about that, but he had also completely misjudged what would cause it. He had thought the situation would gradually develop as he and Zack were forced to reveal their capabilities, piece by piece, during the course of the expedition. What actually happened was that Daimen outright told people that his little brother was secretly a master mage that rivaled him in skill, that Zack was similarly talented, and that the two of them had found some kind of imperial seal that let them detect other imperial artifacts nearby. This wasn't really what Zorian had had in mind when Daimen had told him that he would handle explanations and that Zorian needn't worry about thinking up an excuse for his powers. He was tempted to ask Daimen why he didn't tell them all about the time loop too, but he was afraid that the madman might actually go for it. How the hell did Daimen think this was a good solution to the problem? Daimen also decided, without even bothering to consult with Zorian, that field deployment would happen via gate usage. Daimen would teleport to the target area on his own and then coordinate with Zorian to open a dimensional passage between the Terramachula estate, where the rest of the team would be waiting, and their destination. This would admittedly speed things up considerably, since not everyone in the group could teleport and there were a lot of supplies to transport as well, but it meant revealing to the whole group that Zorian could open gates. Daimen saying that Zorian was a master mage is one thing, and might be passed off as Daimen being biased in favor of his family, but a mage that could open gates at Zorian's age naturally raised a lot of eyebrows. Annoyingly, everyone seemed to quietly accept that Daimen could cast the gate spell, even though the only reason he had that capability was because Zorian had taken the time to teach it to him in this restart. He normally wouldn't have bothered with that, but entering a black room had severed him from his simulacrums outside of it, dispersing them in very short order. This meant that he would have to keep sending simulacrums on a multi-day journey to Koth every time he emerged from one, which was annoying and quite impractical. As such, he decided to try and teach the gate spell to Daimen so he could open the gate to Koth with his help. Fair is fair, though, it took only 2 days for Daimen to learn the spell, which was kind of amazing. He was already extremely good at dimensionalism, it turned out, having done the relevant shaping exercises and practiced with various types of teleportation. He had simply never found anyone willing to teach him the actual spell. Experts that could cast the gate spell were very rare and they didn't share that kind of magic with others lightly. Not even if the person was a famous treasure hunter like Daimen. In any case, Zorian was more than a little annoyed at how Daimen had handled the expedition preparations and thus decided to vent a little by showing off more than he had initially planned. He took 4 of his combat golems, which he had been mass-producing in preparation for the assault on the Abasin gate beneath Scioria, and brought them with him to the expedition as his bodyguards. He probably didn't need them, but the look on Damon's face when he stomped into the Terramachula estate with 4 golems in tow was priceless. It would also serve as a useful test of how his golems handled unfamiliar environments, he supposed. Finally, the gate was opened and 19 people, plus 4 golems, entered the area that supposedly held the orb, a dense, shadowy patch of jungle known to the locals simply as Diherna. Green hell. A simple, but apt description, one of Damon's team members told him. He was an older, weathered-looking man that served as the group's main ward expert. Both in making and breaking them. I've been in more dangerous places, but this one is near the top of the list. Try to stay near the center of the group. You and your buddy may be good, but some things can only be acquired with age. Zorian had been rather dismissive of the man's words at the time, since the weathered old mage obviously did not know the full story about him and Zack, but he would soon learn there was some wisdom to be found in the old man's words. The vegetation alone was a huge obstacle to exploring the area. There were no jungle trails crisscrossing the place, and the lack of sunlight made the area shadowy and dim, making it hard to spot dangers and navigate through the foliage. Zorian's mind sense helped there, allowing him to sense the minds of predatory animals with relative ease, but not every danger had a thinking mind behind it. Some of the vegetation was mobile and predatory, for instance, but not especially intelligent. Zorian found that out the hard way when a tangle of jungle vines wrapped themselves around him and tried to drag him off into a pit when he got a little careless. Thankfully, his golem bodyguards managed to fight them off long enough for Zorian to clear his head and ignite the air around himself, forcing them to back off. "You are lucky," the weathered mage told him afterwards. "That fisher vine was a young one. Older ones grow razor-sharp thorns along their length. I'm sure you can imagine what would have happened to you if one of those got a hold of you. Though admittedly, older fisher plants are easier to spot than young ones." How embarrassing. Still, at least he knew that he had made the bodyguard golems correctly. They had reacted quickly and precisely to the crisis and managed to keep the plant from dragging him off without breaking his bones in the process. Making golems that knew how to hold back their full strength like that was pretty hard, Zorian had found. Zorian conceded the man's point after that and did not stray from the main group too much. Zack, on the other hand, did not let that incident scare him off. He wandered around the area freely, unconcerned with the various dangers crawling about the place. Zorian supposed that Zack had a good reason to be so fearless, considering he had literal decades of experience at adventuring in dangerous environments, unlike Zorian. "Stop!" Zorian called out to the group. They all obeyed him. He knew that some of the people gathered here looked down on him because of his age and perceived nepotism, but nobody doubted his ability to detect danger anymore. He pointed at the area slightly to the right of the group. 2 chameleon drakes up ahead. Big ones. Chameleon drakes were the primary danger of the area. They were tough, agile, fast, could change the color of their hide so rapidly they were virtually invisible to the human eye, and routinely reached about 3.5 meters in length. They also sometimes hunted in groups, and had no compunctions about preying on humans. Green hell was absolutely crawling with them for some reason. Fortunately for the group, they had Zorian and his mind sense. Chameleon drakes might be a huge danger to most travelers, but to Zorian, their highly developed minds stood out like glittering stars in the night sky. The chameleon drakes were equipped with more than just speed, size and virtual invisibility, they were also quite intelligent by animal standards. On the verge of sapience, in Zorian's estimation. Maybe even there, to an extent. This was no doubt a boon against most opponents, and did much to explain how they could give seasoned mages so much trouble, but it made their ambushes painfully obvious to a psychic of Zorian's level. Upon hearing Zorian's warning, 3 people changed their stances and focused their attention on the area he indicated. One was Orissa, another was a young woman in bright blue clothes named Kerma, and the third was a burly bearded man named Torin. These 3 were the scouts of the group, scanning their surroundings for dangers, obstacles and even the orb itself. A bit pointless, that last one, but being told that Zorian can simply detect the presence of the orb from a considerable distance seemed to have awoken some kind of competitive spirit in the 3. Each of the 3 had their own methods of gathering information. Orissa's was through her bees, which she had scattered throughout the jungle around them. She carried on her back a huge backpack-looking thing that was actually a portable beehive. A constant stream of bees was constantly leaving the backpack under Orissa's direction or returning to it to report their findings. It looked pretty heavy, but Orissa was carrying it with practiced ease. Zorian was unsure whether that was because Orissa was stronger than she looked, or if the hive was lightened in some way. Orissa's bees looked fairly mundane to Zorian's amateur eyes. They didn't have any special mental signature either. Zorian had initially thought that maybe they were unified into some kind of collective, like the cephalic rats, but he found no evidence of that. He asked Orissa about them, and she admitted that the pteromatula couldn't actually access the senses of their bees directly. Instead they had some method of talking to the bees and getting usable information in the process. Zorian could tell that whatever method the pteromatula used to direct and talk to their bees, it wasn't a structured spell. Orissa never did any chanting or gesturing, nor did she use any obvious spell aids. The process seemed to be almost like breathing to her, as evidenced by the fact she could direct her bees and talk to Zorian at the same time without any visible strain. Kerma, the blue-clothed woman, was probably the most mundane of the three scouting mages. She was clearly using classical scrying and other divinations for her work. What was noteworthy about her was the divination compass she was using. It was a large, heavy-looking, multi-layered contraption of brass and silver, its shape vaguely reminiscent of a lotus flower. The petals were densely inscribed with mysterious glyphs and shapes that Zorian found hard to puzzle out through casual inspection. The lotus device seemed to be highly effective, because Kerma was cycling through some rather complicated divinations with a speed that even Zorian would struggle to match. Finally, there was Torin. Torin was constantly surrounded by a swarm of eyes that floated around him, twitching to and fro as something caught their attention. Each one was differing in size and internal structure of the eye from the others, and they looked very lifelike. To be precise, they looked like they had been extracted from corpses of various magical beings famous for their visual powers and then preserved in some fashion. Which was probably exactly what happened. Zorian was about 90% sure that Torin couldn't actually see through all of his eyes. In fact, he suspected that the man was limited to rapidly cycling between them instead of being able to process visual information from multiple eyes at once. There also seemed to be some severe distance limitations involved, because he never sent them too far into the jungle to scout things. "You are once again correct," Orissa remarked after a while. "If I may ask, how are you detecting the drakes from such a distance? Is this also the work of this mysterious imperial inheritance you stumbled upon?" "No, it's just mind magic," Zorian said. He could tell most people suspected as much by now, so there was no need to be all secretive. A bunch of them had already cast some kind of mental defense spell on themselves when they thought Zorian wasn't looking. "It's something of a specialty of mine." "I see," Orissa said, nodding. "I did suspect this was the case." "Hey, little Kaczynski," Torin called out to him. Zorian gave him an annoyed glare. That seemed to be the newest name Damon's group had given him, and he hated it. "How good is that mind magic of yours? Do you think you could snare one of those drakes and bring him over?" An interesting question. Chameleon drakes had considerable magic resistance, but it was nothing absurd. He just might be able to subvert one and puppeteer it for a while. However, after he did some subtle probing of their minds. "No," he said, shaking his head. "Not these ones, at least. They're a bonded pair, and would never abandon one another. I could dominate one of them perhaps, but the other would follow after them and defend them." "Unnecessary fights will only slow us down," Diamond stated. "Leave the drakes alone, Zorian. Torin has enough eyes to play with, anyway." "You can never have enough eyes," Torin said. "But actually, I was after the beast itself this time." Chameleon drakes, much like their more mundane cousins, have the curious ability to move each of their eyes independently of one another and thus focus on multiple things at once. And they have 4 of them. I suspect I could learn interesting things from them. "There is no shortage of chameleon drakes around here," the withered old mage from earlier said. "The kid can get you one later. Preferably a young one, so it does less damage when it inevitably breaks out of its bindings and rampages throughout the camp." "Don't even joke about that," Diamond told him. "Anyway, we'll just go around them, IG-. "No need," said Zorian. "They're leaving. They've noticed that we've stopped walking for too long and found it suspicious, so they've called off the ambush." "Even better," Diamond said, pleased. "Onward we go, then." After a few minutes, Zack stopped his wandering and approached him. "I've thought of something," he said. What if you shapeshifted into a bird and simply flew around for a bit? I bet you could cover ground pretty fast that way. I'd be dead in a matter of minutes, Zorian said, shaking his head. He'd thought of that idea already and discarded it immediately afterwards. The trees are pretty high here, and full of things that prey on birds. If I fly high enough to be safe, the ground would be beyond the marker's detection radius. If I fly low, I probably get eaten by something. Ah, Zack winced. Yeah, I didn't think of that. And now that I think of it, the orb could easily end up being underground. Probably the best place to get some safety in a place like this. That's it. Daimen shouted, hitting himself in the forehead. He had evidently been eavesdropping on their conversation, the jerk. That's what I've been missing all this time. Underground. We should have been looking for the damn orb underground instead of simply searching through the foliage. I'm such an idiot. After that, Daimen called for everyone to stop and make a base camp so they could discuss things for a while. With this done, the group quickly came up with a plan to perform some kind of geomantic ritual spell that would map out the basic shape of the underworld and narrow down their search on that basis. Honestly, Zorian was feeling a bit lost there. He had studied many things over the course of the time loop, but ritual spells involving more than one caster were not one of them. He mostly kept to himself while the rest of the group was setting up the ritual. He thought about striking up a conversation with his fellow time traveler, but Zack seemed to be trying to hit on Kerma, so Zorian left him alone for now. Eventually, his solitude was broken when Daimen pulled him to the edge of the camp, where Orisa was already waiting, so that the three of them could have a conversation about something. Zorian already had a pretty good idea what this was about. You're interested in my mind magic, aren't you? Zorian asked Orisa, giving her a shrewd look. Ah, well, Orisa fumbled slightly. Was I that obvious? Yes, I must admit the topic intrigues me. It's a personal secret, Zorian told her bluntly. Zorian. Daimen protested, jumping to his fiancée's aid. But I might be willing to share some of it if Daimen agrees to honestly answer a few questions for me, Zorian said, turning towards Daimen with a cheery smile. What kind of questions? Daimen asked hesitantly. Questions about your own mind magic, Zorian told him, his smile turning into a frown. Questions like why you never told me I was a natural mind mage when I was a child. You had to have known, as a fellow natural mind mage, but you never said anything and left me to suffer alone. What? Daimen said, erupting into a burst of outraged laughter. What the hell are you talking about? I know you're like me, Daimen, Zorian told him. I can sense it. And you can sense me as well. No, I can't, Daimen protested, shaking his head vigorously. Maybe I have a potential for the sort of mental bullshit you're capable of, but I was never taught how to do that. They told me I was an empath and taught me how to turn the ability on and off, and that's it, okay? I don't know what you're talking about. You're saying you never noticed anything unusual about me? Zorian asked, frowning. Well, Daimen laughed nervously. I noticed you were very easy to read, but hell, that could have meant anything. You suspected the truth, Zorian accused. Okay, so I did. Daimen admitted. But I couldn't be sure, and why out myself for a mere suspicion? Especially to a brother that hated me and constantly got me into trouble. And really, what if it was true? What of it? If you really were an empath like me, that only made your actions more baffling and annoying. What good is empathy like that with no control? Zorian snapped at him. I couldn't even walk into a crowd without consequences. If you had taken a bit of time to teach me how to turn it off, or at least told me what to watch out for, I wouldn't have been nearly as baffling and annoying as you thought I was. The discussion then degenerated into several moments of incoherent shouting and accusations before Orisa decided to act and stop the argument by interposing herself in between them. Why don't we all take a break for a moment and calm down, Orisa said. Her bees synchronized their buzzing into an ominous hum. You two are just talking past each other at this point. You're making assumptions about each other that clearly aren't true. Zorian scoffed, and almost snapped at her as well for trying to use such petty intimidation tactics on him. As if he were afraid of a bunch of bees. Still, she kind of had a point that he and Daimen would probably be better served to sit down and have a more sedate discussion about the issue. Daimen backed down even sooner, too smitten with Orisa to really stand up to her on the issue. Having successfully defused the situation, Orisa then excused herself, claiming this was something they had to work out on their own and that she didn't want to intrude. Daimen tried to protest and keep her there, but Zorian was grateful for her action and gave her a small nod as she left. After a while, they started talking. As it turns out, Daimen had been empathic for as long as he could remember. His empathy was nothing like Zorian's, however. Damon's empathy was weaker than Zorian's had been, but far more controllable. He never suffered any headaches in crowds, and he could focus it on specific people at will. He realized early on that this ability was something unique to him, and that he could get far more out of it if nobody knew he had it. Thus, he kept it a secret from everyone. During his time in the academy, he had realized that he was an empath and secured himself instruction from an older empath who had taught him how to turn his ability on and off and some minor tricks to improve its sensitivity and selectiveness. Daimen had never developed a proper mind sense, and couldn't identify other open people on sight like Zorian could. Even his empathy was crude and unsophisticated by Zorian's standards. "I suspected you might be like me," Daimen said. "But then again, your actions were kind of strange for someone who could sense people's emotions like I could, and that gave me pause. It never even occurred to me that your empathy might not work exactly the same as mine did. I still don't understand what went wrong in your case when my empathy was such a boon to me. Why didn't you say anything?" "I did," Zorian said. "Mother and father said they would throw me in a madhouse if I didn't shut up about that topic." "Ah ha ha," Daimen laughed nervously. "I'm sure they were just joking around. You are way too sensitive about these things, Zorian." Zorian did not attempt to argue with him. Since their parents had always fawned on Daimen so much, he had a very skewed image of them. There was probably no helping that. "Look on the bright side, though," Daimen continued, trying to change the topic. "Since you had no preconceptions about your ability being empathy and thus limited to sensing emotions, you developed it into something far more amazing. I'm really jealous of that, to be honest. I didn't know there was more to my ability until I met Orisa and the Pteromatula." If the Pteromatula knew about Damon's innate mind magic talent, it was no wonder they were so understanding about Orisa wanting to marry him. He was famous, good-looking, a mage prodigy and a natural mind mage. Truthfully, if Zorian was in Damon's place, he would be wondering if Orisa ever actually loved him or was simply going after him out of sheer opportunism. "What did Orisa want to talk to me about, anyway?" Zorian asked. "Oh. Well, I think you kind of already gave her an answer to that," Daimen said. "She wanted to see if the mental ability you were using is the same one I have." "Ah, I see," Zorian nodded. "The Pteromatula are hoping it's inheritable, I'm guessing." "Is it?" Daimen asked. "Probably," Zorian shrugged. "I've heard that abilities like that never just spring out of nowhere in a child, and it's a bit of a stretch that the two of us have the same ability through luck alone. There is clearly some kind of inheritance thing going on, but it's hard to say whether your children would be guaranteed to inherit it. A lot of bloodlines aren't guaranteed for children to inherit in their raw state," Daimen said. "There are often artificial methods of ensuring inheritance involved, such as specialized potions and rituals. I doubt the Pteromatula will care much." Any further discussion was interrupted when one of Damon's teammates came up to them to notify them the ritual was ready, and that they were only waiting for Daimen. "Alright, we'll continue with this topic some other time," Daimen said. "For now, let's focus on finally tracking down that damn orb." Break. Like many places, Green Hell had an extensive network of underground tunnels running beneath it. Indeed, the local underworld was unusually complex, which helped explain why the area was so rich in ambient mana and why it was so abundant in dangerous wildlife. Even if one limited themselves to surface layers of the dungeon, reasoning that Awantemdi wouldn't have wanted to descend too far, that was a lot of tunnels to cover. Thus, when Damon's team presented them all with a three-dimensional illusion of the local underground, Zorian could only stare at it in confusion. How the hell does this information help them narrow down their search? They would still have to walk through most of the area to cover all the tunnels reasonably close to the surface. However, Daimen seemed to see something important in the floating image, because he soon pointed his finger at 5 places on the map. Here, 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 here and here, he said, poking the illusion in 5 different places, causing it to waver for a second before correcting itself. The spots looked completely random to Zorian. We should focus on these areas to start with. I don't understand, Zorian complained to Zack. On what basis is he picking those 5 places? He had been hoping that Zack, having decades of experience in adventuring, would see something in Damon's choices that he missed. His hopes turned out to have been misplaced, however. No idea, Zack told him. That map is a total mess to me. He's probably just bullshitting to make himself look more knowledgeable and experienced. I used to do that a lot when I ended up in charge of something. Never let your PNs know you actually have no idea what you're doing. I can hear you two just fine, you know, Daimen told them in an annoyed tone. I wasn't trying to be quiet, Zack pointed out. Daimen didn't reply. Instead he simply pointed them towards the nearest of the 5 places and motioned for everyone to start moving. They were only halfway to the first spot when Zorian suddenly stopped. He had been spamming key detection requests to his marker on a regular basis as they walked, and now it actually reacted to something. He found the orb. It's here, Zorian said excitedly. What? What's here? Daimen asked in confusion. The orb, of course, Zorian said. Was he intentionally being stupid? It's here, I can sense it. Do you mean it's right below us, or, asked Zack, speculatively looking at the ground beneath his feet. Probably considering how best to excavate the huge amount of dirt between them and the nearest tunnel. No, but close, Zorian said, pointing towards the northeast. The group stared in the indicated direction for a while, as if that was going to help them see the orb through all the dirt and vegetation that was in the way. Is there anything notable in that direction? Daimen asked Kerma. She was the one who kept detailed maps of the region, stored in her Lotus device. She quickly consulted her device for an answer. Actually, yes, there is, she said hesitantly. There is a chameleon drake nesting ground over in that direction. Because the place is so relatively prominent, it was one of the first places we checked. I remember now, Daimen said. Hasana insisted we check it out. Said that of course the orb is in the most dangerous place in the area, how could it be anywhere else? He pointed at the weathered old man who had advised Zorian caution earlier. And I was right, see? Hasana said. We should have looked harder. But I don't understand, Kerma protested. We searched that place. There is nothing there. We never actually set foot in the place, though, Torin pointed out. We just checked it out remotely. We were thorough, Kerma insisted. There was nothing there. Awantemti was traveling with his entire entourage when he disappeared and was carrying a hefty supply train. We saw no evidence that a group of that size perished there. It's been a long time since Awantemti walked the earth, Torin said, shrugging. And it's possible the fool got separated from his entourage and perished there alone. Maybe the orb is buried under some rock in one of the caves, and is protected against divinations. I suppose, Kerma reluctantly conceded. She seemed unwilling to admit she may have missed the orb in her earlier search. She probably saw it as a blow against her personal pride. A decision was made to make another attempt at searching the place. The group approached the nesting ground as close as possible without provoking the chameleon drakes into swarming them and then systematically scryed the place. The place was actually not that big. Neither the cenote itself nor the caves dug into its walls were connected to the dungeon, so there was only so much ground that their spells had to cover. Despite that, no amount of divinations, remote scouts and other information-gathering methods could find the orb. There was no evidence of any kind of treasure there. "It's definitely there," Zorian insisted stubbornly. He knew what his marker was telling him. "It's right there in that biggest cave near the bottom of the cenote, the one that looks natural instead of being artificially dug up by the chameleon drakes. We already searched that one 1,000,000 times with everything we could think of," Kerma said, sounding very annoyed with him. "Torin even risked sending one of his rarer eyes in there, the one that can see through solid objects. There is nothing there, okay? Your legacy is malfunctioning." Zorian sighed. There was no point in arguing about this, anymore. "I need to get physical access to that cave," he told Zack. "I'm sure I can find it, but I need to be actually there, not watching things through a divination screen or a remote sensor." "Got it," Zack said, rising to his feet and dusting himself off. "I'll deal with the lizards, you just stay behind me and keep them from flanking me or something." "Not so fast, you two," Daimen told them. "Do you honestly think we would just stay on the sidelines and watch you either get horribly killed or claim the orb for yourselves? That's a lose-lose proposition. We came here together, and we'll execute this assault together as well." "This is stupid," Kerma complained. "We're doing it anyway," Daimen said. "If Zorian says the orb is there, it's there. However, let's not charge into the cenote like idiots. I'd rather induce them to swarm out and blunder into a trap. Here's what we're going to do. Break." In the depths of the Gothic jungle, a fierce battle was raging. On one side there were nearly 100 chameleon drakes charging in defense of their homes and young, and on the other side was a group of 19 people that had brazenly thrown irritating gas into the cenote to flush them out. Though the chameleon drakes looked brutish, they were not dumb. They knew they were being provoked, but they also knew they had to answer this challenge. This wasn't the first time someone had tried to take their cenote habitat away from them, and it wouldn't be the last. Damon's group had set up a minefield between themselves and the cenote when they had provoked the chameleon drakes, but they had underestimated their opponents. Rather than launch a frontal charge at Damon's group, the chameleon drakes split their group into two halves and charged at them in two wide arcs, aiming to hit their flanks from both directions. One might think the drakes had spotted the trap and reacted accordingly, but Zorian could peer into their minds and knew they hadn't. Cold, hard experience had taught this particular group not to face their enemies head-on if they could avoid it, especially if they were human. The two groups crashed into each other and the chameleon drakes came out for the worse in the process. They were impressive beasts, fast and strong, but their strengths were most pronounced when attacking from an ambush. Their virtual invisibility did not work well if they were constantly on the move, and the lightning-fast tongue attack they liked to use as an opening strike was less effective on a creature that expected it. It didn't help that Damon's group had several powerful mages, including Zack. With a practiced movement, Zorian fired a glittering orange star at the chameleon drake in front of him. The large reptile reacted with impressive agility, throwing itself to the side to avoid the projectile and folding its front claws over its face to protect its eyes from the imminent explosion. And the explosion did come, just like the chameleon drake predicted, singeing its scales but not doing any truly critical damage. It landed right on its feet with the nimbleness of a house cat, its four conical eyes whirring around, each in its own direction, in an attempt to reorient itself. Finally, it fixed its front two eyes on Zorian, the other two eyes twitching about for any hint of an attack from behind, and it opened its large, toothy mouth wide open. It was the mistake that Zorian had been waiting for. He launched a force lance at the chameleon drake and then immediately followed it with a double-layered shield around himself, casting them so quickly that it almost appeared as if he cast two spells simultaneously. The chameleon drake shot its spear-like tongue at Zorian, punching through one layer of his shield but failing to penetrate the second. Before it could retract its tongue for another go, however, the force lance hit it straight in the throat through its open mouth, bypassing the tough scales that protected its body. The drake dropped on the ground immediately, kicking and thrashing about like it was having a seizure, kicking up plumes of dust in its death throes. Zorian spent a second to make sure it was down for good and then turned his attention to the rest of the targets. He was just in time to see Hasana stumble over an ill-placed rock and fall to the ground some distance away from him. His opponent, one of the slightly smaller chameleon drakes that only barely reached 3 meters in length, immediately took advantage of this to try and pounce at him. Fortunately, Zorian had his golems scattered through the entire group, and one was nearby. The golem, devoid of self-preservation and acting under Zorian's telepathic orders, launched itself at the chameleon drake with a full-body tackle. It crashed into the chameleon drake's flank, causing it to veer off course and giving Hasana enough time to recover and get back to his feet. "You okay, old man?" Zorian asked him, running up to him to make sure he didn't hit his head in the fall or something. The chameleon drake seemed to be busy slamming his golem repeatedly into the ground, outraged that its interference had costed it its kill. "I'm fine," he said, shaking his head. "How embarrassing. Here I am, lecturing the younger generation about the need for modesty and caution and whatnot, and then I make a stupid mistake like this. Bah. It's true as they say, you learn things all your life and still die a fool." Looking around the battlefield, Zorian realized that the chameleon drakes were getting beaten back at every front. On one side, Orisa was using her bees to attack the sensitive eyes of the drakes, making them flail around in panic as they attempted to dislodge such tiny opponents from themselves. Daimen and other members of his team then finished off the blinded drakes by focusing their fire on them one at a time. On the other, Zack disdained any sort of fancy tactics and simply used a pair of floating black swords to slice any chameleon drake that came close to pieces. The sword seemed to pass through the beast's tough hide without resistance, killing them instantly. The drakes eventually grew fearful to even approach him, choosing instead to pursue other targets. Soon, the chameleon drakes seemed to collectively realize that the confrontation wasn't going well for them and started to retreat. Amusingly, some of them chose to retreat directly through the minefield that they had missed in the initial charge, which resulted in another couple of fatalities among their number without Damon's group needing to do anything to make it happen. Only a few died before the rest learned to stay clear of that area, however. Taking stock of the situation after the battle, Zorian noted that no one in Damon's group died in the fighting, so this could be safely described as a resounding victory. Even though things could have gone a lot smoother than this, in his opinion. However, there was a problem. While the chameleon drakes retreated, they did not flee entirely. They simply withdrew towards the cenote and then stopped. They seemed unwilling to give up their home, even if they knew they were beaten. They started hissing loudly in their direction, puffing themselves up to look bigger and making threatening movement towards them. Are they trying to intimidate us or something?" Daimen asked incredulously. "I think so, yeah," Zorian said. "They lost a fight and now they're resorting to threats instead." "That's amusingly outrageous," Torin said. "I guess there is no harm in trying, from their perspective. If it works, great. If it doesn't, it was worth a try." The threatening display didn't dissuade them from advancing, of course. The orb was down there, so getting access to the cenote was a must. However, when they started moving towards the cenote again, the chameleon drakes changed their behavior. They stopped trying to intimidate them and instead threw their heads into the air and started to wail. Zorian did not know how to describe it. It wasn't really a wail in the human sense, but the sound was loud, repetitive and pitiful. And all the chameleon drakes were doing it in unison. It was like the entire group in front of them was cursing the heavens for abandoning them. "Damn, these things are actually making me feel sorry for them a little," Daimen complained. "I kind of feel like a villain here." "They're not crying," Zorian said, a terrible realization growing in the back of his head. "They're calling for help. Summoning assistance." "They're what?" Daimen frowned. "Kerma, can you check?" The entire group stumbled as a tremor shook the earth beneath them, centered on the cenote. What the hell was that? Diamond demanded. It wasn't clear who he was talking to, but it was Kerma who eventually answered, after consulting her Lotus device. The water in the cenote, she said. It's churning. Then Zorian felt it. Before, the cenote felt mostly dead to his senses, and even scrying from the group failed to locate anything of interest. Now, however, Zorian could feel a mind dwelling there. Something big, mean, and hungry. Okay, tactical retreat, Zorian said, gesturing everyone to start retreating from the cenote. He noticed that the chameleon drakes had stopped wailing and instead looked rather expectant and, almost gleeful. We have something seriously big and hostile coming up from there. I think. He didn't have time to think. Something huge and dark blue unfolded itself out of the cenote. At first Zorian thought he was looking at some kind of animated tree or a giant sea anemone, but then the branches stilled for a second and it became obvious what he was looking at. It was a hydra. A really, really big one. 8 draconic-looking heads observed the world around it with interest, eventually zeroing in on the group of humans in the distance. Its 8 mouths opened up slightly, exposing rows and rows of dagger-like teeth, and began to salivate. Oh, said Zack happily in the resulting silence, his eyes shining with a fire that Zorian rarely saw in him. Looks like I might have some actual fun here after all. As if reacting to his statement, the hydra opened all 8 of its mouths and let loose a deafening roar. 69, Ruin. Chapter 069 Ruin. Zorian could tell right away that the hydra in front of them was not normal. First of all, it was too big. He was no expert on hydras, but he knew that even the largest ones didn't grow more than 10 meters in length. This one seemed to be at least twice that size, if the size of its heads was of any indication. Then there was the matter of how suddenly it had appeared on his senses. There was no way he could miss something like that with even casual inspection, never mind the detailed sweep he had done on the cenote. The mind he was currently sensing was one of the most distinctive things he had ever witnessed through his mind sense, and it should have drawn his attention immediately. The hydra seemed to have 9 minds, 1 for each head, and a 9th one that served as a kind of overmind, for the lack of a better term. The individual head seemed to be somehow suborned to the main mind of the hydra, which was probably in charge of coordinating the heads towards an overarching goal. It was kind of fascinating. Then the hydra pointed all 8 of its heads at them and roared. If they were dealing with a normal hydra, this would just be a cheap intimidation tactic. Instead, the roar was infused with potent wind magic, battering the whole group with a powerful gust of wind. Zack and Zorian simply glued their feet to the ground with non-structured magic, and Diamond protected most of his team with an impressively quick force wall spell. Sadly, that still left 4 people at the mercy of the incoming wind attack. Of those 4, one was Hasana, who simply stabbed his staff into the ground and held on to it with pure physical strength. Zorian was impressed. The old man looked kind of gaunt, but there seemed to be surprising strength hidden under his wiry frame. As for the other 3, they were not as quick on their feet and merely released a chorus of short cries and screams as they were blown off their feet and sent tumbling into the distance. They didn't die, but they wouldn't be getting up any time soon. Zack was the one who handled the surprise attack the best. While everyone else, even Zorian, was scrambling to withstand the roar somehow, Zack was already casting some kind of complex spell in retaliation. He transformed the entire area in front of him into a field of roughly hewn stone blades before the windstorm even had time to die down, all of them wreathed in ominous red light. Then he slammed both of his hands into the earth before him, sending them all hurtling towards the hydra. The monster took one look at the approaching cloud of stony death, its many eyes widening in surprise and fear, then immediately cut its roar short and withdrew all of its heads back into the cenote. The chameleon drakes, still arranged around the cenote, were not as quick. The rain of blades slammed into the area around the cenote, burying themselves deep into the jungle soil and impaling through any chameleon drakes that were unfortunate enough to be in the way. The lucky ones were slain on the spot by the stone shards. The less fortunate ones wailed like wounded pigs as the red light that infused the blades spread throughout their bodies and started liquefying their insides. The surviving chameleon drakes lost any semblance of group cohesion and simply scattered in all directions, abandoning their former home, the pained cries of their dying brethren motivating them to keep going until they had left the range of Zorian's mind sense entirely. Zack wasn't really paying attention to the chameleon drakes, though. They were just collateral damage. The moment he had launched the rain of flesh-dissolving blades at the Hydra, before he had even known whether it would hit its target or not, he was already casting another spell. Thus, the moment the Hydra withdrew back into the cenote, Zack sent a pair of pale blue balls of magical energy after it. Zorian would later find out that the projectiles were meant to freeze the water at the bottom of the cenote, hopefully imprisoning the Hydra in a block of ice. Unfortunately for that idea, the Hydra didn't retreat back into the water. It simply ducked out of the path of Zack's attack and then decided to jump out of the cenote and charge at the group. Seeing the giant Hydra jump out of the cenote with the same ease a house cat jumps onto the kitchen table really drove in the point that they were dealing with something entirely out of the ordinary. Normal Hydras were just highly venomous and capable of impressive tissue regeneration, especially in regards to their heads. They were not known to be especially fast or agile out of the water. The charge of the Hydra was unstoppable. Daimen and his team launched a constant stream of different attack spells at the Hydra, all in vain. Every projectile they launched was intercepted by the Hydra's many heads before it could hit its main body, inflicting damage that was soon undone by the Hydra's natural regeneration ability. A Hydra's regeneration was most potent in regards to its heads, even capable of overcoming fire damage and other things that usually foiled regenerators, but its main body was a lot more vulnerable. Damon's group clearly knew this, and thus aimed for the main body with every attack they made, but the Hydra was too quick and canny for this to work. Zorian refrained from joining in on the attack. If Damon's whole group couldn't break through, his addition would likely be a meaningless waste of mana. He simply focused on figuring out how its mind works, conserved his mana and repositioned his golems so he could respond in time upon spotting an appropriate opening. Fortunately, the Hydra seemed focused primarily on Zack, having identified him as its biggest threat. Well, perhaps it was a bit callous of Zorian to say that, but in his defense, Zack looked quite happy at the fact that he had attracted the Hydra's ire with his earlier spell. Seemingly ignoring the massive Hydra thundering towards him, Zack cast two lengthy spells. The first created a large ball of soft white light that just hung there above his head, seemingly doing nothing at all. The other produced no visible effects, but Zorian's magic perception was pretty good by now and he could sense 8 magical constructs suddenly springing into existence around Zack. Soon, the Hydra was close enough to Zack to attack. At that moment, all 8 heads struck, surging towards Zack like coiled springs. Somewhere behind him, Zorian could hear some member of Damon's team scream out a warning to Zack, as if that was going to do him any good now. At the same time, though, the 8 concealed spell constructs surrounding Zack also sprang into motion, surging forward to meet the Hydra's heads. 8 spectral shark jaws faded into existence, already in the process of biting down towards the attacking heads. The Hydra, suddenly realizing it had blundered into a trap, tried to abort its attack. It was too late. It was too big and had too much momentum. Whatever magic gave it such abnormal speed and agility had its limits. The spectral jaws slammed shut, slicing through Hydra's scale and muscle alike with ridiculous ease. Panicked, the Hydra seemed to dip into some secret reserves of strength that allowed it to quickly extricate most of its heads before they were bitten off. Most, but not all. One of the spectral jaws caught its target particularly well and then kept biting down. With a loud crunch, the jaws bit right through the Hydra head spine, separating it from the main body. The Hydra's remaining 7 heads roared in pain and anger, the headless neck of its 8th head flailing around madly and spraying blood everywhere around it. This wasn't a wound its regeneration could fix, the head wasn't damaged, it was just plain gone. It would regrow in time, but this process would happen too slowly to have any influence on the outcome of this battle. Zorian expected that Zack would now use the mysterious ball of white light floating above his head, but the spell remained inert. Instead, he once again created a field of stone blades in front of him. Before he could launch it at the Hydra, however, it suddenly retracted its heads closer to its main body and wrapped itself into something resembling a scaly, fleshy sphere. Then it disappeared into thin air. When it appeared again, it was suddenly next to Daimen and his group. Of course it can teleport as well, Zorian mumbled to himself. It should have been more surprising. Teleportation magic was usually very impractical for large creatures, because the costs increased explosively with the volume of the thing being teleported. Instead, it almost seemed appropriate. Zorian by now strongly suspected that they were dealing with some kind of ancient guardian from Awantembi's time, back when gods still meddled in mortal affairs and granted potent powers to those that caught their fancy. It was to be expected that something like this would be equipped with strange and potent abilities. He pointed at the air in front of him and a large, semi-transparent disk of force materialized in the air before him. Zorian hopped onto it and flew off in the direction of the Hydra. He was fine with letting Zack face the Hydra on his own, but Daimen and the people around him would probably need his help to stay alive. Hasana, who was still near Zorian by this point, copied his trick and followed after him on a force disk of his own. The sudden teleportation, while very impressive from a creature that big, seemed to take a lot out of the Hydra. Instead of striking immediately, it took a few seconds to uncoil and catch its breath before attacking again. This blunted some of the shock among Damon's group and allowed them to organize themselves somewhat before it struck. When it did strike, however, it was devastating. A layer of shields was erected in front of the group, but it was smashed into rapidly fading smoke and motes of light in under a second. Desperate to keep the Hydra away from himself and his men, Daimen conjured a giant ectoplasmic version of himself, which then physically tackled the Hydra. The giant ghostly Daimen snatched two of the Hydra's heads with its ghostly hands and tried to wrestle it to the ground. This didn't quite work, but it did keep three of the Hydra's heads too busy to attack anyone else and stopped it from moving freely on the battlefield, so it wasn't really a failure either. Kerma fired a swarm of drill-like projectiles at the Hydra, each of them unerringly homing in on the Hydra's sensitive points: eyes, mouth, ears, nostrils. This was rather remarkable, as most homing spells were not nearly that precise in their aiming. Especially since the miniature drills were moving with incredible speeds, which would further complicate homing functions of most spells. Zorian could only imagine the Lotus machine she carried was somehow responsible for that feat. Zorian would have thought Orisa would be entirely useless in this kind of fight, since the Hydra was unlikely to even notice bee stings. However, she surprised him. Her bees suddenly became encased in an orange aura that caused the air around them to ripple from the intense heat emanating off them. From that point on, they flew faster and burned all that they touched, like 1,000 tiny flying furnaces. Occasionally she would make a quick gesture, causing some of the bees to detonate, creating tiny but intense explosions that charred the Hydra's tough, scaly skin wherever they touched it. And because the bees were so tiny, they could simply fly past the more durable, regenerating heads and strike at the Hydra's main body. Zorian also added some pressure on the Hydra himself, launching a force lance, an incinerating beam and two severing discs at the Hydra as he flew towards the battle site. He didn't really think he would inflict real damage with that, but every second the Hydra spent on dealing with those attacks was a second it couldn't spare on dealing with Daimen and the others. Despite all of these efforts, the Hydra still had 7 heads left, and it was hard to keep them all constantly busy. Zorian had to sacrifice one of his golems to save Orisa from having her head bitten off when the Hydra finally figured out where the annoying burning, exploding bees were coming from. Torin also sacrificed one of his larger eyes to survive an attack, causing the eye in question to burst into a copious amount of translucent slime that formed a thin, rubbery dome around him. The head that was targeting him bit down on the dome and, despite its apparent flimsiness, failed to punch through. The dome bent and stretched, but did not break. Unfortunately, not everyone targeted by the Hydra had such a life-saving method prepared. One of the mages was bitten nearly in half before anyone could do anything about it, dying on the spot. The other had his arm pumped full of venom when the Hydra grazed it with its jaws. Daimen immediately cut off the limb in question and then directed one of the mages to teleport him and all the other wounded away from the battlefield. Additionally, one of the men tried to circle the Hydra and attack it from behind, only to have his legs shattered in response when the Hydra revealed that its tail was also a potent weapon, able to strike at things with great force and speed. Zorian didn't begrudge the man his agonized screaming, he still remembered how much it had hurt when the Grey Hunter had done the same to him. Finally, Daimen found a good moment to spring his trap. The Hydra managed to get through some of the defensive spells and sent one of its heads towards Daimen, who threw a mundane-looking red projectile at it. Sensing no great danger, the Hydra simply bit down on the projectile to make it go away, shattering the potion bottle hidden inside the projectile right inside its mouth. The Hydra as a whole flinched back as it sensed the alchemical mixture pour down its throat, stopping all of its attacks. The affected head released an agonizing scream as it rapidly began to transform into glittering white crystal. Its natural regeneration was unable to halt the process and it seemed inevitable that the entire Hydra would rapidly crystallize and turn into a lifeless, glittering statue. Without hesitation, one of the Hydra's other heads bit down on the neck of the rapidly crystallizing head and tore it off in a shower of blood and gore. Now down to 6 heads, but safe from the crystallization poison, the Hydra gave Daimen a murderous look and prepared for another charge. Unfortunately for the Hydra, this was when Zack, Zorian and Hasana reached the battlefield and the tide shifted. Hasana circled the battlefield, casting barrier after barrier and preventing anyone else from being killed or seriously wounded by the Hydra's multitude of attacks. Zorian had figured out enough of its mind to start messing with its aim and timing, and occasionally launched combat spells at it as well when he spotted a good opening. Then there was Zack. Unlike Zorian and Hasana, he didn't bother with a force disk. When the Hydra teleported away from him, he simply jumped into the air and flew off towards the new battlefield like it was the most normal thing in the world, his 8 spectral jaws in tow. The mysterious white orb was still floating over his head, too. As he traveled, another 3 identical orbs joined the one he made earlier, equally passive for now. When he finally reached the Hydra, the spectral jaws that trailed behind him surged forward, biting towards it, and it was instantly put on the defensive. Naturally, this was when the Hydra pulled another one of its surprise abilities. It roared again, breathing clouds of bright green gas in every direction. Everyone was forced to temporarily retreat from what was likely some kind of poison mist, giving the Hydra some much-needed respite. The battle continued. The Hydra lost another head, then 2. The Hydra managed to rob Zack of all of his spectral jaws and wounded another one of Damon's men. Zorian managed to hit the Hydra's main body with a shredder sphere, inflicting a lasting wound on it. All of his golems ended up being reduced to scrap, however. Damon's ectoplasmic giant was dispersed, but Daimen managed to slice off its tail in response. At first glance, it seemed like they were winning and that victory was only a matter of time, but the truth was that they were steadily running out of mana. The Hydra might be on the verge of collapse, but so were they. Even Zack's seemingly inexhaustible mana reserves were starting to run out. They didn't want to retreat. At least one person was dead, many had suffered serious injuries, and they had used a lot of expensive resources during the course of the battle. On top of that, while the Hydra was grievously wounded, it would recover quickly if it was left alone. Far faster than their group would. If they fled and came back later, it would probably be back in top health, with all of its heads back. The Hydra didn't want to retreat either. It had only 3 of its heads left, but it knew it could recover from this setback very quickly. Its enemies were visibly weakening, it just had to keep going and outlast them. Besides, turning its back to such dangerous enemies was lunacy, all of its instincts were telling it that doing so would be a mistake. Better to risk fighting to the bitter end than be cut down from the back as it fled. In the end, though, they had all underestimated Zack again. Sometime during the fighting, Zack had created another white ball to join the 4 he had prepared earlier. He then spent the rest of the battle arranging the 5 balls around the battlefield and trying to maneuver the Hydra into the center of their formation. Although no one except Zack knew what they were supposed to do, his performance was impressive enough that everyone did their best to help him with this. The Hydra was wary of the balls in the beginning, but as time passed and they remained little more than glowing ornaments, it began to mostly ignore them. Eventually, Daimen instructed his men to feign a panicked rout and the Hydra recklessly followed after them, stepping right in the middle of the resulting formation. In that very moment, Zack made a strange hand sign and the balls activated. A web of brightly shining threads unfolded out of them, reaching across empty space to intertwine with each other and trap the Hydra under a dome of delicate-looking threads. The Hydra experimentally brushed against the dome of threads and hissed in pain as they lacerated its flesh like 1,000 interlocking razors. And then the dome began to shrink. Everyone watched, exhausted, as the giant Hydra futilely fought to break out of the dome of razor threads closing in on it. It bellowed in rage again and again, defiant to the very end. Finally, with its entire body mangled and only one head left intact, it once again curled into a ball and teleported out of the sphere. Unlike the first teleport, this one did not take it very far. In fact, the Hydra appeared right next to the rapidly shrinking sphere, having transported itself just far enough to escape immediate death. It swayed on its feet as it unrolled, looking as if it was going to keel over dead at any moment. However, before that could happen, it lifted its head one last time and gave Daimen a bitter, murderous look. Though it was actually Zack that was responsible for its current predicament, it had been chasing after Daimen and his men when it blundered into the trap, and it viewed him as the primary culprit of its current predicament. Through his magic perception, Zorian suddenly detected a massive buildup of magic in the Hydra. In fact, virtually everyone seemed to have detected it, considering how they flinched in surprise. Before anyone could do anything, the Hydra opened its last remaining mouth and fired a beam of pitch-black energy straight at Daimen. Eyes widening, Daimen reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, unassuming mirror, thrusting it in front of himself as some kind of shield. The beam hit. The mirror shattered as if hit by a bomb, the sound of its destruction reverberating throughout the surroundings with unnatural loudness. Daimen himself was blown back like a rag doll, the arm that held the mirror clearly broken. The black beam was gone, however, as if it had never existed in the first place. For a full second, the Hydra seemed to stare at the scene. Then, it shuddered for a moment and collapsed to the side, dead. The battle was over. Break. The immediate aftermath of the fight was, in many ways, more nerve-wracking for Zorian than the actual fight had been. After checking up on everyone, it turned out that only one person had actually died in the fighting, Goliri Ardit, the guy that got bitten in half by the Hydra near the start of the fighting. However, Goliri was best friends with one of the other men in the group, Alachi Gotram. Alachi was devastated and furious that his friend had died, and he felt the primary person responsible for his death was Zorian. It had been Zorian who had insisted that they had to gain access to the deepest cave in the cenote, after all. The man had kept hurling insults at Zorian for over 5 minutes, and even tried to attack him physically before Zack intervened. Unfortunately, that's when 2 more members of Damon's team spoke up in support of Alachi. The guy who had lost his arm due to the Hydra's poison and the man who'd had his legs shattered by its tail were also very unhappy. They were essentially crippled, and they likewise blamed Zorian for it. Likely Zack as well, but they were too intimidated by his combat prowess to piss him off. Zorian, on the other hand, looked like an easier target. During all of that, Daimen tried to play peacemaker and calm his men down, but he never expressed any support for Zorian. This pissed off Zorian more than it probably should have. He knew that this was his team and that he couldn't just categorically side with Zorian just because he was his brother, but it left a bitter taste in his mouth that Daimen hadn't said so much as a single word in his defense. Instead, it was Hasana who eventually sided with him. The old man seemed to have taken a liking to Zorian. This started another round of accusations concerning Zorian's obvious proficiency in mind magic, with Alachi claiming Zorian was clearly mind-controlling people and that police should get involved. The moment police involvement was mentioned, Daimen seemed to shift tracks in his methods of resolving the conflict. He stopped the discussion, dragged Alachi to the side and erected a privacy ward around the two of them. Zorian had no idea what was said between them, but Alachi no longer bothered him after this. As for the two crippled mages, Daimen told them that their wounds weren't necessarily unrecoverable with the right treatments and promised to pay as much as he had to in order to get them back in top shape. This seemed to mellow them out a lot, and they no longer made any fuss either. With that particular crisis somewhat resolved, they could finally inspect their gains. They dropped off most of the wounded at the nearest hospital. Daimen decided to just put his broken arm in a cast and return to the field, and gated back to the site of the battle. The first gain was actually the dead Hydra. Daimen and his team were quite excited about its potential worth. The sums involved weren't much to Zorian, but that was just the time loop messing with his sense of proportion when it came to money. If they could really find an appropriate buyer for this thing, the Hydra could get Daimen and his team enough money to turn a lot of heads. The dead chameleon drakes would also be gathered and sold, although their value was far less than that of a Hydra. Especially since Zack's spells had really made a mess out of a lot of them, making many of the corpses borderline useless. As they walked around, inspecting chameleon drake corpses, Zorian heard Daimen complaining to Orisa about his broken mirror. Apparently it was a divine artifact that Daimen had found on one of his expeditions and decided to keep. It was supposed to be utterly indestructible, and had saved Damon's life many times in the past, and now it was gone. He was thoroughly heartbroken over that, and Orisa pointing out that at least he was alive thanks to its sacrifice didn't seem to cheer him up much. "Ready, little Kaczynski?" Torin said, slapping Zorian on the back a little harder than was necessary. "Let's go get that orb that you're so sure is down there, eh?" Zorian said nothing. Before descending into the depths of the cenote, the group carefully checked the place again in order to see if there were any more giant magical hydras or worse things lurking nearby. They found no evidence of such, but they also failed to figure out how they had missed the hydra in the first place, which was worrying. The water at the bottom was frozen as a result of the two projectiles that Zack had sent down here at the start of the fight, but there was no evidence of any kind of underwater cave the hydra could have hidden itself in. It was like the hydra simply popped into existence out of nowhere when the chameleon drakes called for it. When they finally entered the cave Zorian had pointed out, the orb was nowhere to be found. Zorian expected as much, though, and wasn't really worried. "Can you still sense it?" Daimen asked anxiously. He was probably a bit desperate to get some tangible results from gaining access to this place, so that he could justify the losses he suffered to get here, both to himself and to others. "I can," Zorian confirmed. He walked towards the far end of the cave and jabbed his finger at the empty air in front of him. "It's here. It's at this exact spot, even." He waved his hand through the air where he sensed the orb and it passed through it without resistance. "Yet I can't actually see it, or even touch it," Zorian added. "How curious." Everyone who had even the slightest amount of expertise in divinations, or detection magic in general, immediately gathered around the spot, poking, staring and casting magic at it. After 10 minutes of that, Daimen finally got a result. "I can't believe this," Daimen said, running his hand through his hair in annoyance. "You have something?" Kerma asked hopefully. "It's a hidden world," Daimen said. "A what?" Zorian asked, having never encountered that term before. "A pocket dimension, like the one you think Silver Lake is hiding in," Zack told him. "They are normally almost impossible to find unless you know exactly what to look for. Thus, some people call them hidden worlds. So this spot that little Kaczynski has pointed out?" Torin asked hesitantly. "An entrance to the pocket dimension where the orb resides," Daimen said, giving Zorian a complex look. "Damn it. All of Awantembi's other belongings are probably there too. No wonder we hadn't found any trace of his group in all this time. We would have never found this without Zorian, even if we had spent years combing this place. But we did have him, and thus the expedition is saved," Torin said with a careless shrug. "What are you being so gloomy about?" "What indeed?" Daimen mumbled. "Anyway, Now we just have to figure out how to break through this invisible door thing and we'll be free to loot Awantemdi's tomb to our heart's content, yes? Torin asked. Yes, but I'd like to point out that this is probably where the giant magical hydra had come from, Asana butted in. What if there are more of them inside? What if there are worse things waiting for us there? We shouldn't be reckless. Yes, Hasana is right, Daimen nodded. We lost too much here as it is. I want to hire more fighters before we try to set foot there. I'd like to stay here for a while and study the entrance point for a bit, Zorian said, frowning. Something doesn't feel right about this. Fine, Daimen sighed. But don't do anything before consulting me. Look, but don't touch. Zorian nodded. Over the next 2 hours he scrutinized the pocket dimension entrance point while paying attention to the way his marker reacted to it. He also asked Daimen to teach him whatever spells he had used to confirm the presence of a pocket dimension. Daimen mumbled something about how he would normally charge an arm and a leg for a confidential magic like that, but taught him the spells anyway. After 2 hours had passed, he was finally certain of his conclusions. He called Daimen over and asked him for permission to do something. Something? Daimen said warily. Something, Zorian nodded. And if I refuse, you and Zack are going to come back here when my back is turned and do it anyway, he surmised. Well, Zorian hesitated. Absolutely, yeah, Zack immediately confirmed. Zorian gave him an annoyed glance. Not that he disagreed with his fellow time traveler, far from it, but he could have been more diplomatic about it. Daimen cupped his face in his hand for a moment. Perhaps he was imagining things, but Zorian thought he heard a brief prayer for patience directed to one of the silent divinities. Just tell me what you want to do, okay? Daimen finally said. I want to think we've misread the situation, Zorian said. It's not that the orb of the first emperor is hidden away in a pocket dimension. The pocket dimension is the orb of the first emperor. Daimen gave him a blank look. Zorian took this as an indication he should keep going. I agree with you that we're dealing with a pocket dimension, Zorian said. But my marker is quite insistent that the dimensional anchor we're looking at is not just an entrance to a pocket dimension. It is the very orb we're looking for. This may sound a little crazy but... You think the orb is a portable hidden realm, Daimen surmised. Yes, Zorian nodded. I think this entrance we're looking at is simply how the orb looks when it is deployed. I see, Daimen said speculatively. And you think you can collapse it back into an actual orb? I'm willing to try, at least, Zorian said. Though you should probably get yourself and your team out of the cenote before I make the attempt. Just in case. After a few seconds, Daimen turned towards his team, who had been silently listening to the conversation, and told them to establish a defensive perimeter around the pocket dimension entrance and a fallback point outside the cave. It seemed he had no intention of letting him and Zack try this on their own. Zorian clacked his tongue unhappily. If things went south again, he had no doubt that most of these people would blame him for everything again. Well, to hell with them, he was still doing this. The moment Daimen announced that everything was prepared and that he could begin, he cupped his hand below the invisible dimensional anchor and tried to connect to the orb with his marker. It took some tries, but he eventually succeeded. The surrounding space rippled like hot summer air for a moment, after which something resembling a glass globe materialized in the air and plopped down onto Zorian's waiting palm. Orb of the First Emperors, obtained. After a second of shocked silence, everyone rushed forward, uncomfortably crowding Zorian's personal space in order to take a look at the artifact. The orb in Zorian's hand looked interesting. The orb was a perfect sphere of crystal clear glass, completely unmarred by the passage of time. Running his fingers over it, Zorian could not feel even the slightest scratch on its surface. Seemingly encased inside the glass was a ruined palace, partially destroyed and overgrown with trees, vines, and other vegetation. The palace and the trees were extremely detailed and lifelike, to the point that Zorian could count the individual leaves on the trees if he focused on them long enough. It reminded Zorian of one of those novelty snow globes that Sciorian merchants like to sell, the ones that had high-quality models of famous buildings encased in the glass. Eventually Zorian handed the orb to Zack, if only so people would crowd around him instead of Zorian in order to get a good look at the orb. "That palace, it's not just a model, is it?" Zack said, sounding fascinated. "It's a real thing, contained inside the orb." "Obviously," Orissa said. "Why would it be a ruin otherwise?" "So Shuddha made himself a portable palace to carry around with him at all times?" Zack asked rhetorically. "I like it." "Yes, now imagine just how much stuff could be stored there," Torin said happily. "Ah, little Kaczynski, I forgive you for everything. You're the best thing to have happened to this team." Although Zorian was dying to study the orb in more detail, he had reluctantly decided to leave the orb in Damon's hands for now. Trying to take it away would probably spark another fight, and it wasn't like he had enough time to truly devote himself to its study right now. The attack on the Abasin base beneath Scioria was fast approaching, which meant that both Zack and Zorian would be forced to devote the majority of their energies into that for the next couple of days. "I have to say this whole thing makes me feel very conflicted," Zack said as they left the group. "Why?" Zorian asked curiously. "Well, on one hand, we only found the orb so quickly because Daimen pointed us at the right spot to start at," Zack said. "So if we ever get out of the time loop, the right thing to do would probably be tell him how to get it as a thanks for his help." "But?" Zorian prompted. "I really like the idea of having my own portable palace," Zack said with a dreamy grin. Zorian snorted derisively. "You shouldn't get excited just yet. For all we know the ruins really are full of slumbering giant hydras or something." "That just makes me more excited," Zack said. "That thing was a great opponent. Clearing a whole nest of them would be amazing." "Oh, right." For a moment he had forgotten who he was talking with. They spent the rest of the way home arguing about what the best setup for a modern portable palace would look like. The main point of contention was that Zack wanted to make an arena full of actual monsters to fight with, whereas Zorian argued that sophisticated training dummies were better because they were less likely to break out of their containment and rampage throughout the entire place. "It's just not the same," Zack complained, shaking his head sadly. In the end they had to agree to disagree on the issue. Break. All the preparations were complete. Soldiers were recruited, human mercenaries and Arania hired, golems made, wild monsters dominated into serving as combat support, additional equipment bought and several limited combat exercises performed. The scale of the operation was sufficiently big that the authorities had sent a team to investigate what was happening, requiring some quick mind magic and forged documents to avert disaster. It helped that many houses had small, or not so small, in some cases, private armies to protect their interests, and that many of these houses had estates in or around Scioria, which made their group stand out a lot less than it might otherwise. All that was left to do now was to wait for Quadakikl to leave for Ulquin Ibesa so they could make their move. There was some worry about that, as Quadakikl didn't seem to be getting ready to leave. Svim had raised the issue that they might have tipped Quadakikl off somehow, and a fierce discussion sprung up about whether to go ahead with the assault anyway if that was the case. Thankfully, the question turned out to be irrelevant in the end. Quadakikl still left on schedule, and the mission could proceed. The first task was simple: kidnap Sudamir, hopefully neutralizing the entire Ayaska mansion in the process. In order to do that, though, they had to lure the man out of his nigh unassailable home. Thus, Zack and Zorian stole a pair of fancy red robes from the Cult of the World Dragon and teleported to Nyazov Dveri, where they proceeded to smash up storefronts, set several warehouses on fire and used alteration to call out Sudamir as a traitor to the esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon. Zorian also used his mind magic to guide a herd of wild boars directly into the town square, after which he released his control over them and let them run amok as they pleased. The city guard tried to stop them, of course. They were actually pretty brutal about it, going so far as to have snipers try to pick them off from the rooftops, despite the fact that Zack and Zorian clearly avoided killing anyone themselves. Still, They were barely a challenge. Zack and Zorian simply knocked them out or otherwise incapacitated them, and then continued with their extended provocation. After a while they stopped with the attack and left. This was partially because they were afraid Sudamir might opt not to show up if he thought the danger had not yet passed, but it was also because there was a chance the city authorities would call in Eldamar's military if things went on long enough. It took nearly 5 hours for Sudamir to show up in the city, upon which he was greeted by irate shop owners and city officials, demanding an explanation and some kind of compensation. Not even the 12 dangerous-looking, grim-faced bodyguards that followed after him everywhere could make them pause. Zack and Zorian observed for a while and then struck like a lightning bolt. Sudamir himself got incapacitated early in the fight, and the 12 bodyguards he had brought with him turned out to be decidedly average and unable to deal with them. Especially since they weren't trying not to kill anyone this time. "I'm glad the kidnapping went off without a problem," Alanik told them when they dragged Sudamir back to their base, "but did you really have to cut off his arms?" "Don't look at me," Zack protested. "It was Zorian's idea." "He's a dangerous necromancer," Zorian defended himself. "I couldn't risk him hitting us with some nasty piece of soul magic in the middle of the battle, and this was the quickest way I knew of stopping that from happening. He said he was hard to kill, so I figured that he wouldn't die from blood loss." "I can't believe my previous selves thought you weren't brutal enough," Alanik mumbled under his breath. "And why is he not unconscious? I thought we agreed you'd knock him out before bringing him here." "We couldn't knock him out," Zack admitted. "We tried 5 different drugs on him, and none of them worked. Though he did pretend to be unconscious after we hit him with the 5th one," Zorian pointed out. "Zack wanted to try knocking him out, the old-fashioned way, by hitting him in the head with a rock, but I vetoed that. So we just glued his mouth shut, tied his legs together, put a bag over his head and brought him over." "I see," Alanik said, looking in the direction of Sudamir's brand-new prison cell with a frown. "I wonder what he did to himself to get such resilience." "Well, you'll have plenty of time to find out," Zack shrugged. "Later, though. We should be starting the assault on the gate now, yes?" "Not yet, no," Alanik said, shaking his head. "Let's ask Sudamir a few questions concerning the Abasin base. He might know some crucial detail about its defenses or some such." Both Zack and Zorian were anxious to launch the assault as soon as possible, both because that would give the researchers more time to study the gate if they succeeded, and because the longer they waited, the bigger the chance the Abasins would realize what was coming and raise the alarm. However, Alanik's suggestion made a lot of sense, and he knew more about these sort of mass engagements than they did. If he thought a few more hours spent interrogating Sudamir wouldn't doom the operation, he was probably right. Break. The interrogation turned out to be fairly mundane and unexciting. Sudamir was surprisingly calm and polite for someone who had been brutally attacked in broad daylight, de-armed, and then carried off for mind magic-assisted interrogation. It didn't even take all that much mind magic to make him tell the truth. However, he also did not seem to know anything terribly useful about the layout and defenses of the Abasin base. Sudamir and the Abasins may have been cooperating closely with each other, but neither side fully trusted the other, and a lot of things were kept secret between them. Eventually the 3 of them ran out of questions to ask, much sooner than they expected they would. Well, they ran out of questions related to the Abasin base, anyway. Rather than stop, Alanik simply decided to expand the scope of the questioning beyond that topic. This wasn't exactly what they agreed on, but Zorian said nothing for now. He could sense that Alanik's questions were all building up to something. Some question that Alanik desperately wanted answered. "Why are you gathering so many souls in your mansion?" Alanik eventually asked Sudamir. "What on earth do you need 500,000 souls for?" "Ah, so that was what was bothering him." "What?" asked Sudamir, sounding shocked for the first time since the questioning began. "How do you know that?" Alanik gestured toward Zorian, who immediately launched a mental assault on Sudamir's mind, forcing him to answer the question. "GHK." Sudamir grunted, grinding his teeth as he fought against the compulsion. "Damn it, that's not. It's. I need it. For what? Alanik pushed. For the wraith bombs, Sudamir ground out eventually. Wraith bombs? Zack asked curiously. As in, you pack a wraith into a bomb and throw it at people? Haha, yes. Yes. Sudamir said, suddenly breaking into hysterical laughter. He was no longer fighting against Zorian's mental compulsion for some reason, as if he realized there was no way he could win there and decided to just give them exactly what they want. Not just one wraith though. Hundreds. Thousands even. And you don't throw them at people. No, you throw them at cities. What? Zack asked, frowning. Wraiths can multiply, Alanik said quietly. Give a wraith some time and lots of victims, and it will make another wraith out of every human whose soul it consumes. Yes, exactly. Sudamir said, nodding furiously. Just think of what would happen if you dumped thousands of these things in the middle of a major city. Unless the outbreak is contained immediately, the whole city would be overwhelmed in a matter of hours. Only the Triumvirate Church has enough experts in ghost fighting to counter a wraith outbreak after it gathers some steam, and they were decimated in the weeping. If I had enough wraith bombs in my possession, Eldamar would have to appease me. They'd have to. There was a brief silence during which Sudamir seemed to get lost in his own world and everyone else was processing what he just said. You'd have to use this wraith bomb of yours on at least one city before anyone took your threat seriously, Zorian eventually pointed out. Yes, of course, Sudamir said, giving him a patient look, as if he was asked something obvious by a small child. That goes without saying. I was thinking of targeting Solimnon first. That would immediately spark another round of splinter wars. Solimnon wouldn't care about any excuses from Eldamar's government. Not if it was obvious that the wraith bomb came from Eldamar. With another continental conflict underway, Eldamar would have no forces to spare on suppressing me. In fact, they would surely be tempted to make use of my assets to help them win the war. For a moment, Sudamir looked like he was about to continue with his explanation, but then he suddenly froze up and some of the mania that had taken over him seemed to drain out of him. Only for a moment, though. Almost immediately, the spark of madness returned to his eyes once again, except this time it was slightly different. There was violence and aggression lurking there now, and his face twisted into an outraged snarl. Sudamir's flesh suddenly turned green and his body started to swell in size. He grew a tail and horns, his eyes became slitted and his teeth sharpened to dagger-like points. Zorian, who had actually seen Sudamir transformed into a giant monster once before, realized what he was looking at and started to shout out a warning to Zack and Alanik. Alanik was already reacting, though. The moment Sudamir started to transform, he rushed up to him and slammed his palm against his chest. A multitude of yellow ribbons covered in some sort of religious writing sprang into existence around Sudamir. They circled around the captured necromancer once before sinking into his flesh, causing the transformation to stop and Sudamir to be instantly wrenched back to his human form. Sudamir stared at Alanik in shock for a full second, at a loss for words. "Oh," he finally said. "Well. That didn't work out as well as I hoped." Alanik made a slashing motion with his left hand and then lightly poked Sudamir on the forehead with his index finger. This caused Sudamir to suddenly become wreathed in dark red light and then collapse into unconsciousness. "Let's go," Alanik said, motioned for Zack and Zorian to follow him out of the cell. "We'll continue this interrogation later. For now, we have an Abasin base to capture." 70. Carried Away. Chapter 070 Carried Away. Deep beneath Scioria, in a recently excavated cavern separated from the main tunnel network, an army was being assembled. It consisted of about 200 people, about 120 of which had been gathered by Alanik through various means while the rest were mercenaries Zorian had hired for considerable amounts of money. Of course, this number did not include the many non-combat experts that would be responsible for figuring out how the Abasin Gate functioned. Nor did it take into account the many golems that Zorian had made for the occasion, about 80 of which were scattered through the area, or the 40 Iranian mercenaries that were hired from the 3 different webs recommended by the Silent Doorway adepts. As far as armies went, this wasn't much. But it was still a sizable group, and getting it past Abasin patrols without them noticing their passage was difficult. For ordinary mages, that is. Zorian could just send his simulacrum to sneak past these patrols and then just open a gate to let the assembled forces through unmolested and unnoticed. There was something very amusing about using dimensional gates to bypass Abasin patrols, establishing a temporary staging ground deep in their territory, and then launching a surprise attack at their base. Zorian was just in the process of attaching small metal cylinders to his belt, each one filled with potent alchemical mixtures, when he sensed Zack approaching him. "You look worried," Zack told him. Zorian frowned. He didn't notice it before Zack pointed it out, but yeah. He kind of was. A little, Zorian admitted, continuing his preparations. "I mean, we're risking another confrontation with Quatakikl here. He's one of the few people who has the ability to do us lasting harm. Every time we tangle with him, we're taking a big risk." It'll be fine," Zack said dismissively, giving him a strong pat on the back that had Zorian swaying in place for a second. He gave Zack a glare for that, but his fellow time traveler just grinned at him in response. "Besides, the annoying pile of bones isn't nearly as dangerous as you think. I've fought him plenty of times, and I'm still standing. He doesn't like to use necromancy in battle for some reason." Alanik, who was staring at the map of the Abasin base along with Svim, decided this merited a response from him. "Most necromantic spells aren't well suited for battle," Alanik said, not taking his eyes off the map. "They take too much concentration and they need to overcome the target's magic resistance to work. It's faster and cheaper to just burn people to a crisp or cut them to pieces. The terrible necromantic spells that are sometimes bandied about in textbooks are torture spells meant to be inflicted on a subdued victim, not something you use in an even fight." There was a long pause as Zack and Zorian digested this. One of these days, Zorian decided, he really had to ask Alanik about his past. The old battle priest would likely refuse to talk about it at first, but maybe if he picked a right moment and was really persistent. Well, whatever. It was a thought for some other time. He considered pointing out that a fight between them and Quatakikl wasn't exactly an even one, since the difference in power and skill between the ancient lich and any one of them was still a yawning chasm rather than anything resembling a close matchup, but he figured that would be missing the point. Alanik's point was that Quatakikl likely didn't go for necromantic magic in a fight because it was suboptimal, and that was probably true. Getting into a habit of toying with your opponents was quite stupid, and the ancient lich had been shrewd enough to survive for more than 1,000 years now. Truth be told, Zorian found those jagged disintegration beams that Quatakikl liked to use to be plenty terrifying in their own way. "You know," Zorian suddenly said. "My past self would be horrified if he saw me right now." "Why?" Zack asked, arching his eyebrow in askance. "This attack is pretty audacious," said Zorian. "There is no way my past self would ever consider this a reasonable risk to take. A part of me scoffs at this, dismissing it as simple cowardice, but there is another part of me that can't help but wonder whether the time loop had eroded away my ability to recognize what is and is not appropriately cautious behavior. What if we managed to leave the time loop and deal with Red Robe, only to die 2 months later because we did something completely stupid out of sheer habit?" To Zorian's surprise, Zack actually seemed to give the question some serious thought. Zorian expected him to either dismiss his concerns or question how Zorian could possibly know what his past self would have thought of their current situation. Instead, Zack seemed to consider the issue in his head for well over a minute before responding. "I doubt that's going to happen," he eventually said, his tone and mannerisms somewhat subdued. "I have things I need to do after we get out. Social things. It will be at least a year or 2 before I can start picking fights with dragons or whatnot, and I don't think you'll start looking for trouble without me prodding you. A couple of years should be enough to let us adjust to a world without restarts, right?" Zorian simply gave Zack a noncommittal hum in response. Zack had a pretty rosy picture of Zorian in his head if he thought there was no way he could get himself into trouble on his own. Zorian still wasn't sure what he wanted to do with his life when they got out of the time loop, but he would probably need a lot of money and rare resources. He could easily imagine getting into trouble in the process of acquiring these, or once he amassed enough that people start to take notice, or once he told people what he was actually doing with all these acquisitions. Zack's inordinate fondness for picking fights with giant monsters was definitely dangerous, but Zorian suspected his personal ambitions could be even more dangerous than that. A mage of Zack's caliber can usually flee from giant monsters if they find themselves overmatched against it. Make a human organization interested enough in you, though, and they will hound you till the day you die. He shook his head and steeled himself. Now was not the time to contemplate those topics too deeply. The opening moves of this attack were about to begin and Zorian had a crucial role to play in them. If they wanted to stop Quatakiko from being alerted and summoned back to the base, someone had to sneak into the base and either assassinate or disable as many Abasan leaders as possible before the main force of the attack hit. That someone was, of course, Zorian. Him and the Iranian mercenaries he had hired for the occasion, that is. Cloaking one's presence thoroughly enough to avoid dedicated scrutiny was quite hard. In a contest between two equally skilled mages, one of which was trying to hide and one of which was seeking for the hidden one, the seeker would almost always come out on top. If your opponent could manipulate your very mind, however, dictating what you see, hear and remember, then even the most sophisticated detection spell could not help you find them. Well, that was the theory, at least. Zorian was quite sure the Abasans would catch on to their presence relatively soon. Mind magic was not exactly unknown among mages, even if few of them could manifest it as stealthily and flexibly as Zorian and his new Iranian minions could. Still, they didn't have to stay undetected forever, just long enough to track down and remove anyone who knew how to contact Quatakiko. "I'm going," Zorian said out loud, speaking to himself as much as he was to the people around him. "Leave a simulacrum with us," warned Alanik. Zorian hesitated for a moment. He had dismissed all his simulacrums before the operation began so that they wouldn't be a drain on his mana reserves. It was annoying, because it meant he would have to rely on Daimen again to re-establish a link with Koth, but he felt this operation deserved his full focus. That said, Zorian shouldn't be doing anything too mana-intensive during the initial infiltration, so maybe leaving a simulacrum behind in the command room wouldn't be a bad idea. He executed a complex series of chants and gestures and then cupped his hands in front of him, causing a milky white sphere of ectoplasm to materialize in front of him. He felt the spell reach towards his soul, connecting it to the ball of ectoplasm in front of him. The moment he felt the connection snap into place, he plunged his right arm straight into the ball of ectoplasm and imposed upon it an image of himself, causing it to squirm and writhe like a living thing. "That always looks so freaky," Zack commented off to the side. Zorian ignored him. This was the most sensitive part of the spell, since the caster had to keep their image firmly in mind as they manipulated the ectoplasm. If they faltered even for a second, the spell would either fail or produce a hopelessly false copy. This was because, although the spell was tapping into the caster's soul to create the copy, it was tapping into something that described a creature of flesh and blood and trying to translate it into a form made out of magical fields and ectoplasm. A multitude of little and not so little sacrifices and compromises had to be made during this process, and a non-sapient spell couldn't be trusted to prioritize things properly. The first time Zorian succeeded in producing a simulacrum, for example, he got a nearly mindless wreck that nonetheless contained a vividly detailed internal bone structure. The spell sacrificed nearly everything else to get that one thing just right. Of course, Zorian was now too well versed with the spell to fail like that, even with Zack distracting him with inane comments. The writhing sphere swelled in size and erupted into thin, rope-like pseudopods that formed a rough outline of a human being. 2 minutes later, a flawless-looking replica of Zorian opened its eyes and looked around. One would think that simulacrums would come into existence already aware of everything and ready to spring into action on a moment's notice, but in practice they always seemed a little confused after being created and took about 30 seconds to gather their bearings and calm down. "There," Zorian said. Anything else? No, Alanik said, shaking his head. Go. Try not to get yourself killed, I guess. I guess. Zorian mumbled under his breath. Thank you, Alanik, you really know how to make a motivational speech. And then he left. The attack on the Abasin base beneath Cyoria had begun. Break. The initial stages of the infiltration went very well. Zorian used a combination of a floating invisibility sphere and clouding the minds of the Abasin guards to smuggle himself and the Urania into the base, after which they split up into small groups to cover more ground in as little time as possible. There were some complications. For one thing, there were some pretty insidious and powerful wards scattered around the base, arranged in no pattern that Zorian could decipher. These hadn't been there when Zorian invaded the base in the previous restarts, which implied that Abasins normally took those down before executing the invasion of Cyoria. Zorian was kind of baffled as to why they would tear down their own wards like that, though, even if they did intend to abandon the base after the invasion. For a moment he actually worried that they had been betrayed by some of their mercenaries, despite their precautions, and that the base security had been upgraded in response. However, the wards in question were arranged so haphazardly, the entire warding layout so full of holes, that Zorian eventually ruled out that idea. If the Abasins had been expecting them, they would have done a better job of warding the place than this. As it was, the warding setup looked almost like a collection of individual wards, each of which had been erected by a different person without bothering to consult anyone else about what they were doing. In at least two places the wards clashed with each other so severely that they created dead zones in the areas where they overlapped, cancelling each other out. Zorian had a rather silly urge to write a letter to Quadakekl, criticizing him for not teaching his minions how to make a proper warding scheme. This sort of thing reflected badly on him too, you know, he ought to think of his reputation. Anyway. Another problem was the Abasins had these brown dogs that could smell the Urania coming, no matter how well cloaked, and wouldn't stop barking. And they were either naturally mind-blanked or had been made so artificially, because Zorian couldn't detect or connect to their minds at all. He had been forced to kill and replace them with motionless ectoplasmic replicas, which took an annoying amount of time and mana on his part. After that, everything went perfectly for a while. Numerous Abasin leaders were eliminated, and though the base was starting to wake up to the fact something funny was going on in their base, they were still not aware of the extent of the problem on their hands. However, there was something that Zorian had not taken into account. The Abasins had fought against Urania before. Before the time loop, and even during the time loop, before Red Robe erased them from the time loop, the Cyorian web had been a huge obstacle to their operations. As such, they had a multitude of countermeasures and defenses aimed specifically against the Urania. Many of these were abandoned when the local Urania mysteriously disappeared, experts in charge of manning them reassigned to other, more productive duties, but some of them remained intact. Just in case. When the Urania moved near the center of the base they seemed to cross some invisible line that immediately triggered a base-wide alarm. It was loud, shrill, and everyone in the base seemed to immediately realize what it meant because they immediately started layering mental protection spells on themselves and grabbing their weapons. Oops, the Urania closest to Zorian said hesitantly. I don't even understand what got us, another complained. Human magic is such bullshit. Zorian snorted derisively. Well, it wasn't like this was completely unexpected. He reached out with his mind, connecting himself with the network of telepathic relays that had been densely distributed across this entire section of the underworld, and ordered the miniature monster horde he had gathered to attack the base from all directions. From one of the tunnels, a huge red centipede surged forwards, hordes of hook goblins and cave drakes following after it. The Abasins concentrated their fire at the centipede first, trying to bring down the biggest threat, only to see most of their spells fizzle out due to the many wards Zorian had attached to it. From another tunnel, a swarm of floating, jellyfish-like monsters came pouring in. They looked slow and weak, but when Abasins tried to bring them down they discovered that the jellyfish had an innate shielding magic that blocked their projectiles. Worse, the jellyfish could somehow interface with one another and merge their shields into a stronger, unified barrier. From the third tunnel, a horde of phalanx toads came rushing into the base. The Abasins killed many of them, but there were 5 more for each they killed, and they acted with unusual organization and discipline, spontaneously forming into coherent groups and sweeping everything before them with their spear-like tongues. Finally, the 4th group of monsters didn't bother moving through any of the existing tunnels. The rock worms Zorian subverted simply burst into the base from down below, having dug out their own entrance into the base. The whole plan had a high chance of falling apart at this moment, Zorian knew. Although he and the Arania had gutted a lot of their leadership, they hadn't gotten everyone that could summon Quetzalcoatl. If the Abasins wanted to call the ancient lich for help, they could. However, Zorian had noticed in the past that Abasins were generally reluctant to call upon their leader. Quetzalcoatl hated getting called to deal with trivial things. He didn't usually kill people for disappointing him in such a manner, but he was rather prone of relieving them of their positions or reducing their salary, which were horrifying enough consequences for most people. Zorian was hoping that the Abasins, faced with what appeared to be an Iranian attack, would decide to try and tackle things on their own, rather than immediately call Quetzalcoatl to help them. Well, he seemed to have been right about that. The Abasins chose to fight the monster invasion on their own. The trouble is, they were winning. The centipede was intercepted by trolls and bludgeoned to death with sheer force of numbers, the jellyfish shield was visibly weakening, and the phalanx toads were being pushed back with a liberal application of fire. As for the rock worms, well, the Abasins had rock worms of their own. Zorian had counted on the monster horde getting defeated, but not this fast. He wasn't done killing the leadership yet, damn it. He suddenly got a message from his simulacrum that Zack wanted to help out with the assassination. Well, the plan was already failing, so he supposed there was no harm in letting Zack wreck things for a bit before they abort the whole thing. As quickly as possible, he synchronized with his simulacrum and opened a gate between the command room and the Abasin base, letting Zack pass through. Zack took a rather long look at the battlefield, taking in how the battles were progressing firsthand, and then turned to Zorian. "Do you know where those leaders are at the moment?" Sort of." Zorian said. "I mostly had the Arania pinpointing their location for me, but they're kind of busy directing the monster horde at the moment." "But you know the general area they're in, right?" Zack prodded. "Oh yeah," Zorian nodded. He pointed at a big, solidly constructed building not far from them. "Most of the surviving ones are in that building over there. The wards are pretty tricky, so it will take me some time to." Before Zorian could finish speaking, Zack had already fired some kind of projectile at the building. It was seemingly tiny, more of a faint red pinprick of light than a proper-looking offensive spell, but its flight path was followed with a piercing scream so loud it made Zorian's ears hurt. The projectile slammed into the wall of the building and then burst into crescent spatial distortions that sliced through everything in the vicinity with no visible resistance. The whole heavily warded building fell apart like an apple thrown into an industrial blender machine, burying everyone in it under several tons of rubble. "One problem solved," said Zack, lowering his hand. "What about the others?" "Well," said Zorian, a little sourly. Only a little, though. Truthfully, he had been expecting something like this when he agreed to involve Zack into this. If the Abasins didn't already know they're under attack by more than just Arania, they certainly do now. "Let's see if we can kill them before they realize just how disgustingly powerful you are and call Quetzalcoatl in panic." "Let's," Zack agreed. Deciding there was no point in pretending this attack was just a minor Iranian offensive anymore, Zorian sent a telepathic message to Svim and Alanik to start the assault in earnest. He received a confirmation almost immediately. It seemed Zack wasn't the only one who was spoiling for a fight. Zorian understood. They had all spent so much time and resources into organizing this attack, it would be almost a crime to call it off now. It was time for Abasins to see what it's like to be suddenly invaded. Break. Beneath the city of Scioria, a vicious battle was underway. The small army that Alanik had assembled, bolstered by the various mercenaries, Zorian's golems, and what was left of the dominated monster horde, advanced deep into the disorganized Abasin ranks. However, the Abasins weren't just passive victims. Despite having their entire high-ranking leadership gutted by Zack and Zorian, despite the huge losses they suffered in the initial attack from the monster horde, despite the shock they must have felt at the appearance of another human army, the Abasins still resisted the attack with considerable might. Their top leadership may have fallen, but local commanders quickly assumed control of the remaining forces and did their best to link up and coordinate their movements. Huge war golems charged into rapidly forming defense groups, aiming to break them up, only to be met with screaming hordes of war trolls barring their way. The Urania led the remaining monsters into suicidal offensives, only to be countered with equally suicidal delaying actions from the Abasins' own war beasts. Zack and Zorian converged on any local commander that seemed to be especially good at their job, aided by a couple of Alanix men that seemed to be really accurate with a rifle and fond of headshots, but there was always someone wiling and capable of replacing them once they moved on to other targets. Currently, Zorian's simulacrum was standing in the vicinity of the dimensional gate at the center of the Abasin settlement, where Svim and Alanik had moved shortly after the attack began. Unfortunately, the gate had been shut down by the Abasins when they realized they were going to lose it, another thing that didn't go according to plan. Even if they managed to win this, a powered-down gate stabilization frame was much less useful as an object of study than a working dimensional gate. "We should have brought more monsters," Alanik said suddenly, standing not far from the simulacrum and observing the battlefield. "We should have brought more everything, really, but I don't think we could have realistically recruited more people. We're doing very well compared to the numbers arrayed against us, but it's not enough. There are simply too few of us compared to the number of Abasins gathered here. We were afraid that if we sent too many monsters, it would spook them into calling Quatakikla immediately," the simulacrum pointed out. "Though considering how successful they were against the horde, I agree we were probably too conservative with them." Speaking of which, did Zack and Zorian manage to eliminate the Abasin leaders before they contacted Quatakikla for help or not? Svim asked. The simulacrum quickly contacted the original and asked him that same question. 10 seconds later he turned back to Svim. "It's doubtful," he said, shaking his head. "They had trouble locating the last two leaders. They're dead now, but they had plenty of time to realize how dire the situation is and call for help." Svim said nothing for a second, looking thoughtfully at the power-down gate next to them. "We shouldn't have taken the gate from them so quickly," Svim said. "We should have left it in their hands for a while to give them an avenue of retreat. I think they would have tried to fall back into that undead mansion instead of fighting a lost battle if they had a choice. Or they might have found a way to commandeer some of Sudamir's undead minions if given enough time, making our current issue even worse," the simulacrum said with a shrug. "We'll analyze what we did wrong later," said Alanik firmly. "What we need now is solutions. How do we salvage this situation?" "Shouldn't we just retreat?" asked Svim curiously. "Even if we take the base in the end, it will take us many hours to do so and cost many lives. On top of that, there is a high chance that Quatakikla will come back before we are done and tip the balance in Abasin favor." Alanik said nothing for a few seconds, clearly discontent with that idea. "I have an idea," the simulacrum eventually said. "Why don't we just rip the gate stabilization frame out of the ground, pedestal and all, and carry it off to the surface for study? I mean, the original reason why we wanted to secure the base and do our research here was because moving an active dimensional gate was impossible. But we don't have an active gate. We have an inert stabilization frame, so what stops us from simply carrying it off somewhere else before trying to figure it out?" Svim and Alanik gave him surprised looks. "What?" the simulacrum asked defensively. "The idea has merit." "It does," Alanik agreed. "I was just surprised to see you make such a suggestion. Sometimes I forget simulacrums like you are more than just extensions of Zorian and can have ideas of your own." "Same," Svim agreed. The simulacrum scowled. "Stupid flesh and blood people and their prejudices." Soon, Svim and Alanik ordered their forces to fall back a little and threw themselves into the task of cutting the gate stabilization frame free of the ground without damaging something crucial. The pedestal the frame was affixed to had some kind of root-like structure that extended into the rock beneath it, meaning that a surprisingly large chunk of the ground had to be taken along with the gate itself. None of the problems were in any way insurmountable, though, and the whole thing was soon floated into the air and slowly pushed towards one of the base exits. The movement did not go unnoticed, however, and when the Abasins saw what they were doing they went completely berserk. Apparently they really hated the idea of the gate stabilization frame being carried away like that. From that moment on, the whole battle shifted in tone. Instead of trying to minimize their losses and stalling for time, the Abasins suddenly surged forward and tried to recover the stolen gate at all costs. Alanik's forces shifted from trying to put pressure on the Abasins to a strictly defensive posture, trying to keep the Abasins away from the retreating gate with equal zeal. The situation only grew more dire soon after that, as Abasins realized that recovering the gate was a lost cause and started trying to destroy it instead. "Why are they so upset about us taking the gate?" Zack shouted while creating a thick prismatic wall in between the floating gate stabilization frame and the approaching Abasin war party. He was just in time. The moment the barrier snapped into place, 3 different projectiles slammed into it, a thin blue javelin of force that crackled with some kind of magical energy, an animated serpent made out of green fire and a large white sphere that had smaller red spheres orbiting around it. The wall flickered, cycling through different colors, and for a moment it seemed it would hold, but then the 3 projectiles combined together to release some kind of combined pulse that disrupted the barrier and it fell apart into multicolored smoke. The fire serpent, the only survivor of this clash of spells, surged madly towards the floating gate, seeking to detonate itself against its surface. It never reached it. A milky white sphere soon hit it in the flank, courtesy of Zorian, causing it to fall apart into rapidly fading clusters of green fire. "They're afraid of what Quatakikl will do to them when he finds out they let someone acquire a sample of his work," Zorian said. The simulacrum suspected the original had taken said information straight from the minds of nearby Abasins. He doesn't even let his allies examine it. How do you think he would feel about this? The battle raged on. The simulacrum watched, rather discontent, as people fought all around him to either destroy or preserve the floating gate. He couldn't do much himself, as any significant mana use would cripple the original's ability to fight, so he was reduced to a role of observer for the most part. He watched the battle carefully, scrutinizing every detail in hopes of spotting something that required his attention. The Abasins charged forward again and again, supported by long-range spells from their allies in the back ranks, only to be repulsed. Zorian's golems slowly dwindled in number, the volume of spell fire too much even for their heavy wards to handle. When they grew too damaged to be of much use, Zorian strapped alchemical bombs all over them and sent them into suicide charges to halt particularly troublesome offensives. Zack's spells reaped a bloody toll on Abasin forces, but not even his mana reserves were endless and the time he spent in recovery gradually increased as the battle grew more heated. One of the Abasin mages decided to sacrifice his life for the cause. As he finished casting his last spell, he removed a ritual dagger from his belt and slit his own throat, using some blood magic to pour every shred of his life force into it. The resulting spell produced an incandescent meteor that punched through every single obstacle in front of it, and would have no doubt reduced the floating gate into molten rubble if Svim hadn't used a series of dimensional gates to redirect it back at the Abasins. Finally, the simulacrum noticed something he felt merited his attention. On the edges of the main battlefield, a small group of friendly soldiers was being overwhelmed. Of the original 15, most were already dead. Only 6 still lived, and only 3 of those 6 could walk and fight properly. The simulacrum telepathically alerted the original to the situation, but was told everyone was currently busy and that sacrifices have to be made in situations like these. The simulacrum then pointed out to him that one of the survivors was Taven. The original immediately changed his mind and told the simulacrum to go and help them. The simulacrum wouldn't have actually obeyed an order to leave Taven to her fate, but it was nice that he and the original were still on the same page in this regard. He teleported next to the group and immediately intercepted an incoming fireball with a well-placed dispelling wave. Taven's shocked face was kind of priceless. "What are you waiting for?" the simulacrum asked the group. One of the Abasins tried to sneak up on them by kicking up a cloud of dust with a mis-aimed spell and using it as a cover for his approach. He received a force lance to the face for his trouble. This position is lost. Why haven't you regrouped elsewhere? We can't leave them. Taven protested, pointing at the 3 wounded soldiers next to her. I told you to leave us here, one of the wounded soldiers said. Just go. We'll stall them to buy you some time. We're not leaving anyone behind. Taven insisted. The other 2 healthy soldiers said nothing, but the simulacrum could see on their faces that they didn't want to leave the wounded soldiers behind either. They were probably friends. How about this, you go and take these people to safety, and I'll hold the Abasins at bay, the simulacrum offered. Zorian, Taven started, sounding both a little annoyed and a little worried. The simulacrum wasn't listening to her anymore, though. He could feel the Abasins moving towards the group again, so he conjured 2 large severing discs above his palms and launched them forward in front of him. The first wave of Abasins literally fell apart before the discs, screaming horribly as they were effortlessly sliced apart by the 2 buzzing spell constructs. The commander of the Abasin group tried to restore order to his unit, shouting orders and threats so loudly the entire base must have heard him. He fell silent when his own bodyguard slammed a knife in his eye socket, killing him instantly. The apparent betrayal, which was actually the result of Zorian puppeteering the man's body, not genuine betrayal, further sowed chaos in the Abasin group, stalling the attack. The simulacrum then shifted his attention back to Taven and her group, only to find the soldiers gone but Taven still present. Let me guess, the simulacrum sighed. You sent the rest of them to safety but decided to stay behind with me. I told you, she said. We're not leaving anyone behind. In retrospect, he really should have made it clear he was a simulacrum right from the start. Listen, he started. I'm actually. Stupid simulacrum, the original's voice thundered in his mind. What the hell are you doing down there? The rest of the soldiers are back but you and Taven aren't. Stop fooling around and spending all our mana, damn it. I need that to defend the gate. The simulacrum winced at the angry tirade in his head. The interruption left him confused for a second, unable to remember what he was doing right before the original contacted him. He was further distracted when another volley of spells erupted towards the 2 of them, roughly half of it directed at him and the other half at Taven. Taven blocked her share of projectiles easily enough, and the simulacrum was just about to do the same for himself when he felt his mana reserves rapidly drain away. Apparently the original had decided to blow his entire mana reserves on something, leaving them both defenseless for a while. Damn it, original, the simulacrum quietly grumbled. Then the spell volley hit him, tearing straight into him and blowing his ectoplasmic form into rapidly fading pieces. As his tattered remains started to unravel, he spared one last look at Taven, who was looking at him with an absolutely horrified look on her face. Only then did he remember what he had been trying to tell her before the original contacted him. His last fading thought was that he really should have made it clear that he was just a simulacrum right from the start. Break. In the end, they managed to extract the gate stabilization frame out of the Abasin base safe and intact. The frenzied attempts of the Abasin forces to stop them had petered out after a while, the surviving soldiers retreating back to their base and allowing them to withdraw in peace. The forces assembled by Alanik and Zorian had paid a heavy price for this success, however, being cut nearly in half by the end. Only time would tell if the researchers Swim gathered would find out anything useful about the recovered gate stabilization frame. As they suspected, Quadakikl showed up not long after they finished their retreat, having received a call for help at some point in the fight. Zack and Zorian had been on edge for a few days after this, expecting the Abasins to launch a premature invasion of Scioria, much like they had in that one restart where Zorian prodded Eldamar into attacking Ayaska Mansion, but what happened instead is that the remaining Abasins started to withdraw from Scioria entirely. The invasion, it seemed, was being cancelled. 71. Shadows of the Past. Chapter 071 Shadows of the Past. After the attack on the Abasin base had been concluded and it became obvious that no immediate invasion would result from it, Zorian proceeded to re-establish his link to Koth. Since he had dismissed his simulacrum in Koth before the attack, he had to rely on Damon's help for the second time in the restart. Although it kind of bothered him that he was forced to rely on Daimon so much, he had to admit his help made things a lot easier than they would have otherwise been. He didn't expect any problems to crop up and, in a way, there really hadn't been any. The dimensional gate opened just fine, after all. The problem was that it opened directly inside the Terramachula estate. Instead of finding some out-of-the-way location in the jungle, like they had agreed on beforehand, Daimon had decided to simply open the gate inside a heavily warded room meant for receiving teleporting visitors. While a dozen or so Terramachula family members stood around the edges of the room and watched. Zorian, who had stepped through the gate first, was so shocked at the sight that he immediately halted in his tracks. This caused Zack, who was coming right behind him, to crash into him. Thankfully, they managed to keep their balance instead of falling to the floor in a tangle of limbs. That would have been awkward. "Hey, why did you sto? That's a lot bigger reception than I was expecting," Zack said, looking around. Zorian didn't bother responding to Zack's feeble attempt at humor. Instead, he zeroed in on his older brother and gave him an outraged glare. "Daimon, what the hell were you thinking?" To his credit, Daimon actually winced at the question, looking properly guilty. "I'm sorry," he said, waving his hands in front of him in a placating gesture. "I didn't have a choice, okay? I can't leave the Terramachula estate anymore and I couldn't just open a dimensional gate in their home without their knowledge or consent. It was either this or aborting the whole thing entirely." Zack and Zorian were quiet for a second, processing that statement. "Why can't you leave the Terramachula estate?" Zack finally asked. "Are you a prisoner or something?" "It's complicated," Daimon said with a heavy sigh. "Let's go find somewhere quiet to talk." Before either Zack or Zorian could say anything, one of the gathered Terramachula decided to cut in and make a suggestion. It was Alana, the woman who had greeted them the first time they had visited the estate. "I know just the place," Alana said. "For a family of our stature, not having an appropriate meeting room for occasions such as these would be quite an embarrassment. Please wait a minute while I make some arrangements and then we can go." Zorian gave Alana a thoughtful look. Though her words made it seem she was just trying to be a good host, he could understand the underlying message easily enough. The Terramachula were an involved party in all this, and they wanted to be present during the talk. Alana raised an eyebrow at his look, as if daring him to object. He didn't. "That's quite all right," he simply said. "Me and Zack will go collapse the gate while you deal with things on your end." Zorian had no idea what Daimon had told the Terramachula about the gate. Hopefully he hadn't been foolish enough to reveal that he and Zorian were opening passages between two different continents, in which case it was imperative that they close the gate quickly, before they could puzzle out the truth for themselves. As he and Zack worked to collapse the gate, he could hear Alana conversing with some of the other Terramachula in the room. His grasp on the local language was still very poor, so the only thing he understood was that she ordered food and drink to be made and brought to them. Zorian was in no mood for either, but he figured out it would be impolite to try and stop her. A little while later, they were all ushered into a relatively small but luxurious room. There were 5 of them present: Alana, Daimon, Orisa, Zack and Zorian. Despite the presence of Alana and Orisa, though, it was Daimon that provided most of the explanation for what was happening. Apparently, one or more members of Damon's team had talked to outsiders about the orb they had found, and the story had blown up very quickly. Within hours, everyone and their mother wanted to speak to Daimon to find out what he intended to do with the orb and to try and influence him to sell it to whatever group they represented. Caught off guard by the sudden flood of interested buyers and aware that not everyone was willing to take their refusal to sell the orb in good grace, Daimon and his team retreated to the Terramachula estate and barricaded themselves there until further notice. "The people after us can't afford to be too brazen with the Terramachula, so we're safe while we remain inside the estate," Daimon concluded. But the moment we step out we'll be ambushed by dozens of different groups. They know we're in here. They have the estate heavily monitored. Everyone and everything going in or out of the estate is closely tracked. I couldn't possibly leave the estate to open the gate elsewhere. Maybe I'm just stupid, but why don't the Terramachula simply tell all these people to back off? They're supposed to be the main political force here, no? Zack asked. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Alana said. There are too many powerful groups making their moves here, quite a few of them from outside our sphere of influence. Though they cannot afford to take us lightly, the same is true for us as well. This is a sensitive situation and we have to move carefully. Rest assured, though, that we are taking note of every slight against us for when the time is right. Another issue is that some elements of the local government are discussing the possibility of simply confiscating the orb from us by force, Daimen said. The Terramachula have to spend a lot of their influence on making sure that the initiative doesn't get anywhere. Damn it, I knew it was important to keep this find a secret but I had no idea it would inspire this sort of greed. It's a portable pocket dimension of massive size, Orissa pointed out. On top of that, it contains ruins from the Age of Gods, and probably the remains of Awantemdi's wealth. There could be divine artifacts in there, plants and animals that have gone extinct in the rest of the world, anything. Of course it inspires so much greed. You're fortunate you have the Terramachula family to shield you from all this while we figure out what to do. Yes, I get it, Daimen said patiently. I'm lucky to have you, dear. Have you made any trips to the pocket dimension yet? Zack asked curiously. We haven't even discovered how to deploy the orb, Daimen said, shaking his head. We don't have a command marker like Zorian does, so we have to do things the hard way. Meaning? Zack prodded for details. We have to reverse engineer the control spells that are used for operating the orb, Daimen said. A generational treasure like this one would definitely have a method of controlling the orb without a command marker, as a safety measure if nothing else. We just have to find it. Unfortunately, that could take a while. Daimen gave Zorian a meaningful look. Though Zorian didn't know for sure what he was trying to tell him, he could guess. While finding a way to operate the orb without a marker was not a priority for him and Zack, it would mean a lot for Daimen. He was probably well aware that Zorian had no intention whatsoever of revealing his abilities to Daimen outside the time loop, which would make those control spells absolutely crucial to his mission. Without them, even removing the orb from its resting place would be impossible, greatly complicating everything. Even if we had the means of operating the orb, we would still refrain from sending an expedition to its interior at this time, Orissa noted. The possibility of further guardian beasts, like that god-touched Hydra, is too high. Months of preparation would be required to mount a proper expedition, and the current political situation makes such preparations impossible. Yes, exactly, Daimen quickly agreed. He turned to Zack and Zorian. And because I'm stuck here all the time, I can't really hire the experts I need to figure out how to operate the orb either. The truth is that I have very little to do here. I was thinking it might be a good idea for me to disappear for a few days. Get the orb away from covetous eyes and talk to some old friends about my options. This again, Orissa said with an unhappy frown. This sparked a brief argument between Orissa and Daimen, since Daimen didn't want to explain what exactly he was up to and Orissa insisted that she had every right to know the details. In all honesty, Zorian thought Orissa's position was quite reasonable and empathized with her frustration at Daimen's evasiveness. However, he also couldn't fault Daimen for this, since it wasn't like he could just openly say that. If you want us to take you back to Scioria with us when we reopen the gate, you should just say so, Zack said. Everyone sent him a shocked look. Well, everyone except Zorian. He just buried his face in his hands and tried to take deep breaths. Damn it, Zack, he mumbled into his hands. What? Zack protested, giving Zorian an exasperated look. Any story you and Daimen cook up wouldn't last a day and you know it. They're not stupid. They'd figure it out soon enough. Thank you, Mr. Novita, Olenna told him. I'm glad that at least one man here respects our reasoning skills. Zack gave her a thumbs up and a sunny grin. You're saying you opened a dimensional passage here all the way from Eldamar? Orissa asked, sounding just a little bit incredulous. We do a lot of crazy stuff, Zack said with a careless shrug. It turned out that neither Olenna nor Orissa were very familiar with the details of how the gate spell works. This wasn't very surprising, as the spell was extremely rare, but somehow Zorian kept forgetting little details like that. After Zorian gave them a brief explanation of how the gate spell functioned, Orissa gave him a strange look. What? Zorian asked, feeling somewhat self-conscious. This method you use to ignore distance limitations requires another person helping you on the other side, yes? She asked. Zorian nodded wordlessly. Then how can you open a gate back to Eldamar? Can the third Kaczynski brother cast the gate spell, too? What, Fortov? Please, Zorian scoffed. He'll be lucky not to flunk out of the academy. Zorian. Daimen protested. He never liked it when Zorian badmouthed the rest of the family. No, we'll be using the simulacrum I left back in Scioria, Zorian said, completely ignoring Daimen's outburst. Since I can cast the gate spell, my simulacrum can obviously do the same. Oh, so you can create a simulacrum too? Olenna asked casually, not sounding particularly surprised. Zorian had to hand it to her, she was very good at projecting an aura of serene confidence. Orissa seemed to be trying to mimic that attitude, but she was nowhere near good enough to pull it off. One could see that these kind of reveals bothered her and put her somewhat off balance. We do a lot of crazy stuff, Zorian said. He thought about mimicking Zack completely and giving her a thumbs up and a cheeky smile, but quickly dropped the idea. That sort of thing was something only Zack could pull off without looking like a total idiot. In the end, they managed to hammer out an agreement. Daimen would return to Scioria with Zack and Zorian and would take the orb of the first emperor along with him. Zorian would leave a simulacrum in the Terramachula estate so that they could return via gate spell in exactly 4 days. Zorian thought this would be the end of it, but his hopes were ruthlessly squashed when Daimen told him he still had to explain to his team that he would be away for a while. For a moment, Zorian felt the urge to make an overdramatic gesture to the uncaring heavens. And here he'd thought this would just be a short visit to Koth, consisting of little more than replacing his lost simulacrum and asking Daimen if he had found out anything new about the orb. Sometimes he just couldn't win. Break. It was a massive relief to Zorian when the three of them finally stepped through the gate and returned to Scioria. Both the Terramachula and Daimen's team were on edge right now, and thus rather exasperating to deal with. He kind of felt bad for his simulacrum, who would be stuck with them for the next several days. Oh well, at least he had Kerma and Torin to talk to, those two were fairly interesting and he suspected he might be able to broker some kind of trade with at least one of them. Regardless, he was back and could devote himself to other matters. Svim's efforts to convince various experts to trade their secrets with him had been reasonably successful. Sudamir had to be properly interrogated, the efforts of the researchers to understand the Abasin gate stabilization frame were starting to bear fruit and the silent doorway adepts were hinting that they were willing to send a group over to Koth to acquire a gate key. Sadly, recent events concerning Daimen and the orb had probably made that last idea a dead end in this restart. His simulacrum couldn't possibly leave the Terramachula estate without 100 pairs of eyes following his every move. Unfortunate. He could really use an alternate entrance to Koth that didn't rely on Daimen right now. He would have to assign a high priority to this idea in future restarts. Daimen had agreed to hand over the orb to him and Zack while he was in Scioria. Partially because he figured they could find out far more about it than he could, due to possessing a marker that could actually operate it, and partially because he wasn't entirely sure the orb would be safe in his possession. News traveled faster than people. By all rights, his little trip to Scioria should have gone undetected by his pursuers, but he couldn't be completely sure. Thus, he felt it was for the best if he didn't have the orb on him unless absolutely necessary. Zorian expected that he would be the only one that could tinker with the orb to discover its secrets, since Zack didn't have the necessary personal soul awareness to control his marker. He was very much wrong. Apparently, Zack didn't need to have conscious control over his marker to take command of the orb. After an hour or so of tinkering with the orb, Zack managed to connect to it instinctively. And after that one success, he no longer needed an hour of tinkering to connect to again. Simply touching the orb would be enough to re-establish contact. Zack didn't even have to concentrate on it to pull it off, a touch and a stray thought were enough. Zorian was a little sour about that. The orb certainly never reacted that way to him, no matter how many hours he spent interacting with it. No, he had to spend months going through that hellish soul awareness training and then more time painstakingly studying the way the marker worked to get as far as he did. This sort of stuff really made it obvious that his marker was some kind of inferior version of the one on Zack. It had been only a day since they were back in Syoria when Daimen surprised him again. He wanted to talk to Curiel and Fortov. This was a bit of a problem. Both of their siblings knew for a fact that Daimen shouldn't be in Syoria. Mother and father had gone to Koth to meet with him. How on earth did he intend to explain his presence here? But Daimen insisted that he needed to do this, and Zorian didn't feel like arguing with him. There was probably no great harm in it, and he was pretty sure that Daimen would go and have those conversations behind his back if he was too stubborn. Amusingly, Daimen wanted to talk to Curiel and Fortov alone, without anyone else being present. Zorian was almost certain that meant he wanted to ask them specifically about Zorian. Ha! Fortov didn't know anything about Zorian, and Curiel was a little tattletale and would no doubt tell Zorian everything that she and Daimen talked about. But he told Daimen none of that and simply wished him luck before sending him on his way. The next day, Daimen came back to talk to him, looking lost and confused. "They didn't even want to talk to me," he complained, sounding quite dejected. It actually made Zorian feel bad for him somewhat. "Come on, it's not that bad," Zorian comforted him. "I don't know about Fortov, but I'm pretty sure Curiel wouldn't have snubbed you like that. Amaya tells me you spent an entire hour with her." "Yeah, but that's all I did with her," Daimen complained. "She spent the entire hour fidgeting and looking uncomfortable. She barely spoke, and only when I specifically prodded her. I'm not entirely sure, but I think she was actually a little scared of me." "That's..." Damien waved his hands in the air, as if trying to convey some kind of unpronounceable concept through silent gesticulation. "Sad?" Zorian offered. "Sure, let's go with that," Daimen said. "Also worrying. And upsetting. And a whole host of other things. Especially when coupled with what happened with Fortov. Do you know what happened when I knocked on his door?" "Not really, no," Zorian told him. He had actually known about Damon's talk with Curiel, since she had told him all about it when he had come to Amaya's place in the evening, but he honestly had no idea how Damon's talk with Fortov had gone. Not well, obviously, but it would be interesting to hear why. "What did he do?" "He was just really abrasive to me right from the start," Daimen said. "He refused to even let me in, eventually started shouting at me and then slammed the door in my face and ignored me." "Huh. Interesting." Daimen looked at Zorian, silently asking him for an explanation. Zorian said nothing, though, and Daimen grew visibly frustrated as seconds ticked by. He ran both of his hands through his hair and clutched it tightly in his fists, as if wanting to tear it off. "You're going to go prematurely bald if you keep doing that," Zorian commented lightly. Daimen gave him an unamused glare. But he did remove his hands from his head. "I don't understand." Daimen protested loudly. Am I such a horrible older brother? I knew you didn't like me, but even Fortov? Even little Curiel? Why? What did I do?" Zorian clacked his tongue and considered things for a second. On one hand, he felt that Daimen was getting exactly what he deserved. On the other hand, the fact that Daimen was so upset over this meant that his mental image of him was a little unfair. He decided to be a little nice to his older brother for a change. In regards to Kiriel, the answer is simple, my dear eldest brother, Zorian told him. You're practically a stranger to her. By the time she was old enough to interact with people, you were almost never at home. When was the last time you talked with her? Disregarding yesterday's meeting, of course. Daimen fumbled. You can't even remember, Zorian stated, shaking his head. Anyway, all she had of you were stories she heard of you. Most of which came either from mother, or from me. After all, I'm one of the people who interacted with her the most over the years. Oh, heavens help me, Daimen lamented. What exactly did you tell her about me? The truth, Zorian shrugged. You mean your truth, Daimen accused. Of course, Zorian responded, completely unmoved by the accusation. But don't worry, I kept quiet about your worst excesses. Truth be told, I never liked talking about you to anyone, and that included Kiriel. And besides, mother never failed to take your side in everything. If it were just the matter of stories, Kiriel would be more ambivalent to you. The thing is, she needs help, and she knows she'll never get it from you. She just might get it from me, though, which is why she doesn't want to sabotage her relations with me by getting cozy with you. She knows you kind of piss me off. What do you mean, she needs help? Daimen frowned. And why are you so sure she'd never get it from me? Because it would require standing up to mother, Zorian said. Over the next hour or so, Zorian tried to familiarize Daimen with Kiriel's situation. The arranged marriage their parents had prepared for her. Her desire to learn magic like the rest of them. He tried to keep the explanations brief, worried that telling this to Daimen constituted some kind of betrayal towards Kiriel, who had told him these things in confidence. He said enough for Daimen to form a rudimentary picture of what was happening with Kiriel behind the scenes, though. I can't believe I never heard of this, Daimen said, his eyes somewhat unfocused as he seemed to recall something in his head. I speak to mother and father often and they never mention this. Did you ever actually ask them about Kiriel? Zorian asked. Daimen was quiet for a few moments. No, he eventually admitted. Well, there you go, Zorian shrugged. Daimen exhaled heavily and then corrected his posture, sitting a little straighter in his chair. Okay, I admit I haven't been very fair to our little sister. I guess I kind of deserved such a chilly reception from her, Daimen said. What about Fortov, then? What's his deal? How would I know? Zorian protested. Do you honestly think I speak to Fortov about you? Daimen gave him an annoyed huff. Yes, I get it, you never talk about me to anyone if you can help it. But surely you have some inkling about how Fortov thinks and what bothers him. You've been interacting with him for 6 years now. Zorian made a weird face, momentarily struck speechless by this statement. What? Zorian laughed. Whatever gave you that idea? Why would I be interacting with Fortov? Are you serious? Daimen asked incredulously. Zorian stared at him. He's your brother. You live in the same city. You can visit him anytime you want. So? Zorian asked, inclining his head uncomprehendingly. Are you honestly telling me that in all these years, you haven't seriously talked to our brother even once? Daimen asked. His tone was pleading, as if begging Zorian to tell him he's wrong. That's what I'm saying, yes, Zorian nodded. Why would Daimen expect anything else from him? Doesn't the restart end in a massive invasion? Daimen frowned. Zorian nodded again. What does Fortov do during the invasion? Presumably he reaches the academy shelters and spends the night there, along with the other students, Zorian shrugged. Admittedly, the shelters hadn't been very safe during the one occasion he had actually experienced them, but that was when Red Robe had actively been helping the invaders by feeding them information. Without his help, the shelters were actually pretty safe. Presumably. You never checked? Daimen asked. Zorian shook his head in denial. Zorian, for heaven's sake. I don't see why you're so surprised by this, Zorian told him honestly. Fortov is my second least favorite person in the whole family, right after father. Of course I never bothered to check up on him. Daimen opened his mouth, as if he wanted to continue that argument, but then just shook his head and gave up. Never mind, Daimen sighed. Did you have any interactions with him during all this time? Actually, yes, Zorian said. He pushes this one girl into a purple creeper patch near the end of every restart and then comes to me to beg for a healing salve. I used to just avoid being home whenever he comes, but these days it's not even necessary. He never comes to find me if I stay at Amaya's place. He pushes this girl into a purple creeper patch regardless of what you change in a restart. Daimen said, frowning. As far as I can tell, yes, Zorian confirmed. The girl has a huge crush on him, if that means anything to you. Daimen made a thoughtful hum. It's better than nothing, I guess. But really, Zorian, must you be so petty and callous? I know you and Fortov didn't get along as kids, but this sort of attitude is a little too much. You nurse your grudges way too deeply. It's easy for you to call for peace and understanding, Zorian said, folding his arms over his chest defiantly. It's not you who had to deal with Fortov's crappy attitude over the years. All I'm saying is that maybe you should give him a chance, Daimen said. Like you did with Curiel when you decided to take her with you to Syoria. If you were wrong about her, who's to say you weren't wrong about Fortov as well? But I wasn't really wrong about her, Zorian pointed out. I didn't want her around because I felt she was a selfish little blabbermouth that would distract me from my studies and tattle on me when she returns to mother. That's all still true, it's just that I no longer care about that. Provided I actually manage to find a way out of this time loop, my future is set. I can afford a distraction or two, and Curiel running off and revealing my plans and activities to mother is irrelevant because our parents can't stop me anymore. I'm so skilled and powerful that I can do whatever I want, mother and father be damned. Somewhat surprisingly, Daimen didn't grow even more frustrated at this response, like Zorian thought he would. Instead he just gave him a sad smile and shook his head ruefully. Mother and father are so concerned about me making a mistake that they're rushing over to Koth even as we speak to talk me out of my marriage to Orissa, but they fail to notice a crisis developing right in front of them, he said. We really are one messed up family, aren't we? And the terrifying thing in all this is that I will forget all about this very soon, won't I? After the summer festival, it will be as if none of this ever happened. That's so unfair. How the hell can I fix a problem if I have no memory of its existence? I don't think you could fix our family, even if you had all the time in the world, Zorian told him. But yes, the reality of the time loop is rather soul-crushing if one really thinks about it. You're dealing with this pretty well, all things considered. It's mostly because I have avoided thinking about it too deeply, I think, Daimen said. Now that we're getting closer to the time limit, I find my thoughts wandering towards it more and more. Especially since I've done so much in these last few weeks. I've realized so many things. Important things. It's frightening and infuriating to realize I must lose it all. Well, I'm sure you've heard about the notebooks I'm transferring between restarts for various people, Zorian noted. If it's really so important, you can just write it down and hand it to me for safekeeping. Oh. Daimen smiled. So I actually qualify for that prestigious service? I must say, the way you've been talking about our family, I was starting to get a little worried. What if you intended to just forget about me in all future restarts? You already know how to find the orb, after all, and I know you aren't exactly a big fan of me. Zorian gave him a mildly uncomfortable look. He had been thinking of something like that. Though his eldest brother would surely be useful in tracking down and recovering the rest of the pieces of the key, it bothered Zorian a great deal to rely on Daimen for anything. It just felt wrong. Convincing Daimen to help them was a time-consuming task, too, so was it really worth the time to include him in their efforts? In the end he realized he was just looking for excuses. They needed the help that Daimen could provide. If nothing else, it wasn't very fair to Zack to sabotage their chances of getting out of the time loop just because he had a problem with Daimen. Plus, the truth was, I was wrong about you, okay? Zorian said with a heavy sigh. I still think you're very annoying, but, you're not as bad as the Daimen that lived inside my head. It hurt him to say it, but it was the truth. Maybe Daimen had changed after he had moved out of the house and stopped interacting with Zorian, or maybe Zorian's image of him had never been all that reliable to begin with. Whatever the truth, this Daimen was more helpful and reasonable than the dark giant that had loomed over him in the past. I'm not sure if I'd call it wrong, exactly. Regardless of their reasons, the other two siblings don't like me much either. I'm clearly an abject failure as an older brother. It's a sobering realization, Daimen mused. After a second of silence, he shook his head as if to clear it up. But enough of depressing topics like that. You mentioned the notebooks you're carrying across restarts for Svim and the others. As it happens, I've taken the time to talk with Svim yesterday. He told me about the trade deals you two are trying to set up with various experts. Yes, it's honestly one of my better ideas, Zorian nodded. It's already showing results and there is every indication we can do even better in future restarts. I don't think every single one of those experts will agree to a trade in the end, but quite a few are clearly open to the idea if approached by someone they actually respect. Are you thinking of helping Svim convince people? No, Daimen shook his head. I'll be pleased to help if Svim asks for it, but my involvement could easily turn the initiative into an unmitigated disaster. You probably think of my fame as purely beneficial, but the truth is it causes many mages to view me as a threat. A lot of them would never trade anything with me. Why do you think I never learned how to cast the gate spell before you came along? I see, Zorian said thoughtfully. If not that, though, why did you mention Svim's efforts? Well, began Daimen. Gathering secret knowledge from Altasia's many experts is a commendable initiative, but it is hard work and it will likely only provide incremental improvement to your capabilities. True, Zorian said. But what's the alternative? All the low-hanging fruit has already been plucked. Not necessarily, Daimen said with a grin. What is and is not low-hanging fruit depends on a person's abilities, and you have something that few other people do, an ability to traverse between continents with ease. Zorian thought about it for a second and then motioned for Daimen to continue. He didn't quite see what he was getting at. What I'm saying is that Koth would be a good place to extend your magic gathering initiative, Daimen continued. Unlike Zlotic, which is relatively well connected to Altazia due to the existence of the teleport network, Koth is quite remote. Despite that, they use the same basic magic system that we do, unlike San. This makes them a great place to find unexpected spell combinations and novel alchemy. Who knows what kind of low-hanging fruit can be obtained by combining our magical traditions with those of Koth? Zorian raised his eyebrow at his eldest brother. Daimen looked quite animated as he spoke of the idea. And I suppose you're volunteering to run this sort of initiative? Zorian asked. Haha, Daimen laughed nervously. To be perfectly honest, doing this was one of my objectives in coming to Koth. I was in the process of laying the groundwork for it even before the time loop started. Well, that's great then, Zorian told him honestly. I don't see an issue with the idea, then. Great. Daimen said, giving him a sunny smile reminiscent of Zack. It's just that this time loop came too soon and not all of the preparations were complete. I may need a tiny loan from my dearest brother to start things up. Break. A few days later, Daimen was returned to Koth. The orb was left in Scioria, since Daimen figured it was safer that way and because Zack had really taken a liking to it. Busy as he was with other things, Zorian decided to delegate all orb-related tinkering to Zack. Considering how much more strongly the orb reacted to him, Zack may be in a better position to uncover its secrets anyway. Today, though, Zorian had received a somewhat unusual request. Taven wanted to talk to him. In private. Normally such a request wouldn't be particularly notable, but Zorian had actually not seen or heard from Taven at all since their attack on the Abasan base. If it were not for Alanik's assurances that she had survived the battle in perfect health, Zorian would have been honestly worried for her. As it was obvious she had been avoiding him for some reason. He had actually thought about tracking her down to ask what was happening, but the end of the restart was approaching and so many things were vying for his time and attention. No matter. Since she'd reached out to him all of a sudden, he would presumably find out what was bothering her quite soon. When they met he offered to teleport them to some empty, quiet place, but she would have none of that. Apparently when she said she wanted to talk in private, she meant she would bring him to her family training hall, the same one where they sometimes sparred against one another in previous restarts. She seemed to find the place calming and reassuring. "So what's this about?" he asked her. "I'm worried," she said. She sounded worried, too. Zorian waited for a few seconds for a clarification of what exactly she was worried about, but Taven seemed to have trouble finding the words. She paced around the training hall like a caged tiger, scowling and shaking her head. "No, seriously, what is this about?" Zorian asked. She still didn't say anything. "Is it time loop related?" he added after a bit of thought. "Of course it's time loop related," she burst out at him. She looked like she was going to snap at him but quickly managed to rein herself in. She shook her head sadly. "And, in a way, it isn't. I don't even know why I called you here. It's stupid. I should just. Don't even dare try to send me away now," Zorian warned her. I won't, she assured him. I just realized I probably lost you as a friend." Zorian gave her an incredulous look. "And why would you think that?" Zorian asked her curiously. "Because this time loop has changed you," she told him. "You already feel like a stranger to me. You're so hard to read these days, and so very capable. Everything I can do, you can do better. And that's only going to get worse as you spend time in here. By the time you get out, why would you need me anymore? By the time this is all resolved, I will probably no longer have a friend." You're being overdramatic," Zorian told her. He knew he was probably sounding a little dismissive, but he honestly didn't know what else to tell her. "I know you don't remember this, but I spend a lot of time interacting with you in various restarts. There is zero chance that I'm just going to forget you." "Well, yes, I'm sure that you won't just forget me," she huffed. "But any concern you have for me will be of the, well, patronizing kind. You'll be so above me it isn't even funny. We won't be equals, you know. It'll be you, a secret archmage, keeping an eye on his old friend for old time's sake. It's very depressing." "Ah," said Zorian slowly. There was a lot of truth in what she was saying. There was really no way their friendship would be the same as it had been before the time loop. However, that was not necessarily a bad thing. His past self was, somewhat bitter with Taven. He had not considered them to be close friends, something that Taven seemed rather oblivious to. Much like she was oblivious to his past crush on her, really. So yes, their relationship would never be the same. But was that a bad thing? While Taven might lament the loss of their earlier friendship, Zorian couldn't help but wonder whether there would have even been a friendship if he hadn't got stuck in this time loop. Would he have eventually overcome the hurt of having his love confession laughed at and re-established close bonds with her? Probably. But it would have taken quite some time and he wasn't sure Taven would have stuck around him for long enough to see that happen. "Why did you ever decide to become friends with me, anyway?" Zorian asked her curiously. "This will sound a little self-deprecating, but I don't think I was that good of a friend." Haha, she laughed, her mood brightening a little. "Well, it's good that you're so honest. That's the one change I like about the new you." She picked up a practice doll from a nearby bench and started making minute corrections to it. Zorian couldn't see what they were meant to do, so he assumed she was just stalling for time and giving herself something to do. "Since you are willing to be a little self-deprecating, I will follow your example," Taven eventually said. "I wasn't a very good friend either. Either to you or to anyone else. I'm too blunt and impulsive and I can't judge the situation and people very well. Most people actually find me pretty insulting and aggravating." Zorian was going to say something to cheer her up, but then he remembered that her nickname for him was Roach. He still remembered the argument he'd had with her when she had tried to convince him that being compared to cockroaches was a compliment because they were amazing animals, famed for their adaptability and resilience. Eventually he caved in and, reluctantly, let her call him that, but he could see why some people would be deathly insulted if she were to pull that kind of stunt on them. "I actually have very few friends aside from you," she continued. "Aside from you, only my 2 teammates seem to like me. But Yurik and Oren, they're old friends. I'll never be anything other than the third wheel if I hang out around them." "But I didn't have any other friends," Zorian surmised. "Yeah," Taven told him. "You annoyed me, I annoyed you, but we got along with each other anyway. Maybe you weren't a good friend, but I wasn't much better, so it didn't matter. But now you're getting better, and I can't." She hugged the practice doll like a little girl trying to comfort herself with a favorite toy. It was a somewhat weird sight, since the practice doll was the size of an adult human and creepily featureless. Zorian stared at her, wondering how to handle this. He didn't see how he could convince Taven that the nature of their friendship wouldn't change once he got out of the time loop. It would be an obvious lie. Of course, Zorian did not consider this change to be a bad thing, but to explain why he felt that way he would have to. Why not? If he was really honest with himself, he always had wanted to do this. He just hadn't had the courage to go through with it. "I had a crush on you once," he told her. She exclaimed, jerking in surprise and dropping the practice doll. It clattered to the floor, leaving deafening silence in its wake. "For a moment, anyway. What do you mean, you had a crush on me? When? How? Do you remember that time I asked you out on a date?" he asked her. "What? Are we talking about that time?" she fumbled. Zorian nodded anyway. He had only ever asked her to a date once in the time they knew each other, so she couldn't be thinking of anything else. "But, isn't that when I laughed at you?" Zorian gave her a long-suffering look. "Yes," he confirmed. "Yes, it is. It wasn't a joke, Taven. I was dead serious about it." "Ah ha ha," she laughed nervously. "Wow, that's really something." She buried her face into her hands for a moment. "Gods above, I'm so stupid sometimes," she mumbled into her hands. Then she punched him in the shoulder. "Hey," he protested in mild outrage. He'd normally be more bothered about the sudden physical violence, but it was Taven. He expected that sort of thing from her. "What the hell? And you're stupid too," she told him. "Why the hell would you just accept me laughing at you like that if you were being serious?" "Well, what the hell was I supposed to do?" Zorian protested. "Tell me I was wrong. Ask me out again. Get angry before storming off." Taven shouted. "Anything. Not just pretend everything was fine and retreat with a tail between your legs like a wounded puppy. I mean, I kept joking about that long afterwards and you still didn't say anything. At least if I knew I wouldn't have been rubbing salt into your wounds like that." "It doesn't matter," Zorian grunted. "In the end I still got an answer to my question. You clearly weren't interested in me that way. You found the very idea laughable, even." "Oh come on," she whined. "That's not fair. I wasn't laughing because the idea of me dating you was so ridiculous. I was laughing because I gave you love advice urging you to ask people out and you followed it by immediately asking me out. It just seemed to me like you were making a joke. In retrospect, I was being stupid, but you should have said something, damn it. There was a long, uncomfortable silence as the two of them refused to look at each other and sat there in silence. We're going out on a date, Taven suddenly declared. Zorian gave her a weird look. But I'm over you, he pointed out. That's why I said I had a crush on you. It's all in the past for me. Yeah, I figured, she said. It doesn't matter. We're still having a date. Don't I get any say in this? Zorian asked, an amused smile on his face. What are you talking about? Taven sniffed disdainfully. You're the one who asked me to a date. I'm just accepting your invitation, with a bit of a delay. Zorian laughed at the uniquely Taven logic. A bit of a delay, she says. You really are something, he said, shaking his head. Fine. Have it your way. Good, she said simply, then looked away, as if too shy to meet his eyes. Zorian smiled. He had been telling the truth, and he really didn't have a crush for her any longer. Any romantic feeling he'd had for her had petered out during his long stay in the time loop. But he'd be lying if he said he wasn't kind of glad about this. 72, Crossroads. Chapter 072 Crossroads. He never really realized how beautiful Syoria could be in the evening. That was Zorian's thought as he and Taven wandered around Syoria, checking up street stands and discussing casual topics. Most settlements grew dark and quiet as evening approached, giving off a dangerous and sinister atmosphere, but Syoria was a major metropolis and this was the week before the summer festival. The streets were lively and well illuminated, with lots of people wandering around and lots of street vendors setting up stands and trying to convince these people to part with their money for sweets, trinkets, and so on. Zorian would never have guessed that he would enjoy this kind of atmosphere. In the past, he had found occasions like this to be rather aggravating and avoided them whenever possible. Of course, in the past, Zorian would get headaches just from being in a crowd and he didn't have a pretty girl to keep him company. He gave a sideways glance to Taven, who was walking beside him. Even though this was just a friendly date and not anything romantic, he couldn't help but treat it fairly seriously. He had chosen to wear a fairly formal outfit for the evening, took her to an expensive restaurant and even invited her for a round of dance. He was initially worried he was taking things too far, but considering Taven came to the date wearing a very expensive-looking dress and had kept her usual cheery disposition throughout the entire evening, he seemed to have made a good choice. I've got to say, this went a lot better than I thought it would, Taven suddenly said. Zorian raised an eyebrow at her. Wait, that came out kind of wrong. What I mean is, considering how bad both of us are at the social side of things, Zorian gave her a faint smile and decided to save her from further awkwardness. It's fine, he said. I get your point. I'm also pleasantly surprised at how well this turned out. I guess we're better at this than we thought. Well, in my case it's mostly trial and error, so I can't feel too proud about myself, Taven laughed lightly. I went to quite a few dates in the past. Plenty of guys get attracted to me for my looks and don't quite comprehend what they're getting into until they experience it firsthand. Trust me, my first date was a real disaster. Oh. You'll have to tell me that story sometime, Zorian teased. No way, she said, giving him a playful shove and causing him to stumble to the side a little. He nearly crashed into an elderly couple walking past them, but managed to correct himself in time. The less people know that story, the better. Hell, sometimes I wish I could forget that memory myself. But then I'd probably make the same mistakes all over again, so I guess it's a good thing I can't forget. She frowned suddenly, staring at the night sky for a moment before giving him a curious look. What? He prodded. What about you? Do you do this often? She asked him. Do what often? Go on a date with you? Zorian asked, amused. Well, not with me, she said, rolling her eyes. I mean in general. You've been in this time loop for years. Surely you've gone on a few dates in all that time. A few, Zorian admitted. Ha, she said, pointing her finger at him triumphantly. I knew it. Zorian opened his mouth to respond, but Taven immediately stopped him. Don't you try and bewitch me with your honeyed words, she said in mock outrage. I bet you tell them to every girl you pursue. But I haven't even said anything yet, Zorian pointed out. Really, I have no intention of justifying myself to you. Based on what you just told me about your dating experiences, you went to a lot more dates than I have. You heartbreaker. They kept talking and meandering through the streets for a while longer, until eventually the conversation wound down and they both seemed to reach an unspoken agreement that it was getting late and that it was time for the date to end. Zorian couldn't help but get progressively quieter and more contemplative as the date grew to a close. They had been walking in silence for several minutes when Taven decided to speak up again. What's wrong? Taven asked. Why did you get so depressed all of a sudden? Was it something I said? Zorian said, broken out of his reverie. No. It's not you. I'm just thinking. It's probably for the best if I don't tell you. Zorian, don't make me hit you, she said warningly. Fine, if you insist, Zorian said, giving her an awkward chuckle. I was just thinking how utterly depressing it is that you will not remember anything that happened tonight in future restarts. We cleared the air between us, enjoyed a wonderful evening, and none of that will matter when the loop resets again. You will revert to the same suspicious, borderline hostile Taven that I get at the start of every restart. It takes half of each restart just to convince you the time loop is real and that I haven't been lying to you since I met you or been replaced by an imposter, never mind anything else. Taven winced, looking away guiltily. No, don't feel guilty, Zorian told her, shaking his head. It's a perfectly reasonable reaction. It's one thing for old, experienced mages like Svim, Alanik and Daimen to believe in the time loop. They've dealt with many complicated situations in their life and experienced plenty of strange magic. People like you and me. Well, did you know I spent the first 6 restarts going to classes like everything was just fine, hoping everything would return to normal if I just kept my head down and behaved like usual? Taven gave him a surprised look. Yes, I know, Zorian nodded. It's kind of stupid, but that's what I did. Your reaction is pretty good, all things considered. It's just that I really like how this turned out, and yet I realize this will probably forever remain an empty memory in my head. I can't replicate the chain of events that led to this in the real world. I'm not even sure I can replicate it in future restarts. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out what I should do about this in the future. A short, awkward silence descended on the scene, causing Zorian to wince a little inside at his own poor timing. Why did he insist on telling her this now? He just couldn't let things end on a positive note, could he? Sorry, he said quietly. He suddenly felt like he could understand some of Zach's attitude towards people around them. Was this why Zach no longer bothered to actively befriend any of their classmates or friendly strangers, even though he clearly used to do so extensively in the past? The way Zorian was feeling this evening, perhaps this was how Zach felt all the time during his earlier years. Making friends and experiencing life-changing moments with them over and over again, only for the other party to forget all about it in the next restart. Don't be sorry, Taven said. What are friends for if they can't even listen to you whine from time to time? Besides, it was a fun evening. One moment of depressing seriousness isn't going to ruin it. Eventually they reached a crossroads where their paths separated and stopped. Zorian racked his head for a moment, trying to figure out what was the appropriate way to end the date. They weren't actually romantically involved, after all. So, I guess this is it, he eventually said lamely. I guess it is, Taven agreed, equally lamely. After a second of hesitation, with neither of them making a move to leave, Taven spoke up again. Hey, she suddenly said. So, I know you said you were totally over me, and I totally respect that. But just in case you ever change your mind about that, you should really work on your body a little." "What?" Zorian asked, surprised. "You know. Start running and exercising. Pick up some kind of physically intensive outdoor hobby. Put on some muscle," she said. "I'm not saying you stand no chance otherwise, but—" Zorian huffed at her, torn between amusement and exasperation. "But it would do wonders to make you see me as relationship material, right?" he surmised. Taven nodded. "Fair enough. I'll keep that in mind." Well. Taven's preferences in men aside, he had been rather annoyed with his lack of endurance lately. It made things more difficult than they needed to be and forced him to constantly drink potions just to keep up with Zack and others. It wasn't a huge issue in the time loop, but such an extensive use of potions was inadvisable in the long term. Once he was out of the time loop, he'd probably end up working on his physique on his own initiative, just so he could maintain the sort of pace he was used to by now. In any case, this was the end of their evening together. After saying their goodbyes, both of them went their separate ways. Zorian deliberately took the scenic route back to Amaya's place, consumed in his own thoughts and in no hurry to get back to sleep. Break. Simulacrum number 2, stationed in Koth, was pretty pleased with how things were going. Being stationed in Koth was usually a rather boring task, since it meant being stranded in an alien land whose language and writing he did not understand. He couldn't read any of the local books, he couldn't engage in casual conversations with people, and he couldn't cast any spells without good reason. This time, however, he was living in the Terramachula estate. The Terramachula knew very well he was just a simulacrum, but this didn't seem to bother them much. They treated him just as well as they did the real Zorian. They gave him a room to sleep in, a teacher to help him master the local language, and access to things like paper and building materials for his research. Plus, there was Torin and Kerma, Damon's 2 teammates who were currently trapped in the Terramachula estate. Perhaps because they currently had nothing better to do and were bored out of their minds, or maybe because the original really left an impression on them, but both of them proved very receptive to the simulacrum's offer of magic exchange. Kerma was the more conventional of the two. Although Zorian had never seen divinations being used in such a way before he'd met her, she claimed she was using pretty standard magic that could be acquired from practically anywhere. Even her flower-shaped divination aid was simply something she had commissioned from a professional artificer, not something she had made herself. Thus, she didn't feel much need to keep her methods secret. In exchange for the many rare and exotic spells that Zorian had acquired in the time loop, she was entirely willing to show him some tricks of her trade and give him guidance on how best to develop his divination skills. In addition, she gave him a list of people to talk to in case he wanted to pursue a career in the field, completely unprompted by the simulacrum. He suspected she had some kind of deal with these people to send young talents their way, but he decided to give them a visit in one of the future restarts anyway. As for Torin, he was pursuing a very rare and exotic field of magic that involved extracting and preserving organs of magical creatures and then using specialized control spells to turn them into something of an extension of the caster. It was not a popular field of study, both due to having been created relatively recently and because it existed in something of a legal limbo in most places, so Torin was actually ecstatic when the simulacrum showed an interest in it. Most people considered his magic to be somewhat creepy and off-putting. The simulacrum very much doubted the original would dive particularly deeply into the field. It would take a lot of time to get anywhere with it, and it didn't provide anything they desperately needed. However, some of the spells and techniques Torin used to control and make use of his eyes could potentially be used to improve coordination between Zorian and his golems, or even Zorian and his simulacrums. Of course, such developments were too general to be the cause of the simulacrum's current happiness with his situation. The truth was, he had recently dodged a huge bullet. Mother and father were coming to Koth, and someone had to pick them up and smuggle them into the Terramachula estate. That someone was, of course, Daimen, but Daimen also insisted that Zorian accompany him in this task. He wouldn't budge on this in the slightest, stubbornly insisting it was Zorian's family duty to accompany him to pick up their parents. Sometimes it was good to be just a simulacrum. While the original had to explain to mother and father what he was doing in Koth, he was told instead to stay hidden from them at all times in order to minimize the amount of necessary explanations. An order he was only too happy to obey. He was currently safely sequestered in the corner of the Taramachala library. Of course the estate had its own library, humming a discordant tune to himself and reading a children's book in an attempt to hone his ability to read the local writing. Sadly, language skills were one of those things that were almost impossible for him to transfer to the original in any meaningful manner, so this was something done more for his own amusement than any long-term gain. At some point Orissa had also entered the room, but he paid little heed to that, giving her a short greeting and then getting back to his book. He had monopolized one of the 3 tables in the room, stacking it full of books that he judged to be relatively easy to understand, but that still left plenty of space for her to work with. He didn't react even when she looked over his shoulder to see what he was reading. He wasn't ashamed of his choice of reading in the slightest. Everybody had to start somewhere. Plus, the book had pretty pictures. However, Orissa didn't just pick up a book from the library and leave, like the simulacrum expected her to. Instead she fetched a chair from a nearby empty table and sat down next to him. "Yes?" he asked, curious. It was unusual for Orissa to deliberately seek him out like this, to say the least. Aside from that one time when she invited the original for a discussion via Diamond, she had been quite reserved. "I'm worried," she said simply. "Diamond and your other self should be back in a few hours." "Ah," the simulacrum said, suddenly understanding what this was about. "You're worried about mother and father coming here?" "Yes," she confirmed. "I know I'm being rude here, but I was wondering if you could tell me a little about your parents." "Me?" the simulacrum asked incredulously. "I was told simulacrums retain most of the memory of the original," Orissa said blandly. "You know that wasn't my point," the simulacrum complained. Orissa smiled faintly at him. "I mean, the original doesn't exactly have the best relationship with the rest of his family. What could I possibly tell you that Diamond hadn't already?" "Diamond got really evasive about his parents once it became obvious they don't approve of our marriage," Orissa said, shaking her head. "He says I shouldn't worry, that he'll handle it, but how can I possibly not worry? He clearly thinks the world of them and here they are, coming all the way to another continent to talk him out of marrying me. This will probably sound a little flippant, but there's probably no need for you to worry so much over this," the simulacrum told her. "He's their darling genius son. Whatever he wants, he's going to get it. It's been that way since forever. It would still mean a lot to me if you could tell me a little about them before they arrive," Orissa insisted. Simulacrum number 2 gave her a contemplative look. Truthfully, he wasn't sure if telling her about mother and father would be a good idea. His depiction of them would no doubt be really negative, and might end up worsening tensions between his parents and Orissa as a result. That probably wasn't in anyone's interest, least of all Orissa's. "You're basically asking me to stick my hand into the fire, here," the simulacrum said. "I guess I am," she admitted. "Then let me ask you something first," the simulacrum said. "Are you interested in Diamond only because of his mind magic bloodline thingy?" He expected Orissa to be either shocked at the question or explode with outrage. He did not expect her to laugh at him. "What, are you worried I'm taking advantage of your big brother?" she asked with a grin. "Just a little," the simulacrum admitted. "He's an empath, so he should be hard to fool, but you're a talented mind mage from a family specializing in mind magic. Anything is possible. And here Diamond thinks you hate him," Orissa said with a sigh. "To answer your question, it's definitely not irrelevant. I love him, but if he didn't have this innate mind magic affinity of his, I probably would not choose to marry him. I love my family too, and I need to keep their interests in mind. However, do you honestly think your brother is marrying me purely for love?" The simulacrum gave her a surprised look. "By marrying me, he is marrying into nobility and wealth. It's not his only concern, but it's hardly irrelevant. If I was a poor orphan, or even just a well-to-do middle-class girl, he would have never agreed to marry me. So no, I don't think I'm taking advantage of him. We both have our ambitions. It's just fortunate that we can fulfill them with someone we actually like. The simulacrum said thoughtfully. After a few seconds of silence, Orissa spoke up again. So can I get an answer to my question, then? She asked. Sure, the simulacrum shrugged. So, the first thing you should know about our parents is that they're very driven and ambitious people. Our father, Andrzej Kaczynski, was the fourth son of a wealthy farmer. Our mother, Sikin Kaczynski, was the only daughter of one of the few remaining witches, who raised her alone after her husband left her. Father knew that as a fourth son, he would never inherit anything. Thus, when he was 15 years old, he managed to procure a small loan from his father and left home to open his own business. He married our mother less than a year later. Over the years, they had turned that small initial business into a local power that has made them quite wealthy and respected. Well, not by your standards, but... It's impressive, Orissa nodded. They reached surprising heights from such humble roots. That must have taken a lot of work. They did work very hard to get where they are, the simulacrum agreed. He had his disagreements with mother and father, but they had very much earned their wealth and status. Of course, their success involved just as much scheming as it did hard work, but he was pretty sure Orissa understood that part without him having to spell it out. But while such attitude brought them success, it does have some consequences. Bluntly put, they view almost everything through the prism of how it will reflect on the family reputation and finances. This marriage between you and Daimen, even if mother and father thought this was a good thing for Daimen. That's it. That's what I've been missing all this time. They don't see the benefit for the family as a whole. Orissa exclaimed suddenly. Of course. After putting so much money and effort into Daimen, they naturally expect to see some kind of return for their trouble. We'll continue this later, okay? I need to make some arrangements. The simulacrum watched, surprised and amused, as Orissa hurriedly left the library. He wasn't entirely sure what happened there, but it would seem that Orissa didn't actually perceive his parents' attitude as wrong. Considering the sort of background she comes from and her explanation about how her marriage with Daimen came to be, he probably shouldn't be surprised. Well, at least now I know why Daimen likes her so much, Simulacrum mused quietly to himself. She's like a younger version of mother. Sometimes life really is a comedy. Break. In normal circumstances, picking up mother and father from Jasuka Harbor and bringing them to the Taramachula estate would have been a simple matter. Now that Daimen was under such intense scrutiny, however, this became a huge, complicated endeavor. The Taramachula mobilized a large portion of their manpower to disrupt and distract surveillance operations that kept an eye on Daimen's movements. When Daimen and Zorian finally left the estate, 5 other decoy teams, shape-shifted in their likeness, also left at the same time to muddy the water further. Then, all 6 teams started teleporting around randomly for a while, before each of them made their way to a completely different city. Despite all these preparations, the whole plan would have surely failed if Daimen had really gone to pick up mother and father during this trip. In reality, the whole operation was simply a giant distraction. Its main purpose was to mask the fact that Zorian had created a third simulacrum while they were teleporting around randomly through Koth and then sent it away to hide while they drew everyone's attention. When Daimen and Zorian returned to the Taramachula estate, Zorian's brand new simulacrum slowly made his way to Jasuka and then opened a hidden gate between the city and the estate, allowing Daimen to enter and leave the city too quickly for anyone to really intercept him. Naturally, this meant that Zorian's involvement was absolutely crucial for the operation's success. If it weren't for that, Zorian would have never agreed to take part in it, no matter how much Daimen begged and threatened. How the hell was he supposed to explain his presence in Koth to mother and father? No matter how poor their knowledge of magic was, they would surely recognize dimensional gates and simulacrums as high-level magic that should be way beyond him. Even if you hadn't come with me, they would have still realized you were in Koth, Daimen told him. You are too well known among the Taramachula by now. Someone would have surely let them know about you, whether intentionally or accidentally. Maybe, but that wouldn't have been my problem, Zorian countered. I'd be back in Scioria, and it would be your job to figure out an explanation that made sense and deal with their attitude. Daimen scowled at him, saying nothing. In any case, the initial meeting was much calmer and more subdued than Zorian expected. The steam ship that carried their parents languidly entered Jasuka harbor and then disgorged an endless stream of passengers and cargo, temporarily creating a miniature pandemonium as the throng of disembarking people and dockworkers shouted and pushed at one another. By the time Daimen and Zorian had found mother and father, they already looked absolutely exhausted and were in no mood to start a fight. They were surprised to see Zorian in Koth, of course, but mostly they were glad to have an extra person help out with the luggage and whatnot. Aren't you supposed to watch Kiriel? Mother asked him, frowning. I am, Zorian said. I'm just here to pick you up. I'll be back in Scioria before nightfall. How? Father asked. I thought no one could teleport over such distances. And teleportation is supposed to be advanced magic, anyway. It's a secret, Zorian simply said. Father made an indecipherable hum and said nothing further. Whatever it is, I hope you can use the same method to send us home when the time comes, Mother said, sounding worn and tired. Ship travel doesn't agree with me. I think I lost a whole year of my life getting here. It would be great if we could avoid boarding a ship for the return trip. And that was it. Nothing more was spoken about Zorian's presence. Especially since, when the group had finally stepped through the dimensional gate and entered the Terramachula estate, they were greeted by Orissa and the rest of the Terramachula delegation. At that point, the mystery of Zorian's presence on another continent was the furthest thing from their minds. Naturally, mother and father were full of smiles and compliments. The tiredness they displayed before Daimen and Zorian seemed to instantly disappear and they busied themselves with handing out very expensive gifts and endlessly praising the thoughtfulness and generosity of their hosts. If Zorian hadn't known in advance what their purpose for coming here was, he would have never guessed they disapproved of the marriage. 2 days passed. Mother and father slowly settled into the Terramachula estate. Zorian tried to stay away from the place as much as possible, not wanting to get tangled into Damon's mess too much, and the simulacrum he had left in the estate did the same. As such, he didn't really know how their attempts to talk Daimen out of the marriage were progressing. He had his own things to worry about. Now that he had a simulacrum outside the Terramachula estate, he hurriedly arranged for a group of silent doorway adepts to be transported to Koth, next to one of the local Bakura gates. Happily, the operation to acquire the gate key was a full success. Both Zorian and the silent doorway adepts were ecstatic about this. For the Urania, this gate key represented access to a virgin territory awash with opportunities. For Zorian, it was a way to ensuring easy access to Koth without having to rely on Daimen. Plus, he suspected that having this key would make it much easier to convince the silent doorway adepts to cooperate with him in future restarts. Now, however, Zorian was back in the Terramachula estate. His parents had specifically called for him to come see them. In all honesty, Zorian had totally expected this to happen. They had taken his presence in Koth in stride when they had first come, but now that they had time to rest, talk with people and think about things, they no doubt realized there was something very much off about him. The only thing he hadn't been certain of was whether the restart would have come to an end before this happened. He was currently standing in one of Terramachula meeting rooms, father and mother standing in front of him. Originally, Daimen had wanted to be present for the talk as well, but they had shooed him away, insisting this was a private talk. That had been kind of amusing. It was not often that they treated their favorite son in such fashion. Apparently, whatever arrangements Orissa did were insufficient, and they still opposed the marriage. And since Daimen stubbornly refused to give up on the idea, they were currently not terribly fond of him. We spoke with Daimen about you, Mother said suddenly. She had a complex, worried look on her face, as if she was having trouble deciding how to handle this. Father, on the other hand, stayed silent and stony-faced, his emotions indecipherable. Yes. Zorian responded blandly. He tells us you're incredibly powerful and competent. Far more than you let on, she said. True, Zorian admitted. He didn't see the point of hiding it. They already knew he could move across continents in a quick, reliable manner. But why would you keep something like that hidden from us? Mother asked imploringly. Having another genius in the family is a joyous thing. Surely you don't think we would have stood in your way? Ah, you mean, like you're not standing in the way of Damon's marriage? Zorian asked innocently. That's something completely different. Mother said, scowling at him. She quickly reined herself in, however. And besides, we're not standing in Damon's way. We're simply trying to pull him back for taking a wrong turn. If he stubbornly refuses to heed our advice, we will reluctantly accept it, not sabotage his life in revenge. What she's saying, Father suddenly spoke up, is that we already disagree with what you're doing with your life, so what's one disagreement more? You can just throw one of your juvenile hissy fits, just like you always do, and we'll grit our teeth and bear it because at the end of the day you're still our son. Just like we always do. Zorian stretched his mouth into a thin line and gave Father a narrowed stare, but said nothing. Father simply stared back at him, as if daring him to say anything. Ander, honey, I thought we agreed I would be the one to talk, Mother sighed. Father raised both of his hands in a gesture of surrender. He also gave her an exasperated look, but she had already turned back toward Zorian, ignoring him. What are you planning, Zorian? Mother asked him bluntly. Nothing much, Zorian said. I'm going to move out of the house immediately after I graduate. Maybe sooner. Open my own business, buy myself a house, things like that. You think running a business is easy? Father challenged. Well, that didn't take long. I'm an amazing mage, Zorian said immodestly. Even if I had the worst business sense in the world, I'd still be able to make enough for a living. But the family business, Mother began. Not for all the money in the world, Zorian said, cutting her off. A brief silence descended upon the scene as Mother and Father shared a long look between them. Oh. Zorian said, suddenly remembering something. I'll also take care of Kiriel. This statement naturally caused both of them to give Zorian a look of surprise. What do you mean you'll take care of Kiriel? Mother asked slowly. Why would she need someone to take care of her? Well, someone needs to teach her magic and nullify that stupid arranged marriage you prepared for her, Zorian said casually. A look of intense, shocked outrage appeared on Mother's face. For a moment she seemed unable to process what she just heard, but then she outright exploded at him. You little brat, she snapped at him agitatedly. You have no idea what you're talking about. Weirdly, Father just laughed at the scene, shaking his head at nobody in particular. Zorian was mystified by this reaction, but decided to ignore it for now. The situation seems simple enough to my eyes, Zorian countered, unperturbed by her outrage. In regards to living your life, we can humor you, but you have no right at all to tell me how to raise my daughter. Mother shouted angrily at him, stomping threateningly straight into his personal space. You are way out of line. Ander, you tell him. What, me? Father said with a look of exaggerated surprise. I thought we agreed you would be the one to talk to him. Mother gave him an angry, venomous look that promised later retribution, but didn't press him further. You have no idea what's in Kiriel's best interest, Zorian, Mother told him warningly. Don't stick your nose where it does not belong. I'm afraid that, if I don't get an actual explanation, I'm still going to go through with my idea, Zorian told her. You can't take a child from her parents, even if you're her brother, Mother told him angrily. We can call the police. But would you actually do so? Zorian challenged. She shrank back a little. They both knew she wouldn't. Besides, I bet that marriage is of questionable legality to begin with. The marriage is negotiable, Mother said, pacing around the room in agitation. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. It's just an informal agreement, not a legally binding document. It's not like we'd force Kyrielle to go through it at all costs. But magic is absolutely off the table. She can never, under any circumstances, be taught magic. Why? Zorian frowned. I'm trying to do her a favor. Mother shouted, turning to face his again. Don't you know what her roots are? What my mother was? Zorian gave her an uncomprehending look. Her mother? What did her mother have to do with anything? He knew they didn't get along well, but he never really heard anything too shocking about her. Besides, she had been dead for a while now. Wait, he said. Are you talking about? She was a witch. Mother said, preempting his conclusion. She was a witch and she was so damned proud of that fact. She never let anyone forget it. Once, she even threatened she was going to poison the town well when a bunch of customers tried to get out of paying her for the potions she made them. You know, just like the witches of old were said to do when someone wronged them. Zorian winced. You have no idea what it's like to be the daughter of a witch, Mother continued. A son is fine. Witches didn't care about male children. Everyone knows this. They firmly believed that magic was transferred to the child through the womb, so only a daughter can continue the lineage. Zorian raised an eyebrow at her. Why would they? I don't know why they believed what they did. Mother said, as if reading his mind. I never cared to know. I just wished she would shut up about witches and let me live some semblance of a normal life. But she never did, so everyone around me saw me as a soul-stealing, mind-ensnaring, poison-wielding witch-in-waiting. And if Kyrielle learns magic, she'll suffer the same fate. Mother, Zorian sighed. I was really lucky to marry your father, Mother said. Well, you were a pretty fine catch yourself, Father said, grinning. He had been silent while Mother ranted about her childhood frustrations, but apparently he now felt it was safe to throw in a comment or two. Mother ignored him, though. She was probably still angry about his earlier quip about her being the designated speaker. My daughter won't have to fear for her future and rely on luck to find a good husband. She won't have people cross to the other side of the road when they see her or spreading vile slander about her completely unprovoked, Mother continued. Unlike my mother, I've done everything I can to distance myself from our family legacy. So long as she takes my example and stays well away from anything magic-related, anyone that tries to start something will end up looking petty and paranoid. But if she starts learning magic, then everything will be ruined. You don't know that, Zorian pointed out. Why take the risk? Mother challenged. Maybe if she married early, to a wealthy and respected husband, but you already said you are opposed to that, didn't you? So where does that leave us? Zorian stared at her. This was the side of Mother that he had never really known before. Was this why she was so obsessed with family reputation and social position? He looked at Father, but the man was uncharacteristically skittish. He just looked away, refusing to meet his eyes. Though he didn't actually say anything, Zorian understood the message. He was on his own here. Kyrielle was Mother's project, and he wasn't going to stick his nose in it unless he had to. What if Kyrielle doesn't want to go along with your plan? Zorian asked slowly. She's 9, Mother said. She doesn't know what she wants. She's not always going to be 9, though, Zorian pointed out. Yes, well, we can continue this conversation when she gets older, she told him firmly. You didn't start learning magic when you were 9, either. She had a point there. In all honesty, he wasn't willing to push this matter further than this. He mostly just raised the issue to gauge her reaction to it. He hadn't expected this sort of response. On top of that, while Kyrielle said she wanted to learn magic, she was also rather impatient and flighty. Who knew whether she was even capable of the discipline required to become a mage? Besides, the most important thing was that the arranged marriage was apparently just an informal thing and not something his parents would push for at all costs. He couldn't claim with certainty that it would be a good idea to teach Curiel magic, but he knew for a fact that she hated the arranged marriage thing. Right, Zorian said finally. I'm not informed enough to make a decision here, so I'll withdraw for now. You're damn right you're going to withdraw, she told him. She still sounded outraged, but the anger was visibly draining out of her now that he was no longer challenging her. What the hell made you think you have the right to give me parenting advice? Not even your father dares to tell me how to raise my daughter, and you, an immature brat that has never even been with a woman, think you can tell me what to do. Why don't you make a daughter of your own if you think? This was going to take quite a while, wasn't it? Out of the corner of his eye he saw father staring at the scene and smiling faintly in schadenfreude. Zorian sighed. Yes, this would definitely take a while. Break. So, I discovered a new function of the orb, Zack said. Zorian stopped working on the metal, flower-shaped construct on his bench and gave Zack a curious look. What do you mean you found a new function? Zorian asked. I mean, one completely unrelated to its role as a mobile palace, Zack said, waving the orb in front of him. Look. Take the orb and try this. It took a while for Zack to convey to Zorian what he had to do to activate this new function he discovered. After all, the way Zorian interacted with the orb was completely different from the way Zack did. Zack's way was more instinctive, almost automatic, whereas Zorian had to take the initiative and actively grope around for a way to interface with it. Eventually, though, he succeeded. He connected with the orb in the new manner that Zack found and immediately found himself connected to something. Some kind of empty space, maybe. Weird, Zorian eventually said. Yeah, Zack said. I have no idea what this does, though. Neither do I, said Zorian after some tinkering. He handed the orb back to Zack. Keep tinkering with it. You'll probably have more luck with it than I would. Besides, Zack had far more free time to tinker with the orb than Zorian did. The restart was nearing its end and there were so many things that needed to be done. Break. The restart was almost over. Overall, Zorian would have described it as a highly productive one. The study of the gate stabilization frame they had stolen from the Abasin base yielded a lot more results than Zorian expected. He now knew that some very unconventional methods had been used while making the gate. Instead of carving the spell formula necessary for the operation of the frame, the Abasins had embedded them directly into the frame in the form of numerous magic threads. The frame literally had to be peeled away, layer by layer, in order for researchers to record the layout of the threads and attempt to decipher it. Sadly, though they had invited many capable researchers on the project, they had failed to make sense of how the frame worked. Perhaps if the gate frame was still actively maintaining a dimensional passage, but as it was? Not a chance. Still, it was a start. A lot of important groundwork had been done, and future analysis of the gate should go much faster. It was probably good that they didn't manage to take an active gate in this restart. If they did, they would no doubt shy away from simply taking it apart like they ended up doing here, and several crucial insights would never have been made. The interrogation of Sudamir was also a success. Granted, the man knew so many important things that he and Alanik had already agreed to keep kidnapping him in future restarts as well, but even his current gains were considerable. For instance, Zorian had finally found out what the deal was behind his strange transformations. While Sudamir was an extremely talented warder and soul mage, and dabbled in lots of other magics as well, he was not terribly impressive as a fighter. Sudamir was well aware of this, and thus decided to close that vulnerability by becoming a shifter. But he was overconfident and reached far beyond his grasp. Rather than picking one specific magical creature to fuse his soul with, he decided to splice up several magical creatures into some kind of unholy abomination that theoretically combined the best features of all of them, and then fused with that. According to Alanik, it was incredible that the ritual didn't end up turning him utterly insane or a quivering mass of unstable flesh right from the get-go. As it was, the shifter ritual he designed was only a partial failure. The transformation was almost uncontrollable, forcing him to keep it suppressed at all times. But whenever he was under a lot of stress or in emotionally charged situations, his control inevitably started to slip, warping his mind. Still, while the shifter ritual was a failure in many ways, it did give him his signature resilience. One of the creatures he used in crafting his initial abomination was a troll, and the other a dragon. The other three were similarly hard to kill. Zorian shuddered to think what would happen if he were allowed to completely transform into his composite form. Another thing they found out from Sudamir was that there were some people related to the cult of the world dragon that they had missed thus far when investigating the invaders. This was because they technically weren't cultists. In fact, they were purposely kept separated from known cultists as much as possible, so they would look as clean as possible in case somebody investigated them. This included a fair number of lawyers, low-level politicians, and even a respected judge. There was no time left to really check these people out, and Zorian suspected they weren't too important for understanding the invasion, but he made a mental note to investigate them anyway. Just for the sake of being thorough. Eventually the day of the summer festival came, and no attack occurred. The Abasins continued evacuating, the cult of the world dragon never made a move, and the primordial trapped in the hole was never released. But the restart ended right on schedule anyway, and Zorian woke up in Siren, with Curiel wishing him a good morning. 73, Plotting Ahead. Chapter 073 Plotting Ahead. Deep in the jungles of Koth, there was a large, circular hole in the ground that led to a narrow vertical shaft and a pool of greenish water at the bottom. Although the place was quite beautiful, very few people could come here to admire it. It was, after all, absolutely teeming with chameleon drakes. Naturally, this was the cenote where they had recovered the orb of the first emperors in the previous restart. Zack and Zorian stood on the edge of the cenote, observing the chameleon drakes milling around the place and discussing how to go about recovering the orb this time around. Occasionally a group of chameleon drakes wandered past them or scrutinized their location, but between their cloaking spells and Zorian's ability to reach into their minds and edit their senses and memories, there was little chance of them being discovered. "So how are we doing this?" Zack asked. "Do you think you can sneak us in?" Zorian stared at the cenote for a second before shaking his head. The drakes inside the cenote tended to clump together in groups of 5 or more, and the orb cave seemed to be the place that held the largest group. "It's hard enough to keep the drakes from noticing us when it's just 1 or 2, Zorian said sadly. "Those 4 independently moving eyes make their senses quite unlike humans. Figuring out how to fool their senses from moment to moment is too tiresome for me to do it on large groups." Zack didn't seem surprised by this. He seemed to be getting more familiar with the limitations of Zorian's mind magic. "Then we should just go in, spells blazing, then," he offered. "I mean, why complicate things? We can take them, I'm sure of it." "I'd rather not fight a swarm of chameleon drakes today," Zorian said. "How about this? You move back from the cenote a little and attack them. If their previous reaction is any indication, they should all swarm out to deal with you. When they do, I will teleport into the orb cave, claim it, then teleport out. Even if they leave behind a few guards, these will be no match for me." "And what if your attempts to claim the orb cause the Hydra to appear?" Zack said with a frown. "I don't want to be mean, but your fighting skills." "I'm no match for that thing, I know," Zorian said, nodding. "I don't have to actually fight it, though. I can always just flee if it appears. I'm good enough to survive its assault for the few seconds it takes to cast the teleport spell. Besides, I suspect the Hydra can't actually exit the pocket dimension inside the orb cave itself. It's just too big. The last time it emerged from the lake at the bottom of the cenote, and I suspect this time it will be no different. But if you snatch the orb and leave the cave, won't the Hydra have plenty of space near you to teleport itself in?" Zack asked. "Ah, damn. He hadn't thought of that. And even if the Hydra doesn't react immediately, simply having it inside makes the orb into a massive time bomb. The monster can clearly exit the orb whenever it wishes. What if we bring the orb to Cyoria and the Hydra decides to enter the city while we're sleeping or otherwise distracted? Imagine the damage it could do. If it decides not to react when we claim the orb, it might be a good idea to deliberately lure it out before we bring the orb to a populated area. They decided to try Zorian's idea anyway. The execution turned out to be a little more complicated than Zorian had thought it would be. Apparently Zack alone was not threatening enough to whip the entire group of chameleon drakes into a frenzy and make them leave their lair. After all, he was just one man. He might have been ungodly powerful, but that wasn't something that could be gleaned at first sight. Thus, the drakes initially simply sent a group of 5 young drakes to deal with him. Of course, when Zack effortlessly slaughtered those 5, the entire cenote grew more agitated, but not agitated enough to rush out and swarm him. They felt pretty safe in their cenote base, so they just massed themselves together and decided to wait and see if Zack would actually dare attack them in their home. Inconveniently for Zorian, they picked the orb cave as their rallying point. Thankfully, when Zack started to launch artillery spells at the cenote, they decided they couldn't afford to turtle up like that. They rushed out to try and stop him, leaving only a handful of guards behind. Zorian quickly teleported in, claimed the orb and teleported out. Mission accomplished. As for the Hydra, it never showed up. Not when Zorian claimed the orb and not when Zack and Zorian waited for several hours in the middle of the jungle to see if it would eventually decide to emerge. Zorian didn't know what to think about that. On one hand, this meant they didn't have to fight a giant, teleporting, God-touched Hydra. On the other hand, it was just like Zack said earlier, this meant that said Hydra could pop out of the orb when they least expected it and ruin the entire restart. We really need to figure out how to actually enter the damn orb, Zack said unhappily, turning the orb idly in his hands. We need to consider the possibility that the orb simply doesn't have that kind of ability built into it, Zorian told him, staring at the orb in Zack's hands in a speculative manner. Teleportation magic is tricky to make into magic items. There are recall rods that can teleport a person to a predetermined point and teleport platforms that can allow teleportation between fixed points, but anything more sophisticated requires a living caster. It might be that the previous owners of the orb used some kind of specialized spell to enter and leave the orb dimension. Lovely, Zack said, throwing the orb into the air and triggering its deployment mechanism. The orb distorted and then collapsed inward with a soft whooshing sound. In a flash it was gone, no visible trace of its presence anywhere. That means either searching for an obscure teleportation spell or creating one from scratch. That could take forever. As if we didn't have enough time sinks already. He reclaimed the orb, causing it to pop back to existence again, and then deployed it again immediately afterwards. If you are right, though, then this is really poor design, Zack continued. Why the hell would you not include a way in when making something like this? It shouldn't be that hard to place a teleport platform, recall stone or something similar inside. Then, when the owner of the orb commands it to, it pulls the person inside and deposits them there. That's a viable method, no? He reclaimed and then deployed the orb again. It is, Zorian agreed. And maybe there really was such a place inside the orb, once. But teleport platforms and recall stones don't last all that long without regular maintenance. Not for centuries, at least. And there is a chance that something inside actively broke the mechanism. Say, a giant rampaging Hydra. I didn't think of that, Zack scowled, reclaiming the orb again. We just don't. When Zack deployed the orb the 4th time, there was a much louder whooshing sound than usual and the two of them suddenly found themselves standing next to a gigantic, pissed-off Hydra. It immediately pounced on them with an unearthly roar. Needless to say, the next few minutes were, somewhat hectic. Break. Defeating the Hydra took longer than it had the last time they fought, but the fact they didn't have to worry about Daimen and his men dying actually made the battle easier. Things were a little hairy in the beginning, when the Hydra had caught them off guard, but after that they just kept themselves out of the Hydra's reach and kept hammering away at it until it decided the situation was hopeless and fled into the jungle. That took hours to do, though, because Zack had already reclaimed the orb by that point and the Hydra really didn't like that. It didn't help that Zorian was interested in how its multipart mind worked and thus spent most of the battle studying it instead of fighting it for real. They didn't chase after it to finish it off. Having it out of the orb was enough for them. They did spend a lot of time discussing what happened, though, and came to a conclusion that it was no accident that the Hydra had only emerged after Zack had deployed the orb. It was likely that the Hydra couldn't exit the orb while it was in its portable form and had to wait for Zack to deploy the orb before it could make the attempt. That, in turn, suggested that perhaps entering the orb without deploying it was similarly impossible, which would make their previous method of studying the orb while holding it in their hands a somewhat wrong-headed method of finding the entrance. Regardless, after claiming the orb and chasing off the Hydra that emerged from it, Zack and Zorian returned to their current base in Koth, the small Iranian base that the Silent Doorway adepts had established around the local Bakura gate. Zorian's previous suspicion that the Silent Doorway adepts would get friendlier and more open to his arguments if he brought them a functional gate address to Koth turned out to be true beyond his wildest dreams. The Urania went absolutely crazy once they tried it out and confirmed it worked. It took little more than 4 days for him to convince them that the time loop was real and that they should work with him, which was less than half of what it was before. He still sent a simulacrum on a slow journey to Koth, though, both because he didn't want to put all his eggs in one basket and because he needed it to establish a telepathic relay link to Koth by physically placing relay stones along the way. Still, he was extremely pleased that he managed to get this deal with the Silent Doorway adepts working. It wasn't absolutely crucial for reaching Koth, but it would be absolutely necessary when they decided to retrieve the piece of the key that was lost in Blantyre. Blantyre didn't have any notable human civilizations, meaning that ships traveling there were extremely rare. There was no convenient archipelago to serve as a bridge between continents and allow island hopping, so teleporting there was out of the question. The seas and coasts were wild and untamed, full of dangerous monsters and natural danger zones. Zorian had spoken to Daimen about it, and the conclusion was that it was theoretically possible for them to reach Blantyre within the span of a month, but only just. They would have to fully dedicate an entire restart for the task, and they would be left with a measly handful of days to explore Blantyre before the restart ended. Thankfully, Blantyre was seated full of Bakura gates. In fact, they were seated much more densely there, as if whatever power that had made the gates originated from that continent. This was curious because, as far as anyone knew, humanity had never really lived there in the past. Scholars often quarreled about what this meant, but Zorian didn't really care about those arguments. All he cared about was that the Bakura Gate network was pretty much the only viable method he had of reaching Blantyre in a timely manner. The fact that one of the Imperial artifacts was lost in Blantyre was one of the major worries he had about their chances to collect the entire key. Now that he knew he could potentially reach the continent in as little as 4 days if he acquired the correct gate address, it was like a giant rock was lifted off his shoulders. Maybe they really had a chance of doing this. "What about your brother?" Zack suddenly asked. "Didn't you hand him a notebook full of descriptions from our previous restart? Surely he left himself information about where the orb is." "He did, but I already told him we would be claiming it for ourselves," Zorian said. "Ha! He must have loved that," Zack said, smiling at Zorian slightly. "Yeah, he wasn't happy about that," Zorian nodded. "He wasn't too bitter, though. He knows he can't handle the Hydra without our help. He'd need more than a month just to find, vet and organize the extra mercenaries he'd have to hire to successfully retrieve the orb. He did make me promise I would let him have the orb once we were out of the time loop, though." "I guess that's fair," Zack shrugged. "I mean, I've really taken a liking to this thing, but he does sort of have a legitimate claim on it, and he's your brother to boot. You owe me, though." "I owe you," Zorian said, raising his eyebrow at him. "Owe you what?" "Another portable palace like this, of course," said Zack, waving the orb in front of Zorian's face. "You'll be trying to get crazy good at pocket dimensions soon, no?" Surely, a measly little pocket dimension like this is no big deal. Measly, he says. Information about pocket dimension creation was scarce, but what Zorian had found suggested that this orb was near the top end of what was possible to achieve. There were examples of bigger hidden worlds, but not many. Correction, Zorian said blandly. We'll be trying to get crazy good at pocket dimensions soon. Are you seriously telling me you'll pass by the opportunity to learn how to create one? I'd never pass up the opportunity to learn something so useful, Zack said with a grin. But you're the one who's good at creating things, while I am more the kind of guy that breaks them. Plus, we've already established that you owe me. I've magnanimously decided to let your brother claim the orb outside the time loop as a favor to you. As recompense, you need to make another portable palace for me when we finally get out. We'll talk about that later, when we find out how feasible the idea actually is, Zorian told him lightly. However, I can tell you right now that you're never getting an actual palace. What? Zack whined. Why not? Because pocket dimensions don't create matter, Zorian told him. He pointed at the orb in Zack's hands. If you want them to contain a piece of land like that one does, you basically have to steal it by enclosing an actual place into it during the creation process. So if you want a portable palace, well, you first need to build the palace in question. Putting aside the actual costs of such a project, which are bound to be astronomical, I just don't have the necessary skills to design and build a palace. Oh, Zack said. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Now, if you want a tastefully hollowed-out rock or a nice wooden cottage, that I can definitely help you with, Zorian told him. Hell, I might even be able to fit in some actual glass windows if you want me to be extravagant. That triggered a lengthy argument about what kind of building would be possible for a single mage to build on his own, using only natural materials. The argument eventually culminated into a building competition where both Zack and Zorian did their best to construct the most luxurious residence they could with the materials they had on hand. If any jungle explorer were to stumble upon the site several hours later, they would probably be baffled by the series of towers, ziggurats, and blocky houses scattered throughout the entire region. Alas, this part of the jungle was very remote and no such explorer would ever come before the restart ended. The bats and other animals that moved into the buildings after a few days definitely appreciated their new accommodations, though. Break. Zack and Zorian floated in the black void. The black sky that surrounded them was omnidirectional and featureless, containing only one point of interest, a roughly humanoid entity with softly glowing eyes. The Guardian of the Threshold. It had been a while since they visited this place. They tried not to interact with the Guardian too much, lest they accidentally trigger some kind of safeguard, and it realized there were two controllers inside the time loop and that it should do something about that. However, now that they'd gotten their hands on a piece of the key, it only made sense for them to come and visit the Sovereign Gate to see how it would react. Welcome, controller, the Guardian said, its voice just as soft and devoid of emotion as Zorian remembered it to be. The entity gave no indication it remembered their last visit to this place. We have questions for you, Zack told the Guardian bluntly. I will do my best to answer them, the Guardian agreed placidly. They didn't ask it about the orb immediately. Instead, they first confirmed the number of restarts they had until the time loop collapsed, just in case. They had 42 left, exactly as it should be. After that, Zorian summoned a list of questions the two of them had prepared for the Guardian over the previous restarts, concerning Red Robe, the mechanics of the time loop and so on. They didn't get anywhere with that, of course. The Guardian either didn't know how to help them or flat out refused to do so when they asked things they weren't authorized to know. They had expected that, but it was still frustrating to be foiled so thoroughly. In any case, once they had exhausted their prepared list of questions, they finally moved on to the main purpose of this visit. Guardian, can you tell us more about the key now? Zorian asked. To find out about the key, please bring me the key for inspection, the Guardian told him. Yes, in order to find out about the key, we must first have the key. A perfectly logical requirement, Zack said, rolling his eyes. But we're not here for that. Our question is this: if we bring you a single piece of the key, does that count for something? Do we get to ask you questions about it? Having only one piece of the key will result in information about that part only, the Guardian noted. That's fine, Zack said dismissively. We brought you one of the pieces, so why don't you take a look? I do not see it, the Guardian told him immediately. Are you sure you have connected it to the control room properly? Wait, we have to do what? Zack asked incredulously. As it turned out, simply having the pieces of the key on them when they connected to the Sovereign Gate wasn't enough. The Guardian neither knew nor cared what they had on their person when they entered this void it inhabited. Instead, it was up to Zack and Zorian to connect the orb to the Sovereign Gate so the Guardian could inspect it and confirm its authenticity. How were they supposed to do that? The Guardian was naturally of no help whatsoever. It took them 2 hours of frustrated tinkering before they realized they had to use their marker as a sort of bridge, simultaneously connecting it to both the Sovereign Gate and the orb. Only then did the Guardian recognize it. This is indeed a legitimate piece of the key, the Guardian decided. Finally, Zack huffed. So what does this get us? Nothing on its own, the Guardian responded. You need the entire key to unlock higher authorization than you have now. However, you can now ask me for information about it like you wanted earlier. Keep in mind that I have no knowledge of the object's mundane functions. I can only give you information about it as it relates to the time loop. So if we asked you about the pocket dimension contained in the orb, began Zorian. I couldn't help you, the Guardian said. I didn't even know there was a pocket dimension encapsulated within the key piece until you told me. There was a second of silence as both Zack and Zorian frowned at the information. This was not completely unexpected. It had been very obvious during their previous visit that the Guardian did not perceive the world in the same way humans did and often just plain disregarded things not related to its job. Still, this was disappointing to hear. All right, said Zack eventually. So what can you tell us about the orb, then? What are its capabilities as it relates to the time loop? It contains a memory bank that the controller can use to store and organize their important memories across restarts, the Guardian said. Wait, what? Zack and Zorian shared a shocked glance, not having expected this at all. A memory bank, Zorian repeated slowly. Yes, the Guardian confirmed. You should be able to sense an empty space inside if you focus on the key piece correctly. Simply focus on the memories you want to store in the bank and push them inside. Once inside, they will persist from restart to restart and be available for viewing at any time, unless you choose to delete them at some point. Keep in mind that this ability only exists inside the time loop. Once you leave and this reality permanently collapses, all of the memories you stored inside the key piece will be similarly destroyed. Make sure to refresh on anything important you placed there before you leave. There was a brief silence as the two of them digested this information. I guess we now know what that mysterious empty space inside the orb was, Zorian finally said. Yeah, Zack said distractedly, lost in thought for a second. He then took a deep breath and turned to Zorian again. It sounds very convenient. Yes, Zorian agreed. The ability was a little redundant to him, what with his ability to create memory packets, but he could imagine that an average controller would find the ability absolutely invaluable. It was almost like having a notebook that carried over from restart to restart, only better. Guardian, is there any limit on the amount of memories this bank can hold? There are limits to everything, the Guardian told him. But you are highly unlikely to ever reach these particular ones. Even if you found a way to store your entire memory and did so in every single restart, you would not come even close to filling the available space inside the memory bank. Good to know. This gave him some very nice ideas. After all, if he could unload most of the notebooks he had kept in his head into the orb, he could really go wild in recruiting experts and having them continue their work across restarts. Do you think the other Imperial artifacts have similar abilities? Zorian asked Zack. Probably, agreed Zack. Hey, Guardian. What about the other pieces? Do they all give us an ability related to the time loop? To find out about the other pieces of the key, please bring them to me for inspection, the Guardian answered. Zorian snorted in amusement. Yeah, dumb question, I guess, Zack said, clacking his tongue. But I think they probably do all give an ability. No reason for the orb to be the only one. Now I'm even more anxious to get my hands on these things. No wonder we haven't been able to find a way to place temporary markers or remove people from the time loop, said Zorian after some thought. No doubt those two abilities are also tied to Imperial artifacts. Probably the crown Quadakikl is wearing and that dagger that is in Eldamar's royal treasury. Zack gave it some thought. You may be right, he eventually said. Which do you think gives what? Well, purely thematically speaking, I'd guess that the knife is what removes people from the time loop, said Zorian. Which would leave the crown as the artifact that allows for the placement of temporary markers. It does make sense if you think of the temporary markers as subordinate to the main one, Zack mused. The main marker is the ruler, and the ruler needs a crown. The Guardian of the Threshold remained silent during this conversation, giving no indication it had heard anything. Pity. Zorian had hoped it might react a bit and therefore indicate how close they were hitting to the truth. He really wondered how that thing was made. It appeared to be a mindless automaton, but some of its responses were sufficiently lifelike that he had trouble treating it as a purely mindless thing. Guardian, will you remember that we've already brought you this piece the next time we visit, or do we need to bring all 5 pieces simultaneously to get higher authorization? Zorian asked. You must bring the entire key if you want higher authorization, the Guardian said. Damn, Zack swore. We suspected it would be like this, Zorian sighed. They spent another hour pestering the Guardian about the orb and the memory bank it contained. They didn't find out anything terribly important though, so they eventually disconnected themselves from the Sovereign Gate. Unlike the first time they had gone here, this time they'd made much more thorough, sophisticated preparations. As such, they didn't find their bodies catastrophically damaged by the time they were ready to leave. Quite the contrary, the researchers left them well enough alone with no mind magic necessary. This was partially because they'd brought much more intimidating forgeries of their credentials and partially because they were trailed by 2 massive bodyguards that kept watch while they were communicating with the Guardian. The bodyguards were, of course, just particularly lifelike golems that Zorian had made for the occasion. They were actually pretty terrible as far as golems went, but they looked human enough to fool casual inspection, and that was the only thing that mattered. Their only job was to follow them around in utter silence, looking all grim and intimidating. They didn't immediately leave the time magic research facility. They had come here not just to have a chat with the Guardian of the Threshold, but also because they wanted to make use of the Black Room for the restart. However, they had made a mistake this time. They decided to bring the orb of the first Emperor with them into the Black Room. It was a tempting idea. If they could bring a portable palace with them into the temporal acceleration area, then it didn't matter much that space was so limited, they could bring everything they needed, even people, inside the orb. The main limitation of the Black Room would be broken. Sure, they still didn't know how to actually enter the pocket dimension contained in the orb, but neither of them thought the procedure would forever elude them. And besides, they didn't need to be able to enter the orb to test the viability of the idea. All they had to do was bring the orb with them into the Black Room and see what would happen. Well, what happened was that the Black Room shut itself down almost instantly after initiating temporal acceleration. After an hour of analysis and heated discussion with nervous researchers, Zack and Zorian found out that the price of temporally accelerating an area of space was based on the volume of space being accelerated. By bringing a palace worth of space inside, even inside a pocket dimension, the two of them massively inflated the mana cost of the operation procedure. Not to mention that the facility itself was not designed to handle that kind of strain. As such, the Black Room ran out of mana in less than a second and immediately shut itself down. The researchers, though still somewhat intimidated by them, gave them a severe tongue lashing for even trying the idea without consulting them about it beforehand. Oh, and they were really interested in studying the orb. Zorian actually considered letting them do so, just to see what a group of dedicated researchers like this could tell them about the artifact, but refused their request for the moment. He had to set things up very carefully before giving them the orb, or else he would simply be handing it to the Eldamarian authorities and starting a manhunt for the two of them. I wonder if this is true for the time loop as well, Zack mused later, when they were out of the facility. If we create our own pocket dimensions here, aren't we also increasing the volume that needs to be temporally accelerated and thus creating a strain on the system? Probably, Zorian said. But the time loop reality is so huge that even if we increased its internal volume a bit by opening additional pocket dimensions, the added power drain should be pretty minuscule. The problem with the black room is that it's pretty tiny. The space inside the orb is actually many times larger than the black room itself. As such, bringing the orb into the black room is like trying to transport an elephant inside a tiny, one-man boat. No matter what clever method you use to make it fit, it still weighs so much it would sink the whole setup. I fear this idea is dead in the water. Shame, said Zack. The orb does a pretty good job of isolating the space inside from the rest of reality, though. That's kind of what the black room is meant to accomplish, only better. What if, instead of trying to bring the orb inside the black room, we simply ditched the black room altogether and retooled the entire facility to apply its temporal acceleration effect on the orb itself? I know the space inside the orb is much more massive than the black room, but maybe the effects of a better dimensional boundary overshadow that. And really, even if it produces less drastic acceleration, I'd rather spend half a month inside a palace than a full month inside a tiny cramped room. An interesting idea, Zorian admitted. We'd need to get willing cooperation from the staff of the facility to pull something of that scale, though. No way could we pull this off ourselves, especially not on a super-secret research facility financed by the Eldamarian government. Zorian still made a mental note to revisit the idea later. Perhaps it wasn't very feasible at the moment, but they needed every advantage they could get. Break. On one unremarkable Sunday morning, Zorian woke up to find Amaya's house under siege. Well, not a literal siege, but the throng of people gathered around the entrance was impressively large and thoroughly blocked anyone's ability to get in or out of the house. Zorian was quite mystified by this, since he couldn't think of anything he had done that would cause such an occurrence. Zorian joined the other inhabitants of the house, who had awoken far sooner than him, in staring warily through the window at the mass of people surrounding the house. They seemed to be quite a diverse bunch, ranging from simple curious neighbors that had gathered to see what was happening to groups of healers, mages, various guild recruiters and newspaper reporters. Dare I ask what this is about? Zorian asked Amaya, who was nervously wringing her hands as she eyed the gathered crowd with a wary eye. It's my fault, Kale spoke up in an embarrassed voice. I'm sorry. What do you mean it's your fault? Zorian asked curiously. What did you do exactly? Well, you know how I keep working on better medicines. And how I've been recruiting other alchemists and healers in my work. Well, the results of that effort are getting, kind of impressive. Impressive enough to cause a stir. Especially when they come from someone as young as me with no real backer, Kale explained. He shuffled in place uncomfortably and Kana squeezed herself closer to him, disturbed by the fearful, awkward atmosphere in the room. I'm really sorry. I hadn't considered this possibility at all. Zorian shook his head, not really angry at the boy. Part of the blame rested on him too, he should have paid closer attention to what Kale was doing and what kind of attention it was garnering. Though in all honesty, this was just a mild inconvenience for him. He could teleport in and out of the house at will. They were initially much more aggressive about trying to get in, Amaya told him. But those wards you placed on the house stopped them cold, so they've been more restrained since then. The wards themselves drew some people here, though. I'm not sure, but I think some people from the Mage Guild are here to talk to you about that. It was only then that Zorian remembered that raising heavy wards around a residence required a special permit from the city's Mage Guild. A permit that Zorian didn't have. He had been warding places so often these days, with zero regard for local laws and customs, that he had almost forgotten that this sort of thing was regulated in most places. Okay, maybe this was more than just a mild inconvenience. Break. In the mountains of southern Altazia, there was a fairly famous cave system that surrounded an ancient volcano. The volcano hadn't been active in over a century, but the cave still held spacious caverns and winding corridors full of lava that never cooled. This was a magically powerful place heavily aligned with fire, and it was absolutely teeming with fire elementals. And one of those elementals was Kiln Father, the elder fire elemental that Zack and Zorian were currently visiting. Kiln Father wasn't the oldest of the elder elementals living in this place, but he was the only one even remotely interested in talking with humans. The others lived deep in the lava fields of the volcano cavern system. Simply reaching their strongholds would be a monumental task, considering the incredible heat and the omnipresent poisonous fumes of their home environment, and convincing a taciturn elemental to talk with you was a notoriously futile endeavor. So Kiln Father it was. They met Kiln Father in a wide, spacious cavern of black basalt stone. Steam and poisonous fumes billowed up from the cracks in the floor and walls, but the air was entirely breathable with the aid of the right air filtering spells. As for the temperature, well, it was hot, but not unhealthily so. They could endure it for the few hours the talks would last. The only thing Zack and Zorian really had to watch for was not to hurt any of the Kiln Father's children. Kiln Father looked like a giant gecko made out of cooling lava. He was black, with cracked skin that pulsed with inner fire, dimming and brightening in a regular rhythm. His eyes were big, yellow, slitted and shining. Surrounding him was a small throng of smaller black geckos that looked like tiny copies of him. If one looked at the smaller geckos closely enough, however, they would notice they were not elementals like Kiln Father. They were actual living beings. The black geckos had been, as far as anyone could tell, just regular animals until Kiln Father had implanted some of his elemental spirit into them, causing them to swell in size and develop powerful fire-based magic. Kiln Father loved his creations with all his heart, to the point where he styled his entire appearance after them, and some people speculated he was trying to shape them into a legitimate sapient species as time went by. He did not tolerate any violence towards his beloved children and would immediately start hostilities with anyone who hurt so much as a scale on their back, and call the rest of the domain's fire elementals for help if he thought he was outmatched. The trouble was, sometimes these children started hostilities, forcing people to defend themselves, but the Kiln Father didn't care. No matter the circumstances, his children were always in the right. "Welcome, guests," Kiln Father said, his voice deep and resonant. Come closer, come closer. Mind my children, please. They can sometimes get a little overzealous in their welcome, but they always mean well." "Kiln Father is as welcoming as stories say," Zorian said politely. "Hopefully these two guests will be found worthy of your hospitality. Please accept our gifts." They directed the floating field of force that carried a small basalt chest towards Kiln Father, forcing it to stop at a respectful distance from the elemental. It opened on its own, revealing a plethora of rare stones and materials that were said to be attractive to fire elementals. "Oh my, you shouldn't have," Kiln Father said, his large, bright yellow tongue darting out his mouth to lick his eyes one by one. "But it would be impolite of me to refuse a gift. What was it that you said you came here for?" "Well," began Zorian. "We were wondering if you ever heard of any of the locations where the primordials were imprisoned." Break. House Latova was a fairly important house in Falcrinia. They were a new house, having achieved their status due to their knowledge of certain unique potions that nobody else could figure out how to make, but their future looked rather promising. Their potion business was booming, giving them plenty of money to throw around to make themselves heard and boost their political influence in Falcrinia and elsewhere. Naturally, they guarded the secrets of their alchemy very, very closely. They invested a great deal of their newfound wealth into security, well aware that if their competitors managed to get their hands on their secrets their ascent to greatness would be greatly jeopardized. Today, Zack and Zorian were trying to break into House Latova's alchemy repository. They weren't doing it because they honestly wanted to steal their alchemical secrets, though Zorian would take a look at their records if they succeeded, simply to satisfy his curiosity. No, they were doing it because they wanted to practice their ability to break into secure areas. The problem was simple. They needed to get the Imperial dagger that was stored in the Eldamarian royal palace. However, the palace was way out of their league at the moment. They just didn't have enough experience in breaking into places like that. Thus, Zorian had hit upon the idea of targeting minor houses, gradually tackling greater and greater challenges until they gathered enough expertise in infiltration to tackle their real goal. They had already tried their hand at breaking into some wealthy estates, sometimes successfully and sometimes not. House Latova would be their biggest challenge yet. You know, Zack had told him before they launched the mission, I am amused by the fact that you have qualms about stealing people's secrets by rooting through their minds, but have no problems at all about physically rooting through their stuff. It's not the same, Zorian protested. I know, Zack said. And don't get me wrong, it actually sets me at ease that you have some standards about your mind magic usage. I can't help but find it a bit amusing, though. You don't seem to have any problems going along with this, Zorian remarked. Nah, I've done things like this all the time when I was alone, Zack said dismissively. Only with less sneaking in and more blasting the door off its hinges and powering through the wards. One of these days we'll have to do these raids my way. It's a rush. I bet you'd love it. Zorian snorted. I bet I wouldn't, he countered. Though maybe you're on to something. Somehow I feel less conflicted about taking people's notebooks, research documentation and the like than I do about taking their thoughts and memories. Mind magic is something I can do on a whim. It's easy, it's convenient, and I don't think I'm a good enough person to resist the temptation to use it all the time if I get into the habit of using it lightly. But this kind of thing, it's terrifying and stressful and takes effort to organize and pull off. I'll probably never feel casual about it. Hummed Zack. I wouldn't be so sure. Almost anything gets pretty mundane if you do it long enough. But it is true that raids like this aren't something you do on impulse alone. Anyway, we came here to steal alchemical recipes, not to talk philosophy. Are we doing this or not? We're doing it, responded Zorian. Let's go. Break. 9 restarts had passed since the restart in which Zack and Zorian had found where the orb of the first emperor was located. The two of them had worked on their skills, sought out experts and raided places for practice and critical secrets. They expanded their research initiatives massively, making use of the orb's memory bank to store all the research notes that resulted from this, and then found new sources of money and materials to pay for all this. Sudamir was completely interrogated several times and his knowledge of the invasion and soul magic made full use of. They worked with Daimen to get in touch with his friends and colleagues, narrowing down the location for the piece of the key that was lost in the Zlotic desert. They worked hard to understand and reverse engineer the Abasin gate and tried to figure out a faster, easier way to activate the Bakura gates. They managed to enter the orb near the end of this period. They had been forced to design a specialized teleportation spell to do so, which took multiple restarts due to the rarity of pocket dimension magic and the corresponding difficulty of finding the right experts and manuals. When they had finally managed to get in, they found that the pocket dimension did contain a teleport platform that served as an inbuilt entrance, but the platform had broken down a long time ago due to lack of maintenance. Once the platform was fixed, the spell was no longer necessary, but since they were in the time loop, this repair was undone at the end of every restart. Zack and Zorian eventually stopped bothering to repair the platform and just used the spell to enter and leave as they wish. The spell was the superior option anyway, since it allowed them to enter and leave the orb in any location they wished. As for the contents of the orb, well, they hadn't found any more giant hydras inside, much to Zack's disappointment. They had found a lot of dangerous plants and animals, though, so it was hardly peaceful. They also found a great deal of potions, magical equipment, secret grimoires and valuable materials, virtually all of which had expired, rotted, broken down or were hopelessly outdated. They had high hopes that there was something good buried in all that trash and rubble, and were still stubbornly combing through it. Mercifully, the general decay of the place also extended to palace defenses. It was clear the palace had once sported impressive wards and a frankly ridiculous number of traps, giant boulders rolling down the corridors, seriously, but most of them had broken down over the centuries. Currently, Zorian was sitting on the grass in the middle of an isolated meadow. Not far from him was a simulacrum absorbed in assembling a magical rifle, tirelessly pondering design improvements and occasionally testing out prototypes on a distant rock. Zorian didn't want to disturb him, but made a mental note to himself to add better sound-dampening wards on the final design. Those magical rifles he had been building were painfully loud. Though considering how large some of the latest designs were getting, that was to be expected. He had told the simulacrum to design a better rifle, not a portable cannon, damn it. In any case, Zorian himself was controlling a group of golems against a group consisting of Zack, Alanik, Svim and Taven. His 4 opponents were holding back a lot, or else the golems wouldn't last very long, but that was okay. This wasn't a test of his golem-making skills, it was a combat exercise meant to test different tactics and figure out the most effective method of controlling and deploying his golems. He took advantage of a short pause in the battle to quickly check up on his simulacrum and cough. These days he no longer needed a long chain of telepathic relays to do so. The soul magic knowledge he got from Sudamir had allowed him to devise a method of establishing telepathic contact with his simulacrums through the soul they all shared. He found out that the simulacrum was busy arranging some kind of trade deal along with Daimen and left him to his devices. Eventually the combat exercise ended and the other 4 joined Zorian in relaxing on the grass. Well, they were relaxing until the simulacrum fired its prototype cannon again and startled them all with another devastating boom. Gods, Zorian, Taven complained. That thing your copy is building is like a miniature siege engine and you're still not satisfied? What on earth do you need a gun like that for? Zorian smiled at her. We're going to kill a giant spider, he told her. And then we're going to visit an annoying old woman with its remains. 74, The Return. Chapter 074 The Return. Simulacrum number 4 was worried. He really shouldn't be, considering what he was and how many times the original had fought the Grey Hunter by now. If anything, he should be feeling excited. He had a good feeling about this attempt. Their skills had grown, they had become intimately familiar with the Grey Hunter's capabilities and they had brought a number of surprises designed specifically to counter it. This could work. This could actually work, unlike so many previous attempts they'd made. Maybe that was it. In their previous attempts, Zorian, and, by extension, Simulacrum number 4, had always felt the attempt was a long shot. Even if they failed, it was to be expected. This time he actually felt good about their chances, making him more emotionally invested in the outcome. Then again, they actually had a pressing need for the Grey Hunter's eggs this time. They could contact Silver Lake without them, but talking to Silver Lake was going to be much harder and much more annoying if they couldn't bring her something she desperately wanted. He unconsciously clutched the rifle closer to his chest, the sensation of it dispelling his current stream of thought. He remembered practicing with it over and over, but it still felt a bit alien to his mind, and so did the arms that held it. He was a brand new type of simulacrum that the original had thought up recently. Instead of being embodied into an ectoplasmic shell like a regular simulacrum, he had been attached to a real matter golem body designed to mimic the original. This was a step up from the base spell in just about every regard, granting him vastly increased durability and having his maintenance cost at the same time. It allowed Zorian to maintain twice the usual number of simulacrums and ensured that they wouldn't be destroyed by relatively minor damage. The only downside was that making the golem bodies was very time-consuming, and that the materials were expensive as hell. Or at least that was the idea, anyway. The simulacrum actually felt significantly stiffer and more restricted in his movements than he was used to, a clear sign that his joints weren't working quite as well as the original had hoped they would. No doubt the original would find a way to fix or mitigate these issues as time went by, but that would make no difference for him personally. He really hoped he wouldn't lock up or miss in the actual battle because of this. Alas, the time for contemplation was over. A short message rippled out of his soul and into his consciousness, informing him, and the other 3 simulacrums gathered around the area, that the original was about to start the fight. He quickly checked up on his rifle one final time and then sent a confirmation that he was ready through the exact same method, using their shared soul as a conduit for communication. Very convenient, that. The original was already working on further upgrades, based on their studies of the Hydra and the cephalic rat collective, but that was still in the initial stages and nowhere near ready for field use. For now, normal, soul conduit communication would have to suffice. And then it began. The Grey Hunter leapt out of its cave and immediately moved to attack Zack and Zorian, completely ignoring the simulacrums scattered around the area. A swarm of projectiles answered its charge, Zack and Zorian doing their best to keep it pressured without wasting too much of their mana reserves. Zack launched powerful beams of force at it, forcing it to keep dodging and breaking up its momentum. Zorian, on the other hand, borrowed Kurma's trick, holding a grayish metal cube as a spell focus. He launched swarms of smaller, cheaper projectiles that homed in unerringly on the Grey Hunter's weak points. He timed his attack to coincide with Zack's, forcing the Grey Hunter to take at least a few hits from every barrage. Although individually weak and unable to truly threaten the Grey Hunter, they were apparently doing something because the spider was clearly getting angrier and more agitated as seconds ticked by. Simulacrum number 4 trailed the Grey Hunter with the scope of his rifle, but did not shoot. The Grey Hunter was currently ignoring the simulacrums because it did not perceive them as a threat, but that wouldn't last very long if they started blindly firing into the battle zone. No, if he and his duplicate brethren wanted to help Zack and the original, they needed to pick their moment carefully. The problem with using the gun on the Grey Hunter wasn't in whether or not it could dodge the bullet. It couldn't. To Zorian's knowledge, nothing was fast enough to dodge a projectile that moved faster than sound itself. The problem was that the spider never sat still long enough to get a good shot on it. Bullets didn't track their target and using magic to make them do so was incredibly difficult. The most Zorian could do was curve their trajectories slightly towards where he wanted them to hit. And the simulacrums didn't just have to hit the Grey Hunter, they had to hit it in a way that left the egg sac unharmed. Basically, they needed the Grey Hunter to stay still for a second. A tall order, but the simulacrum was confident that Zack and the original could pull it off. The Grey Hunter lunged toward Zorian. Zack was a bigger threat, but Zorian was more annoying and probably looked more vulnerable to its senses. If it could get rid of the annoying weakling first, it could then focus its full attention on the true threat and its victory would be assured. But looks could be deceptive. The Grey Hunter smashed straight into Zorian's shield at full force and was stopped cold. The thick barrier of force that surrounded Zorian was a marvel of spell engineering, a custom spell that Zorian had designed with the help of a dozen professional spell crafters to make maximum use of Zorian's exceptional shaping skills. The softly glowing threads, woven through every inch of the thick sphere of force, lit up like blazing lamps, distributing the incoming force away from the impact points and into the shield as a whole, lessening the strain on any individual point in the shield. The Grey Hunter attacked the shield again and again in quick succession, and it finally gave way, but rather than the whole shield shattering, 3 small hexagons of force broke down instead, leaving the main structure unharmed. Before the Grey Hunter could take advantage of that, the entire shield shifted and automatically rearranged itself, nearby hexagons sliding into place to close the gap. Suddenly aware that Zorian was no easy target to be brought down quickly, the Grey Hunter tried to back off, but it was too late. Zack had positioned himself carefully while the Grey Hunter had been trying to batter down Zorian's shield, and now launched a barrage of 3 hyperdense stone spheres at the spider. The Grey Hunter spun around like an acrobat, deflecting the spheres away from itself with measured kicks, but Zorian took advantage of its predicament to launch a pair of metal cylinders at it. The Grey Hunter, accustomed to weathering Zorian's annoying but weak attacks and not seeing any great concentration of mana in the cylinders, chose to ignore them in favor of the much more threatening stone spheres. Just before they were going to impact the Grey Hunter, the cylinders detonated into a cacophony of sound, bright light, magical disturbances and aromatic smoke, all of it specifically optimized for Grey Hunter senses. Dazed and disoriented by the flashbang grenades, the Grey Hunter stumbled and stopped. Just for a moment. Simulacrum number 4 pulled the trigger. Another deafening blast sounded out, closely followed by 2 more. Simulacrum number 2 didn't fire, as he was positioned very inconveniently and there was a danger he could hit the egg sac if he fired. Of the 3 bullets, 1 missed the Grey Hunter completely. Simulacrum number 1 had apparently aimed his shot so poorly that not even the trajectory-correcting magics the original placed on the bullet could help. It didn't matter, though, both he and number 3 had hit the Grey Hunter straight into its cephalothorax, the bullet successfully breaking through its carapace. It was a testament to the Grey Hunter's toughness that, mere moments following this, it shook off the stun effect and retreated at top speed, as if it hadn't just been shot twice in the head with high-caliber armor-piercing bullets. But it didn't matter. It was living on borrowed time. From the moment those bullets sank into its flesh, its fate was sealed. The bullets were filled with the distilled essence of the crystal ooze, a magical creature every bit as powerful as the Grey Hunter, whose touch turned all flesh into inert crystal. The crystallization bullets, as Zorian called them, were already turning the Grey Hunter's organs into lifeless crystal, and there was nothing the spider could do about it. The Grey Hunter seemed to realize it too. It went berserk, lunging at Zack and Zorian with even greater zeal, and then tried to flee. They couldn't allow that, of course. If it escaped, it would doubtlessly retreat into the deep dungeon and hide before dying, and other denizens of the dungeon might eat the egg sac before they could track down its corpse. Thus, walls of stone and force sprang up to bar its path, ectoplasmic threads and tentacles sought to entangle it and dimensional gates barred the path to its lair. Eventually, the internal crystallization process advanced too far for the Grey Hunter to keep functioning and it started to visibly slow and then stop. Simulacrum number 4 and his fellow duplicates were then sent in to hack it apart and claim the egg sac, because the original was too much of a coward to do it himself. Then again, the Grey Hunter did mangle one of the simulacrums beyond repair as its last act before dying, so maybe he shouldn't judge. But anyway, the Grey Hunter was dead, and the egg sac was still intact. It was time to visit Silver Lake again. After some thought, Simulacrum number 4 wandered off from the Grey Hunter's corpse and sought out the original to talk to him about visiting the old witch. He was so looking forward to seeing her reaction when she realized what they had done, and it wasn't fair that he wouldn't get to see it just because he was a simulacrum. He was the one that shot the Grey Hunter. Well, he and number 3, but number 3 ended up being killed by the Grey Hunter's last hurrah. He totally earned this and was not taking no for an answer. Break. After securing the corpse of the Grey Hunter, Zorian and his simulacrums went about carefully removing the egg sac attached to its underbelly without damaging it, a task far harder than Zorian would initially have assumed it would be. Then again, the egg sac had stayed attached to the Grey Hunter while it was doing all sorts of sharp movements and acrobatics, so it was a bit silly of him to assume he could just peel it off the spider as he wished. Still, it was nothing that Zorian and his duplicates couldn't solve with a bit of time and analysis. After an hour or so, they finally managed to separate the egg sac from the corpse without ruining it. They immediately set off to see Silver Lake. They had no idea what it took to keep the eggs alive in the long term, after all, so it was better to deliver them to Silver Lake as soon as possible. They also kept the Grey Hunter's corpse, stashing it in the orb of the First Emperor. Much of its value was ruined when its insides crystallized, but there should still be enough of it for a potion or two. After some reasoned and totally calm discussion, Zorian also decided to take Simulacrum number 4 with him to see Silver Lake. Being accompanied by a simulacrum might help him convince her that he wasn't just a precocious teenage mage and that she should actually take him seriously. In any case, tracking down Silver Lake's home wasn't hard this time around. She may have hidden it in a pocket dimension, but Zorian knew the general area it was in and had specialized divinations that could find such things. They didn't try to break into the pocket dimension, though. That would have been threatening and rude. Instead, they got her attention in a more civilized manner, by taking the Grey Hunter's corpse out of the orb and parading it around the pocket dimension entrance while chanting her name. It didn't take long before she decided to come out to meet them. She gave the dead Grey Hunter a quick, intrigued look before seemingly ignoring it in favor of focusing on them instead. She remained standing next to the entrance to her pocket dimension, though, a long iron rod clutched tightly in her bony fingers. "Hello," Zack said, giving her a sunny smile and a casual wave of his hand. "What a curious bunch of visitors you are," Silverlake said, unmoved by his friendliness. "It's not every day that two baby mages manage to track me down to this place, and is that a simulacrum attached to a golem frame? My, aren't you a clever sort?" "Well, you're a pretty clever sort yourself," Zorian noted. "You figured out what my simulacrum is without casting any obvious analysis spells." He really meant that, too. Certainly he couldn't pull off something like that. He'd have to spend several minutes casting analytical divinations before he could work out what he was dealing with. Granted, she may have done that before she stepped out of her pocket dimension, but it was still impressive. "Well, out with it," Silverlake demanded. "Why are you bothering this old woman in the middle of her afternoon nap, making all this racket?" "We have come to trade," Zack said in an equally cheery tone, undaunted by her wariness. "We have killed the Grey Hunter and retrieved its eggs fully intact," Zorian said without preamble, waving his hand at the corpse of the giant spider on the ground next to them. His simulacrum, meanwhile, casually extracted the Grey Hunter's eggs from the box he was carrying, letting Silverlake see them. Her eyes immediately lit up with greed and excitement. She hid it quite quickly, but it was there. "We thought you might be interested in them." "Oh. And why did you think that?" Silverlake asked him, inclining her head to the side, like a bird that spotted something interesting. "Because you told me so in the past," Zorian said blandly. "Because I told you so in the past," Silverlake repeated slowly, looking at him like he was stupid. "What a curious thing to say. Old I may be, but my memory is still going strong, and I don't remember ever talking to you." Zack and Zorian had discussed extensively what to tell Silverlake before coming to this place. Telling her the truth about the time loop was dangerous, because she was likely proficient in both soul and mind magic. She was a highly capable witch, after all, and they were famous for dabbling in both of those fields. However, convincing her to help them through lies and manipulations would take a long time, and time was, amusingly enough, something they had a chronic shortage of. Thus, they had unanimously decided to just tell the annoying old witch the truth and see how she reacted. Even if she was hostile, they could probably handle it. Probably. You don't remember because the world we live in is constantly repeating itself. On the night of the summer festival, the world ends. Everything reverts to how it was the month before, and then carries on as if nothing was wrong. Like an endlessly repeating music box, you repeat your actions over and over in month-long intervals, constantly forgetting, constantly starting over, Zorian explained, being deliberately a little melodramatic and mysterious. Silverlake listened to his explanation with an arched eyebrow, looking surprised and amused in equal measure. "My word, you came all this way just to deliver this kind of tall tale to me?" Silverlake said, chuckling lightly. "I suppose I can understand where you're coming from. I have been told, on occasion, that I am rather repetitive in my arguments." "It's not just you," Zorian said, shaking his head. "Everyone is reliving this month over and over. Only me and Zack here are immune." "Oh, but of course," Silverlake said, slapping herself in the forehead. "Of course it's like that. No doubt I too can get this kind of immunity at very favorable prices, thus saving myself from this awful, awful fate of, repeating myself for all eternity. I must say, the scammers these days are getting really inventive." "Actually, there is nothing we can do to help you retain awareness of previous restarts," Zack said, clacking his tongue unhappily. "Kind of depressing, but there you go. We're not here for that. As I have noted earlier, we're here to trade the Grey Hunter's eggs in exchange for magical help." Silverlake stayed silent for a second. "Ah, I see," she finally said. This is just you answering my question. I asked how you knew I needed the gray hunter's eggs and you gave me an answer. I supposed if I asked you for an actual explanation. This is an actual explanation, Zorian said. It's not my fault you don't believe me. Humph, Silver Lake scoffed. Out of curiosity, during this conversation that I have no memory of, did I ever actually tell you what I needed the gray hunter's eggs for? No, you did not, Zorian admitted. To be honest, I was rather angry with you back then and didn't inquire too deeply. I came to you for help with a pressing problem and you sent me on all sorts of tasks, all of which I did without complaint. But my only reward was to be told to go after the gray hunter for its eggs. I was a lot weaker back then, so that basically amounted to sending me on an impossible task in order to get rid of me. That does sound like something I would do, Silver Lake nodded sagely. Which brings me to my next point, why are you so certain that I actually desire these eggs? Maybe I just sent you on a fool's errand to waste your time, and didn't actually care about the outcome. Well, the truth was that Zorian didn't know this for certain. He was making an educated guess, based on things like her clearly having tried to acquire the eggs herself in the past. But she didn't have to know that. I'm an empath, he told her. So I am certain you do want these eggs very, very much. Silver Lake scowled at him. A mind mage, she spat out in disgust. I have the most rotten luck, I swear. I only like mind magic when I'm the one using it on others. Fine, I admit it, I do want the gray hunter's eggs, but they're not as valuable as you might hope. Meaning? Zorian asked calmly. I have an important project that requires them, but it's only one of the two critical components that I lack. If you had brought both of them, I would really be desperate to make a deal with you. But it's a shame, for without the other critical component, the eggs are merely interesting. Zack rolled his eyes at her. You're just like Zorian described you, he said. Every time one of your tasks is accomplished, you come up with another one. Well, that's not very fair, she said reasonably. I don't remember ever giving you a task, after all. But that aside, I never said I will not trade for the eggs. I just said you better not hope to swindle something actually good from me in exchange for something that minor. Minor, she says. Right. Out of curiosity, what is this other critical component? Zorian asked. Bones and certain organs of a giant brown salamander that has grown past a certain size, Silver Lake said. That's it? Zack asked incredulously. Those things are everywhere around here. It's not as simple as it sounds, Silver Lake said. Yes, there are plenty of them to be found in the rivers and creeks around us, but they simply aren't big enough, not mature enough. Giant brown salamanders never die of old age, you see. They simply get bigger. But they are a fairly weak type of magical creature, and they grow really slowly past a certain point, so almost none of them reach the size I need them to be. I need a salamander that has survived for at least 100 years, and that's incredibly rare. They can't be bred in captivity? Zack asked. Silver Lake looked at him like he just asked the dumbest thing ever. Who would be willing to wait 100 years for a creature to grow up, she asked. Nobody has that much time, boy. Besides, they'd probably all get sick and die before the 100 years are up. I have no idea how to go about raising giant salamanders. Zorian couldn't help but remember how his first meeting with Silver Lake had gone. If he remembered correctly, he had just been attacked by a particularly large giant brown salamander and had killed it in self-defense. This was the catalyst that had caused Silver Lake to finally reveal herself to him. Back then he had blithely given her the salamander corpse, not even realizing how valuable it was, and Silver Lake, after receiving something so apparently valuable from him, still decided to send him on a bunch of fool's errands without even hearing him out. That withered old bitch. Let's stop dancing around the issue for a moment, Zorian said, swallowing down his annoyance in favor of actually accomplishing something. This is our offer, the Grey Hunter's egg sac in exchange for a month's worth of instruction in pocket dimension creation. What do you say? Oh. Pocket dimension creation? Silver Lake said contemplatively, tapping her chin with her index finger. So that's what you're after. That's a pretty exotic and high-level skill. Are you sure you're even capable of learning it? Oh, good, she didn't deny she possessed the skill in question. Zorian had kinda been afraid that her hideout was just something she had found through luck and that she wasn't actually capable of creating pocket dimensions herself. It would have been a pain trying to find someone else who had that kind of expertise. In any case, Zorian didn't try to convince Silver Lake with words. Instead, he simply opened a dimensional gateway straight to Koth right then and there. Silver Lake was instantly on guard when he started casting a spell, but didn't try to stop him. About halfway through, she seemed to realize what he was doing and relaxed. Instead, she got an intrigued look on her face, especially when the dimensional passage itself sprang into existence beside Zorian. She circled the gate a few times, peering intently at it, before turning to Zorian again. Well, you are full of surprises. I don't think I've ever seen such a stable, well-crafted dimensional passage, Silver Lake reluctantly admitted. Zorian smiled. That was only natural. After all, Zorian's gate creation skills were a fusion of more orthodox gate creation skills that Svim had taught him, as well as the insights Zorian had made from studying the Abasan permanent gates and seeing the Bakura gates in action. He doubted many people had had the opportunity to study so many different gate creation methods. As you can see, I'm quite good at dimensionalism, Zorian said. And so is my friend Zack, here. You don't have to worry about us not being able to follow your instructions. Well, that's good, Silver Lake said with a wide, happy grin. Then that just leaves the question of payment. You see, I don't think the Grey Hunter's eggs will be enough to pay for this. Zorian didn't bat an eye at this. He'd fully expected Silver Lake to discard their initial offer and reach out for more. Someone as greedy and insatiable as she was would never agree to a person's first offer. It was good then, that he had many more things to offer. I could dispute that, but I am feeling generous today, said Zorian. He motioned for Zack to take out the orb of the first emperor, which he promptly did. What my friend is holding is a portable pocket dimension holding an ancient ruin. It's a lost artifact from the Age of Gods, probably impossible to reproduce in modern times. If you agree to this deal, we will allow you to study the artifact for the duration of our lessons. I'm sure you can imagine how beneficial this could be for your own pocket dimension creation skills. Silver Lake clearly could imagine, because she stared at the orb with such intensity that Zorian was afraid she would attack them both on the spot and try to take it from them. But after a few seconds, she shook her head and tore her eyes away from the orb. Throw in that modified gate spell of yours and we have a deal, Silver Lake said. No, I can't agree to that, said Zorian with fake sadness. Still, that spell isn't completely out of the question, if you agree to some additional concessions. Silver Lake scowled at him, but Zorian completely ignored her displeasure. If she could be greedy, so could he. He could tell she really wanted that gate spell, so why not get everything he could out of it? I suppose you have something specific in mind, she asked him. I want to acquire the ability of soul perception, Zorian said. And unfortunately, the potion made out of dirge moth chrysalises is not an option. Yes, that potion doesn't keep well at all, Silver Lake confirmed. It can last 6 months at most, and even that's pushing it. But really, why are you bothering me with such a minor request? Just go kill some people. That's how nearly all necromancers get that ability these days. Even if you have no talent whatsoever at soul magic, you should be able to get it after 20 or so sacrifices. That isn't an option, Zorian said, glaring at her lightly. At all. If I have to ritually murder people to get the ability, I'd rather give up on the idea. Bah, Silver Lake spat. What's a touchy-feely, squeamish kid like you trying to get soul perception for, then? You'll never achieve anything worth a damn in soul magic with that attitude. I may need it to save my life, Zorian told her. It's not something you need to worry about. The question is, can you do it? Can you make me a potion that can grant me soul perception in less than a month's time? Humph, Silver Lake scoffed. Do you even know how difficult it is to acquire soul perception through a mere potion? Yes, Zorian said decisively. I really do. That's why I came to you for help. Truthfully, most of what Zorian knew about that came from Sudamir, who had been extensively interrogated for his knowledge in previous restarts. Alanik contributed some, but the scarred battle priest was cagey about his knowledge of necromancy and outright admitted to be inferior to Sudamir in that regard. Anyway, apparently, all souls had some measure of soul perception in them by default, but it was tightly locked and unavailable for use. Alanik's explanation for this was that soul perception was something the gods intended to be only activated after death, to help guide the soul to its destination, and that its premature activation on the material plane was dangerously tempting. Thus, the gods sealed it away until death, lest it lead people to heresy and sin. Sudamir's explanation was that this ability was something inherent to souls themselves, and that the gods had selfishly sealed it away because they were afraid of humanity's power and ingenuity. Considering necromancers tended to be wildly immoral, Zorian was kind of leaning towards Alanik's side of the argument. It didn't matter, though. Even Alanik admitted that soul perception wasn't evil by itself. The Triumvirate Church urged people not to deliberately seek it out, but at the same time they encouraged its use among their priesthood. Every high-ranking priest and quite a few lower-ranking ones had some measure of soul perception. With the disappearance of the gods, the Triumvirate Church had to find a way to make up for their loss of divinely granted powers, and granting soul perception abilities to their priesthood on a mass scale was one of the methods used. It was the Triumvirate Church who developed and perfected the Dirge Moth Potion, the most affordable and reliable alchemical method of gaining soul perception to date. It was just that the recipe for the potion was so simple and distributed so widely that it eventually leaked outside the church hierarchy and became wildly employed in necromantic circles. Zorian once felt it was strange that a potion only available in 23-year intervals would be so attractive to people, but then he found a fragmentary recipe for an alternative potion in Sudamir's memories and immediately realized why. The ingredients required absolutely couldn't be acquired either in stores or on the black market. These were the sort of things one needed to personally seek out in the wild and dangerous corners of the world, and most of the ingredients came attached to creatures possessing some method of attacking the soul. Even for Zack and Zorian those things were a major danger. In order to make a potion outlined in Sudamir's memories, one would have to possess top-notch connections or a great deal of time to track down all the ingredients, have enough power to claim them, and then find someone with enough alchemical skill to make a complicated potion they had probably never made in their life and succeed on their first try. On top of that, all such potions were based on the same basic principle: they brought the imbiber on the very brink of death, only to pull them back at the very last moment. Very much like that special training Alanik had put him through, only even more extreme. Needless to say, if you made that kind of potion incorrectly, you were highly likely to die on the spot after drinking it. Dirge moths may only come every 23 years, but they were rather abundant when they did show up, thus allowing alchemists to actually practice with the ingredients. Of course, there were other methods of getting soul perception. They just weren't very useful for him. For instance, one could simply be born with it. Some people had innate soul sight, called ghost eyes by the scholars, much like he had been born innately empathic and capable of instinctive mind magic. He obviously wasn't one of these. Some people, after almost dying, unlocked the ability by accident. But this was something that couldn't be counted on, since nobody knew how that really worked. Finally, there was a really simple, accessible method involving a sacrificial ritual. All one needed to do was forge a temporary soul bond with a person and then kill them. Slowly. While keeping them conscious, because of course it wouldn't work otherwise. This was the method Sudamir used, and the method that most budding necromancers used, since it was cheap and easy to set up. Having experienced what the procedure entailed from Sudamir's memories, Zorian knew he didn't have what it took to go through that. He was, as Silverlake said, way too squeamish to basically torture a dozen people to death. If you know how difficult those potions are, then surely you understand that making one of those in a month is nonsense, even for me. Just gathering the ingredients alone. Whatever ingredients you need, we will procure for you, said Zack, cutting her off. You only need to put them together into something that works. Silverlake said, humming to herself thoughtfully. You did kill the Grey Hunter while not damaging its egg sac in the slightest. That speaks well of your combat skills. Still, gathering ingredients for an old-fashioned soul perception potion will require you to have at least elementary soul defenses. We have those, Zack told her. You do? She asked, sounding surprised. Well, fine then. So long as you take care of ingredient collection, I guess I can make you a potion of soul perception. But only that. I will not give you the recipe or allow you to watch the creation process itself. Acceptable, Zorian nodded. He waited for a few seconds, but it did not seem like she would say anything else. So, do we have a deal then? In exchange for the Grey Hunter's eggs, research access to the portable pocket dimension in our possession and my expertise with the gate spell, you agree to teach us pocket dimension creation and make us a potion of soul perception. Silverlake stood silently, mulling the deal in her head. She frowned and grimaced to herself, occasionally breaking into indecipherable muttering and strange gestures. Zorian watched her suspiciously, worried that she was trying to slip in some stealthy spellcasting and all that nonsense, but it all seemed to be completely innocuous. Well, as innocuous as that kind of unstable behavior could be, anyway. I have a question, she finally said. Zorian motioned her to continue. Earlier, you told me that wild story about this month endlessly repeating itself and how I lose all memory of it while you don't. Wouldn't that mean that everything I gain in this deal is illusionary, while everything you gain from it will actually stay with you? I thought you didn't believe in that, Zorian remarked. Let's pretend I do for a moment, Silverlake said without batting an eye. Am I wrong? You're not wrong, Zorian shook his head. In the grand scheme of things, this deal heavily favors us. Everything you gain will be gone at the end of this month, while the knowledge we gain and the unlocking of my soul perception will stay with us for future use. Then, don't you think it's stupid to tell me that? Silverlake asked him curiously. She didn't seem to be actually angry, merely interested in the logic he used to arrive to his decision. I mean, I don't actually believe that nonsense you're spouting, but if I did, it would make me totally unwilling to accept this deal of yours. I'm thinking towards the future, Zorian told her calmly. It's not possible for me to absorb your pocket dimension creation skills in less than a month. We both know this. I will be coming over here with this same deal again and again, and I'll need to continue from where we left off in the previous restart. I might be able to fool you at first with lies of having learned the basics from someone else, but that will quickly get untenable. At some point, I will have to explain how I know skills that are obviously yours, even though you don't remember teaching me. Well, that's all good, but how does this help you right now? Silverlake asked expectantly. Right now would be a good time to discover something I can use to convince the future you I am telling the truth, Zorian said. You might not believe me, exactly, but you're clearly willing to entertain the idea for a time, as your current line of questioning amply proves. She scowled at him, but he ignored her displeasure. Basically, I am hoping you will eventually tell me something that I can show off to your future self in order to convince her that the time loop is real and we really have met before, even if she has no memory of it. Silverlake stared at him for a moment before breaking into cackling laughter. Zorian sighed. He really didn't see what was so funny about that. Boy, you are madder than I am. She finally wheezed out, punching herself in the chest a couple of times to get her laughing under control. Anyway, I accept your deal. And since I'm in a good mood right now, I'll throw in a reward for you. You want a secret? I'll give you a good one. The reason I need those Grey Hunter's eggs and the body of a 100-year-old giant salamander is because I'm working on a potion of youth. You're trying to stave off death from old age? Zack asked, surprised. Wow. That's an incredibly advanced skill. I heard from Zorian you were a master alchemist, but I didn't know you were that good. Silly boy, Silver Lake chuckled. I'm not trying to stave off old age. I already have that. They were both struck speechless at the admission. An immortal. Ha ha. Silver Lake cackled. Surprised, aren't you? Yes, I could persist like this indefinitely. Don't get fooled by my dashing good looks, I'm positively ancient. How ancient? Zack asked cautiously. It's impolite to inquire about a lady's age, she said with mock bashfulness. But it's a 3-digit number, I can tell you that much. Anyway, I did a fine job of stopping time from ravaging my body, but this isn't good enough for me. I want my youth back. And with those spider eggs you brought me, I'm only one step away from that goal. A short silence descended on the scene, Zack and Zorian being at a loss what to say about that. Pretty good secret, isn't it? Silver Lake said. She told them all this just so she could brag about how amazing she was, didn't she? Yes, Zorian coughed. Yes, it is. Anyway, about this trade. Come back here 2 days from now, Silver Lake said dismissively. You came here completely unannounced, so you've caught me completely unprepared. My house is a total mess right now, completely unsuitable for entertaining guests. I need to get some extra chairs out of the basement, dust off the furniture and maybe prepare some refreshments. I think I still have some of that mushroom cake I experimented with a few years back. I know that sounds a little dodgy, but it keeps really well and it gives you such wonderful dreams. The eggs stay with us until we meet again, then, Zorian warned her, completely ignoring her banter. Humph, Silver Lake scoffed. Fine, be that way. Paranoid brats. Make sure to stash them in a dry, dark place with plenty of ambient mana around or they'll get ruined and the deal will be off. I'll keep that in mind, Zorian nodded. The eggs were a lot simpler to preserve than he feared, then. Just to make sure, this thing is safe, right? The eggs won't hatch in a few hours and release a bunch of tough little spider monsters everywhere, right? No, well, they shouldn't, Silver Lake said, hesitating slightly. We're stashing them well away from any populated areas, Zack said decisively. And when we go to retrieve it, we're sending one of your simulacrums in first. Hey, the simulacrum currently present protested. Stop that, Silver Lake snapped at them. It will be fine. Trust me. All 3 of them gave Silver Lake an unamused look, clearly telling her how they felt about her reliability and trustworthiness. Kids these days, no respect for their elders, she muttered angrily. Well, off with you then. Go away. This has been such a pleasant meeting thus far, it's best to end things on a high note. Don't forget to bring gifts the next time we meet. Honestly, I can't believe you 2 came to visit someone and didn't even bring them a bottle of brandy or something. Don't you know that gift-giving is an important tradition? No, don't answer that, I was just lecturing you, not actually asking you for your opinion. Go. Shoo. And thus their meeting with Silver Lake ended, with her shooing them away like a bunch of naughty cats loitering around her backyard. Still, they'd largely achieved what they came for, so Zorian was happy. He just hoped she was actually going to keep to her end of the bargain. Break. When Zack and Zorian came to visit Silver Lake again, she was standing next to a humble cottage, messily butchering a pair of giant brown salamanders. These were smaller specimens, incomparable to the giant that had tried to eat Zorian so long ago, so Zorian assumed they were not the sort she needed to complete her potion of youth, but apparently she still had some use for even younger salamanders. In any case, she welcomed them with a wide smile and an immediate demand to hand over the spider eggs. They did so, patiently waiting as she ignored them entirely for over a minute in favor of inspecting the eggs for damage and whatever else she was looking for. She ushered them into her cottage, which proved to be less of an actual cottage and more of a disguise for the entrance to her pocket dimension. Well, the inner layer of her pocket dimension. The cottage itself was also hidden in its own pocket dimension, which is why Zorian couldn't find it by just wandering the forest. But the cottage dimension was just the outer layer of her hidden world, one that could be deployed, thereby becoming actually accessible to visitors, and compressed, seemingly disappearing from the world entirely, on a whim. Nested inside this cottage dimension was another, bigger pocket dimension, which served as Silver Lake's actual home and base of operations. In Silver Lake's own words, the cottage was just a front to fool idiot visitors. As for the contents of the inner layer, it consisted of three things: a nice, luxurious two-story house, an expansive herb garden full of rare magical plants, and a heavily warded alchemical workshop where she did most of her work. Yes, a powerful witch that was clearly very proud of her traditions and made distinctions between alchemy and potion-making had a fully equipped alchemical workshop that would be familiar to any conventional alchemist out in the major cities. Zorian couldn't help but find that a little amusing. It had been 5 days since then, and thus far Silver Lake was keeping to her side of the deal. Zorian was afraid she would try to shirk her duties as an instructor, giving them inscrutable training regimens that weren't certain to work before disappearing into her workshop for the rest of the day, but this didn't happen. Probably because they were deep inside her home base and there was a real danger that they could torch her home and herb garden if they felt cheated by her. Or maybe because she really wanted the gate spell modifications and knew that the level of cooperation she could expect out of Zack and Zorian in regards to that would directly correlate to the level of dedication she showed when teaching them how to make pocket dimensions. Whatever her reasons, Silver Lake actually gave them long, exhaustive explanations and even created a few fist-sized pocket spaces in front of them as a demonstration. Creating a pocket dimension was deceptively simple. The basic idea was to stretch and fold a chosen volume of space into a miniature spatial bottle and sort of cap it. This cap was called the anchor point, and it prevented the folded space from snapping back into its natural form the moment it was no longer being forced into shape, as space was naturally wont to do. After that, the pocket dimension could be gradually inflated to the maximum size the anchor point could bear. Obviously, the creation of an anchor point was the most important part of pocket dimension creation. It was the place where the dimension was connected to the main reality, and served as both an entrance and as a foundation upon which the stability of the dimension ultimately rested. Its size, power and sophistication determined how big and stable a pocket dimension could be. If it was ever destroyed, the dimension attached to it would quickly meet the same fate. Neither Zack nor Zorian had yet managed to successfully create a stable anchor point, no matter how minor. The process was every bit as hard as learning how to cast the gate spell, except it required even more mana and attention to detail. Zorian was somewhat annoyed to realize that Zack would probably get the grasp of the ability far sooner than he would, simply because he had far more mana to burn on training than Zorian did. It didn't help that Zorian had heavily stunted his ability to recover mana by maintaining 6 different simulacrums. Funny how he invented a brand new method of using simulacrums, having the maintenance cost of each one, and then promptly doubled the amount of simulacrums he kept going at any particular time. Currently, Zorian was sitting on the ground in Silver Lake's pocket dimension, reviewing reports from his simulacrums while he waited for his mana reserves to recover. One of the simulacrums was in Koth, brainstorming how to get to the other pieces of the key with Daimen. Another was raiding the Academy Library for restricted theory books on advanced dimensionalism. The third one was arranging a trade deal with one of the minor experts they were approaching for work. The fourth and fifth ones were working on upgrades to the simulacrum's golem frames. Not quite something he'd invest so heavily in normally, but he had little choice. All simulacrums went on a strike until he agreed to permanently station 2 of the copies on that particular task. Finally, the sixth and last simulacrum was working on something very delicate and possibly dangerous: mental enhancements. It was pretty low-key for now. He didn't want an insane copy of him rampaging around, or worse, going after him. Additionally, the simulacrums were still essentially him, which meant they were not at all okay with thoughtlessly risking their minds. Taking into account the possible risks to his own safety, and the disturbing possibility that his own simulacrums might mutiny if he pushed things too far in this direction, Zorian had ordered the last simulacrum to limit himself to self-inflicted illusions for now. Things like figuring out how to block out noise and other distractions, add highlights and reminders to his perception, and so on. It was a very orthodox, very safe subfield of mental enhancements. Because it only modified the caster's senses, not their thoughts and emotions, there was only so much one could mess up, and little of it was unfixable. Human mages had done quite a lot of work in this regard. Mostly because they had been trying to make divinations that could display their output though illusions projected on the caster's senses. Of course, Zorian also consulted the various Iranian webs too. The luminous advocates and perfect phantasm crafters were the two webs most helpful to this project, though he had also received notable help from several otherwise minor webs such as Band of Fog and Dreaming Refuge. "Boy, I told you to keep an eye on that cauldron," Silver Lake snapped at him, breaking him out of his thoughts. "It's going to boil over if you keep daydreaming like that. Quit it. It's unprofessional." "Ugh," Zorian grunted unhappily, throwing a glance at the huge iron cauldron to his left. Silver Lake did basically rope him into helping her with her potion making, while he recovered. However, it was only supposed to be for 10 minutes and she had only come back now to take over, after at least half an hour had passed. "We never agreed I would be your personal assistant when we made the trade. I should start charging you for these things," Zorian muttered, just loud enough for her to hear him. She pretended he didn't say anything. He raised his voice at her. "What is that cauldron even doing? If you're going to recruit me in your projects, you should at least tell me what's going on." "It's an experiment," Silver Lake said distractedly, too busy cleaning some kind of carrot-like wild root to look him in the eye while speaking. "I'm sure you noticed me chopping up those runty salamanders in the last few days. I'm trying to artificially concentrate the salamander's regenerative essence to see if I can create a workable substitute for the 100-year-old salamander that I lack. Probably won't work, but it's worth a try." "Regenerative essence?" Zorian said, frowning. "Is that what the giant salamander is for?" "Of course," Silver Lake said. "They can regrow anything, repair any damage. If you carve them carefully enough, both halves will regrow into fully healthy, functional copies. Useful thing, that. Most healing magic simply enhances and accelerates the body's natural healing abilities, so it doesn't work well on some wounds. The salamander's regenerative essence, if concentrated enough and combined with some other ingredients, why, it might even turn back the clock and undo the effect of old age." Zorian hummed thoughtfully. Okay, so this was slightly more interesting than he assumed. Still. "So why are you doing it like this, doing the procedure under the open sky, in a simple iron cauldron? You have an alchemy workshop that nearly every professional alchemist would be envious of. Why not use it?" "Shows what you know," Silver Lake said. "I'm doing it this way because this is the superior option. It's good enough for the job. Doing this with a complicated alchemical setup wouldn't get stuff done any faster or give better results, it would just inflict wear and tear on delicate equipment and be a nightmare to clean up afterwards." Zorian had nothing to say to that. Her argument did make a lot of sense, after all. They both stayed silent for a while. Eventually Silver Lake finally finished preparing the wild roots and unceremoniously dumped them into the boiling cauldron. She watched the liquid bubble for a few seconds, before nodding sagely to herself and adding a couple of wooden planks to the fire. "Do you know what the difference between alchemy and potion making is, boy?" Silver Lake asked suddenly, glancing at him with narrowed eyes. Zorian was tempted to tell her that potion making was just a subset of alchemy, but he knew she would consider that a wrong answer. She was asking about potion making in the sense that ancient witches understood it, not in the sense that was currently taught in schools. Potion making focuses on using a cauldron, and nothing else, to make their wares, Zorian said. Yes, Silver Lake agreed. Sounds very foolish, doesn't it? A botched potion can release clouds of poisonous or mutagenic gas, explode in your face or splash all over you and melt your skin. Hell, a correctly made potion can be just as bad. Very often, old witches carried a mark of their minor failures in the form of scars, strange odors, and skin diseases from the years of exposure to magical fumes and concoctions. Modern alchemy is so much safer, so much more precise. Why, then, do you think the old witches do things in the way they did? Zorian cocked his head to the side, trying to figure out what she was getting at. What's that got to do with anything? Because it was cheaper, he tried. Ha! Close, Silverlake said. It's because alchemy, in its current form, requires an entire society built to enable it. Somebody has to build all the vials, containers, heaters, and other equipment. Somebody needs to grow, gather and track down the ingredients used in it. Somebody needs to transport and distribute it to those that need it, or have the right connections to use it. Somebody needs to guard the workshops full of valuable equipment from thieves and various miscreants. The old witches had access to none of that, so they had to make do with chucking things into a big iron cauldron and eyeballing things. It is, as you said, cheaper. Cheaper in terms of money and also cheaper in terms of social infrastructure needed to support it. I see, Zorian said after a while. These days there are virtually no witches that do not use alchemy in some form, in addition to their traditional cauldron-based skills, Silverlake continued. The ancient covens would have considered us all heretics, I bet. But the ancient covens have all died out to my knowledge, and that's hardly an accident. Times change. The covens didn't and paid the price for it. Alchemy has its place, as does potion making. Don't be so quick to look down on it. You made that entire long-winded speech just to deliver that little lecture at the end of it, didn't you? Zorian huffed in annoyance. You're going to remember it better this way, Silverlake cackled. She prodded the bubbling liquid in the cauldron with an iron ladle she used to mix it. Well, whatever, I think we can leave this be for a few hours. You recovered yet, boy? I say, you sure take your time with your rest, it's a miracle you got this far with such an awful work ethic. Why, when I was your age, Zorian sighed and got up, doing his best to drown out her moralizing. He sent a quick message through his soul to the simulacrum working on implementing sensory filters, telling it to work quickly. He was going to need those skills as soon as possible. 75, Soul Stealer. Chapter 075 Soul Stealer. The great wilderness that existed in the north of Altazia was a place that contained many rare and valuable things. Exotic natural resources, interesting locations, magical plants and animals extinct in the south, all of those and more could be located if one was willing to spend time searching for them and was strong enough to survive deep in the untamed mountains and forests. This wasn't because the northern wilderness was particularly blessed in natural resources and magical hotspots, of course, but simply because most of it had never been settled and systematically exploited by human societies. The southern areas had once had these kinds of things as well, but the spread of civilization and rising number of mages had caused many of them to disappear. Mines were depleted, forests chopped down and turned into farmlands, dungeon openings sealed away or turned into carefully regulated mana wells. Delicate areas destroyed through war or short-term greed and dangerous plants and animals deliberately hunted to extinction. After all, nobody wanted to live next to a man-eating magical tiger or a walking tree that periodically planted itself in your field and ruined the crops, no matter how valuable they were to some mage in the neighboring country. Such was the case with the plant that Zack and Zorian were currently after. The Soul Sizer chrysanthemum, as it was called, was one of the rare entities that ate souls. Since nobody wanted a soul-eating flower growing in their garden, or anywhere near them, really, the plant rapidly went extinct any time humans moved into an area. Thus, if Zack and Zorian wanted to find one, they had to go to the wild areas untouched by most of humanity. Currently, the two of them were hiding under a globe of invisibility, warily watching a huge black bear amble past them. Though the bear wasn't truly a life-threatening danger to them, they were in no mood to pick a fight with it. It was a resilient monster, and no part of its body was particularly valuable on the general market. Considering they had been trudging through the dense foliage of the great northern forest for most of the day, they really just wanted to find where the soul-sizer chrysanthemum was hiding and go home. Thankfully, the bear did not appear to be hunting and paid little attention to its surroundings. It simply walked past them and soon disappeared from sight. Zack dispelled the globe of invisibility that hid them from sight and then cautiously scanned the area for further dangers. Although not as dangerous as the deeper layers of the dungeon and the like, Altasia's northern forests were not a place for the unwary. This deep in the wilderness, there lurked threats that posed a danger even to Zack and Zorian working together, should they be caught by surprise. Gathering all these ingredients on Silver Lake's list is surprisingly hard, Zack said, relaxing slightly upon detecting nothing of note. They're rare, dangerous, or both, and Silver Lake never gave us a single clue where we could find any of them, and yet, the task is still clearly doable, so we can't really complain about being given a completely impossible task. The old witch really has a knack for this stuff. I'm half convinced that most of these are not necessary for the potion at all, Zorian said, sighing lightly. He spent a few seconds reorienting himself and then set off in the northwestern direction. Zack followed him without complaint. She probably added quite a few of these because she personally needs them for something, not because the potion we order demands it. The trouble is, we have no idea which ingredients are essential and which are not, Zack finished for him. She never lets us see the actual recipe. We can only speculate and try to call her bluff, but we're more pressed for time than she is and she knows it. She wouldn't relent, even if we guessed correctly, and might even up the price out of spite. Yes, Zorian nodded. Whatever. It's doable, that's all that matters. Let her have her little victory if it pleases her. True, Zack agreed. Say, are you really sure we're in the right place? We've been looking for more than 2 hours and the flower doesn't appear to be here. Maybe the Yeti tribe we spoke to lied to us. Relations between them and humans are not exactly the best. The tribe's shaman didn't lie, Zorian said, shaking his head. He thinks we're cocky idiots that will get our souls eaten by the soul-sizer chrysanthemum, so he told us the truth as he saw it. He gets the payment we promised him and 2 humans end up dead. It's a win-win as far as he was concerned. It's just that Yetis don't really have any concept of maps or precise coordinates, so all I have is a set of vague directions regarding the local landmarks. Just be a little patient. But this is so boring, Zack whined childishly. Tough luck, Zorian told him pitilessly. Zack was quiet for a few seconds before he started talking again. You know, the idea of fighting a flower is kind of funny. And embarrassing, he said. I don't know, Zorian said. I think fighting those rabbits a few days back was way more embarrassing. Especially since both of us ended up getting bitten before we managed to bring them down. Ugh. Don't remind me, Zack groused. Those have got to be one of those fake ingredients Silver Lake added to the list. I mean, how are a bunch of rabbits like that related to a potion of soul perception? I think those red gems embedded in their foreheads were some kind of sensors, Zorian speculated. They did see through our every attempt to sneak up on them. The 2 of them spent the next half an hour discussing which of the ingredients were likely to be fake, only to realize that none of them were obvious imposters. They could all potentially be valid, which meant that either Zorian was too paranoid or Silver Lake was very clever when picking her additions. Zorian was leaning towards the second option. I know we already talked about this before visiting Silver Lake, but are you really sure this is even necessary? Zack eventually asked. Seeing Zorian's confused look, he moved to clarify. Acquiring soul sight, I mean. Are you really sure you need it? Of course I'm not sure, Zorian said, shaking his head. Maybe once we get the whole key, everything will be neatly resolved, and me getting soul sight will end up being a pointless diversion. The thing is, even if the guardian of the threshold overlooks the fact there are 2 of us and places our souls back into our bodies, there is a problem. Your original body still has its old soul, Zack said. Well, it would be more accurate to say that the body I hope to inhabit was never truly mine to begin with, Zorian said. But yes, that's the core issue. If I want out, I need to steal my real-world body somehow. I guess this could be done by convincing the Guardian to switch my soul with that of the original, but the Guardian has made it clear that this goes against the very nature of his job. I'm skeptical that acquiring the key will let us ignore this. I get that, Zack said. But maybe you don't have to literally steal the body, you know. Maybe you can kind of, coexist with your old self. An interesting idea, Zorian said. I don't know enough about soul magic to say if that would be possible, but that kind of thing would still require me to acquire soul perception first. Yeah, I guess, Zack sighed. They walked through the forest in silence for a few seconds, Zorian keeping an eye out for that funny-shaped rock outcropping that the old Yeti had told him about. It should be around here. What's really on your mind? Zorian eventually asked. You know, I'm not really sure that I'm the real controller of this time loop, Zack said. And if I'm not, I could be facing the same choice you are. Ah, Zorian said, nodding. Personally, he felt Zack's fears were unfounded, but he knew by now it was useless to tell him that. I see. Do you think I should try to acquire soul perception too? Zack asked. I'm not nearly as comfortable as you are in killing my old self, but I have to admit, if I have to choose between myself and him, it would be the safe thing to do, Zorian told him. Concerns about not being the true controller aside, he didn't see any particular downsides about Zack acquiring soul perception. But best not to try that in this particular restart. We have no idea how the safety triggers on your marker are going to react to a potion like that. I mean, they did terminate the restart when you tried to undergo Alanix training, remember? I remember, Zack scowled. If it weren't for that, I would have had simulacrums of my own by now. Right. They could easily trigger this time too, since the potion works on similar principles, Zorian remarked. It's best if we wait for a less interesting restart before testing this. Yeah, I'm in no hurry, Zack said. He glanced around the area they were traveling in. How long do you think it will take you to find this soul-eating flower? Maybe we should stop for now and come back tomorrow. Actually, Zorian began, his eyes zeroing in on a bunch of seemingly unremarkable trees. We're here. He pointed at the base of one of the trees, where a beautiful white flower proudly sprouted from the forest floor. There was nothing overtly supernatural or sinister about the soul-sizer chrysanthemum. It was a large plant, but not monstrously huge. Its leaves and stalk were the most mundane of green, easily blending into the rest of the nearby vegetation. A single white flower the size of Zorian's head crowned the otherwise unremarkable plant, its numerous rows of petals folded inwards into a sort of flowery hemisphere. This sort of peaceful, unremarkable appearance was merely a trap, though. Since the soul-sizer chrysanthemum was immobile, most of the time it behaved as inconspicuously as possible to lure its victims near. The moment Zack or Zorian stepped close enough, the flower would reveal its true nature. You know how I said earlier that the idea of fighting a flower is kind of funny? Zack asked. Yeah. Zorian prompted. I take it back, Zack said. There is nothing funny about a dangerous creature that hides itself so thoroughly. I looked straight at it and I still can't see any sign of danger. If we hadn't been clued in advance about its true nature and where exactly it can be found, we'd never have noticed it. Zorian hummed in agreement. If you really think about it, this is one of the most dangerous enemies we could possibly face. Stuff like the Grey Hunter could kill us, but the time loop makes that just an inconvenience. But this flower? If we stumbled upon it by accident, without being mentally ready or applying some kind of soul ward beforehand, there is a good chance we'd really end up with our souls devoured by it. Well, you would, Zack pointed out cheekily. The safeguards on my marker would probably kick in the moment my soul was torn away from my body. You, on the other hand, would be thoroughly doomed. You know what soul-devouring entities do, right? They flay the outer layers of the soul for nourishment and keep the indestructible core as a sort of mana battery, Zorian said. Or in the case of wraiths, they use the core to make more of their kind. I don't know how fast this process is, but even if it takes a while, I'd probably end up with my soul severely damaged by the time the restart ended. I would probably spend every single restart thereafter in a deep coma and stay that way until the time loop collapsed. They both stared at the seemingly peaceful flower for about a minute, both of them lost in their own thoughts. "All right, enough dawdling," Zack suddenly said, clapping his hands loudly to wake up Zorian from his reverie. "Let's get this thing uprooted and chopped up into ingredients." After discussing it for a few minutes, they decided it would be best if only one of them confronted the chrysanthemum. The other would stay back and be ready to extract them if something went wrong. This, however, led to the issue of who would be staying back and who should advance upon the dangerous plant. The argument was surprisingly charged, with both of them arguing that they should be the ones attacking. Zorian argued that his soul defenses were better than Zack's by far and that they couldn't afford to get into the habit of triggering premature restarts. Zack, on the other hand, argued this was dumb and that he should definitely be the one making the attempt. Zorian might have much better soul defenses, but if they proved to be insufficient, he could wind up permanently dead in all future restarts. In light of that sort of risk, who cares about a single interrupted restart? "This is beyond stupid," Zack told him. "You don't even like fighting." "But I fight when I have to," Zorian countered. "Besides, I think you're exaggerating the level of danger I would be in. If you see me slump dead, immediately kill yourself. That will trigger a restart and get my soul out of its stomach. I doubt the chrysanthemum can mutilate my soul in such a short time." Zack scowled at him. "Any plan that involves me committing suicide is a bad plan. I swear, I still can't believe you were wearing a bomb around your neck before getting control of your restart trigger." "Actually, I still carry a bomb around my neck," Zorian told him, showing Zack the plain-looking golden chain he usually kept tucked into his shirt. His spell formula skills had advanced to such an extent by now that the chain was no longer obviously a magic item. Unless one specifically decided to inspect it with analytic spells, it would look just like a mundane accessory. Having more contingencies is always useful, after all. "Still, I guess you have a point. I don't think I'd fail here, but the worst scenario is worrying. Tell you what, I will agree to back off here, but if you fail and end up cutting the restart short, I get to confront the chrysanthemum the next time around. Deal?" "Deal," Zack nodded. "If I can't do it now, I probably won't be able to do it on the second or third attempts either. I guess it is kind of unreasonable of me to cut restart after restart short like that. I still feel an urge to hit myself when I think of all the restarts I frittered away by doing just that." Then Zack started walking towards the flower, and all their arguments were revealed to have been moot. The soul-sizer chrysanthemum twisted itself to face them both, the flower stalk moving with the speed and fluidity alien to normal plants, and a barely perceptible ripple emanated from it, covering a spherical area easily large enough to cover them both. They had been within its striking range all along. It just chose not to attack them immediately. Fast and omnidirectional, the ethereal ripple released by the chrysanthemum was impossible to dodge. Zorian, caught off guard by the attack, could do nothing except take it head-on. Zack, having expected some kind of response from the flower, had successfully erected a shield around himself before it hit. It didn't matter, though, the ripple passed through the shield like it wasn't there at all. It slammed into both of them at almost the same time, sending them reeling. Zorian felt sick in a way he had never experienced before in his life. His vision swam, assailed by numberless fleeting illusions and flashing lights, and his ears felt like a bomb had gone off right next to him. His sense of balance went completely haywire, his skin stung all over and his stomach churned like something was trying to tear itself out of him. It took a monumental act of will not to vomit all over himself and collapse on the ground. It was some kind of stun attack, Zorian realized. An incredibly complex stun attack, weaving together physical, mental and spiritual aspects into one unified whole. Zorian reached into his own mind and forcibly shattered the mental aspect of the stun. The whole structure of the attack immediately became unbalanced, allowing Zorian to stabilize his condition somewhat. His vision cleared up a bit, and he saw Zack collapse to his knees, hands shaking, and vomit all over the forest floor. That wasn't much of a surprise, to be honest. Zack was not as adept as Zorian in defending either his mind or his soul, and he was closer to the chrysanthemum when it attacked. Before Zorian could do anything, the soul-sizer chrysanthemum turned towards him. Perhaps because he had weathered its stun effect better than Zack, or because he was closer to the border of its attack radius and it worried he would flee, but the flower chose to deal with him first. Its multitude of petals erupted with ghostly blue flame and unfolded like a mouth full of teeth, revealing a pitch-black area in the middle of the flower. Zorian's soul immediately started vibrating in his body, sending waves of pain throughout his very being. Normally, this level of soul attack would never be able to seriously threaten Zorian, but with the after-effect of the stun still lingering, resisting the pull of the flower was proving difficult. And the effect wasn't stopping. Instead, the suction only seemed to get stronger as time went by and the flower searched for a firmer grip on his soul. Despite that, Zorian was not worried. Before it attacked, the flower felt just like any other plant in the forest. It had no discernible mind, and thus nothing that Zorian could target with his mind magic. Now, however, he could very much feel a thinking mind behind the chrysanthemum. He gathered all of his concentration and then launched a massive telepathic attack at the plant's mind. This time, it was the flower's turn to reel back in shock. Its attack on Zorian's soul immediately ceased as it silently shook and waved around, trying to stabilize itself. Zorian wasn't going to let it have the time. Even though he still hadn't entirely recovered from the initial attack, he poured all of his energies into launching one mental attack after another. The flower resisted fiercely. It was clearly a complete amateur when it came to mental combat, but it possessed an instinctive ability to form mental barriers and was armed with a powerful magic resistance that made it difficult and mana expensive for Zorian to target it. After a while, Zack recovered enough to make his own move. He summoned a massive ghostly blade and sent it chopping down at the stem of the plant. In all honesty, it looked like complete overkill and Zorian worried he was going to ruin the chrysanthemum's value as an alchemical component. They needed it fairly intact, after all. The flower was undaunted, though. Threatened by the incoming blade, it spat a stream of glittering stars out of the black hole in the center of the flower. The glittering motes of light immediately arranged themselves into a dome-like construct that stopped the blade cold with barely a flicker. They were soul cores of creatures the chrysanthemum had devoured in the past, Zorian realized. Somehow, it could control them and shape them into defensive constructs. Well, not just defensive constructs, it turned out. After Zack and Zorian kept hammering its defenses for a while, it realized that at the rate things were going, it was going to lose. Its shield was going to get battered down sooner or later, and Zorian's strategically launched mental attacks were disrupting its attempts to launch further soul attacks at them. Upon realizing this, the chrysanthemum reshaped the soul cores into a series of long, hair-like whips and started flailing them around. Zorian at first thought the chrysanthemum intended to attack them with those, but it turned out he had once again underestimated the plant. It quickly wrapped the whips around the nearby branches and uprooted itself right out of the ground before turning to flee. Zorian had to admit, seeing an uprooted flower swing about from branch to branch, like some kind of weird monkey, was a unique experience. Sadly for the soul-sizer chrysanthemum, such desperate measures would not save it. It launched another stunning pulse at them in an attempt to lose them, and this did slow them down quite a bit, but in the end it was chased down and killed. "We have been outsmarted and nearly killed by a flower," Zack said, still keeping a wary distance from the chrysanthemum's remains. "We are never speaking about this again." Zorian readily agreed to this request. Break. The esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon, known to most people as the Cult of the World Dragon, was more than just a weird religion. It was an entire support organization that helped its members advance forward in life. They vouched for their fellow members when skills and trustworthiness were questioned, they helped them get the jobs and mentorships they needed to advance in their careers, offered their members loans under favorable conditions, granted free access to spell libraries that would be too restricted or expensive for members to otherwise get, and they provided legal aid if members got into trouble with the Mage Guild. The higher ranking one had in the cult, the more pronounced these advantages got. This was the main reason why the cult got so powerful and widespread. The sort of large-scale, highly treasonous plot that the cult was currently participating in was not really something that they usually did. It was actually very, very atypical. For the vast majority of their existence, they had simply been a mystery cult crossed with a mutual aid society, kind of shady and disreputable, but nothing that the authorities would go too crazy over. Their biggest enemy was the triumvirate church and their faithful, which considered the cult's beliefs to be a direct affront to their dogma. In any case, an expansive organization like that had more than just direct members of their secret club to draw upon. They also had a multitude of outside associates and other experts that sporadically worked with them. Some of these were true faithful that deliberately maintained distance from the main organization so that outsiders could not easily puzzle out the connections between them, others were just mercenaries that sporadically took missions from the cult, and some simply didn't know who exactly they were working with. Zorian had largely ignored these people during his investigation into the cult's activities, since tracking them all down was an incredibly time-consuming and difficult task. He had better things to do with his time. Then Alanik interrogated Sudamir a bunch of times, and they discovered that the crazy mayor of Nyazov Dveri had detailed knowledge of these people. Sudamir appeared to have gone out of his way to gather as much information about the cult as possible, worried that they might move against him at some point. The relations between him and cult leadership hadn't been the best since they realized he intended to publicly advocate for the legalization of necromancy, something they regarded as lunacy. Zorian still wasn't terribly interested in spending time to investigate all these people. He didn't think that would result in anything substantial. But Alanik was, and he didn't have too many other things vying for his time. Thus, he wholeheartedly threw himself into the investigation, making full use of the time loop to comb through every lead and scrap of evidence Zorian could wrench from Sudamir's mind. And today, that effort seemed to have borne some kind of fruit. Alanik had notified Zack and Zorian that he had uncovered something important and told them to meet him next to an unassuming house in one of Scioria's richer neighborhoods. When they arrived, they found the place cordoned off by the Mage Guild personnel, but they had been notified that the two of them were coming and let them through on Alanik's orders. Once again Zorian wondered just what position Alanik occupied that he could command people like this, but Alanik stubbornly refused to answer such questions, and Zorian respected the man's help too much to go prying into his thoughts. "You called, we came," Zack said, waving his hand at Alanik to get his attention. "What do you have for us?" "I don't claim to understand every detail of the situation you have found yourselves in," Alanik said, choosing his words carefully due to the presence of other people in the room, "but I believe you've indicated the name, Vayers Boranova, is important to you, yes?" Zorian looked at him in shock. "What? What does Vayers have to do with this? Is he here?" Zack asked. "In a matter of speaking," Alanik said evenly. He motioned them to follow him and led them down the stairs and into the basement beneath the house. "This is the house of one of the lawyers deeply associated with the cult of the World Dragon. He is not a member, but he has helped on a number of occasions and is known to be sympathetic to their organization. I managed to get authorization to conduct a search of his house and, well, this is what I found when I opened the icebox in his basement." Alanik stopped next to one of the 3 iceboxes lined up next to the basement wall and unceremoniously lifted the lid up. Inside was a frozen body of a teenage male, a peaceful expression on his frosted face. It was unmistakably Vayers Boranova. Zack and Zorian stared at the body for nearly half a minute, not saying anything. "He's dead?" Zack asked lamely. "Indeed," Alanik said. "I hear neither of you really got along with him well, so I will not offer you condolences." "So the owner of this house," Zorian began uncertainly. "Jornak Dokakin," Alanik told him. "Yes, this Jornak, did he kill Vayers?" Zorian asked. When did this happen? He is adamant that he did not kill the boy, Olenek said. He claims the boy died of unknown causes while sleeping. One day he was fine, if a little surly, and the next day Jornak went into his room to check up on him and found him dead in his bed. I'd normally scoff at that explanation, but the timing. He died on the first day of the restart, didn't he? Zach guessed. Yes, Olenek nodded. The frost damage and the sheer passage of time make it difficult to tell for certain, but I'm pretty sure this is the same situation like those Arania beneath Scioria and the mercenaries that were found mysteriously dead in their homes. Doesn't that mean Veyers was soul-killed? Zach frowned. He isn't Red Robe. We can't say that just from this, Zorian said, shaking his head. We have no idea how exactly he entered the time loop, or what would happen if he left it. For all we know, this could be the natural result of his leaving the time loop. Ugh, Zach grumbled. So we found Veyers and yet learned nothing of value. I hate things like this. Well, anyway. I guess Veyers being frozen in the basement of a heavily warded house does explain why we never managed to find him when we searched for him in the previous restarts. What was he doing here, anyway? Jornak has been disinclined to cooperate with us in this regard, Olenek told them. He refuses to discuss details with me. He is a lawyer, so he is harder to shake up and interrogate than most people I deal with. That's why I told you to come here immediately. If you want to get anything out of him, we need to talk to him now. I'm afraid House Boranova has already heard of the news and is going to descend here sooner or later. Olenek then led them to the second floor of the house, where Jornak was currently under house arrest with a couple of guards posted next to him. When they arrived, they found Jornak pacing around his room like a caged tiger, angry and agitated. He deliberately ignored their entrance, not giving them so much as a glance. Zorian observed the man and the room itself. Jornak was younger than he thought he would be, probably in his mid-20s and with a very handsome, boyish face. He was immaculately dressed in expensive but conservative clothes, and the room he was in seemed to be designed to maximize his image as a cultured, well-read intellectual. The walls were lined with filled-out bookshelves and small works of art laid scattered around the place to give it a bit of artistic flair. Zorian's parents had a similar room back in Siren. Much like them, Jornak had probably never even read most of the books lining the bookshelves. So, Mr. Dokakin, Olenek began. I'm back. Don't mind my two helpers here, they're just here as support. Now that you've had a chance to calm down a little, are you willing to discuss things like a civilized person? Zorian gave Olenek a mildly questioning glance. Was he deliberately pissing the guy off? Jornak did not look calm at all. Olenek did not react to his silent question though, so Zorian simply trusted him to know what he was doing. He supposed that with him here, it hardly mattered whether Jornak wanted to talk or not. Jornak finally deigned to look at them, giving Zach and Zorian a brief, contemptuous glance before dismissing them as unimportant. Your church really likes them young, doesn't it, priest? Jornak said, grimacing at Olenek unhappily. I know my rights, Mr. Zosk. I will not talk to anyone until Mage Guild representatives and my lawyer arrive. Until then, I will patiently wait here, and I'd appreciate it if you stopped wasting my time. Curious that a lawyer would want someone else to defend them, Olenek said. A surgeon would be foolish to try to operate on himself, and a lawyer is ill-advised to represent himself in court, Jornak said dismissively. I would not expect a church dog to understand these things. People like you always think you're above the law, anyway. Olenek hummed, completely unaffected by Jornak's caustic comments. I'll be honest and say I expected as much. Zorian? Zorian did not ask Olenek what he wanted. He already knew. He reached out mentally towards Jornak. The young lawyer actually had rudimentary mental defenses, but this was not something that could stop Zorian. He punched through those defenses as if they were paper and pressed down on the man's mind. Jornak's eyes widened like saucers as he realized what was happening. Answer the questions, Zorian commanded. And no. Jornak protested. This is illegal. Damn it. Damn it. Did you kill Veyers? Zorian asked, just to be sure. I didn't kill him. I didn't kill anyone. I already said I just found him dead one day. It's the truth. What was he doing in your home? Zorian asked. We were friends, Jornak said, gritting his teeth. A friendship between a 15-year-old boy and a 25-year-old man like you. Alanik commented lightly. Who is it that likes them young, again? You people, Jornak hissed angrily at him. He took a deep breath and forcibly calmed himself down. Look. I promise to tell you the whole story. Just, release me from your mental compulsion. It's hard to think with this thing muddying my thoughts. Zorian gave Alanik a questioning glance. Alanik nodded for him to do as Jornak said, apparently willing to give the man a chance. Fair enough. He supposed they could always repeat the procedure if Jornak became uncooperative later on. I'm still keeping an eye on your surface thoughts, Zorian told him as he released the compulsion to make him talk. So don't try to lie to us. I don't have to lie. Jornak snapped at him. This whole thing is just, damn it, Veyers. Even when dead, he still makes trouble for me. Yeah, he has that effect on people, Zack said with a sagely nod. Jornak ignored that comment, gathering his thoughts for a moment. Alright, Jornak said. So, I met Veyers almost a year ago when he came to talk to me about his legal options in regards to his situation in his house. I empathized with him then. What happened to him reminded me a little of myself. I too have had my birthright stolen from me. Really? Zack asked curiously. I don't want to talk about it and I ask you to be merciful and not force me, Jornak said. It has nothing to do with this, and you can find out most of it through public documents. It's not like I've ever hid my grievances, after all. Just give us the short version, Alanik said. Jornak gave him a hateful look, but after glancing at Zorian for a second he decided to humor the scarred battle priest anyway. In short, I was a relative of a small house that went extinct some time ago. Although not a true member of the house, I was the closest thing to a descendant and I was supposed to inherit their wealth and properties, but then a new claimant suddenly appeared, completely out of nowhere, claiming even closer relations. His proof of his lineage was painfully fake and all the documents obvious forgeries, but he was better connected than me and in the end, courts assigned everything to him and left me with nothing. I see, Alanik said. And so you saw young Veyers coming to you for help and felt touched by this young man that was seeing his legacy usurped from him by branch members of his house. Yes, precisely, Jornak said. In truth, I couldn't help him much. Formal houses like his own are given a lot of leeway in how they govern themselves internally, and general law is only somewhat applicable to his situation. Still, the boy seemed to appreciate my advice, and the fact that I cared, which not many people around him did, if he was to be believed. And him coming to live inside your home? Zorian prompted. That, you know, he was expelled from his school. Jornak said, frowning. Well, he didn't want to go back to his family after that. After wandering all over the city to cool down, he came over to my house and begged me to house him for a few days. He said he needed a place to hide for a while and think about what to do about things. How could I refuse? That's very generous of you, and I mean that sincerely, Zorian said. But how does that lead to his body being stuffed into your icebox? That. I didn't know what to do, okay. Jornak said, becoming agitated. I just came into his guest room one morning to see why he missed breakfast and found him dead. I didn't know what to do. Despite all his problems, he was still a noble and House Boranova would never take this lying down. He died in my home and the wards didn't register any intruder at all. How would I possibly explain this? I empathize with the boy, but I don't want to ruin my life for him. Haven't I suffered enough? Jornak gritted his teeth and started pulling at his hair in frustration. With a sharp turn, he started pacing around the room again, gesticulating to himself and muttering under his breath. It wasn't an act, as far as Zorian could tell. Jornak had never bothered to reform his mental barriers after Zorian destroyed them, leaving his thoughts completely unguarded. Everything he said was truth as he saw it, and he was honestly panicking and unsure what to do. So, this could be a dumb question, but why keep Vair's body in the icebox in your basement? Zack asked suddenly. I didn't know what else to do, Jornak said, still pacing around the room. If I took it out of the house to dump somewhere, the trackers hired by House Boranova would find me the moment I stepped out of my house's privacy wards. As for destroying it, well, I've never destroyed a body before. I mean, obviously I didn't. How would I know how to do that? So I put the body on ice while trying to think up a solution. They didn't find out much from Jornak after that. Although Zorian personally found the man's choices to be rather questionable, he was ultimately just a man who found a dead teenager in his guest room and panicked. If Jornak hadn't knowingly helped the cult of the World Dragon so many times in the past, Zorian would have even felt sorry for the man. About 15 minutes after Zack and Zorian left Jornak's room, another group of Mage Guild personnel arrived, accompanied by several representatives from Noble House Boranova, and took over the scene. Alanik informed Zack and Zorian that this marked the end of his involvement with the case, and thus the end of their ability to examine the house or question the man. It was just as well, though. The restart was coming to a close, so there was not much time for a detailed examination. Additionally, it would have been better if they arrived in the man's house at the start of the restart, before he had a chance to stuff Vair's body in an icebox. And in the next restart, they would do just that. Until then, Zack and Zorian agreed to keep speculation about what this meant about Red Robe to a minimum. Break. Despite numerous issues that had cropped up in their search, in the end Zack and Zorian managed to gather all the ingredients Silver Lake needed, or at least claimed she needed, for a soul perception potion. It took them most of the remaining time to do so, however, and by then the end of the restart was looming close. Thus, they were somewhat anxious as they waited for Silver Lake to finish making the potion. It should work, Silver Lake told them. I mean, I've never actually made that specific potion in my life, and the old witch recipe that describes it is not nearly as clear and precise as the modern recipes you two are familiar with, but since it's me making the attempt, it will probably work out fine. Yes, we get it, you're awesome, Zack said with a tired nod. And don't you forget it, Silver Lake said shamelessly. It shouldn't take long. Gathering the ingredients is the time-consuming part, the actual potion making could be done in as little as 2 hours. You two go play outside while I work. You can practice your pocket dimension creation skills or something. You have a real gift for finding exceptionally infuriating teachers, Zorian, Zack told him after they got out of Silver Lake's earshot. Yes, but they tend to be exceptionally capable ones, too, Zorian countered. He took out a small box from his jacket pocket and flipped it upside down, allowing a stream of marbles to pour out of the box and into his waiting palm. A moderately perceptive person would quickly realize that there was no way all these marbles could fit into such a small box. Only 28 marbles. Zack smirked. Amateur. I managed to cram 32 of them inside a box like that. Zorian gave Zack a suspicious look, but it didn't seem like his fellow time traveler was lying about that. Damn it, Zorian grumbled. All those specialized shaping exercises and I still can't advance faster in this field than you do. I have 6 times more mana than you do and you're further hampered by the number of simulacrums you keep around you at all times, Zack said with a careless shrug. It's hard to make up for such a disadvantage. He was right, of course. Truthfully, it was amazing he was able to keep up with Zack's learning rate at all. It still made him feel a little annoyed that he lost their informal competition about who would advance faster in the field of pocket dimension creation. Oh well, there was still time to catch up. They would be chipping away at the topic for quite a few restarts after this, and he was confident he had more patience than Zack did. It ended up taking Silver Lake nearly 4 hours to finish the potion, despite her claim that it could be done in as little as 2 hours. She claimed she had merely been waiting for the concoction to cool down to a comfortable drinking temperature before bringing it over, but Zorian suspected it had more to do with the process being harder than she'd thought it would be rather than anything considerate like that. "You should drink the potion soon," Silver Lake told him. The instructions were a little fuzzy about its shelf life and there was a bit of unplanned excitement involved in making it, so I had to add in a little something to forcibly stabilize it. It should retain its potency for about a week, after which there is a small but non-trivial chance it might explode in your face. Best not to take that chance, Unplanned excitement, you say, Zack deadpanned. That doesn't exactly inspire confidence. I'm 97.3% sure it will work as expected, Silver Lake said firmly. There was a small silence as Silver Lake looked at them expectantly, no doubt hoping one of them would ask her why it was 97.3 instead of 99 or something like that. She would be sorely disappointed. They both knew better than to humor her like that. I'm 97.3% sure you pulled that number out of your ass, Zorian told her bluntly. But it doesn't matter. This month is approaching its end and time will soon reset itself. I'm going to drink this right away. Ah yes, the great time reset, Silver Lake said. You're still going on about that, huh? Well, did I ever tell you about? But Zorian wasn't listening anymore. He uncapped the potion bottle Silver Lake handed to him and immediately drank the entire potion. The thick green liquid was bitter as hell, but otherwise unremarkable. For a few seconds, nothing happened. And then he experienced a sensation reminiscent of the soul-stealing move he had experienced when fighting the Soul-Sizer Chrysanthemum and his senses rapidly began to dim. He lost consciousness. Break. When Zorian woke up, he found out 2 days had gone by. They had expected as much, though. According to what they knew, the process of gaining soul perception through this method always took at least a day, and could take as many as 5. Some unfortunate souls, ignorant of this little detail, had been known to die of dehydration after drinking a potion like this in secret. In regards to what had happened while he was unconscious, Zorian had only the fuzziest of recollections. He had periodically regained awareness throughout the process, but it was like trying to remember a dream. He remembered a series of senseless, disjoined images, a sea of suns connected by glowing threads, a massive volcano in the middle of an eruption, a carpet of smoke crawling across desolate lands. Just like his usual dreams, in other words. He put it out of his mind, and focused on the important stuff, like whether he had successfully acquired soul sight or not. The answer was that he had. It wasn't as instinctive as Zorian's mind magic, but Zorian had found a sufficient amount of instructions in Sudamir's mind to figure out what he had to do. So long as he poured mana into his soul in very specific ways, he could see the souls of other people. It wasn't really sight as such, so much as a whole new sense that gave him headaches when he tried to process what it was really telling him, but that would improve with time and practice. Overall, Zorian considered the whole thing to be a massive success. The only problem with the whole thing was that he had forgotten to mention to Amaya and Curiel that he would be absent from home for several days, so Zack had to take the brunt of their ire and convince them not to report his disappearance to the police. Now all three were kind of annoyed with him. Currently, Zorian was sort of hiding from them in Silver Lake's pocket dimension. Of course, he did have a valid reason for being there. Beside that, he was trying to find something that would convince her future self that the time loop is real. Silver Lake did have a penchant for telling him little personal stories from time to time, but it was hard to discern which ones were fake and which ones real, so he doubted that would help him convince her in the future. Did you know I was considered a dangerous radical in my youth? Silver Lake asked him. Zorian didn't and told her so. Oh yes. When I was born, the covens had already been on their last legs. Icosian magic had shown itself to be mostly superior to our own spellcasting traditions. After all, most of our spells are long rituals involving lots of chanting and standing still for hours on end, or relied upon invoking the spirits of the land, who are notoriously fickle things if you ask me. you can never rely on them to aid you when you need them the most. The one thing we had going for us, our potion making, the Icosians simply copied and then improved upon. I saw all this, and I decided to commit a huge heresy. I decided to study Icosian methods in addition to the traditional education I received from my mother. My coven exiled me for it when they found out. Tragic, Zorian said. But that wasn't quite what I was looking for. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't really be surprised if I revealed I knew this little tidbit of your past. No, of course not, Silverlake said. I'm sure you could find out that and more if you really decided to investigate my history. If you came to me and started narrating my past, I just think you did your homework before coming to see me. Right, Zorian nodded. So I'd really prefer if you gave me something more substantial. Surely you have some kind of private password that you could easily tell me without truly inconveniencing yourself. You can change it immediately after you tell me, so it's not like there is any danger I'll abuse it. Not during this month, no, Silverlake scoffed. But what if you're right? I have no assurance you'll only use such a secret to convince my future self of your crazy tale, you could use it just as easily to rob her blind. But you don't believe in the time loop? Zorian tried. If I'm going to entertain a stupid hypothetical, I'm not going to do a half-assed job, Silverlake said, her tone brooking no argument. But, I think I have it. Do you remember how you came in front of my home and made all that racket to draw my attention? Of course, Zorian nodded. It's one of the best moments of this month. Silverlake took a sudden swipe at him with her bony, withered hand, but Zorian successfully dodged her strike. Brat. I should refuse to say anything now, but I don't want you pestering me about this further, Silverlake grumbled. Anyway, at some point I actually considered the possibility of someone finding my abode and trying to catch my attention. I was thinking of what would be the proper, polite way of doing that, and I realized I would probably have to install some kind of doorbell or something. And that would be kind of incompatible with the whole hidden nature of this place, no? Right, Zorian agreed. So the doorbell would have to be hidden too, accessible only to people who have been told about it in advance. Exactly. Silverlake said. Now, in the end, I just scrapped the whole idea. I didn't want people visiting the place too casually. However, I did implement part of the system before I gave up. There is a stone in this place that emits shrill whistles when a special keystone is activated right outside the entrance to this dimension. These keystones were never actually made, so the whistle stone just sits there, uselessly gathering dust. I guess there is no harm in showing you how to create a matching keystone. And that would convince you there's something funny going on? Zorian asked. Well yes, I guess it would, Silverlake said. I mean, I never actually made a single keystone, let alone distributed them to people. How could you possibly create one that matches perfectly with the whistle stone in my dimension? If you showed up holding one of those, that would catch my attention for sure. Zorian grinned. He had a feeling their chances of convincing Silverlake in the future had just dramatically improved. Break. One of the more unexpected things about this restart was that Daimen had made a surprise decision to stay in Cyoria for the last few days of the restart. Zorian was not sure what exactly triggered this decision. Perhaps it was because Zorian had asked to borrow his divine artifice mirror for a little research, or because his eldest brother had joined them in exploring the ruined palace inside the orb this time, but he suddenly decided he absolutely must see the invasion that occurs on the night of the summer festival. Zorian thought nothing of it at first. Even when Daimen came to Cyoria a few days before the actual day of the invasion, making a mysterious claim that he had something he needed to do, Zorian just dismissed it as him wanting to talk with his old friends or whatever. Then Daimen came to him for help, and Zorian realized he probably should have inquired deeper into what Daimen was doing while back home in Eldamar. No, Daimen, Zorian told him firmly. I am not going to set up a meeting between you and Fortov. Come on, Zorian, this is our family at stake here, Daimen pleaded. Oh, please, Zorian protested. You and Fortov not getting along with each other is not a crisis. That's par for the course in our family. Stop being so melodramatic. Crisis or no, this time loop is perfect for solving things like this, and it will take so little effort, too. Show some compassion for your big brother and do me a favor, eh? Daimen insisted. Haven't I let you borrow my mirror when you asked, despite my better judgment? And let's not forget about that secret room full of treasure that I found in the ruined palace. It would have taken you months to find that without me, if you ever did. Zorian made a sour face. Yes, Daimen was rather more helpful in this restart than he usually was. That secret room in particular, they were still sorting through the contents, but it would seem there were some very nice things hidden there. One of the daggers appeared to be a genuine divine artifact. They had no idea what it did yet, but even if it turned out to be underwhelming, it would be extremely valuable as a research subject and priceless trade good. Look, Zorian said. Using me as a lure so you can basically ambush Fortov out there in the open really doesn't sit well with me. Don't you think that's kind of a jerk thing to do? I thought you hated Fortov. Daimen challenged, raising his eyebrow at him. I don't like him, but this sort of manipulative maneuver doesn't sit well with me, Zorian said. Just go confront him directly, okay? I'm sure he'll relent if you keep pestering him. No, he won't, Daimen said slowly. Do you think I'd suggest this if that worked? Besides, you're looking at this the wrong way. You don't have to trick him or anything. You said he always seeks you out at the end of the restart, so long as you don't avoid him. Something about the cure for the purple creeper rash, yes? Yes, Zorian reluctantly admitted. So you want me to just go somewhere where he can easily reach and wait for him to show up on his own? Yes, Daimen nodded. Since you haven't asked him to meet with you, he has no right to complain when it turns out I was in the vicinity. Well, all right, Zorian sighed. Though if you have been pestering him these past few days, he might decide to deviate from his usual pattern. It's amazing as it is that he always ends up pushing Ivory into that purple creeper patch. That has got to be a deliberate move on his part. Daimen agreed. I should ask about that too, I guess. The final plan was very simple. Zorian would spend the evening walking around the city, occasionally casting divinations to see if Fortov was approaching. If he was, he would quickly seek shelter in one of the many coffee shops scattered around Scioria, under the theory that Fortov was slightly less likely to start yelling at Daimen in the middle of a crowded coffee shop than in the middle of the street or whatever. Once Fortov sat down, Daimen would show up to crash the event. Daimen's little plot worked perfectly. Fortov did show up, looking for Zorian's help in procuring an anti-rash potion. Zorian had already made the necessary salve before coming here, so he just handed the little jar full of salve to Fortov and sat back to finish the cup of tea he ordered. Fortov looked down at the cure jar in his hand, fingering it awkwardly, and frowned at him. You just happen to have that very specific cure lying around in your pocket? Fortov asked Zorian incredulously. What the hell, Zorian? Do you carry a whole apothecary with you at all times or something? Well, the way his pocket dimension creation skills were advancing, that might actually be a possibility in the future. I knew you'd be looking for that, Zorian said. I spoke to Ivory, after all. Fortov's face twisted in surprise. She spoke to you, he asked, shocked. Oh man, why me? Look, thank you for this, but... You pushed her into that purple creeper patch deliberately, didn't you? Zorian said, not really asking so much as making an observation. It's not that simple, okay? Fortov said defensively. You don't know what she's like. I know she looks quiet and all, but she was being really aggressive and wouldn't take no for an answer and she kept trying to kiss me and... I guess I went a little overboard. And a purple creeper patch just happened to be nearby? Zorian asked. Fortov's explanation was great and all, but how did that explain Ivory ending up in that bush every single time? I deliberately took the purple creeper-related task when they were distributing class assignments, because people usually avoid them like a plague. But that didn't deter her this time. I guess in retrospect it would have been smarter to take something where lots of other people would be nearby. At least that would stop her from trying to get physical with me. Zorian was going to inquire more about this, but this was the moment that Daimen finally showed up to crash the meeting. Strange, he actually kind of wished Daimen had taken longer to arrive. The story was just getting interesting. You again. Fortov hissed, giving Daimen an angry glare. Why can't you take the hint? And how the hell are you even here? I thought you were supposed to be in Koth. Please, I just wanted to talk, okay? Why are you being so? Zorian leaned back in his chair, taking another sip of his tea, and mentally toned down the volume of the shouting going around him. So much for the idea that Fortov would hold back because they were in a public location. But it didn't matter because this was Damon's stage now and there was no need for him to get involved. Well, there wasn't any need for it until both of them decided to pull him into their argument just because he was there. And because his smug attitude pissed them off, apparently. Sometimes he just couldn't win. 76, Critical Blunder. Chapter 076 Critical Blunder. The evening was a pleasant one, with cool winds blowing through the streets of Syoria and the moon shining brightly in the sky. Zorian took it all in, feeling somewhat invigorated by the evening chill, and thought about life. It was interesting, Zorian mused, that even after all these years spent in the time loop, some simple experiences had eluded him until now. Getting thrown out of a coffee shop for disturbing the other customers, for instance, was an entirely novel experience. He glanced to the side, where Daimen and Fortov were currently having a tense face-off, staring at each other with serious expressions. He wasn't even angry, in all honesty. Yes, being ejected out of the building was mildly embarrassing, but it didn't bother him all that much. What did bother him was that even after causing such a commotion, they still failed to even establish what the problem was. Honestly, these two. Fortov, look, Zorian began cautiously, I understand you being mad at Daimen but you're only shooting yourself in the foot here. The reason Daimen sought you out is because he wants to know why you're angry with him. If you want to get rid of him, just tell him what your problem with him is and he'll go away. Well, probably. Don't you start, Fortov said, giving him a suspicious frown. You helped him set this up, didn't you? I didn't ask you to seek me out, Zorian pointed out calmly. You decided that on your own. And nobody forced you to stay around and argue with Daimen either. You already have the salve you came for, no? You could have just picked yourself up and left the moment Daimen showed up. That's what I'd have done in your place. The fact that you stayed around means you do want Daimen to know why you're angry after all. For a second, Fortov just stared at him, a stony expression on his face. It was a somewhat alien look on the normally amiable Fortov. I so want to punch you in the face right now, you smug asshole, Fortov eventually said. But I suppose there is something to that logic, so I'll restrain myself. Finally, Daimen mumbled, just loud enough for both of them to hear him. All this dancing around and refusing to say what's bothering you, I almost thought you had turned into a woman while I wasn't looking. Fortov glared furiously at him, to which Daimen reacted only by rolling his eyes. Thankfully, the shouting didn't start up again. It seemed that Fortov had gotten his anger out of his system a bit. Right, now, just before the nice waitress asked us to leave the premises, I believe you were saying something about your problems with the academy being Damon's fault. Zorian prompted. It was in his best interest to help Daimen get his answer now, or else the man would no doubt make more annoying plots like this one in upcoming restarts. Which is ridiculous, Daimen butted in. We barely even interacted with each other by the time Fortov started attending the academy in Syoria. Yes. Fortov said, pointing his index finger at Daimen with a stabbing motion. Then he repeated the gesture for emphasis. Yes, that's exactly my problem. We barely interacted at all. What? Daimen asked uncomprehendingly. You don't even know what I'm talking about, Fortov said, more as a statement of fact than a question. I think that's what pisses me off the most about this. You don't even remember. You've completely forgotten all about your promise. What promise? Daimen fumbled. You were supposed to help me. Fortov burst out, pointing at Daimen again and then hitting himself in the chest with a closed fist to indicate himself. Remember? I came to you before enrolling here and asked you if I could count on you to support me when I run into troubles at the academy, and you said yes. You said I could always come to you for help if I needed it and that it's no issue at all. Daimen visibly winced at those words. Oh, he said weakly. That. Yes, that, Fortov said sullenly. I was such a fool to actually trust you on that. What good is a promise like that when you're always busy with something, always unreachable and brushing me off when you're not? You probably forgot about that promise the moment you made it, if you ever took it seriously at all. I made that promise in good faith, Daimen protested. It's just that I had some professional opportunities come up afterwards that were too good to let go. Don't you think it's kind of unreasonable of you to expect me to sabotage my career just to help you with schoolwork? I mean, you could have always just asked Zorian for help instead and... Both Fortov and Zorian gave him a glare for that. Daimen considered his words for a moment and then mumbled something that was either a quick prayer to the gods or a colorful curse before dropping the idea and moving on. Anyway, moving on, Daimen said, coughing into his fist. I guess I kind of did fail you there. I do admit that. However, to say that makes me responsible for your academy problems, that's still rubbish. Let's be honest here, Fortov, me helping you out every once in a while wouldn't have made much of a difference in the grand scheme of things. It wasn't supposed to be every once in a while, you jerk, Fortov protested. Zorian stood off to the side, shaking his head as the two continued to argue. As minutes ticked by, it became obvious that this promise thing meant completely different things to Fortov than it did to Daimen. Fortov, it turned out, had understood Daimen's promise as a commitment to a much heavier form of support. Though Fortov did not phrase things that way, Zorian understood his middle brother's explanations for what they were, an admission that he expected to be carried along throughout his entire education on Daimen's coattails. Daimen, on the other hand, probably made that promise without much thought put into it, thinking it a mere formality. He evidently expected that Fortov would come seek him out once every few months to ask a question or two and talk about girls and life and stuff. Amusingly enough, he ended up not even getting that in the end. Can't you see you're being completely unreasonable? Daimen said, gesticulating wildly. Do you even hear what you're saying? You basically expected me to do half of your work for you. That's completely ridiculous. He's right, it is, added Zorian, nodding sagely. I was just describing an ideal case, I would have been happy with even a fraction of it, Fortov shot back. And it doesn't matter because in the end I got nothing at all. You gave me a promise and then you forgot you'd ever made it. That's a jerk thing to do, no matter how you try to spin it. He's right, it is, added Zorian, nodding sagely. Shut up, Zorian, they both said in perfect synchronization. Zorian pretended to stagger back from the outburst and mimicked clamping his mouth shut. As for Daimen and Fortov, the two of them shared an uncertain look between each other before quietly deciding to calm down a little and take a step back. Zorian would have liked to claim that this was his plan all along, but truthfully he was just messing with them for his own amusement. But seriously, you're being kind of crazy here, Daimen said to Fortov again, a little more sedately this time. I get that you're having problems with your studies, but... Man, you just don't understand, Fortov complained, cutting him off. This city, this academy, it's out of my league. I know this. I've always known this. I know my limits. I'm not as smart as you and Zorian. You're plenty smart, Fortov, Zorian cut in. You're just lazy. Fortov didn't even try to refute him, but Daimen gave him a sidelong glance. I thought you were going to keep quiet. Daimen asked. I lied, Zorian said with a careless shrug. Whatever, Fortov said, exhaling heavily. I'm not as good as you two. Happy now? Zorian made a circular motion with his hand, signaling him to keep going. Anyway, my point was that I only agreed to enroll here because Daimen said he would support me. If I had known I would have to do this alone, I would have told mother and father to enroll me somewhere else. Somewhere less prestigious. But they pushed hard for this, saying what an opportunity this is, and I thought, well, at least I'll have my genius older brother there to help me sort things out. Zorian didn't say anything after that, quietly waiting by the side and letting the two of them talk. He didn't feel much compassion for Fortov's plight. Daimen may have a cause for feeling a little guilty about how things turned out, but all Zorian saw was the same old Fortov he'd known from his childhood, a lazy, shallow asshole constantly looking for ways to shift his own responsibilities onto people around him. He was darkly amused when the two of them eventually decided to just take a step back and have another meeting in a week or so, something that would never happen, and Daimen damn well knew so. Oh well, it wasn't really Zorian's problem. That is, until Fortov left the scene and Daimen tried to make it his problem. No, Daimen, I am not going to delve into the hows and whys of Fortov's failures and assemble a tutoring program for him, Zorian bluntly told him. Why not? You do for Curiel and even that female friend of yours, Daimen said. He's your brother, Zorian. Sorry, but you can't guilt-trip me into doing this. Mother's antics have made me completely immune to guilt trips, Zorian said dispassionately. I am sick and tired of having to pick up after Fortov's failures time and time again. How about you do it for once in your life? You're the one who made a promise that you failed to keep, no? Don't you think it's in poor taste to try fobbing this off on me so quickly after your little heart-to-heart with Fortov? The restart is just about to end, when else am I going to talk to you about this if not now? Daimen protested. And I don't retain memories over the restarts like you do, that's why I can't do it. But you can leave yourself notes at the end of each restart and work on the problem that way, Zorian countered. You are doing that very thing in order to figure out how to get mother and father to accept your marriage to Orisa, so I don't see why you can't apply it here too. Daimen frowned, either because he did not like the idea or because he was reminded of how utterly he had failed in his task of convincing them thus far. He's your brother, Daimen, Zorian said, flinging his words back at him. Ugh, Daimen grumbled. You can be such a little shit sometimes. Fine, you win. I guess it has to be me. But I'll need you to do me a small favor. Break. One restart ended and a new one began. At the start of the new restart, Zack and Zorian immediately invaded Jornak's home, knocking him out, kidnapping him and searching his home. They found Veyers dead in the guest room, just like Jornak's story in the previous restart suggested they would. Using his brand new soul perception and a couple of soul magic forensic spells he had stolen from Sudamir's mind, unsurprisingly, necromancers had a very developed tradition of analytic spells meant to be used on corpses. Zorian determined that Veyers was in a virtually identical situation as the soul-killed Arania beneath Scioria. Normally, when one's soul was ripped out of their body, there would be subtle signs left etched into the flesh of the deceased, and these could be used to infer the method of extraction used. Neither the Arania nor Veyers showed such traces, though. It was as if they were merely flesh puppets that had never held any life to begin with. They had expected such a result, but it was nice to have things confirmed so clearly. After examining Veyers' body, they moved on to Jornak. Zorian had expected the young lawyer to be absolutely livid at them, but the way they just barged into his home and brutally subdued him must have clued him in to the fact they weren't here on behalf of regular law enforcement. Or maybe it was their age. Zorian sometimes forgot to account for that little detail, as he felt pretty old these days, but he and Zack still looked like teenagers. Jornak was thus a lot more subdued this time around, too terrified about what they wanted to do with him to put up much of a resistance. Sadly, interrogating him with the aid of truth potions and mind magic yielded very little of note. Everything was mostly as Jornak had said in the previous restart, except that Veyers was also something of an informant for the young lawyer. In addition to being a friend, he basically reported anything interesting that occurred in his house to Jornak, who then forwarded the information to the cult of the World Dragon. Thus, Veyers was something of an unwitting low-level spy for the cult. Finally, Zack and Zorian sat down one day to discuss their findings and what they meant regarding the identity of Red Robe. So, Zack began, we've confirmed that Veyers is either Red Robe or connected to him in some fashion. His body is clearly just a meat puppet that never held a soul to begin with, just like the bodies of your Iranian friends beneath the city. Either he was somehow connected to Red Robe and the man decided to use soul kill on him, or he is Red Robe and this is what happens to a controller's body when they leave the time loop. Is that about right? It is, Zorian confirmed. Additionally, the fact Red Robe saw fit to delete your memories of Veyers reinforces his importance. We haven't been able to find anyone else whose entire presence had been scoured from your mind, so whatever link he has to Red Robe isn't small. He also has a reason to be bitter at the city and a link to the invasion, however tenuous, Zack added. Yeah, he could totally be Red Robe. Even his height and build matches what I remember of him when he attacked me at the start of that one restart. Sadly, that is not real proof of anything, Zorian said, shaking his head. At the level of skill we are working at, that sort of thing is trivially easy to fake. All it takes is a quick transformation spell and you could radically change your height and build. Well, he did attack me at the very start of the restart when he was undoubtedly in a hurry and didn't have much time to make detailed preparations. Maybe it slipped his mind. You have a better memory than I do and you saw him up close. How does the Red Robe in your mind compare to Veyers? Zorian considered it carefully. After a while he decided that Zack was right, Veyers did have the appropriate height and build to be the Red Robe in his memories. It is as you say, Zorian said slowly. He does kind of fit under that robe. But really, in order to get to the bottom of this, we need to find out what happens when a controller leaves the time loop. This should tell us whether Veyers is just a soul-killed victim or the very mastermind we are looking for. And how are we supposed to do that? Zack complained. That stupid guardian of the threshold thing refuses to entertain hypotheticals like that. We already asked it what happens in this scenario, remember? It simply insisted that no such thing could transpire. Besides, we still don't know what method Red Robe used to leave. If he's a later addition to the time loop like you assume he is, he couldn't have used the normal method to do so. He would have run into the problem of his original already having a soul, which should have led to the Guardian refusing to cooperate. Depending on what method Red Robe used to leave the time loop, the answer to the question of what would happen to his body might radically change. Not necessarily, Zorian said. One thing that always stuck with me about Red Robe is that he honestly seemed concerned about the possibility of there being a large number of other time travelers involved in the time loop. That means that he knew of a very easy and reliable way of inducing people in the time loop and thought it was entirely plausible that someone was using it on a mass scale. He did seem quite certain that there were a lot of other time travelers lurking around, Zack said, frowning. My memory of that time is not the best, but that did appear to be the main thing he sought answers about when he probed my mind that night. Right, Zorian said. And this method couldn't have been the same as what I went through, because what happened to me is highly dangerous to the marker donor and probably doesn't give consistent results. It also couldn't have been something that is hard to set up, or else Red Robe wouldn't have accepted it happening so readily and on such a large scale. So what is it then? Zack asked impatiently. I'm guessing you have some sort of answer, or else you wouldn't be mentioning it. Don't try to reenact those cheap detective novels with me, please. I always found the long reveals in those books to be really annoying. Fine, I'll be blunt, Zorian sighed. Killjoy. I think Red Robe was simply using a modified temporary marker to persist in the time loop. Sure, they're supposed to last only 6 months, but that's probably just an extra restriction rather than something inherent in the marker itself. And my own marker demonstrates quite clearly that these markers can be damaged. Perhaps selectively damaged, allowing people to remove some of the functions. There have to be some protections against that, Zack frowned. I doubt that the makers of the system would just allow people to tinker with their work like that. Possibly, Zorian conceded. Not having seen any temporary marker yet, I can offer little except baseless speculation. But still, this seems to me like the most likely and straightforward way for Red Robe to enter the time loop. Zack considered his words for a while before giving it a careless shrug and focusing his attention back to Zorian. Well, alright, Zack shrugged. Let's assume you're right. So what? How does that relate to what we were talking about? Well, the temporary markers are supposed to be temporary, Zorian said. There is probably a clear course of action meant to be done when they run out and the person they were supporting disappears. And this course of action will probably be performed even if the person disappears prematurely through some other method. Oh. Zack said, slapping himself in the forehead. Of course. So if Red Robe entered the time loop through a selectively damaged, temporary marker, all we have to do to find out what would happen after he leaves, is place a temporary marker on someone and see what happens after it runs out. Exactly, Zorian nodded. A brief silence descended on the scene. You know, Zack began after a while, I'm pretty sure we already know the answer to that question. It probably just recreates a person from its usual template, as if they were never a temporary looper to begin with. I have no proof of this, but it intuitively makes sense to me. You are probably correct, Zorian nodded. I also have no proof, but it is consistent with the intent of the time loop as the training simulation to set things up in that fashion. Which would mean that Veyers isn't Red Robe, Zack continued with that line of thought. Red Robe should have ended up as a normal person with no memory of his time-looping self, not a soulless corpse. If he really did enter the time loop via a modified temporary marker, that is probably the case, Zorian nodded. Zack hummed thoughtfully, tapping his fingers against his chin. So let's assume for a moment that Veyers is just a broken link. I still think he's the most likely candidate for Red Robe, but whatever, your theory does sound rather plausible. Who is Veyers linked to? Jornak? Is he Red Robe? He could be, I guess, Zorian said uncertainly. I mean, I see no real evidence for that, and the man is not very impressive. We weren't very impressive before the time loop happened to us either, Zack pointed out. True, Zorian said. I'm not saying it's impossible for Jornak to be Red Robe, just that I see no real evidence for the idea. Did Veyers have any other friends and associates other than Jornak? Zack asked. I think he did, but Jornak did not know who these people were, Zorian said. Veyers didn't like to talk about his personal life and Jornak didn't pry into it too much. The fact that Veyers chose to take shelter in Jornak's place might be artificially skewing our perception of how close they weren't really that close. Jornak was actually quite surprised when Veyers came knocking on his door with a plea to let him stay for a while, and even contemplated refusing. They discussed things for another hour or so before deciding to shelve the discussion for now. They would be interrogating Jornak in more detail in upcoming days, which would hopefully shed more light on the issue. They also intended to use pieces of Veyers' body as divination tools to try and track his movement while he was alive. They would have to do this very, very carefully though, lest they get tracked down themselves by the Boranova house investigators. Eventually the two of them retired into one of the quieter, less frequented taverns on the outskirts of the city and sat down to have a drink and talk about less serious topics. The waitress gave Zorian a really weird look when he ordered fruit juice instead of anything alcoholic and Zack mocked him for it, but Zorian wasn't really bothered about that. Instead he decided to make use of this opportunity to complain about the family drama that Daimen forced him to participate in near the end of the previous restart. Oh man, your family is such a train wreck, Zack laughed. It's not even funny, except it kind of is. Though I have to admit, I kind of get the urge to defend Fortov when you explain his situation like that. I mean, I understand why you feel the way you do, but us fuck-ups needs to look out for each other, you know. What do you, oh yeah, you were kind of doing badly in the academy yourself, weren't you? Zorian suddenly realized. He winced. Sorry. I wasn't thinking. No, it's fine, Zack said, shaking his head. I'm not insulted. Much like Fortov, I too had excuses for my poor performance. But I understand now that they were just that, excuses. Perhaps Fortov will eventually learn his lesson as well, eh? Perhaps, Zorian agreed diplomatically. Zack responded by taking a deep sip out of his beer keg and then leaned back in his chair in contentment. You know, every time I think about what my future would have been like if I never got pulled into this time loop thing, I get both furious and horrified, Zack said, staring at the ceiling of the tavern with unfocused eyes. It's been so long, but I remember what it was like so very vividly. How I lived in an empty, half-abandoned house, constantly hearing about how I was expected to rebuild my entire house from scratch and feeling utterly lost as to how I can accomplish it. How I eventually decided it was a hopeless task and began to coast by on the least amount of effort I could get away with and just tried to keep myself happy. But hey, it was fine. I had plenty of money. I mean, that was why Tezen fired all the servants and sold off all our properties, right? So it doesn't matter if I don't do too well at the academy and have no real professional skills. Everything will work out, just, fine. Zack suddenly finished off his beer keg and then slammed it violently onto the cheap wooden table. The tavern workers all turned towards them, and for a moment Zorian thought he would be thrown out of a building for the second time in 2 restarts, but in the end they just shook their heads slightly and went about their work. Evidently this was not a rare occurrence around here. I'm getting angry again, Zack explained unnecessarily. I shouldn't be talking about this while drinking. Zorian scratched his cheek awkwardly, not sure how to respond to that. He was really regretting starting the topic about Fortov now. You know what the problem with teaming up with you is? Zack asked him suddenly, staring intently into his eyes. He didn't wait for his answer. I can't start a restart by beating Tezen into a bloody pulp anymore. I used to do that every once in a while to work out my frustrations. Zorian remembered that. It used to occur quite frequently, leading up to a lot of speculation about Zack and his reasons for doing that. It's probably for the best you stop doing that, Zorian told him. You might develop unhealthy habits and end up becoming a fugitive for no good reason once we're out of the time loop. That would be a pretty sad way for all this to end, no? I guess, Zack said. But it was so satisfying. Zack eyed his keg for a couple of seconds, as if considering if he should get himself another, before sighing and pushing it to the side. Good. He'd rather not deal with a drunk Zack right now. What do you intend to do about Tezen, anyway? Zorian asked. When we get out of the time loop, I mean. What else? I'm going to sue him into oblivion, Zack said. He may be powerful and well connected, but I still have some friends in high places and he was pretty brazen in his actions. He broke the law when he robbed me of my inheritance and I'll do my best to make him pay for it through official channels. If that doesn't work, well, I hope it doesn't get to that. I see, Zorian said. I didn't see you do any research on the topic thus far. I've already done all the preparations a long time ago, Zack said. I have all the evidence I need, I know how to blindside him when putting things into motion and I can afford to hire the best damn lawyers in the country to represent me. There is nothing more that can be done within the confines of the restart. These kind of legal cases take years of legal wrangling, not weeks. Still, a strong start does count for a lot and all the lawyers I spoke with tell me I have a good chance of winning. That's good, Zorian nodded slowly. Though I have a suspicion Tezen and his faction won't limit themselves to mere legal wrangling in their attempts to deal with you. I know, Zack grinned. But you know me. I don't shy away from danger. Let them come. It will just give me a stronger case when it turns up what they've been up to. Anything I can do to help? Zorian asked. Probably not, actually, Zack said, shaking his head. This is mostly a job for lawyers, not for the likes of us. Once I put things into motion, I just need to keep the money flowing and ward off any assassination attempts and the like. But we'll see. Rest assured I will not be too shy to ask for help from my fellow time traveler. The conversation wound down after that, and they each went their separate ways for the day. The upcoming days were going to be somewhat busy ones, involving a great deal of preparations and planning. It was time to visit Silver Lake again, and this time they planned to seriously try and convince her that the time loop is real. Break. When Zack and Zorian showed at Silver Lake's hidden base, they came carrying the Grey Hunter's egg sac and the ancient giant salamander that Silver Lake was looking for. The eggs were acquired in the exact same way they had been in the previous restart. As for the salamander, they just went to the same place Zorian had found it in the past and then started their search from there. Eventually, after 2 whole days of searching up and down the river and examining nearby hiding places, they found the giant salamander buried in the mud of one of the flooded caverns, almost undetectable if one didn't know what to look for. Without an appropriate starting point, it would have taken them forever to track it down. But no matter, the point was that they had both of the ingredients that Silver Lake wanted so badly for her youth potion, and Zorian had created the keystone that Silver Lake had shown him how to make in the previous restart. They also loaded up a bunch of combat golems into the portable palace orb, ready to be taken out at a moment's notice, just in case Silver Lake reacted badly to their approach, something that was entirely possible, but unavoidable. They didn't have the time to take things slowly anymore. "I'm ready," Zack said, twirling a combat staff in his fingers to pass the time. "Go ahead and ring the bell." Zorian nodded and activated the keystone in his hands. Nothing visible happened, but Zorian was sure he had performed the action correctly. Now they could only wait. They had to wait a surprisingly long time, longer than they had to the last time they had come here. Zorian suspected this was because Silver Lake was studying them from inside before deciding to come out, and this time they had come more heavily armed and visibly dangerous. Eventually, however, she decided to greet them anyway. The fact that Zack had gotten bored at some point and started building a giant statue of himself via alteration spells right outside her home might have motivated her to hurry up. "How the hell did you activate that old piece of junk?" she immediately demanded, squinting at each of them suspiciously. "I never gave anyone a matching keystone. Hell, I never even made any matching keystones." "Suspicious. Very, very suspicious. Who are you two?" "To answer your last question, I am Zack Novita and this is Zorian Kaczynski. We are but humble academy students coming here to pay our respects to a living legend," Zack flattered shamelessly. Silver Lake snorted derisively at him, saying nothing. "And also to arrange for a trade, I guess. Or should I say, renegotiate our existing one? After all, this is the second time we're meeting like this." "I don't think so," Silver Lake said curiously. "I don't remember you. I may be old, but I'm pretty sure I'd never forget a couple of brats as brazen as you two. I mean, I kind of like that kind of attitude, but only when it's directed at other people." "That's just because your memory of our meeting has been wiped clean from your mind," Zorian said in a carefree manner. "Nothing to worry about. Anyway, here is a gift." Zorian reached into his backpack and withdrew a bottle of brandy and a box of sweets from it, which he then handed to a surprised Silver Lake. She made no move to claim them, looking at both objects like they were poisonous vipers. "A gift?" she asked emotionlessly. "It is customary to bring gifts when visiting someone," Zorian said sagely. "It's an important tradition." Silver Lake made a sour face at that explanation. She spent a few more seconds scrutinizing the two objects before finally deciding they were probably harmless. She took them both from his hands and immediately stuffed them into one of her jacket pockets. Even though the heavy bottle and the large box of sweets shouldn't have possibly been able to fit into that tiny jacket pocket, they somehow did. What a casual use of pocket dimension creation. Zorian couldn't help but feel a little jealous. He wouldn't be able to duplicate that feat, and in fact didn't even know how to go about achieving it. He could only extend the space of rigid containers right now, and had no idea how to use something as flexible as a pocket as a base for a pocket dimension. He knew it was unreasonable to expect to be as good as Silver Lake after only a month of instruction, but this was a pretty stark reminder of how far he had to go to match the old witch's expertise in that regard. Silver Lake grinned at him in triumph, savoring this little victory for all it was worth. "Let's back up a bit, shall we?" she asked, a little more confident this time. "You said something about my memory being wiped." "Yes," Zack nodded. "You see, about a month ago we came to you with a certain offer." And Zack started giving Silver Lake the summarized version of what happened in the previous restart, though they took pains to temporarily omit any mention of the time loop itself. They figured it would immediately make Silver Lake disbelieve anything else they had to say if they started with that. Instead they just narrated the general terms of their deal and the way she had instructed them in the art of pocket dimension creation and occasionally sent them on random errands. And they used plenty of props in their explanation. When they spoke of how they offered the previous version of Silver Lake Grey Hunter's eggs, they took the eggs they obtained in this restart out of the portable palace orb and showed them to her. When they spoke of how Silver Lake told them she also needed an ancient giant salamander to complete her youth potion, they took out the living salamander they captured and showed it off as well. Silver Lake's eyes shone brightly when she saw the two alchemical ingredients she wanted the most laid out in front of her, but she remained silent and motionless as she listened to their story in a rapt manner. When it came time to move the story into Silver Lake's home dimension, though, her expression fell and turned grave. This was because Zorian started using illusionary scenes from his memory to illustrate his points. Normally these kinds of illusory images weren't worth much as a proof. After all, nothing stopped the illusionist from fabricating things, and people's memories tended to be kind of fuzzy in even the best of cases. However, Zorian had the ability to remember a scene down to the tiniest detail, and it wasn't like one could randomly invent a detailed layout of Silver Lake's dimension and be correct. He could replicate the image of her favorite cauldron down to the tiniest scratch and replicate the exact number of dried onions and mushrooms hanging from the hooks on her wall. It was a pretty damning proof that he had at least been there at some point, even if he wasn't telling the truth about anything else, and Silver Lake clearly knew it. "Stop, stop," she suddenly told him, waving her hand in a forceful manner. She looked honestly shaken at the sight of these images. I need to check something." Zack and Zorian stood by the side while Silver Lake started casting one diagnostic spell after another on herself. Occasionally she would stop and mutter to herself in some alien Kusky tongue that neither Zack nor Zorian had ever encountered, before shaking her head and continuing with her self-diagnostics. After that she started examining the entrance to her dimension before wordlessly disappearing inside. Zack and Zorian still waited patiently, not saying anything. She returned 20 minutes later, looking more disturbed than ever. "It doesn't make sense," she loudly proclaimed. "None of this makes sense. My memory is fine. It hasn't been tampered with. I know it hasn't, because there are always traces left when one does so, and my mind doesn't have any. But you've clearly been inside my home long enough to dig up that old stone and puzzle out a matching keystone for it, long enough to memorize every corner of it down to the smallest detail. Except there is no trace of illegal entry, not even the faintest whiff of it, and there is no way in all the hells and all the heavens I'd ever forget letting someone like you inside. And your story. What a bunch of rubbish. You say you sold me Grey Hunter's eggs a whole month ago, yet I see no evidence I've ever processed them. And now you come here with a new sack of Grey Hunter's eggs, as if those can be acquired just by going into your neighborhood store or something. Who are you people and what is happening here?" She punctuated her statement by making a sweeping hand gesture, causing two huge, hulking humanoids of Earth to suddenly coalesce out of the soil around them. Earth elementals, and not minor ones either. However. "Should we?" Zack mouthed. Zorian quietly nodded and made a sweeping gesture of his own, though his one was mostly for show, not because he actually needed to make it. Then again, maybe it was the same for Silver Lake. In any case, he made use of the time needed to make the gesture to reach out into the ever-useful orb, causing a bunch of equally huge and hulking war golems to pop into existence next to them. "We don't want to fight," Zorian said. But if you really insist on it, I guarantee you it won't end in your favor. Rather than answer him, Silverlake stomped her foot on the ground, causing a set of heavy, potent wards to radiate out of the entrance to her pocket dimensions. The warding scheme quickly enclosed the entire area, shutting down their teleportation, filling the area with fog, inhibiting their shaping skills, disturbing their souls. Even as Silverlake was making her move, though, Zorian was doing the same. He quickly reached into his backpack again and retrieved from it a truncated pyramid made out of glittering blue stone. He threw it in front of him, and it promptly righted itself in the air and began to hover there, golden lines and glyphs suddenly appearing on its surface. In a blink of an eye, it had enclosed Zack, Zorian and their war golems under a dome of yellow light. Silverlake's wards crashed into the dome, and were immediately halted in their tracks. The old witch was way better than Zorian in a number of fields, but her skill at setting up wards wasn't one of them. Not to mention that wards were always more effective as a means of defense than they were as an offensive tool. There was a tense silence as the two sides stared at each other from behind their respective barriers. After about a minute of this, Silverlake suddenly sighed and commanded the earth elementals to merge back into the earth and the wards to retreat back into her pocket dimension. After a second of hesitation, Zack and Zorian similarly put away their own defenses. "Well," Silverlake said, sounding surprisingly chirpy and relaxed. She chuckled at their wary postures and serious faces. "I really suffered a loss this time, didn't I? I guess this is what I get for trying to escalate things into combat. I was never that much of a fighter, truth be told. I don't suppose we could all forget this ever happened, hmm?" "Sure, let's," Zack said, giving her a friendly grin. "It's probably for the best if this never happens again, though. I only ever give people 2 chances. "Oh," Silverlake said, cocking her head sideways like a curious bird. "Oh, I see. Everything I've been met with thus far is your friend's work, but he isn't actually the combat specialist. You are. And you never even made a move thus far." She shook her head, speaking to herself self-depreciatingly. "Silly old girl, making such blunders at your age. It's just as they say, you learn all your life and still die a fool. Though there should hopefully be no dying for me just yet." "In any case," said Zorian, coughing into his fist to attract her attention, "I believe I have an answer for the concerns you expressed just before this, unpleasantness. You were wondering how this was all possible, yes?" "Yes," she bluntly confirmed. "I'm very curious as to how this could happen." "It's like this," said Zorian, creating another illusory scene, this one depicting the planet they lived on, spinning placidly in the air. "There is an artifact from the Age of Gods that can take our entire world, take a snapshot of every single thing in existence and create a flawless copy of it in a giant pocket dimension." Surprisingly, after Zorian had gotten about halfway into the story, Silverlake suddenly started to ask a series of rapid-fire questions about the Sovereign Gate, the Guardian of the Threshold, the exact mechanics of the time loop itself, and so on. "All right, you can stop now," she eventually said, tapping her leg with her bony fingers. "I think I know what's going on now." "Well, somewhat. And if I'm right, then there is a very easy way to check if you're telling the truth or not." Zack and Zorian perked up at her words. "Oh?" Zack asked excitedly. Silverlake grinned, obviously enjoying the fact that she knew something they didn't. Or at least thought she did. Zorian wasn't going to get excited before he heard what she actually had to say. For all he knew, she was just trying to patch up her wounded pride. "Tell me," she said, "have you two ever heard about the primordials?" 77. Testing. Chapter 077 Testing. Primordials were strange, enigmatic creatures. They were supposedly firstborn children of the primordial dragon from which the world was fashioned, ancient and powerful. In life, their abilities had rivaled those of the gods themselves. In death, they had spawned a multitude of lesser primordials to continue their struggle. One would think that such fearsome beings and everything related to them would be vividly remembered by history, but this was not the case. In his search for primordial prisons outside Scioria, Zorian had consulted many church documents, historical records, and elementals, largely in vain. Primordials may have been powerful and frightening in their heyday, but they had been sealed away thousands of years ago. That was a lot of time for information to be forgotten, especially since the gods had actively tried to limit knowledge of them and their prisons while they had still been active in the world. Thus, finding any substantial information on them was quite hard. Moreover, even when such information was found, it was hard to gauge how much of it was reliable and how much of it was pure fabrication. A lot of the stories that bothered going into the details of the nature of primordials were mutually contradictory, and there was no way to test any of them to see which one was closer to the truth than the others. In other words, you know virtually nothing about primordials except that they exist and that one of them is imprisoned in Scioria, Silver Lake concluded after hearing their explanation. Yeah, pretty much, Zack confirmed. Although they were searching for the locations of other primordial prisons in their free time, that hadn't produced much in the way of actual results. What does this have to do about confirming the truth of our story, though? Patience, boy, patience, Silver Lake urged smugly. A house must be built from the foundation up. In order to answer that question, I must first show you the truth about primordials and the way they were imprisoned. Oh. She could actually answer those questions. Zorian was torn between excitement and a healthy dose of caution. On one hand, this was a powerful witch that has lived through more than a century, surely she wouldn't be making claims like that without a good reason to be confident. On the other hand, well, it was Silver Lake. After some thought, he decided to voice his concerns to the old witch in front of him. Ignorant brat, she complained. Do you think I'd be joking about something this serious? Zack and Zorian shared a knowing look between each other. Well, yeah, Zack said, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Now that you mention it, that does sound like something I would derive dark amusement from, Silver Lake mused, rubbing her chin with her hand as she stared at the tree branches above her. Not exactly something you should be proud of, Zorian pointed out unhappily. Anyway, do you want to hear what I have to say or not? Silver Lake asked loudly, abandoning her musing pose in favor of folding her hands over her chest and looking at them both defiantly. Sure we do, Zorian said. As annoying as the old witch was, she had some very unique skills and insights that were almost impossible to find elsewhere. Let's hear it. Silver Lake stayed silent for a few seconds. Before either Zack or Zorian could say anything about that, the entrance to her secret hideout flared into life again and another Silver Lake stepped out of it, carrying a large brown book in her hands. Zorian raised an eyebrow at this. Silver Lake having some kind of duplicate was not that surprising. There were lots of spells that duplicated the appearance of a caster in some way, after all. Even if it was an actual simulacrum, Zorian still wouldn't find it unusual, since Silver Lake was clearly proficient in soul magic. The really interesting question was which Silver Lake was the real thing, the one they've been talking to all this time or the one that had just walked out of her dimensional hideout. He activated his newly acquired soul perception and took a look. It was not easy for Zorian to use his soul perception. Training it had been slow and frustrating thus far, though he had been told by Alanik that he was doing just fine by normal standards. He'd had the ability for less than a month, so it was to be expected that his control over it was crude and that he had trouble interpreting what it was telling him. Zorian imagined this was how non-psychics felt when they tried to train their non-structured mind magic into something usable. Still, identifying whether something in front of him had a soul or not was well within his modest capabilities. With that in mind, he focused his soul perception on Silver Lake and immediately realized that she indeed had a soul. She wasn't an illusion, a remote-controlled puppet or a simulacrum, then. So they had actually been talking to the real Silver Lake up till now. That was nice to know. Just to be thorough, he shifted his soul perception to the approaching book-carrying Silver Lake and she had a soul too. What? Zorian shifted his attention between one Silver Lake and the other repeatedly, trying to work out what was happening here. It was no use, though, his soul perception simply wasn't sophisticated enough to unravel this mystery, and he didn't want to start casting analytical divinations at the old witch and her weird clone. Blatantly scanning someone without their explicit permission was widely considered to be rather rude and insulting behavior. The other Silver Lake soon reached the one Zack and Zorian had been talking to and gave her the book she was carrying. The first Silver Lake glanced at the book, nodded slightly and then snapped her fingers. The other Silver Lake seemingly imploded, badly startling both Zack and Zorian, her form collapsing into a smoky black ball. The ball existed for only a moment before reforming itself into a large black bird, which promptly hopped onto Silver Lake's shoulder. It was a raven, Zorian realized. Of course. Zorian thought, slapping himself in the forehead. Silver Lake had a raven familiar. The link between a mage and their familiar allowed both of them to assume the form of one another really easily, provided that the mage knew the proper spells. And Silver Lake no doubt knew the proper spells, because familiar magic was one of the things that witches were known to be really fond of. Hell, she'd even found a way to shield the raven's mind from scrutiny, preventing Zorian from easily identifying it as a shape-shifted animal. Zorian opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted when Silver Lake tried to blow away the layer of dust on the cover of the book and ended up sending herself into a coughing fit due to all the dust suddenly flying into her face. The raven cawed indignantly at this, flapping his wings a couple of times for emphasis. "Shut up," Silver Lake said to the raven in between her coughing and wheezing. She glanced towards Zack and Zorian. "And why are you two just standing around like that? Come closer and take this blasted thing away already. Who do you think I brought it for? Do you think I wanted to refresh my memory or something?" Zorian stepped closer and Silver Lake immediately pushed the large leather-bound tome into his hands. He grunted softly and took a step back, caught off guard by her sudden movement and the book's considerable weight. "Damn, this thing was heavy. Read this and everything will become clear," Silver Lake said, finally getting her breathing under control. Zorian eyed the heavy leather book in his hand suspiciously. The cover was brown and nondescript, with a title that proclaimed, in plain white letters, that this was a collection of cookie recipes. Flipping the random pages of the book seemed to reinforce this claim. He glanced at Silver Lake and saw that both she and the raven perched on her shoulder were eyeing him closely, waiting for his reaction. With a small sigh, Zorian swiped his hand across the book and cast an appropriate dispel, shredding the illusion covering the book into pieces. Following that, he was confronted with a lot less innocuous title, Unspeakable Cults, Volume 4. "You just can't resist pulling these kinds of tricks all the time, can you?" Zorian asked rhetorically. "You made a lot of tall claims today," Silver Lake shrugged. "It's only natural for me to test them every now and then in small ways. If you two are really a bunch of old-time travelers like you claim to be, a simple illusion wouldn't have posed a problem for you. Besides, I can't exactly leave a book like this out in the open without disguising it somehow." "What do you mean?" Zack frowned. Unspeakable Cults is one of the most widely banned series of books circulating around Altazia and Zlotic, Zorian explained, idly leafing through the book. All sorts of ghastly drawings and descriptions immediately assaulted his eyes. It was written by an anonymous author that had a penchant for infiltrating secretive cults and mage organizations so he could observe their ceremonies and activities. No one is quite sure how he did it, but considering the furor the books created, it's clear he didn't make it all up. Anyway, after infiltrating all these cults and watching them for gods know how long, he wrote a series of 8 books that go into great detail about what he had seen. Every debauchery he had seen, every messed-up sacrifice or morally bankrupt experiment is described in great detail, and he even illustrated some scenes with drawings and diagrams. Although the books contain no actual spells or ritual setups, they have been banned almost everywhere as blasphemous. Degenerate filth. He closed the book, eyeing it in great distaste. He really didn't want to read this stuff. "I don't suppose you're going to tell me what page I should be looking at?" Zorian asked Silver Lake, staring at her pleadingly. Silver Lake just grinned at him nastily. "Damn witch. Zorian glanced towards Zack speculatively, but the boy immediately shook his head at him before he could even open his mouth. No, 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 Zack said quickly, extending his arms in front of him in a warning gesture. Sorry Zorian, but this definitely sounds like a job for you. You have a lot higher tolerance for this kind of stuff than I do. Ugh. As much as Zorian hated to admit this, his fellow time traveler kind of had a point. Reading the minds of high-ranking cultists, Sudamir, Ibasan invaders and others had shown him enough of the dark side of humanity that he had been numbed to the horror of it all to a large extent. He still didn't want to wade into a book like this one, though, so he decided to get a little creative. He started casting divination after divination spell at the book, trying to divine the section of the book that Silver Lake wanted him to read. This was harder than it sounded, because the book was heavily warded against divinations and did not ever mention primordials by name, but Zorian was very good at divinations by now. Especially these kinds of divinations. He'd had his simulacrums in charge of researching mountains of documentation for obscure clues for quite a while now, so a task like this was pure routine by this point. After 5 minutes or so he found the section that seemed right and flipped the book open. Both Silver Lake and Zack peered over his shoulder to look at the page he had picked. You're no fun, boy, Silver Lake said, scowling at him. Zorian took that as an admission that he had indeed found the right page to start at and began to read. The chapter in question described a small cult of mages, somewhere in Zlotic, which worshipped an entity imprisoned behind some kind of dimensional veil. They did this by capturing unwary travelers, implanting some sort of magical worms into their brain and then forcibly establishing contact between their mind and the mind of the imprisoned entity. Normally, mental contact with the entity resulted in quick insanity as one's mind was overwhelmed by the flood of incomprehensible thoughts and images, but the chemicals released by the worms as they fed on the victim's brain tissue somehow allowed them to last longer under this assault. Drugged out of their minds to keep them talking and half insane, the victims would then spend the next couple of hours screaming, pleading, cursing and babbling gibberish while the cultists diligently wrote down their feverish ravings for later study. After repeating this process gods know how many times, the cultists eventually assembled a fair amount of information about this entity, which the cultists called the golden-feathered worm. To Zorian's eyes, it appeared clear that this golden-feathered worm was actually an imprisoned primordial, even if the book never actually identified it as such. Because of the relatively unpleasant nature of the text, the somewhat archaic language the book was written in and the unhinged nature of the insights obtained by the cultists, it was tempting to just dismiss all of their findings as delusional gibberish. However, after rereading the chapter a handful of times and thinking of it in some detail, he felt there was some actual insight hidden amidst the insanity. The victim's mutterings of eyes between spaces, time that moves in braids and spirals, bones that stretched inside and outside and other such nonsense all hinted at the idea that the golden-feathered worm was a very dimensionally complex being. The path of the golden-feathered worm is the path of the self as the universe, the book said. Indeed, the rest of his kind is also as such, each one a world unto itself, their flesh but a thin, porous cloak to hide the depths beneath. That was interesting, to say the least. The book was basically saying that primordials were not really creatures in the way Zorian commonly understood it, but more like living miniature universes. He didn't know what to think about that. It sounded crazy, and considering where it had come from, Zorian would normally dismiss the idea without a second thought. He handed the book to Zack, who had given up on trying to read over his shoulder a while ago, but would probably still want to see what the book had to say. Zorian couldn't wait to see his face when he got to the lovingly illustrated description of the worm implantation procedure. So? Silver Lake asked, not bothering to wait for Zack to read the book too. What do you think? I presume you're referring to the idea of primordials being living universes masquerading as flesh and blood beings. Zorian asked. Wait, really? Zack asked incredulously, slowly leafing through the book. He was going through it too fast, so Zorian assumed he was only skimming the text instead of meticulously poring over it like Zorian had done. How does that work? Read the book and you might get your answer, Silver Lake said blandly. What a lie. Zorian had read that chapter several times over and he still had no idea how that could possibly work. But yes, that is what I was getting at. Great, Zack said. But what does that dash? I think we are living inside a primordial, Silverlake said. There was a brief pause as they both digested this statement. I think you're going to have to explain that a little, Zack said slowly, letting the book hang by his side for the moment so he can focus on her better. Well, provided that what you are saying is at all reliable, Silverlake said. You are saying that this sovereign gate thing can copy the entire world and create its very own miniature universe to house it all. Oh, and run the whole thing at absurd temporal dilation levels. That is not the level of power you get from a divine artifact. The gods may have been able to build such things, I don't know, but I have never heard of them handing out something on this level of power. Surely such a device would require an absolutely titanic expenditure of divine energy to produce, no? Sounds like a lot of effort just to give a mortal a new toy to play with. On the other hand, if the sovereign gate is just a modified, mutilated primordial, well, suddenly the whole thing becomes a lot more plausible. Turning one of their ancient enemies into an item like that and handing it down to a measly mortal to use and abuse sounds exactly like something the gods of old would do. Especially if the primordial in question had irritated them particularly badly by primordial standards. A long silence descended upon the scene as Zack and Zorian considered the plausibility of the story. Silverlake waited calmly for their reaction, hands clasped behind her back. She appeared to be trying to project an air of serenity and unshakable confidence with her stance and expression, but the effect was ruined by the fact she couldn't stop herself from nervously tapping her foot against the ground as she waited. Silverlake could be onto something, Zorian decided. It had always seemed to him that the Sovereign Gate was ridiculously powerful, even for a divine artifact, and this was as good an explanation as any as to why this was the case. He suddenly remembered the Icosian myth of how the entire world they lived on had been fashioned by the gods out of the body of a defeated primordial dragon. He'd never taken the old myth very seriously, but maybe there was something to that story. You said there might be a very easy way to check if we're telling the truth or not, Zack said cautiously. Is this related to that? Are you saying it's somehow possible to check whether we are inside a primordial or not? Well, perhaps, Silverlake said, humming softly to herself. You see, I have known about the primordial sealed away in Scioria for quite a while, and have been carefully studying its prison from time to time. It was never the focus of my studies, but I reckon I know it quite well. If my speculation is correct, I should be able to notice some kind of change in the prison when I study it again. I refuse to believe that being recreated in the body of another primordial will not have a noticeable effect on it. Well, truthfully, my first instinct is to say that such an item couldn't possibly affect beings on the level of primordials, even if they are sealed away, but from what you say about Panicseth, I am completely wrong there, so whatever. Anyway, let's go check. Now? Zorian asked with a raised eyebrow. Is there any point in waiting? Silverlake challenged. I guess not, Zorian admitted. I'm just a little surprised at your decisiveness. I've just found out I could be trapped inside the body of a primordial godlike monster that probably hates all humanity, Silverlake said, looking like he was an idiot. Of course I want to confirm or deny this as soon as I can. Don't you? A copy trapped inside a body of a primordial godlike monster, Zorian corrected her. And you were preceded by countless other copies that lived out their short lives in vain, all their thoughts and accomplishments undone at the end of the month, Zack added. A bunch of brats, both of you, Silverlake told them. Let's just take a look at that primordial prison in Scioria for now. You two know how to teleport, right? We do, but there is no need for that, Zorian said. I have a much better way for us to get there quickly. Break. After the three of them returned to Scioria, via Zorian's dimensional gate spell, of course, they immediately proceeded towards the place the primordial was imprisoned in, the massive circular abyss around which the city of Scioria was built, known simply as the Hole. Fortunately, accessing the Hole was not terribly hard. Although the incomprehensible amounts of mana gushing out of it were the foundation upon which the city rested, the hole itself was not monitored very closely. The biggest concern the city had about it was that it was rather popular for people to commit suicide by throwing themselves into its depths, which meant they had to put a token patrol here and there to try and curb this behavior. These patrols were not very good and only checked the most obvious approaches to the hole. So long as they didn't bring too many people and avoided making a spectacle out of themselves, they could linger inside as long as they wished. As they descended into the hole's depths, Zack and Zorian questioned Silver Lake about her interest in primordials. Silver Lake claimed it was not something she had ever been overly concerned with, it was just that she had been alive for a long time and even casual study could build up to something substantial when you keep chipping at the problem over several decades. She also claimed that, like them, she did not know of any primordial prisons other than the one in Scioria. Zorian wasn't sure he believed her, to be honest. She knew Panicseth's prison well enough to give her confidence that she could detect changes in its dimensional boundary, but she'd only studied it casually. Zack and Zorian could only faintly detect the presence of the prison and little else, and it wasn't like their attainments in the field of dimensionalism and divination were low. Furthermore, while their search for other sites of primordial imprisonment had yet to bear fruit, they did have no less than 3 promising leads already, and that was with them casually directing some efforts at the problem, rather than dropping everything to pursue the issue. He was supposed to believe that Silver Lake couldn't manage to find even one additional prison after spending gods know how many decades of interest in the topic. He had a feeling Silver Lake was seriously underselling both her level of interest in this and her attainments in it. He even suspected that her incredible level of skill in the field of pocket dimension creation might come from pursuing this line of research. He did not voice his suspicions, though. He could tell that, although Silver Lake was putting forth a confident facade in front of them, the things they had said had deeply disturbed her and made her uneasy. If he was too pushy, she might feel backed into a corner and lash out. Frankly, she had never struck him as the most stable of individuals to begin with. They didn't have to descend far into the hole to get access to Panicseth's prison. Unlike the palace orb and other pocket dimensions that Zorian was familiar with, primordial prisons seemed to have larger and more complex anchors to the main reality that extended over quite a large area. In fact, considering that Zorian had once witnessed Panicseth breaking out of his prison in the sky above Scioria, he suspected that the anchor extended well outside the hole itself. It was just that those parts of the anchor were too subtle for Zack and Zorian to detect them. In any case, once they had reached sufficient depth, Silver Lake asked them to shut up and let her examine the prison in peace. So they did just that, sitting down on a couple of nearby rocks in silence while Silver Lake did her thing. Zorian paid close attention to the spells Silver Lake was casting. Though one couldn't learn a spell just from watching someone cast it, they could get a pretty good idea of what the spell was supposed to do if they were experienced or familiar with the relevant theory. Zorian was both, so there was a lot he could tell by watching Silver Lake analyze Panicseth's prison. She used dozens of individual spells in her investigation, each one of them a lengthy and complex thing that seemed narrowly specialized for one specific function. Such unoptimized, hyper-specialized spells were probably something she had made herself, specifically to tackle the problem of analyzing a primordial's prison. Furthermore, she cast these rather unwieldy spells with practiced ease, making no mistakes whatsoever, strongly suggesting she had done them often enough for it to become rote. Casual interest, sure. As time went by, Silver Lake's face started to frown more often and her casting became more feverish, but she remained completely silent and focused on her task. She didn't even mutter to herself, as she was often prone to do. Finally, after more than 2 hours of casting, pondering and intense staring at the empty patch of air in front of her, what was that even supposed to do? Silver Lake let her arms drop to her sides, sighed and then turned towards them. "All right," she said. "You win. I provisionally believe your crazy story." "Provisionally?" Zack asked curiously. "We're clearly in a different world than we were up until a few months ago," said Silver Lake. "It does not necessarily mean your specific version of events is what is happening, but I have no better explanation at the moment. So for now, I'm accepting your story as valid." Just to confirm, you actually detected a noticeable difference between Panaxetha's prison as it was a few months back and as it is now? Zorian asked. I suppose you could say that, Silverlake said, a note of discomfort creeping into her voice. Why the glum face? Zack asked, picking up on her mood. Didn't you expect to find just that? I expected to either find that the prison is some kind of poor man's knockoff of a real Primordial's prison, or that it was thoroughly unchanged from how it was before and that you were trying to feed me a pack of lies, Silverlake said. But? Zorian prodded. But it's the same prison as it has always been, just seen from a different perspective, Silverlake said, lost in thought for a second. She scowled when she refocused back on them and saw them looking blankly at her. She clacked her tongue. Bah! I can't believe I have to explain myself to a bunch of amateurs like you. Well, let's try it like this. You know how a dimensional gate looks like it's composed out of two discrete portals but is actually just one dimensional construct with two ends? The prison in front of us is like that. I can sense the changes in it, but a closer look reveals they are clearly superficial. It's the exact same object, just seen through a different lens. Panaxetha's prison exists simultaneously in both the real world and, whatever the hell this place really ends up being. This sovereign gate of yours couldn't duplicate primordial prison grounds, but it could make them attach themselves to this world in addition to their original one, and it's giving me a headache. I don't know how this could possibly work, and I don't know why someone would bother with this. Why didn't this divine toy just neglect the primordial prisons entirely instead of going to all this trouble to ensure access to them even in a recreation of a real world? Arg. She pulled at her hair for a second, not very hard, mind you, she seemed to do this just for dramatic emphasis, and then turned back towards the gaping abyss in front of them, staring at it in deep thought. After a few moments of silence, Zack asked the obvious question that Zorian was pondering as well. If the primordial prisons are objects that exist both in the real world and the time loop reality, doesn't that make them a sort of a bridge, for the lack of a better term? Zack asked Zorian quietly. If so, it might be possible to use them as a sort of conduit for opening a passage between this world and the real one. Hell, releasing one of them from their prisons might not even be necessary. I wouldn't place my hopes too high on such an idea, Silverlake suddenly said. Apparently she wasn't so deep in her thought that she couldn't eavesdrop on their conversation. Primordial prisons are hard to perceive, never mind interact with. It would take vastly more skill to use them as a spell conduit than. She suddenly stopped and turned around to face them, an incredulous look on her face. Wait, what was that about releasing one of them? Break. After convincing Silverlake that something funny was going on with the world at large and that their time loop explanation was at least a little bit plausible, and smoothing out some unfortunate misunderstandings, Silverlake reluctantly agreed to continue teaching them pocket dimension creation. In addition, Zorian had managed to talk her into selling them the analysis spells she used to study Panaxetha's prison in exchange for both of the ingredients for her potion of youth. As much as she complained that such a trade was profoundly unfair due to the mechanics of the time loop, she just couldn't resist getting her hands on both of the ingredients she needed to complete her potion of youth. Unfortunately, convincing Silverlake that they were onto something had one major unfortunate side effect: she was suddenly extremely interested in them. She wanted to know everything about them, where they came from, who their family was, where their allegiances lay, what their skill set was, how much money they had at their disposal, everything. And when they had refused to cooperate with that, she started to spy on them. And then mobilized some of her contacts. Apparently she wasn't as much of a total hermit as it appeared at first glance, to gather information on them when it turned out they were too good at evading and foiling scrying attempts and other magic-oriented methods of spying. This would be very annoying even at the best of times, but what made this especially problematic was that Zack and Zorian were already doing all sorts of eye-catching things, arranging all kinds of high-value trades and throwing around ridiculous amounts of cash. This worked just fine as long as nobody was focusing on them, but the moment a bunch of nosy people were told to specifically look into what Zack Novita and Zorian Kaczynski were doing, well, suddenly they had a lot bigger reasons to be interested than one witch's curiosity. Even if Silver Lake backtracked and told these people that she changed her mind and no longer cared for the information, they wouldn't stop their investigation now. Ugh. Caught off guard by this change in their routine and forced to temporarily lay low, Zack and Zorian turned to other things to amuse themselves with. In Zorian's case, that something was the study of divine artifacts. Sitting around in a secret, warded house, Zorian stared at the small collection of items in front of him. There were 7 of them in total: a small silver pyramid, a dark brown wooden staff, a golden bell, a pitch-black disc covered in seemingly random scratches, a large green gem with several light motes trapped within, a large bronze compass and a plain-looking iron dagger. The dagger had been recovered from the ruins inside the Portal Palace orb, while the others had been shamelessly stolen from private collections and treasuries of small countries. Although it looked unremarkable, this pile of items would likely inspire greed in even the richest of individuals living on the continent. You know that it's almost impossible to find something useful by studying divine artifacts, right? Daimen said, staring intently at the gathered items. Zorian had reluctantly invited Daimen to join him in this task, seeing how he had much more experience with this sort of thing than he did. Entire groups have dedicated their lives to studying one specific divine item and came out empty-handed in the end. Yes, I know, said Zorian, picking up the dagger they had found in the orb and flipping it in his hand. They still had no idea what it did, other than being supernaturally sharp. Divine artifacts were immune to divination magic, so the only way to discover their uses was to either use trial and error or search through historical records to see if there are any descriptions of the item's powers in ancient texts. But I have something most of those groups don't: a willingness to destructively study the item in question for any clues and have it come back intact at the end of each month. Daimen made a sour face at him. This feels so wrong, he said uneasily. These are priceless, irreplaceable relics. It's sacrilege. Yet you agreed to come here and participate in it, Zorian noted lightly. Well, I can't say I was never tempted to do something like this, Daimen sighed. Are you sure they'll be back to normal? I'm sure, Zorian confirmed, pointing at the dagger in his hands. I already dismantled this dagger in the previous restart and it's back to normal now. However mysterious divine abilities are, the Sovereign Gate clearly has no issues in duplicating these items over and over again. That's both reassuring and terrifying, Daimen noted. Zorian wondered what his brother would say if he told him that they were currently stuck inside some kind of weird primordial thing that may or may not be alive and just waiting for a chance to devour them all. Alas, as funny as it was to fantasize about his reaction to that, it wasn't worth the drama to actually go through with telling him about it. So, before we begin, I'm kind of curious, Zorian began. How did Fortov react to that illusion disc I made for you? The disc was something the Daimen of the previous restart had come up with. In order to help him convince Fortov to open up and talk to him, Daimen came up with the idea of a disc that would, when activated, project an illusionary scene of their talk in the previous restart. Zorian was skeptical of the idea. Why would seeing such an illusion convince Fortov of anything? But Daimen insisted it would work, so Zorian humored him. He tapped into his memory of the evening and constructed the most realistic illusion of the event he could before binding it to a disc that he left in Fortov's mail. Strictly speaking, that was the end of his obligations in regards to the matter, but he kind of wanted to hear what the outcome of that stunt turned out to be. Well, you could say it sort of worked, Daimen said with a small grin. Oh? Zorian asked with a raised eyebrow. He's talking to me, at least, Daimen shrugged. That's all I really wanted out of that disc, so I have no reason to complain. How did you explain the contents of the disc? Zorian asked curiously. I didn't, Daimen grinned. I used the mystery as an incentive to talk to me. I said I would explain everything in a month. Zorian rolled his eyes at him. Anyway, I also have something to talk about before we dive into all this, Daimen said, sweeping his hands over the gathered divine artifacts. I'm pretty sure I have narrowed down the location of the key piece that was lost in Zlotic. You have? Zorian asked, leaning forwards with anticipation. He had to say, his brother's help was proving itself invaluable when it came to jobs like this one. If Zack and Zorian had to locate all the missing pieces of the key all by themselves, it would have taken them much, much longer than this. Where is it? Is it the Tower of Hylosna? I hope it's. It's the ziggurat of the sun, Daimen interrupted him. Zorian leaned back into his chair with a groan. Out of all the possible options, the ziggurat of the sun was definitely the worst one. It was situated deep into the interior of northern Mycena, in an area that was once lush grassland, but was now located deep within the Zlotic desert. There were no major human settlements nearby, just an endless expanse of desert. Simply approaching the ziggurat required a lengthy, difficult trek through these parched, desolate lands. And any expedition that reached the ziggurat itself would be faced with the tiny issue of the ziggurat's current inhabitants, Solrotham, a species of giant sapient desert wasps that had taken over the structure when the deserts had claimed the whole area. Solrotham were almost 3 meters long, possessed incredible strength and toughness, and there were hundreds of them living within the ziggurat. As for their friendliness, well. Solrotham was a local human word roughly translating to devil wasp. Zorian kind of doubted they would allow them to peacefully search their base for ancient magical artifacts. Sorry, Daimen said. I know how you feel, but I'm pretty sure I got it right. The Imperial Ring is there, provided the Solrotham haven't already found it and taken it elsewhere. Which is a distinct possibility, Zorian noted. At least you have that inbuilt key detector, so we'll know if the ring is no longer there before we waste too much time on securing the place, Daimen shrugged. Of course the damn ring has to be in the most difficult location possible, Zorian grunted unhappily. Just getting there will be an issue. Actually, I think I have a solution to both that and how to reach Blantyre in a reasonable time frame, Daimen grinned before throwing a rolled-up poster at him. Have a look and tell me what you think. Zorian caught the poster before it had time to hit his face, gave Daimen an unamused look because he was pretty sure his brother deliberately aimed the object at his head, and then unrolled it to take a look. It was a propaganda poster, basically. It showed a pretty picture of a weird-looking wooden ship that was apparently commissioned by the king of Aranhal, one of the larger nations in Zlotic. It was an airship, Zorian realized. An expensive, experimental airship designed by some of the best artificers in Aranhal as part of some kind of national vanity project. It was mostly done, the construction crew was just putting finishing touches on it currently, and it was planned it would undergo a test flight in a few weeks. So? Daimen said with a knowing smile on his face. What do you think? Zorian stared at the poster for a second before looking Daimen straight in the eye. I think we have ourselves an airship to steal. 78, Grinding Stone. Chapter 078 Grinding Stone. Airships were not held in very high regard among people who cared about such things. The idea of a flying vessel was something that had captivated mankind since time immemorial, of course, but every concrete design for such a vessel had been disappointing. After all, although magic could make a ship fly easily enough, doing so on a long-term basis was very expensive in terms of mana. Moreover, this cost increased massively if one wanted to not just fly, but fly fast and retain a healthy amount of maneuverability in the process, too. This was why very few mages employed magical flight without a pressing reason to do so, even though flight magic wasn't that complicated and many mages were capable of it. As a result of this fundamental issue, most airships couldn't actually fly around as they pleased, but instead had to follow fixed paths that took them through mana-rich areas that could sustain them in the air. And even so, airship designers still had to ruthlessly keep the vessel's weight down during construction. This made the resulting product relatively fragile and greatly limited the vessel's usefulness. They also tended to be rather expensive to build and maintain, as the materials which went into them tended to be on the pricier side, and the design of the vessel itself was something that required a whole team of skilled professionals. It also didn't help that there was no standard airship design available to the public, meaning that most airship construction teams started their projects from scratch and were often the only ones who could truly fix or modify the vessel. Finally, there was a tiny, yet very important issue of how incredibly lethal an airship crash was compared to, say, the sinking of a seagoing ship. If anything went wrong, it was all too easy for everyone on board to die. There had been a number of high-profile airship accidents over the years, including a rather spectacular one where the Tehran airship Gepard plunged straight into the sea not long after starting its maiden flight. And even if one ignored the possibility of a simple malfunction, there was still the matter of the many flying magical beasts that could easily crash the airship if encountered at an inopportune time. In light of all that, it was not hard to see why airships weren't in more widespread use. They were not economically viable for private interests, and state militaries generally found flying magical creatures to be more effective as an aerial combat force. Despite that, people stubbornly kept trying to make them viable. There was something about a flying vessel that people found irresistibly captivating. There were considerable differences between regions, however. The states of northern Mycenae, for instance, were the leaders when it came to investment into airship research. Due to the vast stretches of desert that surrounded them, the nations of Zlotic saw more potential in airships than Altasian ones. Building roads and railways in the inhospitable interior of northern Mycenae was exceptionally difficult, and there were few population centers big enough to justify an expensive teleport platform. A free-flying, economically viable airship that could traverse the Zlotic desert would be a huge boon to whoever made it. Pearl of Aranhal, the airship Zorian wanted to steal, definitely hadn't been designed with economic viability in mind. No expenses had been spared in its construction. Although Zorian had not been able to find concrete numbers anywhere, the final price tag was rumored to be positively astronomical. The airship's capabilities, however, were said to be appropriately impressive for something that had so much money sunk into it. It was fast, maneuverable and surprisingly robust for an airship. Most importantly for Zorian, though, it boasted an experimental power core that allowed it to operate independently of ambient mana for long periods of time. After some discussion with Zach, they decided not to make a move on the airship in this particular restart, however. Half of the restart had already passed and they were already committed on many other fronts. Besides, due to Silver Lake's earlier inquiries, people were still paying close attention to them. Zorian still decided to look around a little to get a feel for what they were dealing with. Unsurprisingly, the airship was under significant protection. Not so much against thieves, since the idea of someone outright stealing the airship was kind of ridiculous, but against spies and saboteurs. The defenses were tight enough to thwart Zorian's casual probing, but he was confident he could get through them in time. It might take several restarts, but it would happen. The bigger problem, in his opinion, was that the Pearl of Aranhal required a crew of 10 in order to take off and land, which made the idea of 2 people stealing it somewhat problematic. He would probably have to wait for Zach to be able to cast the simulacrum spell before they could make the attempt. Another problem, though a comparatively smaller one, was that some small but critical pieces of the airship hadn't been installed, and possibly not even made yet. Zorian was confident he could manufacture and install these components himself, but he would need access to the relevant blueprints first. Once upon a time, one of my ambitions was to examine a train to see how its engines work, Zorian thought to himself nostalgically. Now I'm casually planning how to steal and analyze an experimental airship in my free time. Even taking the time loop into account, it's still amazing how far I've come since then. I wonder what my old self would have said to something like that. That, of course, was something impossible to answer. He shook his head and focused on more immediate matters. Currently, he was going to meet someone he hadn't spoken to for a very, very long time, Zenomir Algai, the old language expert he had once sought out to help him figure out what happened to him. Back then, he had been murdered by the invaders not long after talking to him, so he had reflexively avoided the man ever since, suspecting him a spy. However, none of his investigations of Abasan collaborators and cultists pointed to Zenomir being one of them. Thus, when Zenomir's name popped up while seeking out a translator that could help him with some of the documents he had acquired in Aranhal, he decided to pay him a visit. He even intended to drop some hints about the invasion while he was there, just to see if someone would try to murder him again because of it. Who knew, maybe Zenemir was part of some super-secret section of the invaders that other members didn't normally know about. As he approached Zenemir's office, though, he suddenly stopped when he felt a familiar presence. A bunch of cephalic rats were lingering in the area, hidden inside the walls. The swarm quickly withdrew their telepathic probe when they noticed his mind was well shielded, but Zorian was practiced enough at mental shielding that even the faintest of mental attacks could not escape his notice. He frowned. If cephalic rats had been loitering around Zenemir's office back when he had visited the man, it was no wonder that Zorian had ended up being a target. That only raised another questions though: why were the cephalic rats paying attention to Zenemir? The man was somewhat famous as an incredible polyglot and language expert, but that shouldn't be of much interest to the invaders. After some thought, he decided to leave the cephalic rats alone for now. He knocked on Zenemir's office door and waited. He waited for nearly 15 minutes. Apparently he had arrived at a somewhat bad time, since the old teacher was talking to someone already. Another student, Zorian eventually realized. He took a quick peek at the student's mind to make sure he was not connected to the cephalic rats and found out that he wasn't. He was just a student that had picked Zenemir as his mentor and was now arguing with him over something. Zorian didn't linger inside his mind long enough to find out what, as he disliked invading other people's privacy with his mental powers unless it was truly necessary. Eventually the meeting ended and Zenemir called him in. Zorian gracefully accepted the man's offer to sit down and went right to business. "I'm here because I was told you could help me translate a highly technical document written in Aranhal Icosian," Zorian told him. "Or at least point me towards someone who is up to the task." "Ah yes, Aranhal," Zenemir said sagely. "They do speak a particularly distinct form of our tongue, don't they? Can you show me the sample of what you're working with?" Zorian took out a few pages of technical writing out of his school bag and handed them to the old language expert. He wasn't worried about Zenemir recognizing them as illegally acquired. Unless he was inexplicably connected to Aranhal's airship construction team in addition to his apparent link to invaders, the text should mean little to him. Zenemir carefully put on a pair of reading glasses and glanced through the papers in silence. "Lots of unknown technical jargon, I see. Airship construction materials. My, what an interesting topic," Zenemir mused, before giving Zorian a good-natured smile. "I can see why you were referred my way, though it somewhat saddens me that a student of our fine academy did not think to seek me out right away. At the very least I'd give you my initial opinion free of charge, which is probably more than you got out of whoever sent you here." Zorian could tell that the man wasn't really angry with him for this oversight, merely giving him a friendly warning that he had failed to take advantage of his academy membership to its fullest extent. Sadly, while Zenemir was both friendly and polite, the events that transpired after Zorian had talked to him the last time around and the cephalic rats lurking in the walls had made it impossible for Zorian to really trust him. So he just nodded sagely at Zenemir's reminder and moved on. "Let me ask you something first," Zenemir began. "Is this document that you want translated an isolated thing, or are you planning on collaborating with someone from Aranhal on something?" "The project I'm working on does involve a fair bit of interaction with Aranhal natives," Zorian reluctantly admitted. Thankfully, Zenemir seemed to think nothing of Zorian's admission that he was going to interact heavily with people on another continent. Zorian would think this sort of thing would raise some eyebrows, but apparently not. They spent the next 10 minutes discussing what the translation job would entail. Zenemir asked him a couple of questions about the exact nature of this project he was working on, but thankfully he backed off when Zorian told him it was confidential. He confirmed that this sort of translation job was well within his capabilities, though it would take a couple of days and wouldn't be exactly cheap. None of this was a problem for Zorian, though, and he told the old teacher as much before the man raised another idea. "I'm going to be a little bold here, but perhaps simply hiring a person to translate this document might not be the best course of action," Zenemir said. "I think you should invest some time in learning the language itself. You'd be amazed how many layers of communication you lose by relying on external translation, and I guarantee your partners will respect you a lot more if you can communicate with them directly." I'm unlikely to interact with people from Aranhal after this project is done, though, Zorian said, frowning. Plus, he was pretty sure there wouldn't be too many respectful exchanges between him and the Aranhal airship construction team, language barriers, or no. That's a lot of wasted effort for one job. Learning a language is never a wasted effort, young man, Xenomir lectured him. It develops your mind and expands your horizons. Besides, it's not as if you're starting completely from scratch. Aranhal Icosian is different from standard Icosian, but not unintelligible. That's true, Zorian admitted. It was more like a heavily divergent dialect with a lot of words borrowed from the native language spoken by the people before Icosian conquest. Much like many of the local versions of Icosian on Altazia, really. It would still be a lot of work for someone who isn't naturally inclined towards languages like you are, though. No offense, Professor Algai. Humph, wait here for a minute, Xenomir said, quickly springing up from his chair without waiting for his answer, and then entered a nearby side room in his office and closed the door. He stayed there for over 10 minutes. Judging by the quiet sounds emanating from behind the closed door, the man was shifting around boxes and searching through stacks of paper and books in search of something. Zorian sighed. This was taking way longer than he thought it would. Finally, the old teacher returned to his office, carrying a tall stack of books, folders and loose sheets of paper. He was carrying so much that he had to use his elbows to manipulate the door handle, which he did with the practiced grace of someone who does things like that all the time. He dumped the pile on the table in front of Zorian and pointed at it. Tell you what, young man, Xenomir said. This here is a small selection of dictionaries, translation guides and random notes regarding Aranhal Icosian that I had in my storeroom. You just happen to have Aranhal-related stuff in your storeroom? Zorian asked incredulously. Oh, I have all sorts of things gathering dust in there, said Xenomir dismissively. Some of the teachers are rarely in their offices, but I pretty much do most of my work here. So it's handy to have most of my resources close by. Anyway, why don't you take this and see how much of that document of yours you can translate yourself using this as a guide. If you impress me with your work, I promise I'll help you translate the rest of your project for free. Zorian opened his mouth to point out that he'd rather just pay for translation, but Xenomir wouldn't hear it. Free. Xenomir repeated. Do you hate money, young man? Don't be in such a hurry to part with it. I'm not very demanding, don't worry. Just do your best and I'm sure you'll do fine. Who knows, maybe you'll even discover you have a previously undiscovered passion for languages, eh? Zorian seriously doubted that, but he could see there was no use in arguing with Xenomir about this. Besides, now that he thought about it a little, it might actually be useful to get some elementary proficiency in Aranhal Icosian. He might need to interrogate the airship construction crew at some point, and that was going to be really difficult if their language was completely opaque to him. Not even mind reading helped in that case, since people's thoughts were heavily shaped by the language they spoke. Very well, I'll give it a try, Zorian relented. Excellent. Xenomir said, beaming at him happily. Still, is it really okay for you to just give me all this? Zorian pointed at the pile in front of him. Some of this stuff looks irreplaceable. It's fine, said Xenomir, waving him off. You look like a serious young man. I'm sure you'll return it all in one piece. Zorian didn't say anything to that. He just stared at the pile of books and paper in front of him, lost in thought, for a few seconds. Well, Xenomir suddenly said, clapping his hands. Is there anything else you wanted to ask? If not. Actually, yes, Zorian said. Are you a member of the cult of the World Dragon? Xenomir eyebrows shot up at the question. I'm sorry, what? He asked. They officially call themselves the Esoteric Order of the Celestial Dragon, Zorian said. They are one of the newer religious organizations, one dedicated to the worship of the entity that is commonly thought to reside in the center of the world. They have a rather large presence here in Scioria. Are you a member of the order? Ah, I think I have heard something about them once, Zenomir mused, tapping his long white beard with his hand. But no, I am not a member. Why do you ask? Are you an agent of Oquin Abesa? Zorian asked, completely ignoring the old teacher's question. Now wait just a minute here, Zenomir said, finally getting somewhat angry. What kind of question is that? He was being completely honest. He was not knowingly associated with either the obeisans of the cult of the World Dragon. With a small sigh, Zorian reached deeper into Zenomir's mind, casually brushing aside the old teacher's rudimentary mental defenses, and modified his short-term memory to erase this conversation out of his mind. The whole process only lasted less than a minute, due to the relatively trivial nature of the memory edit, after which Zorian withdrew from Zenomir's mind. The old teacher blinked a few times, gradually shrugging off the mental daze that Zorian placed on him so he could work in peace, before giving Zorian a surprised look. What happened? He asked. You kind of dozed off for several seconds there, Zorian said, pretending awkwardness. Ah. I guess old age is finally catching up to me, Zenomir said ruefully, shaking his head. Where were we, again? Actually, I think we're kind of done here, Zorian said. But first, let me ask you a somewhat strange question. Do you have any idea why someone would want to spy on you? Spy on me? Zenomir asked incredulously. Why no, I have no idea why someone would want that. Frankly, I wish more people would be interested in my work. If someone wanted to know more about what I do, why, all they have to do is ask. I'll cut straight to the chase, then, Zorian said. Due to some exotic inborn abilities that I have, I happen to know that there are rats lurking in the walls around your office. And not normal rats either. Ah, now that is quite concerning, said Zenomir. He sat down in his chair and frowned. He tapped on his beard a few more times, deep in thought. Rats in the walls. After a minute or so, Zenomir slapped his palm against the table, scaring Zorian back into attention. Aha! Zenomir said triumphantly. I've got it, I think. I don't think these rats, if they are indeed spies as you suspect, are here for me. As it happens, the headmaster's office is very close to mine. The headmaster is rarely in it, but a lot of visitors and academy documentation passes through the place. Zorian had to agree this did make a great deal of sense. As a place of such importance, the headmaster's office was probably protected by heavier and more sophisticated wards and other defenses, but the corridors approaching it might have been overlooked due to cost-cutting and such. He would have to take a walk through the academy to see if there were other places that cephalic rats linger as they did here. Of course, this will have to be reported. Zenomir's shoulders suddenly sagged. I can already sense a headache coming. So much paperwork. I don't suppose you could exclude me from the report? Zorian asked. He would mind wipe him again if he had to, but he would rather avoid doing that. I might as well, Zenomir sighed. He apparently didn't have a single suspicious bone in his body. No reason for both of us to suffer. Though I have to ask you to keep quiet about this, or else the academy might go after you for ruining its reputation. Zorian assured him that he had no intention of spreading this around, picked up the stack of books and papers the man had given him and then left. Instead of exiting the academy immediately, though, he took the extended route that saw him passing next to the headmaster's office a couple of times. It turned out that, yes, all approaches to the headmaster's office had cephalic rats lurking in the walls. It seemed that Zenomir's theory was very much correct. Well. That was one mystery solved. It had been a while since he had solved one of those without raising at least one new question in return. Somehow, it made him feel like he was finally getting close to a solution for all this. Break. In an unremarkable, out-of-the-way cave system situated a healthy distance away from Scioria, Zack, Zorian and 2 Urania were training their magical skills. Zack was tinkering with a large wooden chest, practicing his pocket dimension creation. His ability in this area was slowly but surely overtaking Zorian, despite him dismissing some of his simulacrums and focusing more of his energies on the issue. As far as Zorian could tell, this was purely due to Zack's massive mana reserves and the resulting ability to sustain the mana-intensive training longer than Zorian ever could. Zorian wasn't any more talented or hardworking than Zack was, after all, and every advantage and training method he had was also something Zack had access to as well. It made perfect sense that Zack was pulling away from him in this regard, but that didn't stop Zorian from feeling kind of jealous and annoyed with the situation. A petty part of him was tempted to start hiding some of the relevant shaping exercises and tricks he had found while combing through the various spellbooks and training manuals in order to close the gap somewhat, but he resisted the impulse. That would be stupid and self-defeating. Zack getting better was a good thing. That aside, neither Zack nor Zorian had really progressed far in terms of pocket dimension expertise. The chest that Zack was fiddling with still functioned on essentially the same principles as the marble storing boxes they had practiced with previously. It was the simplest form of pocket dimension, which involved expanding the available space inside a container. Essentially, it allowed a mage to produce an enclosed space that was larger on the inside than it was on the outside. There were a lot of limitations involved with this procedure. The pocket dimension required mana to keep existing, so such an item could only be stored in areas where ambient mana was abundant enough to sustain them. Or be provided with an inbuilt power source of some sort. A complicated, fiddly spell formula had to be embedded into the walls of the container, or else the space expansion would expire after less than a day, just like any other spell. Finally, the weight of the object inside did not disappear, so a chest with several tons of rock inside would still weigh several tons, no matter how small it looked. Of course, weight concerns aside, cramming too much stuff into your pocket dimension container isn't a good idea to begin with. If the container is damaged, the pocket dimension anchored to its interior would immediately fall apart, forcing the contents back into mundane space. Typically, this meant the pocket dimension would explode, showering everything around it with high-speed shrapnel of its former contents. For this reason, it was also a good idea to make the container as sturdy and damage-resistant as possible. Zack and Zorian learned that very quickly after cramming too many marbles into a box whose bottom could not handle the weight, thus creating their very own marble-flinging cluster bomb. The more time the two of them sank into studying pocket dimensions, the more Zorian realized how incredible the portable palace orb they recovered in Koth was. It had some kind of internal power source that could sustain it indefinitely and made it completely self-sufficient from its surroundings. It weighed no more than a regular glass orb of its size would, and it contained an incredible amount of space and matter inside. Zorian was tempted to dismiss all of this as evidence of divine tampering, except that Silver Lake stubbornly insisted that all of this was potentially achievable through familiar mortal magic. Yes, even the power source thing. Somehow. Then again, she did maintain a rather large pocket dimension with some pretty potent defensive wards in an area that really shouldn't be able to support such. How was she doing that, anyway? Well, it wasn't something that could be figured out by idle contemplation. He put the matter out of his mind for now and focused his attention to the two Arania next to him. Both of them had been sent here by the Silent Doorway adepts at Zorian's request. Ever since he had become capable of giving them a large list of novel gate addresses and a sizable amount of strategic information about their local region, they became much more willing to cooperate with him and humor his requests. In this case they allowed him to recruit two of their best retrievers. Thieves, basically. Zorian called them Ghost and Veil, though these were only shortened versions of their real names. Ghost and Veil were originally meant to show him how to use his mental powers to infiltrate guarded sites more easily, but he found them to be surprisingly friendly and curious for a pair of thieves and spies. They fulfilled their part of the bargain without any reservations, and were even willing to go beyond what was originally agreed upon, provided he traded some instruction and secrets of his own to them in return. As such, they were currently gleefully practicing some of the magic he had given them on each other, steadily refining the somewhat clunky spells that had been converted from the human spellcasting system into an Iranian one and thus suffered from a fair bit of inefficiencies. Zorian left them alone to their work for the most part, only involving himself if he saw them making an obvious mistake, but he made sure to survey the results of their work at the end of each day. When he finally found a way for him and Zack to leave this time loop, he intended to bundle up little improvements like this into one giant package and then gift them to the various Iranian webs that had helped him over the years. As for Zorian, he was tackling something that he had wanted to obtain for quite a while now. He was learning the Iranian skill of going dark, the psychic equivalent of the mind blank spell. The skill was pretty hard to obtain, since the Irania saw it as inherently shady, meaning that most of them weren't even willing to admit they knew how to perform it, much less trade it to someone who could very well be hostile. It was only after a lot of prodding and some high-value trades that Ghost and Vale agreed to teach it to him. Even then, they made him promise in the strongest possible terms that he would use it sparingly. They need not have worried. Zorian had heard enough horror stories about the mage equivalent of the skill to know he had to be careful about this. Mind blank was well known to be insanity-inducing if used on a long-term basis. Mages that left it active for too long became increasingly paranoid, becoming obsessed with imaginary plots and threats. They would inevitably begin to view everyone around them as a threat, alien and untrustworthy, and withdraw from society as much as possible to pursue their own inscrutable goals. There was a highly publicized case a few years back where a very rich mage went down this path and eventually turned his isolated estate into a foreboding death trap filled with layers upon layers of traps, golems, powerful wards and vicious guard beasts. His children were not very amused when they realized he had blown all of his wealth on that and that they wouldn't be inheriting any of the money that they had been counting on. This going dark was harder than he thought it would be, though. He knew that mind blank was a difficult, high-level spell, but he had naively thought that being psychic would negate that somehow. It was a mind-related thing, after all, so why wouldn't his innate talent work on it? But no. If anything, that only made things harder. Even mundane mages felt a surge of wrongness upon cutting their minds off from the world, suffering from vertigo, illusionary static noise and headaches before fully mastering the spell. For psychics like Zorian, though, it was a little like plucking out your own eyeballs because you knew you could grow them back later. Even though one knew that no permanent loss would occur, the very idea just felt wrong on a deep-seated, visceral level. It wasn't easy to make yourself do this to yourself. He was stalling, he realized. He took a couple of deep breaths, trying to calm himself for another attempt. Okay. The 27th time was the charm. He sank his awareness inward, carefully mapped out the borders of his consciousness and then folded his mind upon itself. It was horrible. It can be scarcely described in words alone, but he felt like his whole world had gone dark and confined, pressing down on him. He almost dropped the attempt right there, just like he had so many times before, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. As the borders of his consciousness contracted, getting smaller and smaller, he breathed deeper and deeper, a deep fear welling up from the depths of his soul and causing him to pause. He had an unreasonable, unexplainable feeling of being entombed alive, imprisoned in a cage made out of his own flesh and skin, and it took him an unknown amount of time to take that final step. With one last, desperate push, his mind finally finished folding upon itself and stabilized. The sense of wrongness was still there, but muted and manageable. Everything seemed so unnaturally quiet all of a sudden, even though nothing in his surroundings had really changed. Well, okay, that wasn't entirely true. Ghost and Vale had stopped casting spells at each other and were looking at him with interest. You did it. Vale said excitedly. She was using a vocalization spell instead of resorting to telepathy, since Zorian's current status kind of prevented that. Amazing. I thought it would take you at least another 30 tries. It's not that amazing, Ghost said dourly. It's a decidedly average progression for someone of his level of skill. He's a human, though, Vale objected. I don't think it's fair to judge him by our standards. You're right. We should be even stricter, Ghost said. After all, he's not nearly as reliant on his mental powers as we are. I'm right here, Zorian complained. Don't listen to this killjoy, Vale told him. Just enjoy knowing that everything will be a lot easier from now on. The first time is always the hardest. Oh, And you should be extra careful about not shutting yourself from the great web for too long during these initial steps. The ability degrades the mind much faster if not done flawlessly, and your first handful of attempts probably won't be that good. Just like mind blank, then, Zack noted from the side, not taking his eyes off the chest he was working on. Until you're sure you mastered the spell, it is recommended you keep it on for no more than half an hour maximum. Sure. I'm not too familiar with human time measurements, but let's go with your friend's suggestion on that, Vale said. Zorian nodded absent-mindedly. Frankly, he was tempted to end the effect immediately, but he knew he had to acclimatize himself to it if he wanted to use it even remotely seriously. He was just about to ask the two Arania if there was anything else he had to watch out when Zack suddenly jumped up and started laughing triumphantly. It works, Zack said, swinging his chest around and then raising it above his head. It was actually mildly impressive, because Zorian knew for a fact that the chest was quite heavy and not something he personally could swing around like that. It's finished and it totally works. What were you working on, anyway? Zorian asked. Clearly Zack hadn't been working on just another expanded chest, or else he wouldn't be so happy to succeed. This? Zack asked rhetorically, shaking the chest held in his arms. Why, it's an icebox of beer holding, of course. Not only can it hold a large number of beer bottles, it also keeps them at a nice, cold temperature for perfect consumption. An icebox of, wait, you made all this fuss about a simple expanded chest with a chilling field added on top? Zorian asked unhappily. Oh hush, you know it's a genius idea, Zack said. Don't be so cranky. I think the mind blank is already affecting you. Ugh. Zorian doubted this was true, but he immediately dismissed the effect anyway. Better to be safe than sorry. There was plenty of time to work on this later. Break. Eventually, after an annoyingly long time, Silver Lake agreed to meet with them again. By then, the investigators she had sent after them had thoroughly disrupted their plans and a lot of the restart had already passed, so they were not as enthusiastic about the whole thing as they might have been. Zorian really hoped this could be avoided in future restarts, somehow, because there was no way they could tolerate these kinds of delays and disruptions on a persistent basis. Surprisingly, she wanted to meet in some public space in Scioria, not in her forest hideout. After some back and forth, they agreed to hold a meeting in one of Scioria's less visited parks. There would be some minor danger of being overheard, but it was likely that anyone that did hear them would dismiss them as speaking nonsense. You've put me in a very unfavorable position, Silver Lake told them the moment they met. I think I believe you about this month endlessly repeating itself, as crazy as that sounds, but that means that I basically have no leverage against you whatsoever. You can promise to pay me back in all sorts of ways, but I have no means to enforce any of that. Even if I feed you truth potions and decide you sincerely mean to honor your promises, who's to say you won't ever change your minds in the future? If you decide to renege on your side of the deal, I will never know. So what's your decision, then? Zorian asked. There was nothing he could say to make her feel better about that. What else? She laughed. I'll work with you and hope you're not planning to screw me over. What other choice do I have? We were worried you'd ask to put us under a haze, Zack admitted. It was a reasonable fear. Forced magical oaths were one of the things witches were infamous for using. Hayas have limited usefulness these days, Silver Lake said, shaking her head sadly. They were feared once upon a time because mages were comparatively rare and often had a very limited selection of spells at their disposal. In those times, finding someone who could lift a Hayas placed on you was legitimately hard. These days you can just walk into your local mage guild branch and hire someone to get rid of it within a few days. Placing a Hayas on you would just create resentment. No, I'm afraid I'll have to use the carrot and the poison strategy. Isn't that supposed to be the carrot and the stick? Zorian tried. We just established that I don't have much of a stick when it comes to you two, no? Silver Lake said. So I can't really counterattack, but I can make myself a poisonous pill to swallow. Incidentally, I would like to point out that I have made myself immune to all truth potions I know of and that my mind has been rigged to collapse should my mental defenses ever be violently shattered. This is something I did long before I met you two, so even attacking me first thing in the restart won't negate it. Just an interesting tidbit, you know. Yeah, we know, Zack said with exasperation. Subduing you and trying to forcefully get your secrets out of your mind would be a total chore and take way too much time, so we better ask nicely. Exactly, Silver Lake nodded happily. So what's the carrot part of the deal? Zack asked curiously. I am an alchemist of incredible skill and I have lived for a very long time. I know how to make many wondrous potions and know incredible secrets, none of which I can be persuaded to share with you in less than a month's time. At the very least, I am confident that you'll seek me out eventually for my secret of how to stop aging and restore your youth. I know, you're in the prime of your life now and old age seems distant, but when your body starts to fail and your mind dims, I am confident you'll become interested to discover what I know about the topic. She paused dramatically for a moment. Of course, if you were really smart, you would strike while the iron is hot and come to me while you're still young and I haven't worked out how to get these blasted eggs on my own. That way I won't think you're desperate for a solution and you'll have lots of things that interest me. You'd be able to get a much better deal that way. How do you know we won't be able to figure out such a thing ourselves? Zack asked. What, you think youth potions grow on trees or something? She scoffed. This is something that takes an absolute master of alchemy to accomplish. You may be decent enough in comparison to your average alchemist, but it takes a lot more than that to tackle this kind of problem. Besides, you seem to be paying other experts to do your alchemical research and complicated work for you. That says everything about your future alchemical expertise, really. There was some truth in that. Zorian did have a healthy amount of interest in alchemy, but he liked spell formula better and it was impossible to focus on everything at once. Even in a time loop and with a small army of simulacrums running around. So I guess you're not really interested in refining your eternal youth potion over multiple restarts with our help, then? Zorian asked. Good heavens no, why would I want to do that? She asked incredulously. That would just remove what little leverage I have over you, and for what? I'm confident I'll get it right eventually. I have time, even without the time loop. I've been working on this for a very long time, what's a couple of years more? I see, Zorian said. Well, I am glad you are at least willing to work with us on this. Though I do hope your future selves will not sabotage our work with spying and delay the meeting for most of the month like you have. I don't know about that, Silverlake said, not in the least bit apologetic. Your story is very crazy and requires checking. It's hard to speed that up. Well, don't be so sure about that, Zorian said, reaching into his backpack to retrieve a handful of Kale's notebooks that the Morlock boy had given him permission to share with others. Let me tell you about the wonders of notebook transfers across restarts. Break. With Silver Lake's cooperation secured, the restart ended uneventfully, the only notable difference being the larger number of notebooks that Zorian was transferring into the next restart. Considering that the orb's memory bank was practically limitless in size, this was not a big deal. The next several restarts were somewhat routine. They were learning pocket dimension expertise from Silver Lake, looking deeper into Veyer's ties with the cult of the World Dragon, figuring out the activation procedure of the Bakura gates and the construction methods of the Abasin ones, doing small preparations for the airship theft, experimenting with divine artifacts and sifting through the ruins inside the portable palace orb. Zorian was messing around with mental enhancements while Zack was steadily getting closer to being able to create his own simulacrums. Their various other operations, such as hiring various experts to do research and development for them, also continued at a steady pace. Just like that, another 6 restarts had gone by. 79, Crime and Evading Punishment. Chapter 079 Crime and Evading Punishment. Although Aranhal widely advertised their new airship to their own populace and neighboring countries, actually seeing the Pearl of Aranhal took a bit of effort. It was located next to an important industrial town, but wasn't actually in it. Instead, the construction site was placed outside the settlement itself, close enough to be supplied with relative ease but far enough to foil casual visitors. The airship was currently grounded in an oval-shaped holding structure and surrounded by extensive scaffolding. Ringing it was a collection of storehouses, barracks, watchtowers and temporary housing for workers and overseers. Finally, the entire work camp was surrounded by a warded, alteration-made stone wall that stopped minor magical creatures or petty criminals from simply waltzing into the place. Neither this, nor any of the other, more subtle defenses could stop Zack and Zorian from infiltrating the place without being seen, of course. They were currently standing on one of the observation platforms attached to the ship, observing it. Zorian had to say, the Pearl of Aranhal was a beautiful construct. Airships were often depicted as floating seagoing ships, an image that stemmed from the earliest known models, which really were simply modified seagoing ships. Ancient airship creators were working with a lower technological base and less developed economic infrastructure, forcing them to pick an already constructed vessel as a base for their project. Most modern airships, on the other hand, were built from the ground up as dedicated aerial vessels, so they rarely looked anything like a mundane ship. They tended to either have long cylindrical hulls covered in stabilizing fins or be some manner of a triangle. The Pearl of Aranhal bucked the trend there, in that it had a relatively flat, rhombus-like shape. It kind of gave Zorian an impression of a giant leaf. It certainly looked like it should be fast and maneuverable, but it made Zorian somewhat skeptical of the claim it was especially robust and durable by airship standards. Well, no matter. They wanted the ship because of its speed and flight endurance, not combat ability. In any case, the airship's name seemed particularly fitting in light of its current coloration. Its hull was painted in dazzling, pure white, with no overt markings or identifying patterns. This was meant to be only temporary, however. Aranhal intended to decorate the ship further before unveiling it to the waiting public, but they had yet to settle down on what kind of color scheme and decorations to put there. The question seemed quite trivial to Zorian, but was apparently an intensely divisive political question that caused many bitter arguments in Aranhal's halls of power. The current overseer was continually kicking the can down the road in regards to the issue, fearful that whoever lost the dispute would try to cut the project's budget out of spite. "What do you say?" Zack suddenly said, rocking in place on his heels. He looked quite bored. "It's about time, no?" "Yeah, I guess," Zorian answered. He was a bit nervous, he realized, so he may have been stalling a little. "I'll go tell my copies to set the monkeys loose." He reached to his simulacrums through his soul, his ability to use his soul as a telepathic conduit as natural as breathing by now, and gave them a simple, go, signal. They already knew what to do. Golden Triclopses were monkey-like magic creatures native to the area. They had bright yellow fur, 2 small horns on top of their heads and an extra eye in the middle of their forehead. Their third eyes gave them the ability to perceive magic in some strange, hard-to-understand way, which made them quite interested in magic items. Of course, being only as smart as regular animals and somewhat aggressive, their interest tended to be unhealthy for the magic items in question and the humans that owned them. Zack and Zorian had captured several groups of these beasts earlier to set loose as a distraction. They were particularly good for this because the construction team had already had a number of smaller clashes with the local Triclops communities, and thus having a bunch of them making trouble in the base wasn't immediately suspicious. They had tried this already in the 3 previous restarts to test the waters. And they knew that the guards would first move to contain the situation before wondering if someone had sent this unusually large group of them here intentionally. By then, of course, it would be too late. After the golden Triclopses were set loose upon the unsuspecting base, Zack and Zorian remained in their current spot for a while, waiting. It would take a while before the creatures were discovered, the severity of the problem became obvious, and before the majority of the base's guards were mobilized to deal with them. Zorian monitored the situation through his simulacrums, whose senses he could tap into with ease. His studies of the cephalic rat swarms and the god-touched hydra living in the portable palace orb had done much to improve his ability to coordinate with his simulacrums. They weren't quite a single mind yet, but he probably didn't want that to begin with. Zack also had simulacrums present in the base. He had only managed to get them working recently, so they tended to have far more quirks and differences from the original than Zorian's own did. However, they needed those simulacrums if they wanted to steal the ship, and it was pretty unlikely any of them would go insane and try to kill them, so whatever. There, Zorian eventually said. Everyone who was going to get pulled to deal with the monkeys is gone. It's now or never. Finally, Zack said. He didn't say anything else, instead opting to jump down from the platform. Zorian followed after him with a sigh, giving the simulacrums the signal to drop whatever they were doing and converge on the ship. Even Zack's simulacrums, since his fellow time traveler seemed to have forgotten about his copies in his hurry to get to the action. Or maybe he just expected Zorian to take care of that for him. It was actually easier for Zorian to coordinate Zack's simulacrums than it was for Zack himself, due to his lack of easy telepathy. Though, since Zack and his simulacrums were largely identical in mind, it should be quite possible for him to use telepathy to communicate with his copies with ease, even if he wasn't a natural mind mage like Zorian. He made a mental note to talk to Zack about that later. Zack, Zorian and their simulacrums surged forward, pushing past the shock technicians and civilian staff and disabling any armed resistance they encountered. Zack and his simulacrums broke down the scaffolding and the anchor beams that were holding the airship locked down, while Zorian and his simulacrums went about installing the missing airship components and ejecting anyone that remained inside the ship. It went, surprisingly well. Zorian was a little worried, since they were making this attempt only a few days into the restart and the preparations had been made in a considerable rush. He'd had to take a potion of vigilance and miss a night of sleep entirely in order to finish constructing everything in time, so he was technically doing this while staying awake for more than 24 hours. They only had two significant complications. One was that some of the soldiers inside the ship had barricaded themselves inside a storage room and placed high-level mental wards on themselves after they figured out how Zorian was overrunning the crew so easily. Since Zack and Zorian couldn't use anything too destructive for fear of damaging the ship, this made the resulting situation a bit of a chore to resolve in a timely manner. Thankfully, the golem bodies of Zorian's simulacrums were capable of taking considerable abuse, so Zorian simply sent them in to swarm the soldiers with no regards to countering attacks. The result were two simulacrums with seriously damaged torsos and one that was missing both of his legs, but the problem was solved and the damaged simulacrums could still crew the ship just fine, though the legless one kept whining to Zorian about his predicament. The other was that once every simulacrum and missing part was in its place and they tried to take off, the airship wouldn't budge. It turned out that someone had installed an additional safeguard that none of the people Zorian had interrogated had been aware of, and Zorian was forced to frantically search for it while Zack repelled constant assaults on the ship from the reorganized Aranhali soldiers outside. Thankfully, Zorian eventually found the section the safeguard was in. Unfortunately, it was inside an engine regulation section, and integrated into it too deeply and too subtly for Zorian to remove it cleanly in the time they had left. Aranhali battlemages were no doubt going to start teleporting in any time soon, and then they'd be forced to abort the attempt. Thus, Zorian just torched the entire mechanism, allowing them to take off but permanently crippling some of the ship's engines. Now the airship was in the air, rapidly distancing itself from the construction site as it flew in the direction of the Zlotic interior. However, it was considerably slower than it should have been, and there was another Aranhali airship chasing after them in pursuit. Zorian had no idea how that airship had gotten on the scene so quickly. Maybe it had just happened to be in the area when they made their attempt. In any case, the two of them were currently in the main control room, trying to figure things out. While they had done their homework before coming here and had a rough idea of what operating the Pearl of Aranhal involved, it was one thing to have a theoretical knowledge of how something worked and quite another to actually put it into practice. "You know, this thing is harder and less exciting to pilot than I thought it would be," Zack said idly, poking and prodding the various levers and buttons on the control panel in front of him. "I do know," Zorian told him, a little grumpily. He was rapidly becoming aware of why Aranhali plans called for a dedicated navigator that would focus fully on charting a ship's course. He was so fobbing off this job to a simulacrum the next time they did this. Just focus on keeping the flight engines running and be glad you're not in charge of navigation like I am. I'm not so sure your job is that much harder than mine, considering you wrecked half the ship in order to get us in the air, Zack remarked. It wasn't half of the ship. Zorian protested. Zack laughed at him. So easy to rile up, Zack said mirthfully. Anyway, whoever designed this stuff should have really been pulled aside and told to cut down a little on the mysterious dials and counters. He should have put in some kind of magic panel or an illusion projector that would give you information in a more understandable form. Would that really be so hard? I think you have a skewed image of how easy that kind of thing is, Zorian remarked. It's neither cheap nor easy, and it would make it really inconvenient to fix things if something goes wrong. Dials and counters are simple to make and fix. I guess, Zack conceded. It's still annoying that we're not even able to see the Aranhali airship pursuing us. One would think that an option to see a pursuing enemy would be one of the core features put into a control room. I should be able to say, I don't know, something like, on screen, and have an image of the enemy projected on these windows in front of us. He gestured towards the large, clear windows that offered a breathtaking view of the outside world. Currently they could see nothing except the clear sky and the distant horizon, which sounded a little useless, but at least it assured them they were flying straight, weren't going to ram into anything, and that the weather was pleasant enough to fly in. Pretty much what these windows were intended for, Zorian was sure. That would be kind of useful, actually, Zorian agreed. And while the airship itself isn't nearly so convenient. He quickly performed 3 different divination spells, created a large illusionary screen in the air in front of them, and then cast the final spell to integrate all of these into a semi-unified whole. The illusionary screen rippled with prismatic colors for a second before settling into a 3-part screen. 2 of them showed a scried image of the pursuing airship in different angles. The third one gave them a downward view from a vantage point high above the Pearl of Aranhal, allowing them to easily grasp the position of the enemy airship in relation to themselves. Nice, Zack praised. The other Aranhal airship was larger and more heavily built than them. It had a more typical cylinder shape, and had a handful of cannons sticking out of its hull. The Pearl of Aranhal, on the other hand, was entirely unarmed. Even if they did have cannons of their own, they couldn't use them, as they lacked the qualified gunners to make use of them. Zorian wasn't feeling very threatened, though. Despite the damage to its flight engines, the Pearl of Aranhal was still slightly faster than the other airship. The design was really proving its worth there. Gradually, minute after minute, hour after hour, they were pulling away from the other airship. Additionally, Zorian had diverted one of his simulacrums to see if something could be done about the damage he had done to the ship's flight engines, and it seemed the answer was yes. In another 2 hours or so, their speed would shoot up and their pursuers would be left in the dust. Not sure if you noticed it yet, but there is another airship in front of us, Zack said, pointing at a distant dot that had yet to enter into the range of their scrying screen but could be seen through the mundane window of the control room. Do you think they're here by coincidence or? Crap. Some frantic divinations quickly revealed that the third airship was most certainly not there on accident. It was moving to intercept them, and both it and their old pursuer were making minor course adjustments in order to box them in better, apparently coordinating their moves. The strange thing was that the new airship wasn't even owned by Aranhal, it belonged to the neighboring country of Mesner. The 2 countries didn't exactly have the best relations with one another, so Zorian couldn't help but privately wonder what Aranhal had promised to the other side in order to get them to help out. A lot, probably. They really didn't want to lose the Pearl of Aranhal, it seemed. Break. Previously, when Zack and Zorian were securing the Pearl of Aranhal and fleeing the scene with their ill-gotten gains, they had been trying to treat their enemies with as much mercy as possible. The Aranhal soldiers posted on the construction site were perfectly justified in being outraged at them, after all, so the 2 time travelers tried to disable their enemies non-lethally. To Zorian's knowledge, nobody had actually died during the theft itself, though some people did get seriously injured and the golden Triclopses might have killed someone after they had left. They even left the pursuing airship be, preferring to flee rather than destroying them, as they very well could have. However, having been caught between two airships like this meant they could no longer afford to treat the situation with such velvet gloves. Guided by Zack's and Zorian's hands, the Pearl of Aranhal promptly turned around to confront the Aranhali airship that had been pursuing them. If they had to fight, it was better to tackle their enemies one by one than wait for them to catch up to them together. The Aranhali airship did not fear a confrontation. It knew that the Pearl of Aranhal was unarmed, and that Zack and Zorian were running it on a skeleton crew. Thus, it simply continued onward towards them, silently accepting the challenge. It did not fire its cannons at them, though. Instead, 6 holes opened up in its hull and released a dozen or so giant eagle riders towards them. The eagles were overloaded with passengers, visibly straining under the weight of men they had to carry, but they flew fast nonetheless. Simulacrum No. 2 stood on the outer hull of the Pearl of Aranhal, studying the scene dispassionately. His legs were glued onto the surface of the airship to keep the wind from sweeping him away, and his golem body was unbothered by the cold. After sweeping through the incoming enemy forces once, he sent his memory over to the original for study and then put them out of his mind. They weren't his problem. There were other simulacrums in charge of dealing with defense. His job was a bit more proactive. He flexed his hands and shook a little, just to make sure the previous battles hadn't left some hidden injuries on him. The golem bodies that the original had made for them had been perfected to such a degree by now that they felt completely indistinguishable from their original form. However, the advantages of the golem bodies came with a hefty downside. If they were ever damaged, it was very hard to repair them, requiring a lengthy and expensive process. Poor Simulacrum No. 4 was still legless, for instance, though No. 2 agreed with the original that his whining got really old after a while. If a normal simulacrum had had both of his legs blown off, he would have dispersed from the strain. The guy should be grateful he even still existed, not complaining about missing limbs. His little checkup done, he calmed his mind and focused on the task at hand, counterattacking the Aranhal airship. They thought themselves safe because they thought their opponents had no weapons. But they were so very wrong. Simulacrum No. 2 teleported to the enemy ship. Teleporting from one moving target to another was a tricky thing to pull off, and was beyond most teleporters, but it was entirely doable for Zorian, and therefore for his simulacrums as well. He couldn't teleport directly into the enemy airship, but he didn't have to. He teleported on top of the enemy airship's hull, disintegrated a few panels to create an opening for himself and then stepped inside. He didn't even try to hide himself as he advanced through the corridors towards the airship's flight engines. He didn't have the time, and he had probably been discovered the moment he made a hole in the hull, anyway. 3 armed crew members quickly found him. Halt! Stand dash! He was ready for them. A severing whip cut them to pieces before they could so much as fire a shot. He didn't even slow down. He simply sped up, his divination spells having successfully mapped the interior, showing him where to go to reach his destination. The severing whip trailed after him, attached to his arm, and when he came upon another group of people he used it to cut them down as well. It was a very efficient spell. The whip, once created, was pretty cheap to maintain, but one that was rarely used due to its short range and the possibility of the caster slicing their own limbs off if they didn't have complete control over it. A bit brutal, admittedly, but the culmination of his task here involved crashing the entire airship. Most of these people would end up dead in the end, no matter how you sliced it. A hail of bullets impacted his chest but he simply ignored it, not even bothering to shield against them. His golem body was tough, able to shrug off minor attacks like those with ease. Spending mana to defend against things like that would be a waste. When a dazzling, spinning bolt of fire swerved around the corner to slam into him, though, that he shielded against. The explosion was massive, blowing off all nearby walls and setting the air ablaze. If Simulacrum No. 2 had to breathe, this would have been a pretty devastating opener. Even as it was, it knocked him a little off balance, and the mage that cast that spell soon rounded the corner to finish him off, before the aftershocks had the chance to die down. The man moved incredibly quickly, using some strange telekinetic magic to skate across the floor at high speeds. He was big and muscular, sported an impressive mustache, and wielded a large saber in his hand. Not a weapon Zorian was used to facing, as most mages avoided close-quarter fighting if they could help it. The enemy mage immediately charged at the simulacrum using that strange skating movement magic, silent and grim. He swung the saber in his hands towards the simulacrum, its edge lighting up with an ominous red glow that made it clear he wasn't dealing with a simple steel blade. Number 2 admitted he had been caught off guard a little, but only a little. He performed a short-range teleport to get behind the man, avoiding his charge, and then fired a trio of attack spells at him. Instead of stopping and turning, however, the man skated along the walls and ceiling of the corridor, keeping all of his speed and momentum. He even used that strange saber of his to harmlessly dispel the first spell Zorian directed his way, a force lance that Zorian had sent at him in hopes of breaking his momentum by forcing him to shield. The simulacrum had to admit that was pretty impressive. The second spell, however, was a soul magic attack, a short-range wave of ghostly force that minutely disturbed the connection of the soul with its body, causing a wave of nausea and vertigo in those affected. The spell was weak, and it could be greatly attenuated by just about any shield spell, but since the man trusted his saber over a classical defense spell, he was hit by the wave at full blast. He stumbled for just a moment, but that moment of weakness was enough for Zorian to launch his third attack on him. The severing whip struck like a viper, severing the man's head from his shoulders in one fell swoop. Simulacrum number 2 stared at the dead body for a few seconds in total silence, before taking the man's saber for later examination and continuing on his way. He still had an airship to crash. Break. The battle between the Pearl of Aranhal and the two opposing airships got increasingly heated as time went by. At first, the two attackers were aiming to recapture the ship mostly intact, and thus attempted to board them with soldiers and mages. However, when Zack and Zorian had sent their simulacrums to wreak havoc inside the enemy airships, trying to bring them down from the inside, and then repelled several boarding attempts despite their numerical disadvantage, that attitude began to change. They started firing their cannons at them, and then began lobbing increasingly deadly artillery spells their way, forcing Zack and Zorian to spend a lot of their mana on defense. When it became obvious that Zorian's simulacrum inside their airship could not be stopped, the Aranhali airship tried to ram them out of spite before going down. Sadly, they made the Pearl of Aranhal too well, allowing Zack and Zorian to maneuver out of their way long enough for simulacrum number 2 to destroy the enemy airship's flight cores and send it crashing into the ground below. Finding itself alone against them, the Mesneri airship then chose to simply flee. Unlike their Aranhal allies, they had no reason to pursue this to the bitter end. Zack and Zorian let them run, and simply breathed a sigh of relief before continuing on their way. Keeping a massive vessel like the Pearl of Aranhal intact in the face of double aggression had strained even them, and the airship had not gotten out of battle unscathed. Thankfully, none of the damage was critical, and further pursuers wouldn't be able to catch up to them. Indeed, for the next few days, they had been blissfully free of any enemy going after them. The fact that they were flying over the desolate, trackless desert that covered the interior of northern Mycena probably had a lot to do with that. The only dangers were an occasional pair of desert drakes that got too curious for their own good and tried to fly closer to check them out. It gave them quite a scare, because they had initially mistaken them for dragons when they had spotted them in the distance, but they were easy to chase off otherwise. A bigger problem turned out to be locating an accessible Bakura gate. They wanted to find one before continuing towards the Ziggurat of the Sun, to make it easier to gain access to the Ziggurat in future restarts. Unfortunately, the maps of known Bakura gates in the area turned out to be really outdated and unreliable. This area had been hit hard by the cataclysm, and almost no humans lived here anymore. Some of the gates were just gone, possibly destroyed in one of the many wars that had swept through the area as the desert spread northward. Or maybe they never existed, and the mapmakers had put them there based on faulty sources. Some were buried under the sand and gravel and thus unusable for their purposes. Some were there, but not quite in the area specified by the maps, the mapmakers had only known the general area where the gate was located and made an educated guess about the exact location instead of going there to actually check things. Apparently mapmakers had been less concerned about quality control in the past. A lot less. Still, they managed to find a suitable Bakura gate after 5 days of flying around the desert. The time wasn't entirely wasted. In any case, Zorian took advantage of his unrestricted access to the airship's internals to inspect it in detail. He also took some of the equipment apart to see how it worked before putting it back together again, although he was forced to stop when Zack complained he would break things even worse than he already had. In any case, once they had settled down on a Bakura gate to use, they grounded the Pearl of Aranhal in the area before re-establishing contact with Eldamar. Zack had left one of his simulacrums there, so he could open a dimensional passage for them the same way Zorian used to do, except that he couldn't contact his simulacrum telepathically through the soul, so they had to wait for a prearranged time of day instead of doing it on a whim. There were a lot of things they had to do back in Eldamar. First of all, they had to secure the cooperation of the Silent Doorway Adepts in order to obtain the password of the Bakura gate they had claimed. Their research into the method of operating the Bakura gate had greatly improved the speed and reliability of the Arania opening ritual, but they still needed the web's cooperation in order to make use of them. Thankfully, convincing the Silent Doorway Adepts to ally with them was a lot easier these days. The perfected opening ritual and the many new gate passwords they had obtained over the restarts made their words carry considerable weight. It usually took only a few days before the Silent Doorway Adepts were ready to work with them. Secondly, they had to organize an expedition towards the Ziggurat of the Sun. Since the place was a Solrotham stronghold, they couldn't just fly in there as they pleased. They had a brand new airship, but Solrotham could all fly. They had to scout the area, see if they could get Alanik on board, repair the Pearl of Aranhal and Zorian simulacrum golems and then come up with a plan of approach after they had seen what they were working with. Thus, Zack and Zorian reluctantly left their new airship out there in the desert, guarded only by a few simulacrums, while they went back to Eldamar to prepare things. Hopefully nobody would try and take it while they were occupied elsewhere. Break. The room was packed. Everyone who was a part of their conspiracy, as Zack called it, was there: Kale, Taven, Svim, Alanik, Daimen, and Silverlake. Silverlake had never taken part in these kinds of group meetings in the past. While they had managed to convince her the time loop was real and come to an agreement with her, she clearly didn't trust them very much. She instructed them in pocket dimension creation and she worked with them to decipher the nature of the primordial prisons and the manner in which they were connected to the time loop reality and the real world, but she also kept trying to covertly spy on them and she was leaving coded messages to her future iterations inside her notes. Zorian couldn't figure out what those coded messages were saying, but he was sure they were there, even if Silverlake kept insisting he was just paranoid and making mountains out of molehills. She also stubbornly refused to make use of the time loop to work on her youth potion, but Zack and Zorian cared a lot less about that than she seemed to think. In any case, the result of all this was that Zack and Zorian were both leery about trusting her too much and kept keeping her out of their greater plans and group meeting as such. However, that kind of thing couldn't go on forever and it was becoming obvious that waiting for Silverlake to find something encouraging in the notes of her predecessors was an idle dream. They could only hope that if they extended a little more trust towards her, even though she sure hadn't done anything to deserve that, she would eventually reciprocate. Besides, their plans for the current restart were extensive and important enough that it didn't feel right to exclude anyone out of the planning sessions. It was interesting, though. Zorian had expected Silverlake to make a remark about Kale, since the Morlock boy had indicated they had some kind of prior knowledge of each other when he had sent Zorian to talk to her, but Silverlake didn't seem to notice him. It wasn't that she was deliberately ignoring him as far as Zorian could tell, she just didn't seem to perceive him as important or familiar. Perhaps she just didn't connect the person with the face in front of her. Kale had no doubt been a child when they had last met, and he was a teenager now. Regardless, while Silverlake did not recognize Kale, she definitely recognized someone else, Alanik. What was more, Alanik clearly recognized her as well. They faced off against each other for a full 5 seconds after they saw one another, just staring at each other. Not saying anything. Then they looked away and pretended nothing happened. Since they didn't say anything, Zorian pretended not to notice. Currently, everyone was staring at Zack and Zorian with a complicated expression, momentarily struck speechless. "That was you!" Daimen exclaimed incredulously. "You're the ones who did that airship theft that all the newspapers are talking about." "That's us, yup," Zack said, nodding proudly. "We're awesome." "That's," Daimen said, grasping for words. "Reckless," Svim supplied. "Stupid," Taven offered. "Your idea," Zorian said. "Yeah, exact," Daimen began, before registering what Zorian had said. "Wait, what?" "Yup," Zorian nodded seriously. "Totally your idea." "I assume you had a reason for doing that, then?" Alanik prompted. "Of course," Zack laughed. "We had the best reason. Gather round, children, Grandpa Zack is going to tell you all a story." Over the next half an hour, Zack told everyone involved what the point behind the airship theft was. Zack being Zack, he focused more on describing the exciting parts of the airship battle than the strategic goal of the theft, or their reasoning, but he did eventually manage to get the point across. They needed the airship in order to locate all the key pieces in time. Without the Pearl of Aranhal, traveling across the Zlotic Desert to reach the Ziggurat of the Sun would probably require multiple restarts due to the hostile environment and a lack of human towns where they could hire teleporters at. Additionally, they eventually needed to reach Blantyr to collect one of the pieces, and traversing the vast amount of ocean that separates Blantyr from the nearest human landmass in less than a month would be nearly impossible through alternative methods. "It's more than that, though," Zack continued. "Not only is the airship we stole absolutely critical in getting us out of this time-looping reality, it is also important practice for another theft that needs to happen." "More thefts, Mr. Novita?" Svim asked him, raising an eyebrow inquisitively. "Well, yes," Zack said. "After all, the dagger is held inside Eldamar's royal treasury." "Oh heavens," Taven groaned, burying her face in her hands. "Zorian, are you seriously going to break into the royal vaults?" Kale, who was sitting next to her, chuckled quietly. "He kind of has to, doesn't he?" he said, sounding a little amused. "Since you're mentioning this now, I'm guessing you intend to make the attempt at the royal treasury in this very restart, then?" Alanik asked. "Yes," Zorian confirmed. "Additionally, we also intend to try and wrest the crown from Quatakikl, the ancient lich fighting for the Abasins. Potentially, we could gather all but one of the key pieces in this very restart. I doubt we'll succeed in getting them all this time. Hell, I wouldn't even be surprised if we fail to get any of them, but it's good practice and it should at least tell us what areas we're lacking in and what we need to work on to succeed next time." "I see," Alanik sighed. "I will be frank, I am not very comfortable with condoning such an act of treason. Considering what is at stake here, I will not stand in your way, but you should not count on my help in this regard." "Ha ha!" Silverlake suddenly cackled. "So righteous and serious. This is too funny. I still remember how you came to me back then, a budding little necromancer full of ambition and anger, asking for my help. It's really hard to reconcile that memory with what you ended up becoming. A necromancer and a thief became a fervent priest and a patriot. Now I've really seen everything in the world." Alanik stiffened slightly at her words and then gave her an angry glare. Silverlake just grinned cheekily at him. Taking a deep breath, Alanik rose from his seat and gave Zack and Zorian a frosty look. "I think it would be best for everyone if I did not participate in this meeting anymore, or any other meeting where you planned how to best rob Eldamar's royal family," Alanik said. "And while I realize more than anyone that desperation can make one do things they rather wouldn't, I have to warn you that you're making a mistake by working with this old ghoul. You're playing with fire. She will stab you in the back in a heartbeat if she thought it would benefit her." "Ah, I love you too, my little necromancer," Silverlake said sweetly. Alanik did not bother to respond to her, or even look at her. He simply turned around and left the room. Not quite stormed off, but it wasn't quite far from it. Zorian resisted the urge to bury his face in his hands. It always had to be something, didn't it? A long, uncomfortable silence descended on the scene. Only Silver Lake seemed entirely comfortable with the situation, humming happily to herself and idly examining one of the experimental potions Kale had made. The meeting was happening in one of the alchemical workshops Zorian had made for the white-haired boy, so there were quite a few of them lying around. So, Silver Lake eventually began. You were saying something about an ancient lich? 80 enemies. Chapter 080 Enemies. Although the Zlotic Desert was usually depicted as an endless sea of sand, with only the occasionally broken-up rocky outcroppings or secluded oases, its actual landscape was far more complex than that. There was plenty of sand, yes, but also vast fields of rock, barren hills and mountain ranges, remnants of dried-up lakes and riverbeds, and old Icosian ruins scattered all over the place. And that was just the more mundane landmarks. Zorian had heard that there was a forest composed out of stony, seemingly fossilized trees in the deep desert, blooming with life and greenery during the rare times it rained in the area before reverting back to its seemingly lifeless appearance after a few weeks. Then there were the so-called water volcanoes, massive geysers of boiling water that occasionally erupted from the dungeon in some regions, flooding the area around them for a brief while. The area around the ziggurat of the sun wasn't as unusual as those two examples, but it was still an unusual place. First of all, this was once a famous temple complex of the Icosian Empire, and a great many ruins were scattered around the area, ruins of temples, lesser ziggurats, military forts, private estates and so on. Many of these ruins had been claimed by the local Solrotham, but many more had been overrun by various desert-adapted monsters, which had moved into them and had dug themselves in too thoroughly for anyone to dislodge them. Secondly, there was a seasonal river passing through the area. Although it only persisted for part of a year, it was enough to make the area relatively vibrant compared to its immediate surroundings. Finally, the local underworld was particularly extensive and featured a large underground lake that no doubt contributed to making the land far livelier than it realistically should have been this deep in the Zlotic interior. Zack and Zorian were currently traveling through this land on foot, warily observing their surroundings. Their journey had been relatively free of dangers thus far, but that could change in a flash if they weren't careful. The heat was also slowly starting to get to them. Their comfort spells had done a fine job of warding off sunstroke and the worst of the desert heat, but this sort of magic was not all-powerful and Zlotic was quite an extreme environment. It made Zorian wish they had just arrived here in their pretty new airship. Unfortunately, that hadn't been an option. They were coming here to try and negotiate with the Solrotham for the rite of passage, and the devil wasps would no doubt react badly to the sight of an incoming airship. Most likely they would just attack the vessel immediately, ruining any chance of successful negotiations. Well, if Zorian was being honest with himself, the negotiations were not very likely to be successful anyway. Although Solrotham were known to have peaceful interactions with humans on occasion, they had a reputation of being an extremely fierce and violent species, and there was a long history of bloody conflict between them and humanity. On top of that, Solrotham were incapable of producing the necessary sounds to mimic human speech, and humans could not speak Solrotham either, making communication between the two species difficult. Even though the odds of a peaceful outcome were low, though, Zorian still felt they had to try. No doubt he and Zack could forcibly take the ziggurat from the Solrotham if they really applied themselves, but there were hundreds of these things living there and this was their home. This was where they kept their children, their food stockpiles and water reserves, their workshops and trade goods. They were not going to give the place up easily. They might even decide to fight to the death, which would force Zorian to deal with Solrotham children and non-combatants somehow. He'd rather avoid that headache if at all possible. This should be enough, no? Zack suddenly said. He hopped onto a nearby rocky outcropping and quickly scanned their surroundings. I think we're far enough into their territory. Any further and they might attack us on principle. Though really, I still think we're going about this the wrong way. Solrotham are famed for their savagery, no? I bet smacking them around a bit until they're ready to talk would produce better results than just approaching them peacefully. Show them we're serious, you know. You might yet get your wish, Zorian said, performing a brief sweep of the area with his mind sense, soul perception and his plain two eyes. There was some sort of snake hiding beneath a nearby patch of thorny bushes, but it was absolutely terrified of them and had no intention of attacking them, so Zorian ignored it. If the wasps attack us immediately or refuse to even entertain our offer, we'll go with your plan. Ha! Great, Zack grinned, before retrieving a water bottle from his backpack and emptying it on top of his head. He sighed in relief. Ah, I needed that. After some thought, Zorian decided to follow his example and did the same. It did make him feel a lot better, he had to admit. A minute or so of comfortable silence ensued. Shall we? Zorian eventually asked. Yes, Zack nodded. Fire away. Zorian performed one of the many spells that produced a signal flare in some fashion, in this case, a brilliant red star that released a high-pitched scream as it flew through the air, and fired it straight into the sky above him, announcing their presence to everyone for miles around. They didn't have to wait long. Not even 15 minutes after Zorian had fired the flare, a trio of black dots appeared on the horizon. Their features were kind of hard to discern because they were approaching them from a direction that let the sun illuminate their backs, but Zorian was pretty sure he was looking at an incoming Solrotham patrol. Soon, this suspicion was proven correct. They were louder than Zorian thought they would be. The drone of their wings, beating several times a second to keep their large bodies aloft, was audible from a considerable distance. It kind of made Zorian wonder why they even bothered to try and mask their approach when anyone who wasn't deaf could hear them coming. Regardless, as the Solrotham patrol got closer, Zack and Zorian shifted their posture in preparation for a possible attack. They didn't think the Solrotham would just attack them with no provocation. If nothing else, they'd have brought more tribe members if they were going to be hostile right off the bat, but it was best to be prepared for everything. Their landing was anything but graceful. Instead of gradually slowing down, the Solrotham dropped to the ground with reckless speed, impacting the gravel-covered earth in front of Zack and Zorian with considerable force and kicking up dust and loose stones in every direction. The shockwave even reached the place where Zack and Zorian were standing, though the weather shields they had protecting them simply deflected these stray irritants to the side with no action required on their part. Well. The meeting had barely even begun and already Zorian was starting to dislike the damn wasps. In any case, with the Solrotham right in front of them, Zorian could finally take a good look at one. He had seen the descriptions and illustrations of them in the books, naturally, but that sort of thing really couldn't compare to seeing something in person. They were big, smaller than the 3-meter-long giants that the books described, but not that much smaller, but also very spindly and fragile-looking. That impression was misleading, he knew. Solrotham were said to be strong enough to tear a man limb from limb with their bare hands and tough as coffin nails. Black, glossy chitin covered their wasp-like forms, and their faces were very much insect-like, alien and inscrutable. Their eyes, as black as their bodies and multifaceted like those of most insects, gave away nothing of their inner thoughts. They had a pair of short antennae on top of their heads, though, and these twitched madly in their general direction, revealing their agitation. Zorian had trouble interpreting their thoughts and emotions, alien as they were to his sensibilities, but he could tell that the trio was feeling twitchy and paranoid, ready to either attack them or flee at the slightest sign of aggression. All three of them carried spears. They were appropriately sized for a creature of Solrotham size and strength, which meant they were pretty gigantic by human standards. The size and weight alone made those spears a significant danger, even though they looked somewhat crudely made. In addition to these close-quarters weapons, each Solrotham also carried a handful of smaller spears strapped to their backs. These were the notorious, heavy javelins that Solrotham used as their ranged attack method. Generally, every Solrotham raid opened with them hurling a storm of these javelins at their targets before closing in to clash with their foes face to face. Solrotham bodies were strong and durable, and they did not fear close-quarters combat, but even so, they did not balk at softening up their targets a little before closing in. Somehow, the spears and javelins made the Solrotham trio far more threatening than they should appear. Objectively speaking, the three devil wasps in front of them did not pose a significant threat to Zack and Zorian, but seeing them clutching those spears in their hands was a stark reminder that they were dealing with creatures that were not just sapient, but tool users as well. As a rule, sapient monsters did not employ tools much, other than lizardmen and a few other species. Most of them basically lived like animals. Their innate abilities were potent enough that technology largely seemed pointless to them. Why use a spear when your claws are sharper? Why build a house when the cold and the rain hardly hurt you? Solrotham, though, went to the trouble of creating tools and homes that made use of their natural advantages and made them more potent than they would otherwise be. They shouldn't take them too lightly. "Hello," Zorian greeted with as much friendliness as he could manage, when standing in front of a trio of giant, sapient, aggressive wasps. "Do you understand me?" He really hoped they did. Solrotham tribes usually made sure they had at least a couple of members that could understand the local human language, but this tribe lived quite a distance away from any major human power, so it was possible they felt no need to bother. If they were ignorant of any human tongue, or only understood a dialect that Zorian himself did not speak, they were in trouble. Telepathic communication between entities that did not speak a common language was a crude and often unpleasant thing, doubly so if the people involved were as different in their perception of the world as humans and Solrotham were. The three Solrotham erupted into a storm of chattering, punctuated by an occasional buzz of their wings and mad flailing of their antennae. However, they did not bother to face each other to do so, their attention on Zack and Zorian never wavering and their spears pointed firmly in their direction. Finally, the Solrotham on the left stepped forth towards them before twirling his spear theatrically and stabbing into the ground. He thrust all four of his hands towards them, palms open, in a gesture that was probably supposed to prove that he really was unarmed. Then he made a series of hand gestures before leaning back and expectantly waiting for a response. Zorian frowned. Was this how the Solrotham usually communicated with humans? It would make sense, he supposed. Most mages weren't as proficient in mind magic as Zorian, and Icosian spellcasting language already employed a lot of hand gestures, so this method of communication wouldn't be totally alien for a lot of people. Plus, Solrotham hands were remarkably similar to human ones, despite being giant wasps. "Well, that's a bit of a problem," Zack commented lightly. Zorian ignored him. "I do not understand that," Zorian said, speaking loudly and slowly. "Please think your responses at me in human language. I will pick it up from your thoughts." The Solrotham froze for a moment before flattening his antennae over his forehead and hissing at him, sounding remarkably like an angry house cat. "I think you got him a little angry," Zack supplied helpfully from the side. "Yeah, thanks Zack. Real helpful of you." The Solrotham reached to his side and grasped one of the several items tied to his waist, a small bundle of herbs and bones, wrapped in snake leather. All three had a couple of trinkets like that hanging off their bodies, but until now Zorian had not put too much thought into that. In any case, the Solrotham proceeded to wave the bundle in front of him, as if trying to ward himself against Zorian's magic. Sadly for him, the bundle didn't really do anything as far as Zorian could tell. Zorian was mystified at the action before it occurred to him that this might be the equivalent of one of those silly folk charms that old grannies and street sellers sometimes peddle to children, travelers, and the like. "I mean you no harm." "I really don't," Zorian said, as soothingly as he could manage. It didn't seem to help. The Solrotham in front of him just waved his little charm harder, and the other two Solrotham were starting to get more agitated as well. "And really, your thoughts are safe. I can only see what you think in human terms, nothing else." This was effectively true. While Zorian could indeed see into the Solrotham mind, even their emotions were a pain to puzzle out, much less their surface thoughts. If he wanted to be able to read their minds, he would have to invest months or years of work to do so, much like he did with Urania. They didn't have time for that. The Solrotham in front of him was silent for a few seconds. Then, seemingly realizing that his magic charm was not being effective, he stashed it back on his belt and shifted his posture into a more confident stance. "Speak," the Solrotham said in his mind. "Fine," Zorian nodded. "First, let me introduce ourselves. I am Zorian and the person next to me is Zack. May I know who I'm talking to?" "No," the Solrotham replied. "Ugh. I will not give you my name, sorcerer," the devil wasp clarified after a few seconds. "Everyone knows that names have power and that your kind can use them against us." What? This was news to Zorian. Well, whatever. He would just think of the Solrotham in front of him as Buzzkill for now, then. "We seek passage through your territory and wish to present gifts to your leaders," Zorian said. He didn't mention anything about searching the ziggurat yet, since simply getting inside would give them useful information. At the very least they would find out if the key piece was actually there if they could get in, due to the detection ability of their markers. "Out of the question," Buzzkill said resolutely. "You are not of the tribe. Do you not accept guests in your home?" Zorian frowned. "I know we are different, but surely there is some kind of tradition of hospitality in your tribe?" Buzzkill's hands twitched into the beginning of a gesture, before he caught himself and laboriously started forming thoughts for Zorian to detect. The language he spoke was a strange dialect of Icosian, possibly an archaic version of some local dialect, but Zorian had gotten relatively proficient in Zlotic dialects by now, and could puzzle out his meanings easily enough. It helped that they weren't having some particularly high-minded discussion here. "A wise one does not simply let strangers walk into his home," Buzzkill stated. "We would need to make sure you are friends of the tribe. Signs would have to be consulted and proper rituals observed." "I see," Zorian said uncertainly. "And how long would that last?" "Many days," Buzzkill said. Zorian could be wrong, but he thought he detected a note of schadenfreude in his thoughts. Zorian was silent for a while, considering the situation. A few more questions to Buzzkill regarding this whole process of consulting the signs and whatnot did not yield anything except vague explanations and refusals to elaborate. It was all very secret and not to be spoken about with outsiders, apparently. His questioning was eventually interrupted by an incoming telepathic message, however, one coming from Zack. He may not be psychic like Zorian was, but telepathy was not beyond the reach of normal mages. It was just rarely used because it required a great deal of training to use, even if one knew the relevant spells, and because of trust concerns. Now, thanks to the extensive training of his mental defenses over the last dozen or so restarts, Zack had lost some of his paranoia regarding mind magic, allowing them to silently exchange thoughts when the situation called for it. Who knew, maybe one day Zack would actually let him perform a detailed examination of his mind to see if Red Robe had left any more surprises in there. "I'm guessing things aren't going too well?" Zack asked. "Hard to say," Zorian said. Strictly speaking, he didn't say no, just that it would require a lot of time and effort, and probably bribes, for us to be granted entry into their territory, but I don't know. "Huh. Alright," Zack said. "Hey, big guy." Zack suddenly spoke out loud, causing all three Solrotham to turn their heads towards him. "Be honest. You don't really intend to let us meet your leaders, do you?" Buzzkill shook his wings a few times contemptuously, before laboriously forming words in his mind again. "It is not my place to decide that," he said. "But I think not. We are wise to your ploys. Your kind is dangerous and scheming, and you forever lust after this place. It was once yours, and you have never come to terms with how it changed hands." Any further discussion was rendered obsolete when Zack and Zorian noticed a swarm of black dots on the horizon. There were at least 20 of them and they were coming straight towards them. "I advise you to turn and leave this place," Buzzkill said, sounding much more confident now. "You are not welcome here." Silently, Zack and Zorian seemed to have come to an agreement. They both immediately launched offensive spells at the Solrotham in front of them. The three Solrotham reacted quickly, probably having expected hostilities to break out soon. Buzzkill wrenched his spear out of the ground and charged straight at them with a loud, screeching battle cry while the two Solrotham in the back reached towards the javelin strapped at their back. Neither of them accomplished their goal. A massive wave of telekinetic force and cutting wind erupted from Zack, smashing straight into them and sending them away like bowling pins. A human would have been reduced to bloody chunks if caught in that kind of attack head-on, but the three Solrotham survived mostly intact. Before they could reorganize, Zorian fired a pair of force javelins at them, each one carrying a different amount of damaging force in itself. The purpose of this battle wasn't so much to kill the three Solrotham. They could have done that in the initial salvo if they so wished, but rather to puzzle out the limits of their protective abilities and intimidate the tribe somewhat so that they were more likely to negotiate when they come in force later. With that in mind, Zack and Zorian proceeded to throw the three Solrotham around like rag dolls, breaking their wings and limbs in the process and making sure that the incoming Solrotham forces could see the overwhelming power they represented. Eventually the incoming Solrotham swarm finally arrived at the scene and it was time to leave. Zack and Zorian tanked one of the javelin salvos from the group, just to show they could, and then teleported away. But they would be back, and they would bring an army with them next time. Break. Alright, now that everyone is here, we can officially begin, Zorian said, giving everyone present a cursory look. I know that some of you have certain misgivings about some of the people present, but it means a lot to me and Zack that you were willing to come here regardless. He gave Alanik and Silver Lake a look while saying that, as they were pretty much the people this was directed at. After Alanik had abruptly left the meeting last time, the meeting had been wrapped up soon afterwards. It felt wrong to just continue the discussion without someone as critical as Alanik being present, so they mostly spent the meeting bringing Silver Lake up to speed in regards to their plans and activities. I don't know what you're talking about, brat. Personally, I thought the last meeting was a fun little reunion, Silver Lake said. It's not my fault Alanik decided to be a baby for no reason. Really, one would think a grown man like him would be at peace with his own past by now. Not to mention. Silver Lake, please, Zorian interrupted her with a long-suffering sigh. We're here to talk about Quatakikl and how to tackle him, okay? Let's leave these kinds of personal discussions for some other time. Preferably never. He shot Alanik a grateful look for not rising to her bait and sparking another confrontation. Alanik did not visibly react, simply pretending as if Silver Lake did not exist. Indeed, Svim said, tapping his finger at the table speculatively. I assume you have some sort of a plan, already? Only a basic outline, Zorian said. We definitely need to surprise him, and it should preferably be done near the very end of the restart. Quatakikl's movements become increasingly predictable as the date of the invasion approaches and most of the Abasan resources are already committed somewhere by that point, meaning that Quatakikl will have trouble marshalling most of his underlings to defend him or send them in pursuit of us if we can recover his crown. As for the actual execution of the ambush, well, we first wanted to try catching him with a soul-severing bullet, since that could end the fight immediately if it works. Soul-severing, that's the coin trick you used to disable him in the past, yes? Svim asked. I still can't believe that actually worked, Kale sighed. I had to reread that part of your notes 3 times to make sure I caught that correctly. I don't know what my previous self was thinking, sending you against an ancient lich armed with that. It shouldn't have worked. It was a pretty lucky win, Zorian admitted. It only worked because Quatakikl did not see me as a threat and thus decided to catch an object thrown at him in his hand instead of simply deflecting it away or shielding against it. I doubt I could engineer such a situation artificially and there is no way a coin is getting through his defenses during combat circumstances. Yeah, no way, Zack agreed. I've tried to nail him with items in the past. No chance of him overlooking something like that while you're fighting him. He often actually sends thrown items right back at you with a casual gesture. He is quite proficient with unstructured telekinesis. I'm not sure I understand how this maneuver is possible, Svim admitted. Unusual circumstances aside, you employed an elementary piece of soul magic to shut down a lich. Liches are famous for being fiendishly hard to deal with, so why did 1,000-year-old one fall so easily? Because it wasn't Kale's little spell that exiled the Lich's soul back to his phylactery, Silverlake said. It was his own soul defenses that did that. You may think that being vulnerable to a cheap trick like this is a weakness, but imagine for a moment what would happen if that coin the brat used was a fancy soul jar or the like. His soul would get captured and his phylactery would be useless, Svim said. I see. So liches like him make their defenses incredibly sensitive, so that even the slightest soul disturbance causes their souls to snap back to their phylactery. Precisely, Alanik said. Losing a body and everything you had on your person is a blow to be sure, but it pales to the possibility of having your soul captured. Most people don't carry a one-of-a-kind divine artifact like the crown of the first emperor, Zack noted. I'm sure Quadakikl feels he can recover the crown from whoever claimed it off his corpse, Zorian said. Considering his level of power, he's not too far from the truth. Besides, what good are awesome magical items like that if you're not allowed to make use of them for fear of losing them? Silverlake said. I'd wear a fancy magical crown too, if I had one. Always wanted to try playing a princess as a little girl. Unsolicited childhood fantasies aside, I'd like to remind you too that all liches are automatically powerful soul mages, and can adjust their soul defenses quite easily and rapidly, said Alanik. If you hope to banish Quadakikl's soul back to his phylactery, you only have one attempt per restart to do so. After that the lich will be expecting such a ploy and will likely take necessary precautions against it. What about going one step further and making an actual soul jar in order to capture Quadakikl's soul? Kale asked. I mean, the last time Zorian tried this, he only had me to help and I'm kind of a beginner at this. With Alanik and Silverlake here, well, they're clearly both very capable soul mages, so perhaps they could make something more potent than that. Alanik and Silverlake shared a long, complex look before they both refocused on Kale again. No, Alanik sighed, shaking his head sadly. You are drastically overestimating our skills. Aside from having your phylactery destroyed, the biggest danger to a lich is having your soul captured. They spend a great deal of their energies making sure that can't happen under any circumstances. An old, experienced lich like Quadakikl. The only realistic way of dealing with him is destroying his phylactery, Silverlake finished for him. Nothing else would work. I see, Kale said in a subdued manner. There is a reason why so many mages aim for lichhood, Silverlake noted. As far as methods of immortality go, having your very own resurrection point is hard to beat. Being undead is no true immortality, merely a twisted reflection of one, Alanik stated. Silverlake harumphed at him, but said nothing. Instead, she turned towards Zack and Zorian and gave them a speculative look. What? Zack asked. Did you two ever think about just, soul-killing Quadakikl? You know, that trick the third time traveler used on the Arania and such. It would neatly solve this problem, not just in this restart, but in all subsequent ones as well. We did, Zack nodded slowly. The conclusion was that we have to be very careful with that. The headaches we had with Veyers had taught us that a person behind heavy wards is essentially untraceable. If we soul-kill Quadakikl and it turns out he begins the restart behind some heavy wards or a place that nobody knows about, the crown might become completely unrecoverable. Silverlake hummed. You should really try to track down his movements and bases some of these days. I'm going to have to agree with her on this, Alanik said. I know you say you're stretched enough as it is, but even a mere chance of ridding the world of such an ancient lich would be worth throwing some effort in that direction. This is probably the best chance of anyone tracking down his phylactery in the foreseeable future. That's easier to say than to actually put into practice, Zack said, shaking his head. A small silence descended at the scene, only broken up when Silverlake decided to clear her throat and attract everyone's attention to herself. In any case, I've done some digging in my personal records after you've explained the situation to me. I think I have something that might help you take down Quadakikl, she said, pulling out a weathered old scroll out of her bag. Oh. Zack said eagerly. Do tell. It's a trap field that prevents souls from escaping out of the area, Silverlake said, throwing the scroll in his direction. Zack caught it, fumbling slightly with the catch due to not expecting the move. For undead like Quatakekle, it stops them from leaving until they shut down the ward. If you can lure him into the field, it should give him trouble for a time at the very least. I heard he moves a lot around the battlefield and loves to retreat to come back later. This ward is not nearly as obvious as an anti-teleportation field, but effectively has the same effect as one on undead. Ha! That did sound very useful against Quatakekle. Anyway, I would be of little use to you in the actual battle against a powerful lich like Quatakekle, but I can help you set up the battlefield beforehand, Silverlake continued. Aside from the spell I just gave you, I also have a few other surprises, though none are as effective as that one. And while Zorian is arguably a better warder than I am, he doesn't have experience with these particular spells. I'm probably going to take you up on that offer, Zorian said. This restart was going to get pretty busy as their preparations approached completion, so any chance to offload some of his responsibilities on someone else was useful. Every little bit of help is useful. As for Svim and Alanik, I am hoping you two will help us battle Quatakekle if the ambush fails. Which it probably will, Zack noted. Hush, child, Silverlake chided him. Don't you know you will curse this whole endeavor with such talk? Just being realistic, Zack shrugged. I tangled with Quatakekle the most out of anyone here, so I feel I have the right to be a little pessimistic. Anyway, I actually have a suggestion of my own. I think I have an idea about something we can do to better prepare for the eventual battle against Quatakekle. And what would that be, Mr. Novita? Svim asked. A practice fight. Zack said with a cheerful grin. I'll play the role of Quatakekle and you will all cooperate and try to subdue me. Admittedly, I am not an ancient lich of unfathomable power and experience, but I did recently become capable of creating my own simulacrums, so there is no danger of me getting hurt in the fighting. You can think of me as a discount Quatakekle, I guess. Zorian flinched a little at his description. This was such a bad idea. Zack, he protested. There is no warding scheme in existence that would be able to handle the level of destruction involved in such. I think it's a great idea, Alanik suddenly said. Zorian gave him an incredulous look. I would like to also invite Silverlake to participate in these exercises. Even if she doesn't intend to participate in the actual battle, these sort of mock fights would surely help her get a better perspective on what she is dealing with and help her fine-tune her preparations. Oh come on. What's that supposed to mean? Silverlake said, scowling at him. This sparked a loud fight between them, the two of them slinging barbs and thinly veiled insults at each other while Zorian's mood steadily worsened. I hope you're happy with yourself, Zorian sent to Zack telepathically. It's going to be great, you'll see, Zack sent him back, completely unapologetic. Zorian looked at Alanik and Silverlake, who were still trying to out-talk each other, and then at Svim, who looked like he wanted to attack both of them to make them shut up. Kale had decided to flat-out vacate the room at some point, which was probably smart of him. He was too weak to participate in the sort of practice fight Zack was suggesting, and staying behind might mean he would get pulled into the argument between Alanik and Silverlake. Yeah, Zorian muttered to himself. Great. Break. In the end, despite Zorian cautioning against it, the group decided to hold the battle practice that Zack suggested. Alanik obviously supported the idea, and he managed to goad Silverlake into supporting it too in the end. Svim, though annoyed with the way Alanik and Silverlake were acting, felt it was a sensible idea, and was probably curious about the level of magical skill that Zack and Zorian truly had, anyway. Thankfully, the practice fight was not going to happen for a few more days, leaving Zorian time to tangle with other issues. Mainly, this meant making preparations for the attack on the ziggurat of the sun golems had to be made, terrain scouted and information on Solrotham gathered. Thankfully, Alanik had agreed to help them out during the fighting, despite his disagreements with them over the inclusion of Silver Lake into the time-looping conspiracy. Fighting pagan monsters that had seized a religious monument of the faith, Alanik said, was a worthy task for a battle priest like him. Unfortunately, having him gather a small army and having them assist in the endeavor, like he had done in some of the previous restarts, was apparently not possible. Those people had been willing to participate in secret operations on Eldamarian soil, but bringing them to the deepest stretches of the Zlotic desert to fight the Solrotham was bound to backfire. They would demand explanations and refuse to cooperate. No, if Zak and Zorian wanted to have real people assisting them in their attack on the Ziggurat, they needed to hire mercenaries and factions in Zlotic itself, preferably in the region closest to the Ziggurat of the Sun. As a bonus, such locals likely had first-hand information about Solrotham and their battle tactics, having been fighting them for decades now. At the moment, Zak and Zorian were sitting around an open-air table in one of Sioria's fancier taverns and discussing the issue. Zorian was slowly sipping his fruit juice, while Zak had ordered the biggest keg of beer that Zorian had ever seen served in this kind of establishment. Zorian had initially thought that the keg was undrinkable in any sort of reasonable time frame, but Zak was making a valiant effort to prove him wrong on that account. The contrast between the two probably looked quite funny, because the other patrons occasionally gave them funny glances and shook their heads in amusement. Anyway, Zorian said, the idea of consulting and hiring the locals for the fight against the Solrotham is good, but I'm running into issues of language again. I acquired a decent grasp of various Zlotic dialects by now, and Daimen and his connections help substantially, but this just isn't enough when I'm trying to actually hire guides, scholars, mercenaries and whatnot. I think we may need to find an actual translator to help us out. I wonder if we can talk Zenemir into going on a trip to Zlotic with us. Bah! Why bring an old man like that when we can bring a hot girl instead? Zak asked. Nialu is native to the region, and I bet she'd love to ditch school and go wander the world with us. Actually, I don't have to wonder, I know she'd like that because I used to do that sometimes. Just, tell her I'm a time traveler and bring her along with me as I wandered the continent. Sometimes I'd bring others along too, but most people aren't willing to accept the whole time traveler explanation as readily as she. Ah, I remember her, Zorian said. And you say she's really easy to convince about time travel? Yeah, definitely, Zak nodded. She asks for proof, of course, but that's easy to give. I already know more than enough to convince her to join us. Though admittedly she might be a little more reluctant to run off with two boys than just one. I, used to phrase my offer more like a romantic getaway than a business transaction. Zorian sighed in exasperation. Then again, if he had been stuck in a time loop like Zak had been, with no obvious danger pressing down on him, wouldn't he do the same thing? He'd probably take advantage of the time loop to go after a girl or two. Why don't we first try to talk to her about this before we take it for granted that she'd want to go along with this, Zorian told him. At the very least she probably won't mind getting us in contact with her family, Zak said with a shrug. Her family is rich and in a bit of a political crisis right now, so it should be possible to acquire their cooperation in exchange for helping them out with a problem or two. Finding us a translator or two is the least they could do for us. A bit of a political crisis? Zorian asked slowly. It's a long story, Zak said dismissively. He took a large gulp from his massive keg of beer and took a deep breath. He was going to get completely drunk again before this was all done, wasn't he? I'll tell you later, if Nialu herself doesn't tell you. Hello there. Do you mind if I join you for a few minutes? A voice suddenly asked from the side. Zak and Zorian were very surprised to hear this request. They had set up a privacy ward around their table, which was a clear sign to everyone that they did not want to be disturbed. They turned their attention to the source of the request, which turned out to be an older man in an expensive-looking suit. He wasn't one of the tavern workers and neither Zak nor Zorian had ever seen him before, so it was unusual for him to approach them like this. Despite this, Zorian did not think for a moment that the man was just a curious tavern patron. After all, if the man was just your average person, he would be able to sense the man's mind. And he couldn't. The man was completely blank to his mind sense, as if he didn't exist at all. Mind blank was not an easy spell to cast, and being under its effects immediately placed the man in the upper tier selection of mages. Zorian silently communicated this to Zack through telepathy, after which they shared an uneasy look between themselves. "Sure," Zack eventually said. "Have a seat." The man smiled at them confidently, as if he had always known they would have accepted his request. He took an empty chair from a nearby table and dragged it off to join them around theirs. Zorian scrutinized him, trying to see if something in his features would jog his memory. He was a pretty striking person, though, so it was unlikely he would have forgotten him if he had dealt with him in the past. He had very proud posture, like someone who had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and his clothes and immaculate appearance reinforced it. His skin was darker than was common in this corner of Altazia, suggesting southern origins. Perhaps he was someone from Zlotic whose attention they somehow attracted. It wouldn't be impossible for a powerful mage from Zlotic to eventually make their way to Eldamar. "Thank you for your hospitality," the man said politely. "I guess I should introduce myself. I am Sarawada Marenta and I'm afraid I'm here to discuss something a bit unpleasant. You see, I have recently noticed that you have been gathering information about me and interfering with my activities, so I have decided to come here and see if there is any way we could discuss this in a civilized manner and maybe come to a peaceful solution. I do not consider myself an unreasonable man." What an exotic name. It definitely sounded Zlotic, but he was pretty sure that kind of name was obscure even there. He definitely didn't remember about interacting with any person named like that, and he had a pretty good memory thanks to his mental powers. The rest of his story, though, what the hell was he talking about? He gave Zack a questioning look, but his fellow time traveler shook his head in the negative. Zorian turned back to the man and gave him a serious look. "I'm afraid you made some kind of mistake, Mr. Marenta," Zorian said. "No, I don't think I have," Sarawada said confidently. "My name may be confusing you somewhat. I rarely use my old name when interacting with the public, so most people have forgotten it. Just the way I like it, to be honest." Zorian frowned. "How do you expect us to know who you are if you hide your identity like that?" Zack asked, his tone somewhat unfriendly. Zorian didn't blame him. Perhaps it was because of the man's unflinching confidence, appearing as if he was holding all the cards and the outcome of this meeting was already predetermined, or because of the mind blank he put on himself, but he was really starting to dislike this Sarawada Marenta. He also noticed that the man's soul was flawlessly stable, with not even the tiniest ripples marring its surface as they spoke, which meant he was a soul mage of the highest order. Not even Alanik could keep his soul so featureless. "Haha," the man abruptly laughed. His soul still remained completely calm, despite his obvious amusement. "So you're saying you're targeting so many people that telling you I'm one of your victims isn't enough to narrow things down? Interesting, interesting." Zack scowled. "Mr. Marenta, I'm starting to think you're asking for a beating. If I tell you I've been around for a while, will this help?" the man said, grinning from ear to ear. "Master Mage. Incredibly proficient in soul magic. Zlotic in origin. Someone they were targeting. Very old, older than he looks. Fake appearance. Obscure name, possibly an archaic one. Old enough to go out of fashion. Fuck." Zorian swallowed heavily. "Quadakikl?" he asked. The man's grin never wavered. Instead, a flash of sickly green light passed over his face for a moment, revealing a familiar pitch-black skull of a millennia-old lich. Then the moment passed and his face was the same flesh and blood mask he had been wearing up until now. "I'm so pleased to deal with intelligent people," Quadakikl said, leaning back in his chair. "It makes things so much easier. So, do you think you're ready to talk?"